My name is Rhodey. I used to be an ordinary office worker on Earth, but my life ended in a tragic fire while I was playing Heroes of Might and Magic 3. When I opened my eyes, I found myself in a different world, inhabiting the body of a young noble also named Rhodey. This new version of me is a disgraced 16-year-old baron who was exiled to a dangerous frontier called the Grand Highlands by his own brother. My new situation is grim. The original Rhodey was a lazy, unskilled youth who was hated by almost everyone. I am now in a small, broken house outside of Blackrock Town, accompanied only by my loyal maid, Valia, and a coachman. The local sheriff, Fondro, is a cruel man who has already humiliated me and intends to take Valia away. This body is weak and out of shape, making me feel almost powerless in this land of swords and magic. However, I discovered that I have a hero system that looks exactly like the game I was playing before I died. I have the stats and skills of a level 1 knight, including a specialty in archery. When the system loaded, a warm energy filled my body, making my muscles stronger and my vision sharper. I even have a magic book with spells I can actually cast. The most important part of my new power is the castle. Although it is currently empty and requires a lot of gold and resources to build, it came with starting troops, 20 spearmen and 7 archers. These soldiers are hidden within the system, ready for me to summon them into the real world whenever I need them. I am currently facing a harsh reality. Outside my door, wild wolves howl in the night, and within the town, enemies plot my death. In this world, the social hierarchy is strict, and survival is not guaranteed. I must use my game-like system to gather resources, lead my soldiers, and protect the only people who care for me. I am no longer a useless noble. I am a hero in the making, and I will do whatever it takes to survive and build my own territory. I am now bound by law to defend this dangerous territory of Blackrock Town. If I flee, I lose my noble title and become a fate with no escape in this strict world. My situation is desperate. The local sheriff, Fondro, has left me in a broken house with almost no food, hoping the wilderness will finish me off. He even plans to take my loyal maid, Valia, for himself. As I sat down to a meager meal of hard bread and watery porridge, I shared what little I had with Valia and my coachman. It was clear that Fondro and his men were enjoying a feast while waiting for me to die. As night fell and the terrifying howls of giant wolves echoed from the forest, the town gates were locked, leaving us defenseless in the dark under the eerie light of 2 moons. However, I have a secret weapon. I used my system to materialize my starting troops from the castle. I summoned 20 spearmen and 7 archers into the nearby woods to avoid suspicion. When they marched to my door and knelt in loyalty, I felt a surge of hope. They are no longer just game icons. They are real men of flesh and blood, completely devoted to me. I can even feel their thoughts and command them with my mind. The danger arrived quickly. Wolves the size of calves, with glowing red eyes and sharp fangs, emerged from the forest to attack our camp. Instead of hiding, I felt my blood boil with excitement. I drew my sword and took command. With the boost from my archery skill, my 7 archers fired a perfect volley, killing 7 wolves instantly with shots to the eyes. When the rest of the pack charged in a frenzy, leaping over our fence, I ordered my spearmen to form a line. Standing on a real battlefield for the first time, I realized that my quiet, miserable past life was over. I am a lord now, and I will fight to keep what is mine. After my spearmen and archers easily defeated the wolves, I realized the true power of my troops. The battle earned me enough experience to see that gaining levels is the key to my survival. I spent the night eating roasted wolf meat, finally feeling like a real lord, but I knew my biggest threat was still coming. Luren, the town sheriff, clearly wants me dead so he can keep the town for himself. To survive in this world, I decided I had to get rid of him first. The next morning, Luren arrived at my camp with 10 men. Through my mental link with a spearman, I saw him coming and prepared a trap. I stepped out to confront him, accusing him of treason for leaving a noble to die. Then, I ordered my 20 spearmen to charge. I was shocked to find that Luren was a high-level swordsman. His blade glowed with energy, and he was so fast and strong that he easily cut down several of my soldiers. He laughed at me, thinking my common troops could never defeat a trained warrior. However, I am no longer the useless person he expected. While my spearmen kept him busy, I gave a secret mental command to my hidden archers. They rose from the grass and fired a perfect volley at him. Even with his magical sword skills, Feng de Luren couldn't block every arrow. He was badly wounded, and my spearmen quickly finished the fight. His guards tried to run, but my archers picked them off one by one. With this victory, I leveled up to a level 2 knight. My physical strength increased, and I chose to learn basic wisdom, so I can master more powerful magic in the future. Although I lost 10 brave spearmen in the battle, I have secured my position. I realized that in this world, kindness isn't enough. I must be strong and decisive to protect my life and my people. I am now ready to enter Blackrock Town and claim what is rightfully mine. I felt my body grow stronger as my stats increased. While I was sad to lose 10 brave spearmen, seeing them as real people rather than game characters, I had to stay focused. I ordered my men to carry the former sheriff's body to Blackrock Town. When we arrived, the people were terrified, kneeling in the mud. The town was filthy and smelled terrible, but I had to show my authority. I ordered Fondro's body to be hung at the gate as a warning. I moved into the town hall, a large stone building on a hill. There, I met the steward, an old man named Charlie. He told me that Blackrock Town has about 300 free citizens who live by hunting and logging. The situation is difficult because everyone leaves in the winter to escape the extreme cold and monsters. I also realized I am very poor. I only have a small amount of gold and food, which isn't enough to support an army or build my castle. To make things worse, most of the town's money goes to a powerful neighbor, Viscount Wilson, who controls the trade caravans. I decided to change this. I ordered Charlie to start buying wood directly from the citizens for a better price. I want the profits to stay here so I can grow my strength. Even though Charlie seems helpful, I told my soldiers to watch him closely. I also took over Fondro's house and found some training scrolls for sword skills and breathing techniques. Even though they aren't the best, they are much better than nothing. The previous owner of this body was lazy and never learned how to fight, but I won't make that mistake. I need to be ready for whatever comes next. I am also keeping the servants and the young girls Fondro mistreated, giving them a safe place to work. I am starting to build my new life here, one step at a time. Rhodey still couldn't begin training yet, because he first needed to awaken battle energy within his body. Without it, he wouldn't have the strength or speed to perform the sword techniques properly, and forcing the training would only harm his body. He calmed himself and recalled the earth-breathing technique practiced by the original owner. It was said to be inspired by the breathing of a powerful magical beast, the Earth Storm Bear. Being a golden rank breathing technique, it offered a high chance for its practitioner to advance to the golden level of mastery. According to the original owner's memories, the Buffetro family has produced only a few golden knights so far, and each of them reached that level only after nearly 20 years of hard training. At present, the most talented member of the family is the Duke of the Buffet Principality, Roddy's half-brother. He is not yet 30, but has already become a silver knight, and it is said that he may advance to a golden knight within a few years. The Buffetro family still has 3 golden knights alive, which is the main reason other nobles fear them. Without such strength, it would be impossible for them to control the entire principality. It must be said that magical beasts have a clear natural advantage. They can absorb large amounts of magical energy from the world to strengthen themselves and unleash powerful attacks similar to magic, with astonishing force. Humans, however, are known for their incredible learning ability. The breathing technique was developed from this trait. By absorbing magical energy from the surroundings, one can form a seed of battle energy within the body, circulate it to strengthen blood and body, and then transform that energy into stronger battle power, which can be used to perform powerful combat skills. After gaining the original owner's memories, Roddy realized that the original owner had been training in the wrong way. He had started practicing at 12 and was now 17, but after 5 years of lazy and inconsistent effort, he had only grasped less than 30% of the breathing technique. It was no wonder he had made no real progress. Now, Roddy noticed that his understanding had become much sharper. When he reread the breathing technique, everything suddenly became clear to him. The effect of the basic wisdom spell. Roddy quickly realized. This spell was enough to help him understand beginner-level magic. And since battle energy was simply another form of elemental magic power, it was even easier to grasp than magic itself. From the original owner's memories, Roddy also knew that very few people in this world practiced both magic and martial arts. The two paths were completely different. Battle energy strengthened the body through elemental power, while magic required constant meditation to enhance spiritual strength and deep study of spells and models to cast magic. There was hardly any time left to train the body. Of course, magicians were considered far more noble than warriors. There was even a famous saying across the continent: only a magician can defeat another magician. So, if someone had the talent for magic, few would choose to train in battle energy instead. On the continent, there were 4 major professional guilds: the Mage Guild, the Knight Guild, the Mercenary Guild, and the Thieves Guild. The Mage Guild was powerful and mysterious, so much so that not only small duchies but even kingdoms and empires dared not offend them. Roddy, drawing on the knowledge of his predecessor, planned his future development and realized he might be able to master both magic and martial arts through his hero panel. It seemed he could cast spells without meditating to gather elemental energy. In truth, Roddy didn't even know how to meditate to gather such energy, since his predecessor hadn't known either. His memories contained only basic knowledge. Magic was too mysterious, and learning it usually required a master's guidance. However, after casting a spell earlier, Roddy discovered that his mental power could now extend 20 meters beyond his body, allowing him to sense everything around him with remarkable clarity. It was an unexpected surprise. The next morning, he found that his magic points had recovered to 10, which reassured him. Roddy secretly tested the power of his magic attack and found that his magic arrow was weaker than his regular arrows, but it had the advantage of surprise, making it a useful hidden weapon. It had to be said that Charlie was still as capable as ever. Under his direction, experienced hunters from the town were hired to skin and tan the wolves they had hunted earlier, while the meat was salted and dried for storage. That was exactly why Roddy valued him. Roddy ordered the spearmen and archers to patrol the area around the town in pairs, leaving one archer stationed at the Lord's mansion for guard duty. When Charlie announced Roddy's orders, the woodcutters were doubtful at first, fearing that Roddy might find excuses to take away their earnings. Still, they didn't dare refuse to sell their lumber to him. But once they received payment, 10% higher than what the Black Iron City traders offered, their enthusiasm quickly rose. According to Roddy's plan, buying the lumber was meant to store it in his system for future castle construction. However, with his current finances, that goal seemed far away. Winter was approaching, and the hard days ahead would be a true test of survival. For the next 3 days, Roddy stayed inside the Lord's mansion. Apart from eating and sleeping, he spent all his time practicing his breathing technique and the whirlwind sword skill. It worked. That day, Roddy felt a warm current slowly rising from his lower abdomen. As it moved upward, his blood seemed to boil with energy and strength. Within that boiling energy, a faint but mysterious flow of power began to form, weak, yet clearly present. It was clear that he had finally mastered the breathing technique, and a seed of inner energy had been born within him. "Master, I heard from Lettuce that the former sheriff was a cruel man. Over the past few years, he harmed 6 young women. After you defeated him, the townspeople were all deeply grateful. If you hadn't arrived in time, a girl named Celia would have suffered as well," reported Valia after dinner that evening. The girl named Lettuce was the one who had earlier chosen to stay and serve as a maid. In this world, commoners and servants often had simple names. One was called Lettuce, another Broom. Celia. She must be a resident of Blackrock Town. Knowing Fondro's behavior, it's strange that he didn't act immediately after setting his eyes on her. There must be more to this, Roddy said thoughtfully. I didn't hear Lettuce mention that, Valia replied. Go and bring her here. I'll ask her myself, Roddy said. Before long, Lettuce entered the hall and knelt before him. Respected Baron, she said nervously. Don't be afraid, Roddy said gently. I just want to know, since Fondro was interested in Celia, why didn't he act right away? Was there some reason behind it? Baron, I heard that Celia's father used to be a powerful mercenary. Even the sheriff, no, that cruel man Fondro, feared him a little. So they were trying to find a way to force the father and daughter to give in, Lettuce said in a trembling voice. Who do you mean by they? Roddy asked, frowning. Fondro and his loyal follower, Sir Charlie. Most people in town know about it, Lettuce replied. I see. You may go, Rhodey said, waving his hand. Lettuce quickly bowed and left. Master, that Charlie is also a bad man. Should we still hire him? Valia asked softly. At that moment, she felt amazed. The young master, once arrogant and foolish, now spoke with calm thoughtfulness. He truly seemed different, someone she could trust. Why not? Rhodey said with a faint smile. Rhodey smiled and continued. Old Charlie may be Fondero's loyal dog, but I'll use his bad reputation to keep the townspeople in line. Still, you must pay attention, check the accounts with Charlie often and urge him to collect as much timber as possible. In truth, Rhodey didn't tell Valia everything. In 3 months, the townspeople would be leaving, and he didn't have enough people to handle the timber collection, which was the most important task right now. Old Charlie was the best choice for the job. The townspeople feared him, so they would behave during the timber trade and not cause trouble. Yes, young master, Valia replied obediently, though she didn't fully understand Rhodey's reasoning. After all, Rhodey had already entrusted her with the town's gold, the warehouse supplies, and their own assets, instructing her to use all the money to buy timber. Valia, ask old Charlie to bring Sir Gode and his daughter Celia here. I want to see them, Rhodey said after a moment of thought. Yes, I'll tell him right away, Valia nodded and left. The Baron wants to see the wandering knight Gode and his daughter Celia, Charlie repeated after hearing Valia's message. He froze for a moment, his face changing slightly before he quickly regained his calm. Understood, I'll go now. You again, you wicked hound. What are you here for this time? To collect debts? Cough, cough, Gode said, coughing hard as Charlie stepped into his shabby little house. Gode, I used to work for Fondero because I had no choice. As for the 10 gold coins you supposedly owe the town, only you and I know about it. Let's call it settled, Charlie said. You wicked hound. I never owed you a single coin. You and that devil Fondero tricked me with a false contract to take advantage of my daughter. Cough, cough, Gode said angrily. I know. But Gode, you did sign this paper, Charlie said, taking a piece of parchment from his coat and handing it to him. What do you mean by this? Gode asked coldly. The Baron wants to see you. He knows nothing about this matter. I'm giving you the note. It's over now. Let's never speak of it again, Charlie said. Ha ha ha. So even you, the wicked hound. No fear now. You want me to keep quiet about this in front of the new lord, Gode said, suddenly understanding. Hiding this will benefit both of us. If you don't, the Baron might even ask for those 10 gold coins back, don't you think? The Baron trusts me now. What can he do to me based on just your words? Charlie said proudly. Fine, I'll keep it secret. But why does the Baron want to see me? Gerda asked after some thought. How would I know? Maybe the Baron heard about Celia's beauty and wants to meet her, Charlie replied. Celia, let's go see the Baron, Gerda said darkly, though he still called for his daughter. After all, in Blackrock Town, even though they were free people, the lords still held power over their lives. They couldn't resist. Celia quietly walked to the stove, rubbed some ash on her face to hide her fair and delicate features, and then followed her father toward the lord's mansion. Honorable Baron, the wandering knight Gerda and his daughter Celia have arrived, Charlie reported as Roddy sat with his eyes closed, practicing his breathing technique. Let them in, Roddy said with a nod. Honorable Lord, Gerda and Celia have come as ordered, Gerda said, kneeling with his daughter beside him. Charlie, you may leave, Roddy said. Yes, my lord, Charlie replied nervously, stepping out quietly. Seeing the guards standing still at the door, he dared not eavesdrop and left silently. Sit down and talk, Roddy said with a wave of his hand. We wouldn't dare. We'll stand and speak, Gerda replied, standing up. Celia also stood, hiding behind her father while secretly glancing at Roddy. The lord before her had long black hair, fair skin, and stood about 1.80 meters tall. He wore a neat light blue silk noble's robe, looking both handsome and dignified. Celia's face turned slightly red. She had never seen such soft and fine clothing before. Gerda, I heard you were once a mercenary but have now fallen on hard times as a wandering knight. The city lord's mansion is short of people. If you're willing, you can work there. I've just become a junior knight myself and would like to learn from you. Of course, this isn't an order. You're free to choose, Roddy said gently. I see. Gerda let out a sigh of relief and said respectfully, "My Lord Baron, it's not that I don't wish to follow you, but I've been poisoned. My strength has greatly weakened. I no longer have even the power of a junior knight, so I cannot accept your offer." Rhodey was surprised. "Since you've been poisoned, why not buy an antidote to cure it? The poison in me requires a mid-level antidote, and one bottle costs 30 gold coins." "I don't have that much money," Gerda said with a bitter smile. Rhodey then understood. Gerda had likely come to Black Mountain Town with his daughter Celia to earn money through hunting to buy the antidote, but his condition had worsened, and he still hadn't saved enough. "Sir Gerda, I can give you 30 gold coins to help you cure the poison," Rhodey said with a smile. "My lord, that's impossible," Gerda exclaimed in shock. 30 gold coins was no small amount. "Honorable Baron, if you can save my father, I, Celia, am willing to serve you for life," Celia said, kneeling down. Looking at Celia's face, darkened with charcoal, Rhodey smiled slightly. "I value your father's worth as a knight. Gerda, what is your decision?" "Respected Baron, I will accept your help. In return, I will serve you for 3 years. After that, please grant me my freedom." "Otherwise, I cannot accept," Gerda said firmly. "As you wish," Rhodey nodded solemnly. "Thank you, my lord," Gerda said gratefully. "Villia, bring Sir Gerda 30 gold coins. Also, lend them 2 warhorses," Rhodey ordered. Villia entered, handed Gerda the 30 gold coins, and bowed. "Thank you, my lord," Gerda said, bowing deeply. He then left with Celia, riding the 2 horses toward Turin City. 3 days later, Gerda returned with Celia. Kneeling before Rhodey, he said, "My Lord Baron, for the next 3 years, I, Gerda, a senior knight, will fight for you. Your will shall guide my sword." "Good. Congratulations on regaining your strength, Sir Gerda. From today, I appoint you as the sheriff of Blackrock Town. May you uphold the knight's code, fulfill your duty, and protect the people," Rhodey said. Only then did Rhodey realize that Gerda was a senior knight, and he felt pleased. "I will obey your command, my lord, and will never betray your trust," Gerda said, performing a knight's salute. That night, under Rhodey's orders, the town hall held a bonfire party. Goad, who had regained his strength, went out to hunt and brought back a deer. It was quickly butchered and placed on the grill. Velia also took out the last bottle of wine and shared it. "Beautiful Miss Celia, earlier you covered your fair and delicate face with soot. Were you afraid I might take a liking to you?" Rhodey teased as Celia, shy and graceful, came forward to offer him a drink. Celia lowered her head, her face blushing like a red cloud. Her hands trembled slightly as she handed Rhodey a cup of wine, which he drank in one gulp. After the bonfire party, Rhodey lay in bed, unable to sleep, thinking over his plans. From his observations, the logging tools in Blackrock Town were outdated. The workers still used axes, so they could only cut about 100 cubic feet of wood a day, roughly 10 units, which was far too slow for Rhodey's needs. For now, Old Charlie was in charge of buying wood and stacking it in an open area outside the town. Each night, Rhodey would go to inspect it and secretly move a small portion, no more than 3 units, into the castle to avoid suspicion. Rhodey calculated that to increase profits, he had 2 options. One was to buy laborers, since they required only food and no wages. The other was to make saws to improve the speed of woodcutting. Buying laborers would have to wait, as the territory's conditions were not yet suitable. The surrounding area was full of rocky hills and dense forests, making farming impossible. All food had to be purchased, so he couldn't support too many people. "Call Goad Harrow," Rhodey said to Velia, asking a soldier to summon him. Recently, Rhodey had learned that Goad also had a family name. He hadn't mentioned it before, likely for personal reasons, and Rhodey didn't press him about it. "Honored Lord, Sheriff Goad reporting as ordered." Goad entered Rhodey's study, saluted with the precision of a knight, and stood straight as a spear. Rhodey couldn't help but notice that Goad was a true knight, disciplined, efficient, and every word and action reflected his noble training. For example, Roddy told him to deal with the sanitation problem. He organized some people to dig 2 large cesspools downwind outside Blackrock Town. He required the townsfolk to dump both animal and human waste into the cesspools and not relieve themselves anywhere in town. In just 2 days, the town's environment improved greatly, and the air became much fresher. According to Velia, Goad once caught someone breaking the rule and punished him publicly with 10 lashes. Roddy smiled slightly. This kind of strict method worked well for the people of this world. They were all hard-working laborers who lived by their strength. Expecting them to care too much about cleanliness was unrealistic. They would rather rest whenever they had free time. Goad, how skilled is the town's blacksmith? I want to make a new tool for cutting wood. Go ask him if he can forge it, Roddy said, describing the shape of a saw. My lord, the blacksmith, Gear, is quite skilled. It said he once worked with dwarves, so making this tool shouldn't be difficult. But I don't understand what it's used for, Goad replied. Just order 10 of them first. Take whatever money you need from Valia. You'll understand once they're made, Roddy said with a wave of his hand. Yes, my lord. Goad gave a proper knight's salute and bowed before leaving. My lord, recently many wild beasts have appeared around the territory. Something strange may be happening in the Gorin Mountains. Some townsfolk who went out to cut wood or hunt were attacked. We don't have enough people to protect them. Should we tell everyone to stay inside the town until we investigate and clear the area? Goad reported 3 days later. It's only been a few days, and already there's trouble, Roddy thought, frowning. Stopping logging would mean losing nearly 10 units of wood each day, which made him uneasy. Have there been such beast attacks before? What could be causing them? Roddy asked. It's hard to say. It has happened before. Maybe some beasts in the mountains evolved into magical creatures and started hunting more, driving other beasts away. Or perhaps some evil beings, like ogres or trolls, have moved from the depths of the Grand Plateau closer to our lands. They eat a lot and hunt many animals, which could have caused the beasts to panic, Goad explained. Gerda, as the sheriff, you shouldn't go too far from your territory. Stay near the town to guard it. I'll take the soldiers to clear out the beasts, Roddy said. During this time, Roddy had been practicing the whirlwind sword technique. Now he had reached a basic level of mastery. Together with his archery skills, his strength had grown, and he was eager to test himself by hunting wild beasts. My lord, you mustn't. Your status is too important to risk your life, Gerda said anxiously. Sir Gerda, don't forget that I recently advanced to a professional rank. I'm now a junior knight. Besides, my soldiers are brave and capable. Don't underestimate us. It's decided, Roddy said, waving his hand. My lord, if you insist on going, I can't stop you. But please don't go too deep into the mountains. The Gorin Range is extremely dangerous, Gerda warned. As you wish. I'll only clear the beasts within 30 miles of Blackrock Town, Roddy nodded. Early the next morning, Roddy asked Valia to bring him a leather half-armor found in the town hall storage. Its defense was much better than his noble clothes. He also took a longbow and a quiver of arrows from the same place. Fine equipment, nearly as good as those used by castle archers, though the arrows were not as high quality as the ones provided by his system. According to Lettuce, this gear had belonged to Fondro. They were about the same height, though Roddy was slimmer, so the armor was a bit loose but still usable. The longbow was also Fondro's. It was said that Fondro had been a good archer, but unfortunately, he had underestimated Roddy's group that day and hadn't brought his bow. To the south of Blackrock Town lay open plains where beasts had nowhere to hide. The other directions were covered by scattered mountains, part of the Gorin Range. Going 100 miles northwest into the range would be very dangerous, so Roddy limited the search area to within 30 miles, not too deep into the mountains. Gerda had once made a living by hunting, so he knew the terrain well. After the recent attacks, he had surveyed the area and marked several dangerous zones where beasts might be hiding. He shared all this information with Roddy. My lord, where shall we search today? Gerda asked as Roddy led his soldiers out of town. Thorn Valley, Roddy said, looking toward the valley between two mountains in the northeast. The wild wolves of Thorn Valley are very territorial and cunning. We must be careful, said Gerda. Got it. Roddy nodded and led his soldiers quickly toward Thorn Valley. I'm close to leveling up. I hope there's a wolf pack waiting. I don't want to be disappointed, Roddy thought to himself. Form a wedge formation. Soon, the group passed through the dense forest, climbed a hill, and reached the entrance of Thorn Valley. Roddy stayed alert. The search team formed a wedge shape, spearmen on the outside, archers in the middle, and Roddy among the archers. A chorus of howls echoed through the valley. Roddy had underestimated the wolves' ferocity. He had expected them to flee at the sight of his armed group, but instead, Gray shadows moved swiftly through the thorny bushes, surrounding them from all directions. "Quick, take position on those rocks ahead," Rhodey ordered. The team advanced instead of retreating, running toward a pile of rocks halfway up the. Fighting among the thorns would have been unwise. It would limit the archers' range and make it easier for wolves to ambush them. Before they reached the rocks, several large gray wolves lunged at the front line. The spearmen reacted swiftly, their spears flashing as 3 wolves fell in an instant. But one wolf managed to attack from the side, tearing a soldier's pant leg and leaving a deep wound on his thigh. Just as the wolf opened its jaws to strike again, Rhodey released an arrow. It flew through a narrow gap in the thorns and struck the wolf's eye, killing it instantly. It was Rhodey's first time shooting an arrow, yet he handled it like a seasoned marksman. His timing, strength, and aim were all perfect. He could even adjust for the wind brushing against his face, correcting the arrow's path. The sensation felt almost magical to him. Under Rhodey's command, the group quickly reached the rocky area, where the thorns were sparse and could no longer hide the approaching wolves. The spearmen quickly formed a circular battle formation, bending down and aiming their spears outward. The archers took their best shooting positions inside the circle, drawing their bows and firing one arrow after another. Wolves charging from all directions fell to the ground one by one. I leveled up. Feeling his archery improve again, Rhodey was delighted as a message box appeared before his eyes. Basic offense, basic tactics. Without hesitation, Rhodey chose basic offense. This skill increased his troops' attack power by 10% in close combat. In an instant, flashes of his hard archery training passed through his mind, and he felt his archery skills grow stronger. At the same time, 2 faint streams of energy rose within his body. Clearly, the basic offense skill not only improved his soldiers' close combat ability in reality, but also gave him a 10% personal boost, along with better physical strength. Rhodey then opened his hero panel. Rhodey, level 3 Night Attack. For defense, 2 strength, 1 knowledge, 1 specialty, archery experience, 2055 mana, 10 out of 10 skills, basic leadership, basic archery, basic wisdom, basic offense as expected. The extra energy came from the increase of 1 attack point. Rhodey sighed slightly. He had hoped for more knowledge, but instead gained more attack power. Suddenly, a warm current spread from his core, much stronger than before. My breathing technique improved, Rhodey said happily. From the memories of his body's original owner, he knew that the first 3 levels of a professional were for building a foundation. After strengthening blood and energy, one could refine more elemental magic to form battle energy, which in turn strengthened the body, creating a positive cycle. Only upon reaching the iron rank and forming a battle energy vortex within the body could one truly step into the extraordinary. At that stage, a warrior's energy could cover the entire body, greatly increasing defense. At this moment, based on his knowledge, Rhodey quietly assessed his own energy and realized he had advanced to a mid-level knight. Although he had not yet learned any matching combat techniques, and his control over energy was still weak, his breathing method had laid a solid foundation. With his energy now refined, he could finally begin training in advanced combat skills. According to Rhodey's earlier prediction, he would need to train hard for at least half a year to refine his battle energy to the level of a mid-level knight. Clearly, the basic attack skill and a single attack attribute point had saved him 6 months of effort. Attribute points are really too few. Rhodey shook his head. At this moment, he felt that increasing his attack power was the right choice. After all, improving his own strength was the key to survival. Otherwise, if he met a powerful opponent, he could be defeated instantly, and no amount of soldiers would help. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows flew through the air as the wolves charged forward fearlessly. If Rhodey hadn't quickly taken the high ground and fought within the thorny bushes, his troops might have suffered heavy losses, or even total defeat. The number of wolves in Thorn Valley was far greater than expected. In just half an hour, 128 adult wolves had appeared, all of which were shot down on the spot. Rhodey's aim was flawless. Most of his arrows struck the wolves in the eyes, killing them instantly. Fortunately, the city lord's mansion had 10 quivers with 300 arrows in total, and Rhodey had ordered his soldiers to bring them all. Otherwise, they would have run out of arrows. I leveled up again. Rhodey said with joy as he felt his archery improve. A series of images flashed through his mind, becoming part of his muscle memory. Then, a message appeared before him. Intermediate archery, basic tactics. Really? Basic tactics again? Rhodey muttered in surprise, and naturally chose intermediate archery. Intermediate archery increased the damage of ranged units by 25%, and Rhodey's archery power visibly grew stronger. Scenes of him practicing archery appeared in his mind, training, understanding, breaking through, and training again. His archery skill had made a great leap forward. During this process, his battle energy quietly became denser, and his strength rose rapidly. This new skill greatly increased Rhodey's stamina, and his battle energy reached the peak of a mid-level warrior. Rhodey took some dried meat from a soldier's leather pouch and ate several pieces. Only then did the hunger in his stomach slowly fade. Finally, a bit more knowledge. Rhodey said happily after checking his hero panel. Rhodey, level 4 Knight Attack, 4 Defense, 2 Strength, 1 Knowledge, 2 Specialty, Archery Experience, 1107 Mana, 10/20th Skills, Basic Leadership, Intermediate Archery, Basic Wisdom, Basic Attack. Soon, the entire valley became silent, and the rushing wolves disappeared. After resting for a while to recover, Rhodey ordered the soldiers to clean up the battlefield, retrieve the arrows, and gather the wolf corpses into a pile of rocks. He sent a spearman back to inform Goth and organized the villagers to carry the wolf bodies away. Then, Rhodey led the soldiers to continue exploring the Thistle Valley. The valley was about 30 miles deep. They found 7 small wolf dens, but no adult wolves. It was unclear whether the wolves had escaped or been killed. In the evening, they returned to the town. Goth had already organized people to bring back all the wolf bodies. Rhodey asked Goth to lead the work, with Harry helping to peel and tan the wolf skins. Some of the wolf meat was kept for himself, and the rest was sold to the villagers. That night, Rhodey asked Valia to cook 2 pots of wolf meat. After eating one, his hunger eased a lot. He realized his appetite was now several times larger than before. Rhodey felt that his fighting energy cultivation might soon reach a higher level. If he trained hard day and night, even with his talent, it might take about 2 years to advance from intermediate to advanced knight. But now, thanks to his skills and attribute points, his progress was incredibly fast. I'm hungry again. After eating a big bowl of meat porridge, he felt hungry again after resting a bit. His digestion seemed to have improved greatly. Rhodey finished the second bowl, and his hunger finally disappeared. Valia, prepare hot water for me. I want to take a bath, Rhodey ordered. Young master, you. Valia helped Rhodey undress and start the bath, whispering softly. What's wrong? Rhodey, who was used to Valia serving him, asked. At first, he was uncomfortable, but since the original owner always did this, he didn't want to cause suspicion by refusing. So he followed the old habit and got used to it. It's nothing, Valia said shyly, lowering her head. At this moment, Rhodey's muscles were well-defined, with no fat, giving him a sleek, angular look full of power. In fact, Rhodey had grown taller again recently, now over 6 feet tall. Feels so good. After washing, Rhodey stretched his hand, and a faint yellow glow of fighting energy slowly appeared from his palm. The earth-breathing technique can absorb and refine earth element magic energy, so his fighting energy has a strong earth quality, showing a yellowish hue and a heavy appearance. However, Rhodey knows his own shortcomings. Although his fighting energy has reached the peak of the intermediate level, he has not practiced fighting techniques, so his control and use of fighting energy are limited. The current whirlwind sword he is practicing is only somewhat useful, mainly to train his control over fighting energy. In the past, the original owner studied at the Knight Academy of the Duchy, with many resources, but he did not work hard. Now, Rhodey feels frustrated because he cannot advance further. This is a common experience. Youthful effort leads to success, while laziness only brings regret in old age. Master, are you about to break through to become a high-level knight? The next day, Goth was surprised when he saw Rhodey. Yes, I went hunting wolves on the mountain yesterday and gained some insights. I improved last night, Rhodey said casually. Clearly, Goth, with his experience, could tell from Rhodey's aura and energy. Master truly has noble blood and exceptional talent, Goth said. He believed Rhodey's rapid progress was due to the Buffett-Ruaw family's noble bloodline and their inherited breathing technique. Night Goth, I wanted to ask how I can obtain advanced fighting techniques. Although my fighting energy is close to reaching the high-level professional stage, I haven't practiced advanced fighting techniques, so my strength is limited, Rhodey said. Goth looked surprised. Apparently, Rhodey didn't even know this, yet he could reach the high-level knight stage. It showed his noble bloodline. Goth calmed himself and said, whether it's the breathing techniques or fighting skills, most of these precious training resources are controlled by long-standing noble families. For example, your Buffett-Ruaw family's fighting technique, Earth Rage, is one of the top knight fighting techniques in the Duchy of Bafi. I already knew about that, but unfortunately, I didn't become a professional back then, so I had no chance to access the family's advanced fighting techniques. Now, with my current status, it's hard to get them, Rhodey said, waving his hand. Apart from noble family inheritance, there are also several major guilds that have high-level fighting techniques. But to access them, you need to register as a guild member and reach a certain level to apply for viewing the related techniques. To be honest, the high-level knight fighting technique I obtained came from the mercenary guild. However, I have also signed a magic contract, so I cannot teach it to anyone, Goth said with some regret. Understood. How can I become a guild member? Rhodey showed some interest and said, as an adult, there's no need to register as a mercenary. After all, mercenaries are professionals who risk their lives for money. I was poisoned because of a mission. As for becoming a member of the mercenary guild, it's quite simple. In Luren City, Northland Province, there's a branch of the mercenary guild. Anyone who is a professional can register as a mercenary. Also, almost every city has a task posting point set up by the guild, Gerda explained. Got it. Rhodey smiled slightly and didn't ask any more questions. Then, Rhodey led his soldiers to continue clearing fierce beasts within 30 miles of Blackrock Town. Today's target was the Taimu Ridge to the north. The ridge was full of tall ironwood trees mixed with pine trees. As they entered, Rhodey felt like he had stepped into a primeval forest. The dense trees blocked out most of the sunlight, with only occasional specks of light filtering through the leaves, creating patches of brightness in the dark woods. The forest floor was covered with thick, dry leaves, soft to walk on. Small animals would sometimes startle and scatter when they stepped on the leaves. The soldiers, armed with guns, moved cautiously at the front, quietly searching through the forest. After an hour, they reached the top of Taimu Ridge. Suddenly, beneath a huge ironwood tree, dry leaves flew everywhere. A huge, fierce-looking python suddenly burst out from beneath the leaves and lunged at one of the soldiers, biting fiercely. The python was enormous, about 1.5 meters in diameter around its middle. It opened its bloody mouth and bit off the soldier's head in one strike. The archer responded quickly, shooting arrow after arrow at the snake. However, the arrows clanged loudly against the snake's scales, sparking and failing to. The soldiers with guns charged forward, stabbing at the snake. Its massive body and tail swung wildly, knocking several soldiers into the air, causing chaos. Rhodey's internal energy flowed, and with a stomp, he caused the ground to shake, creating 2 deep pits. He then charged diagonally forward, drawing his knight's sword. He performed a whirlwind sword technique, slicing a sharp curtain of blades toward the snake's thick waist. The steel sword struck the snake's body, but only caused tiny scratches, as if tickling it. Clearly, the soldier's weapons couldn't pierce its scales, and Rhodey's sword was not very effective either. This sword was originally brought out by the main character from the Grand Duke City. It is much sharper than the weapon in the Lord's Mansion, but it is clearly not enough to face this giant python. Boom! Rhodey quickly cast the Lightning Strike magic. This is an air element magic that now consumes 10 magic points. It is the strongest attack magic Rhodey can currently use. In an instant, Rhodey felt his mental strength shake violently. Magic runes gathered into symbols, forming a more mysterious spell model. The model quickly gathered blue elemental magic, which instantly turned into a lightning strike hitting the giant snake. The snake shivered all over and even emitted blue smoke. Actually, Rhodey secretly cast magic twice at night before. Both times were level 1 magic. Casting level 2 magic this time made Rhodey feel dizzy for a moment. Clearly, this is not a game world. Casting magic here consumes a lot of mental energy. This level 2 magic is much more complex and mysterious than level 1 magic. The blue elemental magic gathered into lightning and thunder with impressive power. The giant python was hurt and swung its huge body through the dry leaves like a whirlwind, sweeping everything away. The dry leaves flew everywhere, and it disappeared quickly in the jungle like a fast-moving train. Too bad. Rhodey looked at the headless gunman with a sigh. He felt he lacked experience. His troop formation had some problems. The system's soldiers were already few, and now losing another gunman made him feel distressed. Chase. Kill him. Rhodey sent a mental message. He told 2 gunmen to gather the body and weapons of the fallen soldier and pursue the blood trail. Now, Rhodey, who has become accustomed to life and death, felt sad about the death of a gunman but quickly accepted it. This is how the world is, cruel and realistic. They crossed the mountain ridge and traveled north through dense forests for more than 30 miles. They arrived at a mountain valley. This mountain was much taller than Taimu Ridge. There were few tall trees on the mountain, and the black rocks were covered with thorns and shrubs. The whole mountain looked like a spindle sitting in the Columbia mountain range. The bloodstains of the giant python disappeared near a pile of rocks and thick, dry leaves at the bottom of the valley. This is ore. Rhodey approached the pile of rocks covered with sparse shrubs. He examined the stones and was surprised. In his previous life, Rhodey's hometown had iron mines, so he knew a lot about them. Rhodey carefully examined the rocks and found that although they were iron ore, they were probably poor quality iron or with low iron content and little value for smelting. But he wondered if there might be higher quality iron or beneath. If so, that would be a big find. At this moment, Rhodey's mood grew excited. After a brief thought, he activated his system. With a mental command, a pile of iron ore on the ground disappeared. Sure enough, these were low iron content ores that weren't worth smelting, but the castle recognized them and added them to the resource collection. Without hesitation, Rhodey began collecting the ore. The pile of iron ore quickly decreased visibly. After half an hour, a deep hole about 50 meters wide and 10 meters deep had formed, astonishing Rhodey. 500 units of ore. He checked the castle's data, but the number was surprisingly small. If converted based on wood units, 1 unit outside equals 10 units. This pile seemed to be missing about 2/3. Could it be that the system purified the iron ore? Rhodey pondered, then moved a unit of ore from the castle onto the ground. Indeed, the ore had been purified. The iron content had increased significantly, tripling the original amount, making it high-quality iron ore. This was a good way to obtain high-quality iron ore. Rhodey restored the iron ore into the castle. Looking around, he saw he was in a mine pit, with stone steps nearby leading in and out. Directly facing the bottom of the mountain was a mine entrance over 3 meters high and more than 10 meters wide. It was covered with dry leaves on a pile of rubble, hiding the entrance. A large snake had entered the mine through the leaves. Now that the abandoned ore had been collected into the castle, the leaves fell away, revealing the entrance. But Rhodey was somewhat disappointed. Clearly, there should be iron ore here, but it looked like it had been mined before, leaving only abandoned ore behind. Light a torch and go in to check, Rhodey ordered the soldiers. Nearby, a type of oil pine grew in the forest. These trees contained a lot of oil, making them good for torches. In fact, the townspeople of Black Rock Town, including the castle lord's household, used oil pine wood for cooking and heating. Around the town, besides conifers and ironwood, oil pine was also a common tree. Soon, 5 soldiers cut a large amount of oil pine wood, each holding a long piece. Lighting the torch was too simple. Rhodey swung his sword, a flash of energy appeared, and he quickly stirred the pile of dry leaves on the ground. The heat from the collision with the hard ground soon ignited the leaves. Sure enough, he found bloodstains from a giant snake along the tunnel. Fortunately, the snake was very large. If it were an ordinary beast, it would have died from losing so much blood. The tunnel was very long. It was narrow at the front, but became wider inside, like a broad road. There were many discarded or stones piled around. Rhodey happily collected them into his castle. This was a big gain for him. The tunnel was about 1 kilometer long and sloped downward. Rhodey estimated that he had already gone about 100 meters underground, deep inside the mountain. After walking a few dozen meters further, he turned a huge gate and arrived at a platform. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. It was a large mountain cavity. Beams of light shone diagonally from above, illuminating the entire cavity with a faint glow. At this moment, Rhodey realized that the mountain cavity had been completely hollowed out. The top was hundreds of meters above the ground, with ventilation holes. Light rays entered through these holes at an angle. It was clear that these ventilation holes were hidden on the conical mountain body. What was even more astonishing was the scene inside. Looking around, it stretched for several kilometers. On the ground, there were many tall blast furnaces, each about 40 meters high. Some had collapsed, but most still stood, over 100 in total, like a forest of towers. On the surrounding stone walls of the mountain cavity, there were stone rooms built in multiple layers, stacked densely and connected by stone stairs. Judging by the size of the stone rooms, the people who lived here long ago were about 1.3 meters tall. Probably, tens of thousands of people lived here. Rhodey thought to himself. From this scene, he could see how busy it must have been. After mining the iron ore, they smelted it on the spot. The stone rooms were probably used for resting. Who would have thought that the world's iron smelting technology had advanced to this level? Incredible, Rhodey said as he walked down to examine the blast furnace. He touched the bricks used to build the furnace. They were very regular and extremely hard. It seemed that the furnace bricks from his previous life were not as tough or well-made. Rhodey had a faint feeling that this was not just human effort. There might be magic involved in the process. The owner, it's found. At this moment, the soldier responsible for searching for the giant snake had already discovered it. However, the snake was bleeding heavily and was lying on the ground, unable to move. Kill it, Rhodey sent the thought. The soldier then stabbed the snake in the belly with a spear and killed it. Rhodey checked the hero panel. The giant snake gave 102 experience points, nearly 3 times more than the wolf, showing it was quite strong. Next, Rhodey carefully searched the entire mountain interior and collected all the discarded ores. Through the search, he found a lot of animal droppings inside the mountain. Based on the amount and the collapsed buildings, this mine has probably been abandoned for hundreds or even thousands of years. There are over 180 iron furnaces inside the mountain, many of which are still intact. Rhodey analyzed that there used to be many wild animals here. When the giant snake arrived, those animals likely fled in fear. The snake probably came here only recently. Owner, there are writings here. A soldier responsible for exploring the cave walls and rooms reported mentally. Rhodey quickly went over. Among many caves and rooms, this one was larger, like a meeting hall. On the side wall of the hall, there was a carved stone tablet covered with dense writing. Rhodey examined it and found it was written in 2 languages. One language he didn't recognize, but the other was the common language of the Bafi kingdom. According to the inscription, the iron ore here was developed jointly by the Violet Empire and the Dwarf Kingdom, mainly to provide weapons against the Northern Orc Coalition. There are 50,000 dwarves stationed here, along with a mage regiment and an infantry regiment from the Violet Empire. After the war ended and all the minerals were mined, they left. The Violet Empire? I've never heard of it, Rhodey thought deeply. However, the original owner didn't like reading, and studying at the Knight Academy was inconsistent, so it's normal if he didn't know. Level up. Attack increased by 1 again. At this moment, Rhodey's mind flashed with images of practicing archery diligently. He knew he had leveled up. He opened the hero panel and saw his experience points reached 5302. At the same time, strength surged from within, as if breaking through a bottleneck. Clearly, this increase in archery and attack boosted Rhodey's vitality, elevating him to a high-level professional. After tonight, his vitality would further refine magic power, reaching the level of a high-level warrior with fighting spirit. Basic earth magic and basic intelligence. At this moment, a dialogue box appeared before him. Rhodey thought for a moment and chose basic earth magic. This is the effect of the Wisdom Stone. In Heroes of Might and Magic 3, visiting a Wisdom Stone can give you 1,000 experience points, but each hero can only visit it once. Visiting again won't give more experience. I didn't expect visiting to also increase experience. This made Rhodey very excited, an unexpected surprise. Both basic earth magic and basic intelligence are very important skills. After all, the hero panel only has 8 skill slots, and none can be wasted. However, After weighing the pros and cons, Rhodey still chose basic earth magic. This skill can reduce magic point consumption and increase magic power. After selecting basic earth magic, Rhodey had a faint sense of insight. It seemed he understood the secrets of earth magic more deeply. He realized there were two unclear parts in the earth-breathing technique, but now he suddenly understood them clearly. His understanding of earth breathing became even deeper. Rhodey then adjusted his breathing rhythm, slightly changing his previous 9 inhales and 1 exhale, increasing the inhaling time by 3 breaths. In an instant, his breathing became smooth. He could even feel a flow of earth element magic energy merging into his blood and chi, causing his total combat energy to rise quickly. 5,200 ore. After searching carefully again, all the useless ore was collected into the castle. Rhodey was satisfied and led his soldiers away. The soldiers carried the giant python back to Blackrock Town. By the time they returned to Blackrock Town, it was already early the next morning. Goth thought Rhodey had an accident. He stayed on guard at night and didn't dare leave the town. Only when Rhodey appeared did he breathe a sigh of relief. There shouldn't be such fierce beasts near Blackrock Town. They probably just arrived recently. This is a rock python, just one step away from evolving into a monster, Goth said with lingering fear. The scales of this rock python are very thick, Rhodey said. Indeed, it's good material. It has already developed a bit of earth magic energy, enough to make a dozen snake scale armor sets, Goth replied. In the following days, Rhodey didn't go out again. Instead, he humbly asked Goth for advice on practicing spear and sword techniques, and familiarized himself with his combat energy skills. After all, only when he became stronger could he reduce the loss of troops, because they cost money. Although Goth couldn't teach him combat skills, he could teach basic sword and spear techniques. I must say, Gerda is very experienced and has studied basic swordsmanship and spear techniques deeply. According to him, mastering these skills comes down to practice and familiarity, so one must train daily until these weapons become part of the body. He also explained in detail the techniques for swordsmanship: pulling, swinging, lifting, parrying, striking, stabbing, pointing, breaking, twisting, pressing, chopping, intercepting, and washing, and for spear skills: blocking, grabbing, stabbing, chopping, pointing, pressing, breaking, lifting, rolling, and others. With some basic wisdom magic, Rhodey understood quickly. In just a few days, he mastered the skills and set a goal to practice 1,000 times each day. Miss Celia is looking more and more beautiful. Early in the morning, while practicing swordsmanship in the courtyard, Rhodey couldn't help but tease Celia, who was dressed as a knight's attendant. Recently, Celia also came here to train. She has been practicing with her father for several years, but she was only working on a lower-level breathing technique, so she hadn't yet become a professional. Her father's advanced breathing technique came from the mercenary guild, so he didn't dare to teach her. Recently, Rhodey gave her the breaking army breathing technique, which is much higher level than her previous practice. Maybe I inherited the original owner's personality. I wasn't like this before, Rhodey thought to himself. Of course, Rhodey didn't know that in his past life, he wouldn't dare tease such a beautiful girl, or the police might come after him. As a loser in his previous life, he could only secretly admire beautiful women from afar. Master. Celia's face turned red with embarrassment, and she lowered her head without speaking. Her shy expression made Rhodey even more eager to tease her. Suddenly, the alarm bell rang. A gunner responsible for guarding struck the bell hanging on the wall of Black Rock Town's fortress. This bell only rings when enemies are approaching, which made Rhodey's heart sink. Adult ogre warriors have the strength of high-level fighters, and ogres usually appear in tribes. There should be at least one tribe nearby, with about 100 or so members. If the tribe's leader is an ogre mage with the spell Bloodthirst, the ogres become incredibly strong, savage, and bloodthirsty, greatly increasing their attack power. Sir, Blackrock Town only has the 2 of us as fighters, and I fear we cannot defend it alone. Deep in the Glen Highlands, something must have changed. I have been here for 3 years and have never seen an ogre tribe cross the Column Mountains to reach the border of the duchy before, Gerda said sadly. How intelligent are they? Rhodey asked calmly. It's said that ogres have the bloodline of stone giants. These giants are half stone and half flesh, with immense strength and tough defenses, making them very powerful in battle. But now, ogres are gradually evolving into a new race. On the continent, they are generally considered orcs. Although they no longer have the size and strength of giants, they still possess great power, and their skin is tough enough that normal swords and knives can't cut through. They are ugly and greedy, afraid of the weak and the strong, and often hunt weak creatures with other monsters. However, they also have extraordinary intelligence and a strong sense of community. They stay close together and act as a group. Usually, they wander and hunt deep in the Glen Highlands, rarely approaching human territories, Gerda explained. Sir Gerda, given this situation, how do you think we should respond? Rhodey asked further. At that moment, the figures of the ogres in the forest suddenly stopped moving forward, as if they were no longer approaching the town. These ogres are probably scouts from their tribe. A large number of ogre warriors are likely to come within a day, because human flesh is a delicacy for them, and human women are good breeding partners. The walls of the wooden fortress in Blackrock Town cannot stop ogre attacks. I have 2 suggestions. First, ask Viscount Wilson of Toulon City for help. Second, issue a mercenary request in Toulon City to recruit fighters to eliminate the ogres, Gerda said. How many gold coins would such a mercenary task require? Rhodey asked. Probably thousands of gold coins, or the mercenary groups won't take the job. After all, the ogre tribe has nothing valuable worth risking their lives for, Gerda replied. Forget it. I don't have that many gold coins in my pocket now, Rhodey said. You should leave immediately and go to Toulon City to ask Viscount Wilson for help. Also, report this matter to the governor of the north. Sir, how can I leave at this time? Goth asked. Knight Goth, as a lord, I cannot leave right now. You are appointed as the sheriff. Besides you, no one else can complete this task, Rhodey said, waving his hand. Yes, sir. Goth nodded and quickly prepared. The villagers who had been chopping wood outside the town heard the alarm bell and hurried back. Some saw the tall ogre appear around the town and quickly spread the news. Some packed their things and fled Blackrock Town, heading toward Toulon City along the main road. Soon, the chaos of the ogre attacks spread across Blackrock Town. Most people, with their children, shouted and tried to escape. In fact, 20 miles south of Blackrock Town, the town left the highlands and entered the rugged Grand Mountain Path. The path went downhill, flanked by cliffs on both sides. The road was rough, with fortified outposts guarding key points. The nearest outpost was about 40 miles away. If these people ran fast, they could reach the outpost by nightfall. Master, should we stop them? A musketeer asked. No need, Rhodey shook his head. Since they don't feel connected to us, and I can't guarantee stopping the ogre tribe attack, it's better to leave them a way out. For the villagers, being allowed to leave by the Lord was a great act of kindness. After all, if the Lord didn't permit their departure, according to the laws of the duchy, the Lord could issue wartime orders, and anyone trying to leave could be executed on the spot. Honorable sir, thank you for your generosity. May the gods bless you. Some villagers knelt and bowed to Rhodey as they left. These villagers are really adorable, Rhodey thought to himself. Letting them go wasn't because he was kind enough. It was because they couldn't help him and might reveal his secrets if they stayed. That was why he was willing to let them leave. Sir, whether this succeeds or not, I will return as soon as possible. Please wait for me, Goth said quickly, bringing Celia to Rhodey. All right, Rhodey replied. Master, my subordinate has entrusted an old friend to help Celia secure a spot at the Northern Knight Academy. I haven't had a chance to tell you yet, but I want to take this opportunity to bring Celia to Toulon City so she can register at the academy, Gerda said, feeling a bit ashamed. No, Father, I want to stay and face the danger with Blackrock Town, Celia replied again, clearly upset from a previous argument with her father. Knight Gerda, this is good news. You don't need to blame yourself. Hurry and leave with Celia, or you won't reach the nearest town before sunset. Also, take care of the villagers along the way. I am not a good lord and haven't looked after them well, Lord Rhodey said with a heavy heart. Yes, sir. Gerda's eyes turned red with emotion. Celia gently pulled her father Gerda, and they left, looking back 3 times. They didn't ride horses, leaving their 2 war horses in the town. An hour later, apart from the sounds of soldiers running quickly with guns and bows, the town was very quiet. Inside the Lord's house, the maids had also left. Only two volunteer servant girls, Woni and Sweeper, stayed behind to help Valia prepare food. The stable hand who had been with Rhodey all along also stayed, carefully caring for the four horses. Now, with the busy villagers gone, only the gunmen and archers remained at the town gate. Rhodey quickly gathered all the timber outside the town and brought it into the castle. He silently encouraged himself, thinking that if he used all his skills well, he might still have a chance to survive. Later, Rhodey used his mind to command the soldiers to dig trenches and build defenses around the town hall. The town was too big, and with so few people, they couldn't defend the entire town, only the town hall. Clang, clang, clang. At dawn, a sharp alarm bell rang loudly. This ogre is so cunning, Rhodey cursed silently. After a tense night of soldiers taking turns on watch, exhausted, the ogres did not attack. But at dawn, when the soldiers were sleepy, the ogres arrived. At this moment, Rhodey stood on the wall, closely watching. These ogres looked even taller and more muscular. Their green bodies were covered with muscles like dried tree roots. Thick veins curled around their bare arms like small snakes. Their reddish-brown hair was loose, and they wore simple animal skins. Each held a large, sturdy club, some with iron nails embedded in the front, others with sharp stones or bones, like wolf-fawn clubs. They moved slowly but with long strides. In fact, they weren't too slow, and from afar, Rhodey could smell their sour, foul odor, which made him feel sick. Snick! When the ogres were less than 100 steps from the wall, Rhodey quickly used his fighting energy to cover his arrow and shot the first one. After becoming a high-level warrior and practicing with Goth, Rhodey could control his fighting energy more easily. He skillfully extended it over his arrows. The yellowish fighting energy glowed on the arrows, which shot like shooting stars into the eye of an ogre. The ogre let out a loud, painful scream and fell dead. This time, Rhodey's arrows were not from the Black Rock Town stockpile, but from the system's supply, much better quality than the town lord's armory. "Hero is mighty," shouted a soldier happily after one arrow killed an ogre, boosting everyone's morale. At the same time, the archers began shooting. However, their skills and power were not as good as Rhodey's. Only 2 arrows hit the ogre's eyes, but their tough defenses only blinded one eye. The ogres quickly pulled out the arrows, licked the blood and flesh from the tips with their tongues, and roared fiercely, continuing to charge forward without fear. Rhodey had already killed 3 ogres. Suddenly, a loud roar and strange sounds came from behind. The charging ogres lowered their heads and used their clubs to block their eyes, avoiding the arrows. Rhodey shot another arrow, aiming at the ogre's heart since the eyes were no longer a target. But he found that even his best arrows only left a blood groove on the ogre's tough skin, unable to pierce through and kill them. In this way, the archer's arrows couldn't do much damage to the ogres. "Fall back to the mountain top and defend the main town," Rhodey ordered quickly. The soldiers hurried down from the wall to take cover behind the temporary defensive works outside the town lord's residence. Boom. It didn't take long before the south village gate was forcefully knocked down by the ogre, causing a loud explosion. Roar. The ogre roared and charged up the hill toward the mountaintop. Chill. Lucky for Rhodey, he seized the opportunity while the ogre was excited and distracted. He shot 2 arrows quickly at the ogre's eyes, which were not well protected. Both arrows hit their mark, and the ogre fell dead. Level up! In an instant, images of practicing archery appeared in Rhodey's mind, making him happy. He had just leveled up again at a critical moment. Advanced Archery, Beginner Tactics. He opened the menu, and a dialog box flickered in front of him. Without hesitation, Rhodey chose the Advanced Archery skill. He glanced at his stats and saw that he gained 1 point of knowledge this time. Of course, I get what I wish for. Increasing knowledge doesn't improve his strength directly, but boosting attack and defense shows immediate results. Now, after shooting 2 ogres, the remaining ones became cautious. They held their weapons to protect their eyes and slowly moved toward the mountaintop's main hall. Chill. At this moment, Rhodey drew his bow again, calling on his fighting energy to cover the arrow. The arrow seemed alive, controlled by Rhodey, and the fighting energy on it became much calmer, swirling freely. Rhodey understood that learning advanced archery increased his long-range attack power by 50%. Plus, leveling up once added 5%. This upgrade boosted his archery skill by 55%. The The significant improvement made Rhodey feel deeply inspired, especially as he became more skilled at covering his arrows with fighting energy. It seemed his archery had broken through a bottleneck and reached a higher level. Rhodey's mind was calm like still water. An arrow spun out, with fighting energy automatically rotating on it, creating a powerful push. The arrow flew like a streak of light, even making a faint sound of breaking the air. Thud! The arrow aimed at an ogre's heart. It pierced through instantly, hitting the target. The ogre screamed loudly, fell to the ground, and died. As Rhodey leveled up, his long-range attack with the bow also increased by 55%. The arrows caused deep wounds on the ogre's bodies, making them scream in pain. Before, his arrows couldn't damage the tough skin of the ogres, but now they could. Rhodey sent a mental command to the archer to shoot their legs, which greatly slowed their movement and eased the pressure on the soldiers facing them directly. Level up again. In a short time, 8 more ogres fell to the ground. A quick image of practicing archery in his mind flashed by, and Rhodey felt happy. The experience points from ogres were definitely rewarding. Basic intelligence, basic defense magic. The panel opened, and a light screen appeared in front of his eyes. Rhodey immediately chose basic intelligence and randomly added points to defense. Basic air magic, basic tactics. As 15 more ogres fell, Rhodey leveled up again. The light screen flickered, and he chose basic air magic, with random points added to strength. Based on his experience from the game and real-world knowledge, Rhodey had already planned these skill choices. Without hesitation, he selected them, not bothering to think much at this moment. Suddenly, Rhodey realized that his mental power could now extend about 40 meters outward, up from only 20 meters before. As his mental range increased, his magic attack distance also grew. At the same time, Rhodey felt his mind clear, and his memory and perception improved, signs of increased mental strength. This was clearly due to the strength attribute points, which in the game boosted magic power and, combined with real-world rules, enhanced magic effects. Roar! At this moment, after Rhodey shot several ogres dead, a roar and strange incantation sounded from behind. The ogres rushing along the street toward the mountain tops scattered to the sides, hiding behind the mountain path and avoiding the arrows. They also dismantled doors from nearby houses to block their way and continued rushing toward the mountain top through the alleyways. Near the village gate, a taller ogre appeared. He was dressed more properly, wearing a bear fur coat that looked like a long robe, with a bone crown on his head. He held a strange staff, which was orange-yellow and faintly glowing. The material was unknown, with threaded grip and a pointed top, topped with a fierce wolf skull. That roar just now was made by him. It should be the chief of the orcs, Rhodey guessed based on Gerda's description. Roar! In an instant, the orc chieftain raised his staff and let out a loud roar. A red glow shot out from his staff, enveloping the 3 orc warriors in front. The 3 orc warriors immediately looked like they had been energized, their eyes turning red. They shouted loudly and charged up the hill, moving twice as fast as before. Behind them, other orcs also rushed forward, avoiding arrows and heading straight for the top of the hill. In a blink, the orcs reached the ditch. The ditch was shallow and dug quickly. The front orcs leaned into the ditch to act as stepping stones, while the others jumped over the ditch and engaged the soldiers in close combat. As Rhodey leveled up, the attack and defense of melee units like the spearmen increased by 1 point each. However, the improvement was small compared to the archers. In close combat, the orcs swung their clubs wildly, knocking 3 spearmen's spears out of their hands and causing them to fall. Despite this, the remaining spearmen fought bravely, rushing forward without fear. Meanwhile, the archers found it hard to aim at the chaotic orcs, and the battle formation was in danger. Speed up the attack. Rhodey knew he couldn't hesitate now, or the entire army might be wiped out. Rhodey had learned a basic level of intelligence magic, increasing his magic capacity by 25%, with a total of 37 points, but he only had 20 points available. He had just learned a basic wind magic, which required 5 points to cast, attack speed, leaving him 15 points. This was his main advantage. He selected this magic from his spellbook. As he did, a mental shock broke free from his body's constraints, forming a mysterious magical pattern in the air. He poured blue magical energy into it, and with a thought, the pattern transformed into a blue glow that surrounded him. Show! Rhodey instantly stomped the ground. A whirlwind formed around him, lifting him into a shadowy blur that shot forward, moving 3 times faster than usual. Show! Along the way, 2 orcs blocked his path. Rhodey's sword flashed with energy as he swept past them, executing a whirlwind slash. His sword sliced through their necks before they could react. Blood spurted out, and their large bodies collapsed. Rhodey kept his speed, heading straight for the orc chieftain. It is clear that as combat energy can extend to weapons, the weapons become extremely sharp. With Rhodey's speed boost, his sword strikes are even sharper, enough to cut through Ogre's skin. Of course, Rhodey doesn't dare to fight a prolonged battle. If he were surrounded by several ogres, a hit from their 3-meter-long club could instantly turn him into a pile of meat. Catch the thief by catching the king. This was the strategy Rhodey had no choice but to use. It must be said that the ogre chief was very clever. He kept hiding near the village gate, making it hard for arrows to hit him. Roar! Suddenly, the ogre chief was greatly alarmed and let out a loud, fierce roar. Some ogres turned back to defend him, while he himself ran toward the outside of the village. Clearly, he saw that Rhodey was very powerful and knew he was no match for him. In fact, if Rhodey had been attacked by the ogres, the situation would have been very dangerous. But the ogres were much slower than Rhodey, even with magic enhancements. When the ogre chief felt the wind chasing behind him and saw no way to escape, he turned and swung his staff at Rhodey. The staff whistled as it headed straight for Rhodey's face. Rhodey's speed was incredible. After boosting his mental strength, his perception of the surroundings was sharp. Even without looking, he could see everything within 40 meters in his mind. So, Rhodey leaned back, stepped back a few meters to avoid the deadly strike. Then his knight's sword emitted a strong yellow combat energy glow. Under the whirlwind sword's power, the sword light swept like a ribbon, instantly cutting off the ogre mage's finger holding the staff. The staff fell to the ground, and Rhodey grabbed it. I surrender. I surrender. Rhodey's sword was about to cut the ogre mage's neck when the mage shouted loudly. Surrender. Rhodey froze for a moment, then stopped his sword. He asked coldly, Do you speak common language? I do. The ogre mage trembled as he held his broken hand and spoke. Tell your subordinates to stop attacking, Rhodey ordered coldly. Roar, roar, roar. The ogre mage roared, then uttered some obscure words. The ogres attacking the village chief's residence and retreating to defend the ogre chief suddenly stopped, kneeling on the ground. I accept your loyalty. Sign this contract with your blood fingerprint, or I will execute you immediately, Rhodey said, pulling out a blank contract from his pocket and handing it to the ogre chief. The ogre chieftain's face showed a look of painful struggle, hesitating to press down. Clearly, he knew about the contract. The contract was issued by the Mage Guild. A parchment contract cost 10 silver coins. The original owner had bought 10 copies before coming here, carrying them with him. In fact, whether it was nobles, knights, mercenary groups, or bounty hunters, they all bought some blank contracts. During adventures, they could immediately control captured prisoners as slaves, which was very profitable whether for personal use or sale. Finally, the ogre chieftain tremblingly pressed his blood-stained finger on the contract. The magic symbols on the parchment instantly absorbed his blood. Rhodey used his mental power to scan. When he probed into the magic mark, it connected to the ogre chieftain's mind. It seemed he could make him collapse mentally with just a thought. Rhodey tested a little. A wave of terrifying fear suddenly rose from the ogre chieftain's mind, making him extremely frightened. Yes, master, the ogre mage, who was already afraid of death, bowed and trembled even more with fear. Attack Power 1, Knowledge 1. At this moment, when Rhodey checked the staff again, a line of words appeared before his eyes. This is a treasure recognized by the system. Rhodey was overjoyed. He never expected that there could be treasures in the real world recognized by a game system. This was wonderful. He then opened the hero panel. Rhodey, level 8 Knight Attack, 6 Defense, 3 Strength, 2 Knowledge, 4 Specialty, Archery Experience, 10,900 Magic Points, 1550 Skills, Basic Leadership, Advanced Archery, Basic Wisdom, Basic Attack, Basic Earth Magic, Basic Intelligence, basic air magic. Indeed, his attack increased by 1, and his knowledge also increased by 1. His magic points maximum rose to 50. However, the attack boost from this staff did not increase Roddy's health or vitality, which was not its effect. It still provided a bonus to his own and his unit's attack power. Success, Roddy thought. Suddenly, the staff in his hand was instantly stored into the hero panel's equipment slot, making him very happy. Earlier, Roddy had also tested that ordinary weapons could not be stored. Clearly, only weapons with attributes, recognized by the system, and considered treasures could be stored. This is probably also one of the rules of the system. In the recent battle, 3 gunmen were badly injured, while the archers were unharmed. Currently, there are 78 ogre warriors and 1 ogre chieftain. Looks like I made the right bet, Roddy thought with relief. Also, he still has 15 points of magic left unused. It seems the ogre chieftain is too afraid of death and too cowardly. His subordinates are very loyal and have surrendered with him. Roddy remembers that in the game, Heroes of Might and Magic 3, there are ogre units, which are level 4 units. The upgraded ogre unit, the Ogre King, has an attack power of about 13. Clearly, these ogres are close to level 4 in strength, but data is just a reference. In the real world, many factors affect combat power. With the strength of these ogres, they could wear heavy metal armor or steel armor. Even if they wear leather armor, the outcome of today's battle is uncertain. According to Gerda, ogre warriors are comparable to high-level human professions. With metal armor and suitable weapons, they could even face iron-level professionals directly. But Roddy knows this is meaningless because professionals practice combat skills and are far superior to brute force ogres. However, if these ogres are used well, they can serve as better meat shields than gunmen during battles. In peacetime, they are good for logging and construction, and they are free labor. Just need to be fed, no need to pay wages. Then, Roddy led 5 gunmen and the ogre warriors away from Blackrock Town, leaving the remaining gunmen and archers to clean the battlefield, repair the town gate, and guard Blackrock Town. It must be said that ogres are very tough. When the ogre chieftain was cut, he simply wrapped his finger with animal hide, and then, seemingly unbothered, led his team back to their tribe. Along the way, Roddy communicated with the ogre chieftain, further strengthening his leadership. He also asked where they came from and when they arrived here. From the conversation, he learned that they had recently crossed the Colon Mountains and found a camp. According to the ogre chieftain, the werewolf tribe deep in the Grang Heights is plundering and forcibly conscripting weaker orc tribes to become their vassals. The entire Grang Heights is in chaos. So, they decided to avoid confrontation and cross the Columbia Mountains to find a new tribal camp. How many orc tribes are there in the highland? Roddy asked. Master, I don't know exactly. There are too many. Our ogres are not accepted by the orcs, so we only dare to survive on the outskirts of the highland, raiding weak tribes like rabbits and sheep. We avoid stronger tribes like werewolves, lionmen, and minotaurs, said the ogre chieftain. During the conversation, Roddy learned that the ogre chieftain's name was Karu Hanba, and he seemed to come from a notable background. That's a good place, Roddy exclaimed when he arrived at the ogre's temporary camp. It was about 80 miles from Blackrock Town. A rushing river flowed southeast from the Columbia Mountains. On the northeast bank of the river, there was a flat, elevated area about 100 meters above the river surface. It was roughly circular, about 10 kilometers across, with a hard rocky surface dotted with sparse bushes. There were also 2 small, not very tall hills. On the northern edge of the flat land, hidden within the dense forest, was the entrance to a valley. Inside the valley was the ogre's temporary settlement. Led by the ogre chieftain, Roddy saw that the valley's entrance was narrow like a gourd, but inside, the space was vast. It stretched northwest for nearly 10 miles, with the narrowest part less than 100 meters wide and the widest about 1 or 2 kilometers. The valley was enclosed by high cliffs hundreds of meters tall. The ogre's camp was set in a large cave beneath the cliff. The northwest side of the valley was higher, and the southeast side was lower, with gentle slopes. At the bottom of the valley, a mountain spring formed a small river that crossed the valley. There were many small fish and shrimp in the river. The soil inside the valley was fertile, and the lighting was excellent. The trees were enormous, some probably over 1,000 years old, blocking out the sun and covering the valley like a canopy. Rhodey thought that they could build a fortress outside the valley on the flat ground. They could also build villages inside the valley and along the riverbanks. The river could provide fish, and the villages could farm and raise animals. In fact, Rhodey realized that Blackrock Town was not a good territory for development. It only had a small river that barely provided water for a few hundred people and livestock. Besides the forests, the area was mostly black rocks with no fertile land. The only advantage was its proximity to Trun City, allowing quick escape in case of danger. But since Rhodey was forcibly sealed here and couldn't leave, the distance to Trun City didn't matter much. At this moment, Rhodey had a rough plan in mind. First, he would cut down all the trees in the valley. These large trees covered a wide area, and the ground beneath them was rich with decayed leaves, making it ideal farmland after some modification. Then, he would build villages inside for farming and raising animals. Once the population increased, he would develop the riverbank area into more villages. As for protecting the precious trees, there was no such idea in this world. Right now, he urgently needed to create a fortress at the entrance of the valley for protection, especially since orc unrest inside the Grang Highlands could affect this place. However, his gold coins were almost gone, and he was still far from being able to build a fortress. Rhodey sighed quietly, thinking about how to get more gold. He went into the cave where the Ogre tribe lived. Rhodey found there were 102 adult Ogre warriors and 18 young Ogres. Ogres are neither male nor female. Once they grow up, they go to battle. Previously, some female Ogres had joined the attack on Blackrock Town, but Rhodey couldn't tell they were female. He thought that area was just muscles, since male and female Ogres have similar faces and are both very ugly. "Master, this is a gift for you," said the Ogre chieftain loyally under the contract. When he arrived at the camp, he took out a large wooden box from deep inside the cave and respectfully handed it to Rhodey. "What is this?" Rhodey asked, smiling broadly and trying to hide his disgust, as the chieftain's grin looked like a rotten flower. "Master, this is what we've confiscated over the years from human mercenaries. Those mercenaries foolishly went deep into the Column Mountains to hunt monsters, and we took advantage of it." "Hee hee," Corlu said with a sneaky smile. Clearly, he had ambushed human mercenaries many times. "All right, let me see what's inside," Rhodey said, suppressing a shiver. He opened the wooden box and saw 3 thick sheepskin books: Level 1 Spell Model Analysis, Knight and Warhorse, Life and Death Bond, and The Terrible Archer. Rhodey flipped through them, and his eyes lit up. "So many gold coins," Rhodey exclaimed, looking at the thick layer of gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins at the bottom of the box. His heart filled with joy. "Good, these are very valuable. I'll take them. Starting tomorrow, you lead your warriors to cut down all the trees in the valley," Rhodey ordered, then had his spear soldiers carry the box away. Rhodey simply couldn't stand the foul smell inside the Ogre cave. That night, Rhodey ordered the soldiers to set up temporary camps in the forest at the entrance of the valley. He sat in a simple wooden shelter at the camp, counted his coins carefully: 3,200 gold coins, 102 silver coins, and 99 copper coins. Rhodey then stored the gold coins in the castle's resources, while the silver and copper coins were put into his cloth bag, as the castle only accepted gold and no other currencies. "Dear Viscount, Sheriff Gerda of Blackrock Town is here to see you. He is acting on the orders of Lord Rhodey Buffett of Blackrock. There is a tribe of ogres in the territory, and they request your support. Originally, Gerda arrived yesterday, but Viscount Wilson refused to see him until the next morning. When he finally did, Gerda knelt and begged." "Ha ha ha," Viscount Wilson chuckled softly, running his fingers through his neat beard. He looked at Gerda kneeling on the ground and said with a smile, "Blackrock Town is now under Baron Rhodey's control. I have no interest in risking my soldiers for someone else's territory unless the northern governor issues a wartime summons. I suggest you issue a mission to gather mercenaries to deal with these ogres. But, sir, Baron Rhodey is the younger brother of the Grand Duke," Gerda still insisted. "As a sheriff, you should know well. What does it matter if Rhodey is the Grand Duke's brother? Even if the Grand Duke himself commands, he has no right to conscript my soldiers to protect his brother's land," Viscount Wilson said dismissively. "Yes," Gerda, seeing that his plea for help was hopeless, lowered his head in frustration and left quickly. "Dear chum, Do you think this useless Buffett family member will really die at the hands of the ogres? I wonder if he might survive, Wilson said leisurely, brushing his thick beard and running his fingers through his wavy blonde hair as Gerda left. Master, from what I know from Charlie, a tribe of ogres has indeed appeared near Blackrock Town. Now, the townspeople have fled the highlands, and only a few soldiers who follow him remain. It will be difficult to defend Blackrock Town. Chum, the steward standing beside Wilson, explained. Charlie, who is that? Wilson asked, recalling. Master, don't you remember? He is Findro's loyal dog, who helps us earn over 100 gold coins each year. He has also gained Rhodey's trust and knows him well, Chum replied. Ha ha ha, that's good, that's good. It's not that I am heartless. Even though he's the younger brother of the Duke, he can't compare to the jingling sound of gold coins. If he doesn't die, I can't continue my timber business. Wilson immediately laughed. Rhodey decided to name this place Valley Fortress, planning to build a stronghold in the illusion system near the riverbank. However, he still needed more than 1,000 gold coins. The next day, Rhodey sent 2 gunmen back to bring tools like axes and steel saws left by the townspeople of Blackrock. Some of these tools were given to the ogres to help cut wood in the mountain valley. Then, Rhodey assigned 5 gunmen to guard his temporary camp and serve as his personal guards. The rest of the soldiers stayed to defend Blackrock Town. During this time, Rhodey noticed that one archer was much smarter than the others. He named him Soros and made him the team leader, responsible for defending Blackrock Town. In fact, the ogre chieftain told Rhodey that ogres eat a lot and had already cleared out all the fierce beasts within 30 miles. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare set up a camp here. The Columbia Mountain area is relatively safe now. Blackrock Town still had a lot of dried meat. Rhodey had the gunmen carry over about 100 pounds of it to give to the ogre chieftain. After all, for the horses to run well, they need to be well fed. From what he learned, ogres have a very broad diet. Meat is their favorite, especially fresh blood and flesh. They also eat insects, tree roots, leaves, and grass. What an easy race to raise. The ogre was very grateful for the 100 pounds of dried meat, which surprised Rhodey. 3 days later, under Rhodey's command, the ogres and gunmen worked together to build 6 sturdy wooden houses at the site of the Valley Fortress. They also brought tents, bedding, oil lamps, and other supplies from Blackrock Town. Rhodey planned to stay here long term, both to supervise the ogre's logging and to study the 3 books he had. It must be said, the wide, flowing river in front and the majestic Columbia Mountain behind make for a beautiful scene. Originally, Rhodey didn't plan to let Valia and the other 3 maids come here, but they insisted on coming, so he agreed. This is the life a noble should have. In this picturesque place, the 3 maids took care of daily life, while the ogres handled the logging. Everything was in perfect order. Rhodey spends his days reading books and practicing combat skills, living a peaceful and comfortable life. Master, 15 days later, Gerda hurried back, led by a group of gunmen, and finally found Rhodey. Knight Gerda, if I had waited for you to bring help, I might have already been turned into a monster's meal, Rhodey said. Master, I am to blame. When Viscount Wilson didn't send help, I had no choice but to spread the news in Talon City, claiming that a level 4 magical beast appeared near Blackrock Town to attract mercenary groups to attack. That's why I returned 2 days late. Gerda knelt and explained. A level 4 magical beast. It seems I misunderstood you, Rhodey said softly, his face relaxing. You don't know this, but level 4 magical beasts attract mercenaries because their magic cores are valuable. A Black Iron level mercenary group can usually take one down. I also know that there is a Black Iron mercenary base in Black Iron City, Gerda added. I suppose you also know that after I fought these monsters, they surrendered. Now I control them, Rhodey said. Master, do you plan to keep controlling these dirty, greedy, and ugly creatures forever? Gerda asked in surprise. On the continent, nobles liked to recruit dwarves, elves, and half-elves because dwarves are good at making weapons, and elves are handsome. They also liked rabbit and sheep girl tribes, but no noble had ever used monsters like ogres. Knight Gerda, Blackrock Town is not good for development. I plan to build a castle here, which I will call the River Valley Fortress. From now on, the River Valley Fortress will be my territory. Ogres are good workers, and in these difficult times, using them is more suitable, Roddy said. Master, this place is indeed good. But it's 180 miles from Talon City, and another 100 miles northwest is near the more dangerous Colin Mountains, where many magical beasts roam. In winter, they often come down the mountain to hunt, so this place might not hold, Gerda said. Yes, I know all these difficulties. But what can I do? When winter comes, can I leave Black Rock Town and hide in Talon City? My dear brother, Grand Duke Boffy of the Duchy, expelled me here to let me fend for myself. I have only two choices. Either develop my own territory to protect myself, or die fighting when winter comes. There is no other way, Rhodey said. Your subordinate is willing to die for you. Gerda immediately replied with a fist. Haha, Sir Gerda, don't be so pessimistic. Maybe things aren't as bad as we think. Go prepare yourself. In a few days, accompany me to Luren City, Rhodey said. Actually, Rhodey was also worried, but right now, he urgently needed gold to create a fortress. Going to Luren City to gather gold was the only way to solve his current problems. Rhodey even thought about selling wood or to raise money, since these resources could be turned into gold through the system. Recently, under Rhodey's mental commands, the ogre's logging skills improved daily. They could cut down a lot of wood each day. Some ogres were a bit uncontrollable, so Rhodey punished them through the ogre chieftain to make them understand the serious consequences of disobedience. After some time, they would form habits, and Rhodey could leave peacefully. After all, once he left, with only the bowmen and spear teams, the ogres would be no match. If the ogres rebelled, all his hard-earned savings could be lost, so he had to be very careful. Magic was truly mysterious. By studying analysis of level 1 spell models, Rhodey gained a basic understanding of magic in this world. According to the book, magic is divided into 10 levels. Levels 1 to 3 are beginner magic, 4 to 6 are intermediate magic, 7 to 9 are advanced magic, and level 10 is forbidden magic. Correspondingly, magicians are also classified into beginner, intermediate, advanced, and mage. In fact, the Magician Guild's ranking system is more detailed, allowing specific levels to be awarded. A magician who can cast 3 level 1 spells is considered a level 1 magician. The training of magicians depends entirely on mental strength. Rhodey understood that mental strength is like a bottle that stores the magical energy elements the magician is attuned to, which are used to cast spells. The higher the mental control, the more magic energy can be stored. Casting magic involves using spells and gestures to build a spell model, which gathers elemental magic energy and releases it. At this point, Rhodey realized that when he cast magic, the mental energy he built was actually the spell model. For mages in this world, their practice involves gathering magical energy through daily meditation to improve their mental strength, and tirelessly studying, analyzing, and building spell models. Because of this, each mage's body is quite weak. Magic is really interesting. Rhodey discovered that what they call spell models are more like the mathematical models from his past life, very complex. The materials used are condensed mental energy containing magical secrets, forming magical symbols. Mages can chant to gather these symbols into runes to build spell models. The more powerful the spell, the more complex the model, and the longer it takes to cast. This book also mentions that spell models are not fixed. By optimizing their structure and improving the effectiveness of the incantations, mages can cast faster, use less magical energy, and make their magic more powerful. Therefore, mages must keep a curious mind, constantly studying and learning, and have a mindset of questioning everything and improving everything to keep progressing. I'm cheating. At this moment, Rhodey realized how powerful it was to have the heroic system magic book. He didn't need to meditate to gather magic energy or chant to build spell models. His casting was faster than other mages in this world. Based on what the book says, Rhodey felt that the magic energy he gathered seemed to be merged with the rules of this world, forcibly drawing magical elements from the universe after consuming magic points and injecting them into his spell models. Can I also learn the magic of this world? With this thought, Rhodey eagerly studied the 2 level 1 spell models recorded in the book, Water Therapy and Stone Wall. It must be said that magic is a very profound subject. Even this level 1 spell, Water Therapy, took 30 pages of parchment to explain its construction principles, the properties of the magical symbols, and the key techniques for building it. Additionally, there are 12 pages of diagrams illustrating how to draw the spell models. Clearly, with his basic understanding of wisdom arts and his background in science from his past life, Rhodey found analyzing these models quite manageable. In just 30 days, he successfully understood this spell model, which is a water-based support magic used for healing. Of course, since it is a level 1 spell, it cannot regenerate lost limbs. It can only stop bleeding and speed up wound healing. For mercenaries fighting in the wild, this magic is very useful. It can greatly reduce battle damage and quickly restore strength. Unfortunately, I haven't learned meditation, so I can't gather magical energy with my mind. How can I cast this magic? Now, Rhodey can use spells with mental help to build magic models, but he lacks the elemental magic energy needed for casting. One day, Rhodey flipped through his magic book with his mind and found that water therapy appeared under the water magic section. It is a level 1 spell that only costs 5 magic points. Yes, I did it. Rhodey immediately used his mind to activate the spell in the book. Spending 5 magic points, he successfully cast it. He was very happy. This means that as long as he understands the spell model, he can make the spell appear in his magic book. Clearly, Rhodey has a big advantage. After resting for one night, his magic points will be full again. This way, he doesn't need to meditate to cast magic. It won't interfere with his training and combat skills, and he can even cast spells instantly. This secret move must not be exposed, Rhodey thought secretly. If others find out he has such a strange ability, being able to cast spells instantly, they would definitely study him like a rare creature. However, right now, his magic points are too low to cast many spells. Next, Rhodey began analyzing the stone wall spell model. Of course, while studying spell models every day, he didn't stop practicing combat skills. He spent about an hour each morning and evening training without interruption. After analyzing water therapy, Rhodey's understanding of spell models greatly improved. The stone wall spell is more complex than water therapy, and the book used 60 pages to explain it. The purpose of the stone wall spell is to turn dirt into hard stone. To Rhodey, it's similar to cement, just much faster. It quickly hardens into a solid wall. This spell is also a support spell. In outdoor battles, it can quickly build defensive structures, providing some protection. Sure enough, after 2 weeks, Rhodey finished analyzing the spell model. It appeared in his magic book. This is a level 1 earth magic spell that costs a bit more magic points than water therapy. Now, with conscious control and deliberate coordination, the Orc Chieftain and Soros, who are key members under Rhodey, are getting along quite well. Rhodey thought that Soros was a special type of soldier, much more capable and independent than others. This made Rhodey secretly surprised. At this moment, Rhodey decided it was time to go to Luren City, not only to buy slaves, but also to register as a mage, so he could openly use magic. After all, archery and magic were Rhodey's biggest strengths. Before leaving, Rhodey gathered the Ogre Chief and Soros again to clarify their tasks. He asked the Ogre Chief to organize the logging of ogres, and Soros to stay at Blackrock Town with archers and spearmen. Since Rhodey wasn't sure if the ogres might rebel after he left, he separated them and secretly warned Soros to be careful. If the ogre tribe wanted to escape, they didn't need to fight, just protect Blackrock Town. Blackrock Town was Rhodey's nominal territory and a place to get wood. He didn't want to lose it. Knight Gerda, prepare yourself. In 2 days, we will go to Luren City together, Rhodey told Gerda. Sir, I will go prepare right away. How many soldiers should I bring? Gerda asked. No need to bring soldiers. Just the 2 of us, traveling light. Take that tan snake skin with you and find a craftsman in Luren City to make armor, Rhodey replied. The snake skin had been stored in the Blackrock Town warehouse. It was better material than the half-plate armor stored in the Lord's mansion, so it should be used. Understood. I will prepare immediately, Gerda said and left. Rhodey carefully handed 3 books to Valia for safekeeping. Valia and the 2 female slaves returned to the Lord's mansion in Blackrock Town. The other 2 books were Knights and War Horses, Life and Death, and The Fearsome Marksman. Rhodey had read them recently. They were both about combat skills. The first book explained how knights could use war horses to increase their strength. According to the book, if a knight's magic energy matched that of their war horse, they could share magic energy, as described in the book. This would speed up the transformation of their fighting spirit and greatly improve its quantity and quality. The book mentioned top knights on the continent, such as dragon knights, griffin knights, and the earthbear knights of the Buffetro family. These were the most elite knights on the continent. Roddy knows from the original owner's memory that the Buffetro family can train Earth Rage Bears as battle mounts. However, they can only apply for an Earth Rage Bear mount after cultivating the Earth Breathing technique to the silver level. It seems that the Buffetro family has a contract with the Earth Rage Bears, and the powerful beasts are definitely intelligent, not less than ordinary humans. But how to obtain an Earth Rage Bear remains unknown to Roddy from the original memories. With his current useless status, he probably hasn't had the chance to access such secrets. The book, The Terrible Sharpshooter, describes combat skills for archers, including some archery techniques like 1 arrow 3 targets, 3 arrows in a row, energy-formed arrows, and using Energy Whirl to bend the arrow's flight to chase targets. These creative small techniques brighten Roddy's eyes. His archery has already reached a certain level, but these tricks still require hard practice to become combat power. Currently, with his energy cultivation, he can't form energy-formed arrows, but using Energy Whirl to change the arrow's flight path is already somewhat achievable. Clearly, this method suits Roddy well. It effectively combines system skills with real energy combat techniques, making it very suitable for him. Master, you're going alone without any soldiers. Isn't that too risky? Solos asked worriedly before leaving. Don't worry. I am a baron of the duchy, so no one dares to attack me openly. Plus, time is tight. Winter is coming soon, and I must hurry. We don't have many war horses, and traveling with soldiers would be too slow, Roddy replied. All right, rest assured about Blackrock Town. I will follow your orders to defend it, and besides that, I will organize them to cut wood and gather resources, Solos said. 2 days later, Roddy and Gerda each rode a war horse and left. Before leaving, Roddy dismissed Gerda and stored all the wood cut by the ogre into the castle system. At this point, Roddy had accumulated 2,300 units of wood. Along with the 5,300 units of ore in the castle, Roddy planned to go to Luren City to find an opportunity to sell some to raise gold for building the fortress. Before setting out, Gerda divided the snake skin into 2 parts and tied them onto himself and Roddy's horses. Although he knew from the original owner's memory that the highlands south of Blackrock Town was 20 miles away, entering the Grand Shan Road, experiencing it firsthand was another feeling altogether. In just 10 kilometers of mountain road, the elevation drops over 1,000 meters. From the high plateau, the mountains seem to stretch out at your feet. They don't look very tall, but once you enter, you find yourself in a rugged range with towering cliffs, deep ravines, and rushing rivers. Most of this area is very hard to pass. There is only a narrow mountain path wide enough for a single cart, winding through the mountains. This mountain range is called the Northern Barrier. It is a natural fortress that keeps the orcs from invading the Grand Duchy. Along this nearly 100-mile-long mountain road, the city of Toulon has built 6 forts at the mountain passes. Each fort is staffed with a squad of soldiers led by a knight. Lord Rhodey, the lord of the expansion territory, is not allowed to leave his land without permission. Do you know why you are leaving your territory? A knight stopped Rhodey and Goth at the heavy gate of the first fort. After they showed their identities, the knight asked coldly. He had received orders from Viscount Wilson to closely watch and investigate Baron Rhodey of Blackrock Town. He was supposed to report quickly to the Viscount. For a while, he thought Rhodey had been killed by ogres and had already sent a report. But unexpectedly, Rhodey appeared again, so his tone was cold. Snap! Rhodey moved his hand, and his whip instantly turned into a shadow that left a scar on the knight's face. Knight, be careful with your words. Are you questioning Baron Buffett Rhodey? Rhodey said coldly. The knight was stunned. He didn't expect this useless man to strike so suddenly. But thinking about his past actions, he felt both anger and helplessness. The original master's fierce personality really is useful. It feels so good, Rhodey thought, using the original master's usual behavior to teach this knight, and he felt very pleased. Lord Rhodey is going to Luren City to buy slaves and manage the territory. Goth was also surprised. He didn't think Rhodey was such a violent person, but he couldn't deny that it was satisfying to see him suddenly act out. He quickly explained, I misspoke. Please forgive me, my lord. the knight said hurriedly, feeling both wronged and helpless. After all, even if Rhodey wanted to leave his land, with his status, no knight could question him. And since Rhodey was leaving to buy slaves, not fleeing secretly, no one could really say anything. Send a letter to Lord Viscount. That useless person didn't die. Instead, he left the territory for Luren City. Roddy and Gerda crossed the fortress and continued south along the Grand Mountain Road. The impatient knight, after being whipped, angrily ordered his soldiers to quickly send a messenger hawk into the sky to deliver the message. Sir, it's already dark. We can't reach Luren City tonight. Even if we rush, the city gates will be closed. Why not find a place by the roadside to set up a temporary camp, eat something, and rest for the night? We can cross Luren City early tomorrow morning, Gerda suggested. No rush. Let's go a bit further, Roddy said casually, though he was anxious to keep moving quickly. They continued forward for about 3 or 4 miles. It was completely dark now, and the rough road made it hard to go on. They turned a mountain pass, and on a flat area beside a small river along the path, more than 10 bonfires were burning. The smell of roasted meat drifted through the air, and over 10 tents had been set up. Simple barriers were built around the tents, making it look like a temporary camp. Sir, this is probably a mercenary camp, Gerda quickly said. I heard mercenaries are friendly and hospitable. We might stay here for the night, Roddy said, interested. This was their first time encountering mercenaries in this world. That sounds good, Gerda whispered. Suddenly, an arrow shot through the air and stuck into a tree trunk next to Roddy. Stranger, stop right there. A warning voice came from behind a dark rock beside the road. Mercenary brothers, I am Knight Gerda. This is my lord, Baron Roddy. We are passing through and would like to stay for the night. May we? Gerda called out loudly. We'll let your group in, the voice replied after a moment. Then, a person dressed in black leather armor, carrying a purple cedar bough, jumped out from behind the rocks and landed lightly in front of Roddy and Gerda. This person wore a hood that covered most of their face, revealing only a fair, delicate face, very beautiful. Let's go, the person said coldly, glancing at them. Then, after the two had dismounted, they slowly entered the tent. Are you Lord Roddy Buffett, the pioneer baron of Black Rock Town? A rough man carrying a large sword approached and asked as the campfire cast a red glow over the area. Yes, I am, Roddy smiled gently and said, I am Baroque, the leader of the Blood Dagger mercenary group. Welcome, Lord Baron. Baroque spoke warmly. Thank you very much, Roddy nodded. Then, Gerda tied their horses. Under Baroque's guidance, Roddy sat on a bearskin mat near the biggest bonfire. Soon, a mercenary brought a fragrant roasted pig leg, and another brought a bowl of dark rye beer. Lord Baron, our mercenaries live on rough food and risk their lives with blades. Please bear with it, Baroque said. You're too kind, leader. I haven't been able to eat well in Black Rock Town lately, and I haven't tasted such delicious beer in a long time, Roddy said loudly after drinking a bowl. Haha, I thought the noble family of Buffetro only liked fine red wine from the Elven Kingdom, Baroque laughed. Leader Baroque, red wine tastes too delicate. This drink is strong enough, Roddy said with a smile. Ha ha, Roddy's words made the mercenaries burst into laughter, making the atmosphere more lively. Gerda sat nearby, secretly surprised. Earlier, Roddy had whipped the castle knights and acted very reckless and violent. Now, he seemed like a bold mercenary. Gerda couldn't see through him. Leader, what's the plan for tonight? After a while, a mercenary stood up and asked. Fencing, Baroque waved his hand. Soon, the group was divided into 3 teams. Roddy looked and saw each team had 20 people. We must win this time. Each team leader was motivating their members before the duel. Lord Baron, our mercenaries live on the edge, so we don't work hard during peace, but we need to bleed more in battle. My men are full of energy. If we don't use it up, they'll keep dreaming of Luren City's nightingales, and they won't sleep, Baroque said with a smile. Just call me Roddy, Roddy replied with a smile. What is fencing? It's a contest of sword skills without using magic. Basically, it's about stabbing quickly, seeing who strikes faster. In a split second, a quick attack can kill the enemy. A slow one might get you killed, Baroque explained simply. At this moment, Roddy also noticed that everyone had brought their own wooden swords. Each team took turns stepping forward to duel with others. The sword fights were very fast, with 3 strikes deciding the winner. After each match, the team captain would give a quick review, making it easy to see who was better. Gradually, Rhodey's eyes lit up. He had to admit that this kind of sword practice, combined with the reviews, felt very real and practical. The insightful comments especially helped Rhodey learn a lot. "Lord Baron, do you want to try a match?" Baroque asked Rhodey after the third team finished their duel. "Sure." Rhodey agreed without hesitation, feeling the lively atmosphere. "Hall, you practice with the Lord Baron," Baroque said to the team captain. "Be careful, Lord Baron." "I won't hold back," Hall replied, taking a wooden sword. It was clear he looked down on nobles like Rhodey, thinking the sword at Rhodey's waist was just for show. Rhodey's reputation as a useless person was well known. "Okay." Rhodey smiled slightly, taking the wooden sword handed to him by Baroque. He took a deep breath, recalling how he had felt during the previous duels. Now he wanted to try his skills and improve himself. Both stood still. Hall quickly his wooden sword straight at Rhodey's chest, but he was holding back, aiming away from Rhodey's face and chest, which was protected by armor. The wooden sword wouldn't hurt Rhodey. Suddenly, Rhodey's wooden sword moved faster than Hall's, knocking Hall's sword aside. Then, Rhodey's sword tip stopped steadily at Hall's neck. Again, Hall's face turned red with embarrassment. He couldn't believe he had lost to someone he looked down on. This time, Hall attacked more quickly and sharply. His sword aimed at Rhodey's neck, but Rhodey reacted just in time, knocking Hall's sword aside again, with the tip stopping at Hall's neck. Ch-ch-chick. Hall's face was flushed with anger. On his third move, he made his sword create 4 or 5 shadow images, all stabbing toward Rhodey's face. Bang! Rhodey reacted faster again, his sword striking first. The shadow images disappeared instantly, and his sword tip stopped at Hall's neck. "I lost." "I admire you," Hall said with a smile. Suddenly, the soldiers burst into thunderous applause. They have always respected the strong. If Rhodey had suffered a terrible defeat, they might look down on him even more. Attack Power 1. At this moment, a dialogue box suddenly appeared on Rhodey's screen. Sure enough, I guessed correctly. Previously, visiting the Wisdom Stone could increase experience. Now, the mercenary camp tent can boost attack, just like in the game. It's like a gift from heaven. How could I refuse? However, Rhodey faintly sensed that to gain attribute bonuses, the first step was to earn the recognition of the mercenaries and have some gains. At this moment, Rhodey happily opened his hero panel to check. Rhodey, level 8 Knight Attack, 6 Defense, 3 Strength, 2 Knowledge, 3 Specialty, Archery Experience, 10,900 Magic Points, 50/50 Skills, Basic Leadership, Advanced Archery, Basic Wisdom, Basic Attack, Basic Earth Magic, Basic Intelligence, Basic Air Magic. This was the attribute panel before he obtained the Ogre Staff. As he increased his attack power by a little, a warm flow of energy slowly surged through his body and quickly disappeared. With his stamina increasing, the small boost in attack power felt less noticeable, but accumulated over time, it would subtly strengthen his body. Earlier, Rhodey was able to act faster mainly because his mental strength could extend outward, controlling a 40-meter radius around him, allowing him to keenly sense the opponent's sword intentions. Of course, during this period, Rhodey had been diligently practicing the whirlwind sword technique, which greatly improved his swordsmanship. Without that, he wouldn't have been able to do this. Knight Gerda, we received news that a level 4 beast appeared near Blackrock Town. Is this information reliable? Baroque asked Gerda at this moment. Nothing has appeared recently. Maybe it's just passing through. However, there's been an abnormal situation with the orcs in the Grangau Highlands. A goblin tribe migrated near Blackrock Town, and now we have subdued them, Gerda replied seriously. Rhodey saw Gerda lying without hesitation and couldn't help but smile. He was a righteous knight after all. Sure enough, even honest knights sometimes tell lies. You've subdued a goblin tribe? Baroque was shocked. I no longer have any civilians under my command. These goblins are strong and good for logging and clearing land, Rhodey said casually. You're brave. It seems Lord Buffett's court has underestimated you, Lord Rhodey, Baroque said thoughtfully. The next morning, the Blood Dagger mercenary group decided to continue searching for the level 4 magical beast in the Columbia Mountains. Rhodey and Gerda didn't try to persuade them again, and instead headed toward Luren City. Sir, Luren City is just ahead, Gerda pointed to a dark, iron-like wall standing between two tall mountains, blocking the mountain pass. As they approached, they saw that the black stone wall was covered with many scratches, likely caused by sharp weapons. Clearly, there had been many battles here. Now, the city gate was open, and they verified their identities before entering smoothly. Luren City is small, a border town controlled by Viscount Wilson, and it serves as a defensive outpost against invading monsters. Although small, the city has complete facilities, including a tavern, blacksmith, general store, tailor, and a small potion shop. The largest buildings are two barracks, one on the east and one on the west, inside the city. The potion shop has a magic guild emblem hanging above its door, indicating it belongs to the magic guild. Earlier, Gerda bought an antidote potion from this potion shop. Rhodey and Gerda didn't stay long. They crossed the city and headed south. Outside Luren City, they saw endless plains stretching in front of them, extending southward. Black Rye Town is just ahead. There's a Black Rye Tavern there, famous for its delicious black rye beer and roast beef. We can stay there for the night, Gerda said as dusk fell, leaving Viscount Wilson's territory behind. As they traveled, Rhodey gained a deeper understanding of this world. The land was divided into many small territories, each with its own castle surrounded by villages with different functions. The lord lived in the castle, and the villages depended on the lord. Some villages and estates were granted to knights and became knightly domains. Territories were usually separate and isolated, living mostly by farming and hunting. Only larger towns and cities had merchant groups and markets. All right, let's rest here for the night, Rhodey nodded. He and Gerda dismounted and walked into the town. At dusk, farmers outside the town were returning from their fields, and the flow of people continued steadily. At this moment, Rhodey saw a small, slender woman wearing a cloak walking quickly toward him. He felt a sudden chill from her and instinctively stopped in place. In an instant, the small woman's body blurred into a shadow. A short dagger appeared in her hand, and she suddenly lunged straight at Rhodey's heart. Her speed was so fast it was like a ghost, almost impossible to see in the dusk. She flashed past, aiming to attack. Fortunately, Rhodey's mental strength was strong enough to sense her attack. He quickly moved to the side to dodge. He narrowly avoided her deadly strike, but he appeared in his leather armor, exposing his skin. The dagger's blade lightly brushed his skin, causing a sharp, stabbing pain and a small cut. If Rhodey hadn't used his fighting spirit to protect himself and his armor, he might have been seriously hurt in an instant. Clearly, the assassin's dagger was very sharp, capable of cutting through metal and stone. "Sir, be careful. It's in shadow, assassin," shouted Goth angrily, drawing his knight's sword and rushing forward. Rhodey spun his body to dodge, then drew his knight's sword and swung it to block. A flash of sword light shot out to defend himself, but the assassin moved like a ghost, quickly avoiding Rhodey's sword. She reappeared behind him, her dagger like a lively snake attacking again. Although Rhodey used his fighting spirit to defend, he knew he couldn't stop her dagger attacks. He awkwardly rolled away to escape. Goth, furious, charged forward like a wild bear trying to catch a quick flea, but he couldn't stop the assassin from getting close and fighting him. The assassin didn't care about Goth. She kept attacking Rhodey with clever, deadly moves, one after another. Protective shield. Attack speed. Rhodey, despite his strong mental perception, knew he couldn't keep up with her speed. He managed to dodge 3 attacks in a row, but realized he would die if he kept fighting like this. Her speed was too fast. Even with his mental powers to track her movements, he couldn't react quickly enough. Goth's furious attacks were useless against her. Rhodey then focused his mind and cast 2 magic spells from his magic book to help himself. Now, his wind and earth magic had reached a basic level, and their power had increased a lot. The magic cost was lower, making him more effective in battle. Just as Rhodey's magical shield was slightly delayed in activating, the assassin, like a swift cat, lunged forward, rolling towards him. She repeatedly stabbed her dagger into Rhodey's chest. "Master!" Gerda shouted angrily, but he couldn't keep up and could only watch anxiously. Suddenly, a yellowish spinning shield appeared in front of Rhodey. The assassin's dagger hit it with a loud clang, but it couldn't break through Rhodey's protective magic shield, nor touch his leather armor. Clearly, the shield's defense was stronger than Rhodey expected, and it even had a slight bouncing effect. Wow! The assassin was shocked when she couldn't break the shield. She quickly jumped up and tried to disappear into the darkness. But Rhodey also leapt up instantly, moving much faster than before. His sword flashed as he swung it toward the assassin. In that moment, Rhodey's speed surpassed hers. His sword light flickered, and 2 blood wounds appeared on her back. Although the assassin was fast, her defense was weak. She turned her head with a look of sadness and faint pleading on her beautiful face, but Rhodey ignored her. He didn't give her time to react. With one strike, he cut her neck, and she slowly fell to the ground. "Are you okay, master?" Gerda, feeling ashamed, quickly moved to Rhodey's side, looking around cautiously. "I'm fine, just a minor wound." Rhodey then cast a healing spell on himself, and his wound healed quickly. "Master, you are a mage," Gerda said, trembling with emotion. "Not long ago, I got a magic book from an ogre and learned a few small spells. I didn't expect it to save my life at a critical moment." "What kind of profession is this shadow assassin? So difficult to deal with," Rhodey said. "Shadow assassins are professional killers, usually part of an underground organization called the Assassin Guild. They can be hired through the Thieves Guild," Gerda explained. "So, someone hired the assassin to kill me," Rhodey said with a grim face. "This shadow assassin is a high-level professional. Once close, assassins can often kill targets 2 levels above them. If you hadn't reacted quickly, it could have been dangerous today," Gerda said, still shaken. Not long after, a knight arrived on horseback, followed by a group of soldiers. "I am Sheriff Jiro of Blackwheat Town. Who are you, and why are you killing people without reason?" The knight pointed his sword at the 2 men and asked loudly. The soldiers immediately surrounded them. "Sir, my master is Lord Rhodey Buffett of Blackrock Town. An assassin tried to kill him, but we fought back and killed the attacker," I explained quickly. The knight paused, naturally noticing the Buffett family crest on Rhodey's chest. He saluted as a knight, dismounted, and examined the assassin. When he tore off the assassin's face, the beautiful mask fell away, revealing a thin, pale man's face, which looked quite ugly. "Lord Rhodey, I am sorry that such an event happened in my territory. I will investigate carefully," Jiro said politely. "Knight Jiro, we are just passing through and didn't expect such a thing to happen," Rhodey replied casually, then picked up the dagger near the assassin and said, "This is my trophy. Do you mind if I take it?" "Of course, my lord. Go ahead," Jiro said quickly. "Let's go to the Blackweed Inn," Rhodey suggested. "My lord, why don't we stay at the nearby lord's castle for the night?" Gerda hesitated. "No need. If someone hired an assassin to kill me, and we killed the attacker, they wouldn't react so quickly. But I have no enemies in the north. Who would hire someone to kill me?" "That's interesting," Rhodey thought, secretly guessing. The buildings in this world are typical medieval style, simple, rough, and heavy. Next to the tavern is a stable. Gerda the 2 horses, and they entered together. The lively atmosphere made Rhodey feel like walking into a countryside pub. There was cheerful chatter everywhere, and the smell of ale, roasted meat, and bread filled the air. "Old liar, if your hand doesn't behave, I'll cut it off and feed it to the pigs," a rough man said, slapping a hand on a voluptuous girl's. She immediately pouted and looked annoyed. "Ha ha ha," Liar said, sniffing deeply at his hand and showing a hint of nostalgia. Then he asked, "Liar, don't you miss the old days?" "Humph, a worthless old scoundrel who can't even spare a gold coin. You might as well go release yourself in the pigsty." The girl with a graceful waist turned and walked away. When she saw Rhodey and Goth, her eyes lit up, and she approached them. "Honored guest, welcome to the Black Rye Tavern. We serve famous black rye beer, rye bread, roast beef, and bring us 2 barrels of black rye beer, 2 plates of roast meat, and 2 servings of bread." Goth was very familiar with this, so he ordered the food immediately, then invited Rhodey to sit in a quieter corner. "Goth, don't be nervous. The beer and roast meat taste good." Soon, when the food arrived, Rhodey started eating. Goth kept a watchful eye on the surroundings, not eating much himself. Rhodey, noticing this, advised him. Actually, now Rhodey's mental strength could extend about 20 meters outward, so he could sense everything around him clearly. He wasn't too worried. "Honored guest, do you need someone to keep you company tonight?" After eating, Goth went to arrange for a place to stay. There were a few stone houses in the tavern's backyard, with simple wooden beds and stools. The cost for dinner and lodging was 2 silver coins. As they entered the backyard, the girl with a graceful waist hurried after them and said, "No need." Goth refused. Then they entered 2 adjacent rooms. Rhodey could naturally sense that Goth hardly slept. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the stool, always paying attention to any movement in Rhodey's room. He was very loyal. But Rhodey knew that Goth had no real intention of truly submitting to him. They were just in a hired relationship. Rhodey slept holding the ogre's staff. After a night, his magic was restored, and he felt much more at ease. "Sir, there are 2 routes you can choose from. One is to go around the Varda Plain, and the other is to pass directly through the hillland." "I suggest we take the Varda Plain," Goth proposed the next morning. "No, we can't waste too much time on the road. Let's go through the hillland." Rhodey shook his head. From the memories of his original body, Rhodey knew he had taken the Varda Plain when he arrived. To reach Luren City from here, traveling through the Varda Plain would be at least 500 miles, doubling the distance. The hillland route was only about 200 miles. But Goth's suggestion to take the plain was mainly for safety, as the hillland was known as a bandit nest. The hills within 1,000 miles stretch out like a row of steamed buns, standing closely together on the land. Although these hills are much lower than the Columbia Mountains, they are full of dangerous rapids, gullies, dense forests, and rivers. The terrain is steep and the roads are rough. Unlike the Columbia Mountains, which produce valuable timber, this area has no owners and is a wild, deserted land. Located between 2 duchies, it is free of fierce monsters, making it a haven for bandits. There are dozens of well-known bandit groups here. Each time the duchies send troops to clear them out, they fail. As a result, this wilderness becomes a rarely visited place, only frequented by large, catching groups and bounty hunters. If the Lord insists on crossing the hills, I have a plan. We can take a secret route to pass quickly, Goth said. Good, Rhodey nodded. Goth was quite familiar with the hills. The route he chose was rough and difficult, but hidden. The 2 rode fast on their horses, covering over 200 miles. In just one day, they were almost out of the hills. Suddenly, a small group of bandits blocked their way from behind and ahead. "Honored noble, leave your horse, sword, and leather armor. We'll keep your dignity and leave you with your underwear." "Ha." 8 bandits, dressed in fine leather armor and armed with swords, shields, long spears, and bows, appeared from the dense forest beside the mountain path, blocking the way. One of them sneered and shouted. This bandit was a one-eyed man. His other eye was missing, and a hideous scar ran across his cheek. "You're One-Eyed Bill. Sir, you should retreat quickly." "I will hold him off," Goth shouted nervously. Ha. I never thought I'd catch a big fish today." "Oh, the badge of the Buffett family. You're that useless baron. Since you know my reputation, why don't you surrender?" Bill's eye lit up as he looked at Rhodey's badge of the Earth Bear, a symbol on his chest, and he laughed wildly with a bloodthirsty gleam in his eye. "Do you know this person?" Rhodey asked Goth. "One-Eyed Bill, known as a noble hunter, a black iron-level professional," Goth whispered. "Goth, I'll handle the others." "You deal with Bill," Rhodey said, dismounting and drawing his knight's sword. The terrain was rugged, with dense forest and rocks nearby. Rhodey's horse was not well coordinated with him and couldn't form a strong fighting force, so they could only fight on foot. "Sir, he is a black iron-level professional and has been at this level for many years. He's an experienced black iron fighter," Gerda said nervously. "It's okay," Rhodes said calmly, a faint yellow fighting energy flickering on his knight's sword. "Sir, be careful. This villain has been roaming the northern lands for nearly 10 years. He's cruel, bloodthirsty, experienced in battle, and skilled in fighting techniques. Don't underestimate him," Gerda warned quickly, seeing Rhodes calm and knowing they were now cornered. "Rhodes can use magic. Facing Bill now is their only way to turn the situation around. If Rhodes can hold Bill off for a while, and they deal with the other bandits afterward, there might still be hope. But the other 7 enemies are also tough. The fine leather armor on these bandits is surprising, and 3 of them are clearly professionals, not just a bunch of thugs. Ha. The useless members of the Buffetro family are actually high-level professionals. If this gets out, the whole duchy will be shocked. But unfortunately, today you will become my noble hunter's prey," Bill said loudly, drawing his huge sword. Rhodes didn't bother to talk back. He activated his knight's sword technique, unleashing a whirlwind of sword light toward Bill. Bill laughed loudly. He swung his huge sword, and a thick, yellow fighting energy like a heavy rock crushed toward Rode. Clearly, Bill mastered a higher-level fighting technique, and his fighting energy was more refined and powerful than Rode's. In a fight of techniques, Rode was no match for him. Boom! Their sword lights clashed, and fighting energy spread out in all directions. Rode's sword light was instantly swallowed, with no splash or spark. He was knocked back, blood boiling, and he struggled to stand. Chich! Rode quickly cast spells on himself, boosting his attack speed and activating a protective shield. It was obvious that Rode's fighting techniques alone couldn't match Bill's. Rode relied mainly on magic. Unlike other mages, Rode's magic didn't need chanting. His spells were built automatically by his system, allowing him to cast instantly. Bill knocked Rode away with a single strike, feeling confident he had won. He never expected Rode to cast magic so quickly and without preparation, leaving him completely unguarded. In an instant, Rode's speed doubled, and he quickly circled around Bill's side, delivering a deadly strike. The sword pierced directly into his abdomen. However, Bill was experienced in battle and reacted quickly. His sword flicked to cut toward Rode's chest. Rode had to retreat swiftly, abandoning his attack to avoid a fatal. Bill's sword light still grazed Rode's chest, producing a sharp, tearing sound. His protective shield was cut open by the sword's force, but Rode used the momentum to leap back several meters. "You can use magic," Bill shouted in surprise. At this moment, he became more aggressive, advancing instead of retreating. He sealed his wound with fighting energy to prevent heavy bleeding. A yellow glow appeared beneath his feet as he jumped fiercely toward Rode, attacking relentlessly. "That's a high-level movement technique." Rode's eyes narrowed as he saw the yellow light beneath Bill's feet, thinking silently. Rode had to retreat quickly. After using his movement technique, Bill's speed was nearly equal to Rode's enhanced attack speed with magic. Clearly, Bill underestimated his opponent. If he had used his movement technique and sword skills right away, Rode might already be injured. But now, Bill was the one hurt. He sealed his wound with fighting energy, but his abdomen was injured. Using movement and sword skills consumed a lot of fighting energy, which couldn't last long. Rode's magic didn't drain his fighting energy, so he understood that his main goal was to delay time. Meanwhile, Gerda was already in a tough fight. It wasn't as easy as he thought to quickly eliminate the 7 enemies supporting Rode. Among them were 3 professionals, 2 intermediate sword masters, and 1 beginner assassin. The other 4 included a bowman, posing a significant threat to Gerda. Suddenly, Gerda was hit in the arm by an arrow, blood pouring out. He couldn't fully protect himself with fighting energy, and even ordinary archers could cause him harm. In a flash, Rode moved toward the archer's position. When he was 20 meters away, he cast a magic divine arrow. A yellow magical arrow shot out, piercing through the archer's neck. The archer collapsed instantly. Bill roared in anger. During his pursuit, Rode unexpectedly cast a magic spell to kill one of Bill's archers. This made Bill very furious and also very surprised. Usually, when fighting magicians, they need to chant to cast spells. Even the fastest chants take many seconds, so Bill had never seen a magician fight up close. At such a short distance, magicians could easily avoid attacks. But Rode didn't chant at all. He cast spells almost instantly. It was terrifying. Now is the time. Rode felt his speed attack and protective shield magic were fading. He knew the moment had come. Without hesitation, he quickly seized the chance and cast his last spell, Hindrance, because his magic power was almost gone and could only support this one spell. A yellowish glow of light appeared around Rode. It then covered Bill, who was chasing behind. Bill suddenly felt like he was stuck in mud. His speed dropped sharply, and he couldn't even use his agility skills. Whoosh! Rode suddenly turned sharply, his body moving in a half circle. His sword light swept like a ribbon, instantly breaking through Gerda's protective energy shield. Then, from the side, he stabbed into Gerda's stomach, tearing his internal organs apart. "I can die at the hands of a useless magic warrior hybrid. I have no regrets." Haha. The Buffetro family really was blind, Bill shouted loudly. Blood spurted from his nose and mouth as he fell to the ground. Level up! At this moment, with Bill dead, Rode saw images of himself practicing archery in his mind. He knew he had leveled up again. But now was not the time to open the hero panel and choose skills. Rhodey quickly took his bow from his back, leapt into the air, and stood on a large rock. He aimed his bow and shot an arrow to support Gerda from above. At this time, Gerda was also very frustrated. He had wanted to quickly finish off the remaining enemies to help Rhodey. Now that Rhodey had already killed Bill, Gerda not only failed to kill the others, but was also surrounded and attacked. Several wounds on his body looked very serious. Rhodey slowly drew his arrow. A yellowish energy of earth element magic climbed along his finger and wrapped around the arrow. After improving his archery again, Rhodey finally understood some of the techniques described in the Fearsome Marksman. He could now use the guided arrow, a skill that covered the arrow with battle energy, using its rotation to speed up and slightly change its flight path to strike enemies. In Rhodey's view, when mastered, the guided arrow would be like a guided missile from his previous life, able to automatically chase its target. Of course, Rhodey was still far from that level. For now, he could only make the arrow curve a little in flight, not circle or track enemies on its own. In truth, achieving that level wasn't just about archery skill. It also required strong mental power that could extend outward, allowing him to sense the arrow's position and the flow of energy around it. Whoosh! The arrow flew out, drawing a smooth arc before hitting the neck of a bandit attacking Goad. The man cried out and fell to the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Standing calmly on a large rock, Rhodey kept drawing and releasing his bow. At his level, every shot was deadly. One by one, the remaining bandits fell. Seeing the situation turn hopeless, one man tried to flee into the forest. Rhodey quickly shot him in the leg, and the man stumbled forward, crying out in pain as he tried to escape. "Surrender or die?" Rhodey shouted. "Sir, I surrender." An arrow brushed past the man's ear, leaving a shallow cut. Terrified, he dropped to the ground and begged for mercy. "Goad, stop!" Rhodey called out when he saw Goad raise his sword to strike the man down. "Sir, why keep him alive?" Goad asked. "Their valuables are likely hidden in their camp. You're injured and can't move easily. Stay here and clean up the battlefield. I'll check their hideout." Rhodey pointed at the captured bandit. "Sir, that's too dangerous," Goad said quickly. His wounds needed treatment, and though he couldn't go himself, he didn't want Rhodey to take the risk either. "Don't worry. Their leader is already defeated. It'll be fine." Rhodey waved his hand, then pressed his knight's sword lightly against the wounded bandit's neck. Taking out a contract from his pouch, he said, "Sign this, and I'll spare your life." "Sir, just end it. I, Richard, will never be a. Let me sign a contract, or just let me die," the thief said quietly, closing his eyes and waiting for death. "Lead the way ahead. If you cooperate well, I might spare your life," Rhodey said softly, sensing the thief's pulse carefully. He realized the man truly didn't want to be and admired his courage. Then he spoke coldly. "Yes, sir. I will cooperate." The thief quickly threw down his crossed sword and nodded repeatedly. The thief then led the way, with Rhodey following closely 3 meters behind, heading toward a remote mountain trail. Intermediate intelligence and defense magic, Rhodey thought as a message appeared in front of him. He focused his mind on intermediate intelligence. The recent battle showed Rhodey how powerful magic could be, and the magic points given by the system seemed to have no element restrictions. It was a cheat-like advantage, so he wanted to increase his magic points. With intermediate intelligence, his magic limit increases by 50%. Now, after equipping the ogre's staff, he had 20 base magic points. With the boost, he reached 30 points, allowing him to cast one more spell, which could turn the tide in critical moments. The one attribute point gained was randomly added to his attack, making his blood energy thicker and his fighting spirit stronger. After an hour of traveling, they covered about 10 miles into the mountains. The rugged trail twisted through the valley, and finally, they reached a mountain hollow. In the distance, they saw a village, clearly their hideout. "Don't try any tricks." "Where is the sentry?" Rhodey asked coldly, pointing his sword at the thief's waist. It's over there." The thief stiffened and pointed to a patch of weeds about 100 meters ahead. Rhodey carefully observed and finally spotted a hut hidden beneath the weeds. He saw a figure lying inside, seemingly napping, not paying attention or on alert. Quietly, Rhodey approached within 20 meters and shot an arrow. The arrow, wrapped in fighting energy, spun, and changed course to avoid the thorns blocking the way. It slipped through a gap and pierced the person's neck. The figure let out a faint cry and then stopped moving. "Next time, if you don't give an early warning, you'll be the one to die," Rhodey said coldly, scolding Richard. "Yes, sir," Richard replied nervously. Clearly, he originally held on to a hope that, as a noble, Rhodey wouldn't understand the tricks of bandits and wouldn't know about the hidden guards. He thought that once the hidden guards spotted Rhodey, they would alert the guards outside to kill him, giving him a chance to survive. But he didn't expect that Rhodey had already anticipated this, causing his plan to fail. "How many people are still inside?" Rhodey asked quickly while the man was trembling. "3 hidden guards outside. The Lord just killed one, so there are 2 left. Inside the camp, there are 3 companions, 6 female slaves, and 10 male slaves," the man replied. "You're lying," Rhodey said sharply, narrowing his eyes. He pressed his sword against the man's neck, energy swirling around him. A streak of blood appeared, and fresh blood flowed out. Rhodey used his mental power to scan him and clearly sensed that the man was very unstable mentally, obviously lying. There is also a hostage, a young lady from the Count's family, kidnapped by Bill's men from outside. They have contacted the Thief Guild, and the ransom was supposed to be delivered tonight. We were out earlier to scout, and by chance, we met you. Now, the girl is imprisoned in a cave. One of our companions is guarding her. He is an intermediate-level professional." The thief trembled as he spoke. "Haha, no wonder you're a noble hunter, quite good at business," Rhodey said with a smile, deliberately easing the atmosphere. He still needed this man to cooperate, clear the outer guards, and break into the camp. Following the man's guidance, Rhodey successfully eliminated the other 2 guards. It was clear that this place was very secretive. Without someone leading the way, it would be very hard to get in or find where the guards were hiding. One guard was sleeping in a tree house built in the branches of a large tree, and the other was dozing behind a rocky shelter. Rhodey approached them quietly, neither noticed him. With Rhodey's current mental strength, everything within 20 meters was reflected in his mind. He could easily shoot and kill with 1 arrow. Rhodey climbed up to the top of the tree where the guard was sleeping, overlooking the entire camp. The camp was hidden in a secret valley, surrounded by dense forest and built along the mountain. The space inside was small, with about a dozen rough wooden and stone houses. Behind the camp, there was a field where 10 slaves were working, planting vegetables and some potatoes. The camp walls were made of round logs, with 2 watchtowers. Each had a person on duty, but both were very careless. One was dozing with a long spear in hand, and the other tower was empty. Rhodey shot the sleeping person dead with an arrow, then dragged the thief into the camp. Once inside, he heard strange sounds coming from a house. Rhodey approached and used his mental power to look through the door, and he was surprised. Inside the room, there was a sleeping mat with 2 large animal skins on it. A strong man and 5 women with their clothes mostly removed were doing something inappropriate. That, Richard, who was being taken back by Rhodey, muttered quietly in anger. "Go knock on the door," Rhodey whispered threateningly. Richard had no choice but to go and knock. "Richard, is Big Boss Bill back?" a man inside asked nervously, peeking out of the door. It was clear he was hiding what was happening from Bill. Suddenly, a sword light shot out, and the man was instantly killed, a sword through his neck. The 5 women inside screamed sharply. "Who's there?" At this moment, a wooden gate near the cliff was kicked open, and a thief with a long cross-shaped sword rushed out. It was obvious this was the same thief who had spoken earlier. Rhodey immediately turned to face him, swinging his sword, with fighting energy swirling around, covering the thief in a bright sword light. Seeing this fight, Richard saw his chance. He turned and ran toward the camp gate. If he could escape into the forest, with his knowledge of the complex terrain, Rhodey wouldn't catch him. But just as he ran out of the camp, he heard a whooshing sound behind him. He turned around and saw an arrow pierce his neck. At the same time, he saw his companion, an intermediate professional, lying in a pool of blood. In less than 3 breaths, the opponent had been killed by Rhodey. Rhodey turned and shot an arrow at Richard, killing him. "I wanted to spare your life," Rhodey thought. He had admired the other's bravery earlier, but he didn't expect him to be so cunning. He tricked him and took the chance to escape. Rhodey looked toward the house where the 5 women were hiding. He ignored them and headed toward the stronger, more solid-looking house in the middle. That was probably Bill's room, and it should have good stuff inside. Regarding the 10 slaves working in the fields behind the village, they naturally heard the sounds of the fight and peeked to watch. Rhodey glanced at them. They all cowered on the ground, unsure of what to do. So, Rhodey ignored them. These slaves seemed indifferent. The death of the thief appeared to have nothing to do with them. Bill's room was much better than the other houses. The floor was covered with wood, and inside there was a large bed, a simple desk, and an oil lamp. There were even 2 books on the desk. Rhodey was mainly interested in whether there were gold coins and fighting skills. After careful searching, he found a large wooden chest under the bed. When he opened it, his eyes widened because the chest was filled with shining gold coins. There are 2,000 gold coins. Rhodey added them to the castle system. Looking at the resource bar below the panel, he was suddenly a bit surprised. He now had enough gold to build a fortress, which requires 5,000 coins. Originally, Rhodey planned to secretly exchange wood or for gold, but now he didn't need to. This was a big surprise. Besides the gold coins, the large chest also contained 30 contracts and a sheepskin book. However, there were only 16 slaves left now, so clearly some had been mistreated and died. "Come here, everyone," Rhodey said. Then, he used the contracts to channel his fighting energy into his throat. A deep voice echoed throughout the village. 10 male slaves trembled and looked frightened as they entered through the back gate and knelt on the ground, heads bowed. 5 female slaves did the same. They had messy clothes and knelt without raising their heads. Another female came out of a cave. She looked quite beautiful and different from the others, clearly not having been harmed. "I am Rhodey Buffett, Baron of Blackrock Town. The noble hunter Bill and these dirty thieves have all been killed by me. Now, you are my slaves. From now on, I will make sure you are fed and warm, no longer suffering from hunger. If you behave well, in my territory, you might even marry, have children, and pass on your lineage. Eventually, you or your descendants could be freed from slavery and become commoners. May I serve my master with my life," said a young male, about 20 years old, after a moment of silence. He slightly lifted his head and spoke loudly, a faint light flickering in his dull eyes. With this leading the way, the 16 slaves immediately knelt on the ground, but their words sounded mechanical and perfunctory. Rhodey would not let them go. In this world, slaves without a master are like stray dogs. Perhaps they would die in that ditch. Freeing them would only put them in danger. Moreover, slaves are wealth. It must be said that the slaves Bill bought were all young and strong, around 18 years old, though somewhat undernourished and looking a bit weak. In fact, once they become slaves, following a noble like Rhodey is much better than being with reckless bandits who don't care about them. These bandits also treat slaves as nothing, and many male and female slaves have been abused and killed before. "What is your name?" Rhodey asked the leading. "Respectful master, my name is the Bowed." "Good. From now on, you will be their leader. I promote you to a soldier. If you all perform well, you can be promoted too," Rhodey said loudly. "Thank you, master." Immediately cheered, and the other slaves, who had been cold and expressionless, finally showed a glimmer of hope and knelt down. According to the rules of the continent, soldiers are paid much better than common farmers. They can at least eat well and stay warm. If the master is kind, he might even teach them combat skills. This is a dream promotion for many slaves. Because combat skills are very valuable, far beyond what people of their status usually have access to. "Master, can I also fight for you?" The female who had come out of the cave hesitantly asked. Clearly, she also wanted to become a soldier, but on the continent, nobles rarely promote or use female slaves as soldiers. "What is your name?" Rhodey asked with some surprise. "Respectful master, my name is Ilya," the woman said nervously but bravely. "The trial period is 3 months. If you can show your training results, loyalty, and value during this time, I will promote you to a soldier. The same goes for others. If you perform well enough, it's not impossible that I will free you from slavery and make you my militia," Rhodey said loudly. "Thank you, master." When she said this, the 16 slaves' eyes lit up with passion, and they knelt down in gratitude. Because on the mainland, social classes are strict. Nobles, big and small, never see slaves as people, and they certainly don't talk about freeing slaves. Just having enough to eat is already a good thing for them. But no one wants to be a for life. The goal for these slaves is to become commoners and escape their status. In fact, Rhodey was experimenting on these people to see if he could train them to become heroic soldiers. Earlier, Rhodey tried to project the consciousness of 16 people into his mind, but it didn't work. Clearly, they couldn't become hero soldiers at this time. Rhodey thought it was because they weren't loyal enough, which is why he was mobilizing them. Of course, Rhodey wasn't lying to them. If they performed well enough, freeing them from slavery would be just a matter of his word. Maybe their physical strength isn't enough to meet the minimum requirements for hero soldiers, he thought. But in the end, he didn't manage to turn them into hero soldiers. Rhodey couldn't help but ponder. After all, as slaves, they worked all day but still couldn't get enough food or warmth. They were thin and weak, far from the quality of soldiers in the game, heroic conquest. They probably didn't even meet the lowest standard of peasants in the game. Let's keep them for now, Rhodey thought reluctantly. But he felt it was unlikely they could become hero soldiers. Clear out the bandit hideout and take all valuable items, Rhodey ordered. He then told Aileen to lead the team to clean up the hideout. At this moment, Rhodey looked through a sheepskin book. It was a high-level Earth-type combat technique that used fighting energy to gather under the feet, creating a whirlpool that allowed quick movement. The whirlpool could also produce a jumping ability similar to a rock goat, with some suction power to cling to the ground, improving climbing and jumping skills. It was a good combat skill, matching well with Rhodey's earth-breathing technique. Clearly, the noble hunter, Bill, was using this fighting technique, which made him very fast. Additionally, her swordsmanship seemed impressive, better than Rhodey's whirlwind sword technique. Unfortunately, Rhodey searched carefully but couldn't find this sword skill anywhere. Under Eileen's leadership, they quickly gathered the valuable items. Following Rhodey's instructions, they piled the bodies of the bandits they had killed, took off their leather armor, and collected all their weapons. In the village's stable, there are 2 war horses, 6 pack horses, and valuable items collected, including 10 sets of half-body leather armor, 38 animal hides, 8 steel swords, 6 hunting bows, 132 feathered arrows, 12 wooden spears, and some daily necessities like bread, potatoes, and salt. Of course, the war horses are the most valuable. Although they are not as good as magical beast mounts, trained war horses are worth at least 10 gold coins each. The soldiers packed these items and loaded the bamboo baskets from the village onto the pack horses. These baskets are specially made for pack horses and can hold many things. After all, Rhodey is very poor now and cannot afford to waste anything. Next, Rhodey headed toward the cave where the Countess's daughter was held. The cave entrance was blocked by a wooden gate, which was open at this moment. Inside was a bit dark, but still visible. Earlier, the female servant Ilya was assigned to guard here. Using his mental powers, Rhodey had already discovered inside the cave a blonde girl with her hands, sitting among the weeds. She wore luxurious clothes made of fine goose down, though they were torn in many places, revealing her fair skin. "Miss, I am Rhodey Buffetro, the Baron of Blackrock Town. The bandits have been killed by me, and you are safe now," Rhodey said loudly. Rhodey Buffetro, the girl muttered like a frightened little rabbit. When she heard Rhodey, her whole body trembled, as if she couldn't believe it. Rhodey drew his knight's long sword and swiftly cut the ropes binding her. "Thank you, Lord Baron, for saving me. I am Albel Edwards, the only daughter of Earl Anglelip Edwards. You saved me, and my father will surely reward you greatly," the girl said after adjusting to the situation, bowing in a proper noble lady's greeting. "You're welcome. It was just a quick action," Rhodey nodded. Soon, the soldiers finished organizing the items. As for the bodies, according to the customs of this world, there was no need to bury them. Wild animals would come and eat them naturally. However, Rhodey still asked Arian to dig a grave and bury them. As for the 5 female slaves, following Rhodey's instructions, they all took off their revealing skirts and changed into rough linen clothes. The 10 male slaves also put on half armor, though some didn't fit well, but after tightening, they were usable. Rhodey found that these female slaves were not delicate like noble young ladies. Instead, they were quick and agile. In fact, Bill bought them to be cooks, but his men turned them into military prostitutes, and Bill naturally turned a blind eye. As for Ilya, because she could read and keep accounts, Bill strictly forbade bandits from harming her, which allowed her to escape the fate of becoming a military. Can you ride a horse? Roddy asked Elbel as they left. Yes. Elbel nodded confidently and quickly jumped onto the horse led by, using a stone platform. Roddy also mounted his horse, and the soldiers led the pack horses to follow them. The group slowly traveled along the winding mountain trail, heading outward. Sir, what is this? Goth asked in surprise when he saw Roddy riding a horse with a group of people emerging from the rugged forest trail. These are slaves bought by Bill. Now they are my slaves. This is Miss Elbel, the only daughter of the Earl, who was robbed by Bill, Roddy explained briefly. Goth, why did you cut off their heads? Roddy asked, noticing Goth had also collected Bill's leather armor and weapons, and had beheaded several mercenaries. You don't know, sir. These bandits have been roaming the north for years. The Thieves' Guild must have a bounty on their heads. Bringing their heads to the guild can earn a reward. Especially Bill. His bounty is probably high. These mercenaries might fetch a bit too, Goth said. Wait here for me. There's an intermediate-level professional in the village who was killed and buried. I'll go get his head, Roddy said, turning his horse back along the same path. Be careful on the way, sir, Goth shouted anxiously. Roddy soon returned, carrying a bloody head wrapped in cloth, hanging on one side of his saddle. Although Roddy was uncomfortable with the sight of a dead head hanging nearby, the shiny gold coins made him ignore his discomfort. Clink, clink. At dusk, the group left the hill and entered white territory. They encountered a 30-man team, led by a knight in chainmail riding a fierce blue wolf. The horses were frightened, some even screamed. If the soldiers hadn't held them tightly, they might have turned back and fled into the forest. At this moment, Gerda also drew his knight's sword, staying alert. Roddy sensed a strong fighting energy from the knight. His already unsheathed knight's sword shimmered with magic, indicating it was an enchanted weapon. From the original owner's memories, Roddy knew that enchantments and magical weapons could greatly boost fighting power, making one much stronger. He carefully examined the sword. Miss Albert? The knight exclaimed in surprise. Uncle Andre, you finally arrived. Albert immediately started to cry sadly. Miss, I am sorry we arrived late to help. You must have suffered, Andre said trembling. Uncle Andre, it was Lord Roddy Buffett who saved me. Albert stopped crying and explained everything. Miss, we were originally sent by the Count to rescue you. We planned to meet tonight at the edge of the hill for a trade at Sila Mountain, Andre said. From their conversation, Roddy realized they probably ran into Bill by accident. Bill had gone ahead to prepare for tonight's deal. At this moment, Roddy noticed another person in Andre's team. The person was wrapped in a black cloak, with a very hidden aura, as if blending into the darkness. Clearly, this was an assassin. Based on what Bill's men had said earlier, this person was likely part of the Thieves' Guild, acting as a middleman for the trade. It seemed the Thieves' Guild couldn't go through with this deal. Thank you, Baron. May I take my lady away now? Andre asked Roddy. Of course, Roddy nodded. Andre had a very strong oppressive aura. Roddy, with sharp mental senses, felt a wave of fear. Lord Roddy, just 100 miles ahead is my territory. Please come visit Lundy Castle. My father will be very grateful, Albert said before leaving. All right, I will visit, Roddy replied. Baron Roddy, is this head the work of noble hunter Bill? As Andre was about to leave, the cloaked person asked in a hoarse voice. Yes, it is Bill and his few mercenaries, Roddy confirmed. I, the Thieves' Guild, am willing to buy it. The person revealed their identity. Good, name your price, Roddy said. Bill's head is worth 300 gold coins. His few followers are not valuable and can only be sold for 50 gold coins. Of course, we need to take the head for inspection first, and then the gold will be sent to us, the person said. Roddy glanced at Goad, who nodded slightly, clearly agreeing. Good, Roddy nodded and ordered the slaves to bring the heads to the person. Then, Andre and his group left with him. Sir, although the Thieves' Guild usually deals in shady business, they are very trustworthy, just like the Mercenaries' Guild. You don't need to worry about them not paying. Goad explained, sensing Roddy's concern. Haha, Roddy smiled softly. This was easy gold, so he felt happy. As night fell, Roddy and his group set up camp in a forest outside a small town. It was not appropriate to sneak into a noble's territory at night. This town was different from the one with the Black Rye Tavern. It was open for business. Rodi ordered the slaves to build a simple campfire and cook food. Goad took some dried meat from his bag and shared it with the slaves. They finally got to eat meat. Early the next morning, a fast horse arrived. Someone on horseback was wrapped in a black cloak and rode straight to Rodi's camp. Goad understood the situation and went to meet him. The visitor handed over 350 gold coins without saying a word and then left. As Goad predicted, the Thieves' Guild is very trustworthy. Sir, we are approaching the town of Bol, controlled by Count Iwad, Goad warned. Rodi nodded. To the south of Bol was the main road to Luren city. A few dozen miles east was Rendi Fortress, where Elbier had invited Rodi to visit. Baron, Rodi and his group just entered Bol. A knight from Andre's group, who had previously taken Elbier away, came forward with 3 knightly attendants, performing a formal knight's greeting. He then said, "My lord, Count Bol is unable to host you. This is a gift from my lord, the Count, to thank you, Baron. Please accept it." With Andre's words, a knightly attendant handed over a bag of gold coins. Goad's face darkened. He looked upset and reluctant to accept the gift. To him, it was disrespectful that the Count didn't even come out to meet the hero who saved his daughter. This was not proper noble etiquette and was an insult to Rodi. "Thank you, Arian." But Rodi was unusually calm as he nodded to Andre, indicating that Arian should accept the gold coins. After accepting the coins, Andre hurriedly left with his knightly attendant. "Sir, he's insulting you," Gerda said, a bit annoyed after Andre left. "Knight Gerda, I am not a noble from the north, and I am also a descendant of the Buffetro family. It's normal that the Count doesn't want to associate with me. If I am useless, the northern nobles might feel safe, but if I show enough strength, they won't tolerate me. That's politics. But for now, I find the jingling coins to be the most practical, don't you think?" Rodi said with a smile. Gerda listened to Rodi's words and was suddenly surprised. As a knight, he didn't have a high political position and never thought about noble relationships. But from Rodi's words, he felt that the entire duchy might be underestimating Rodi. Did Rodi accept it? Andre returned to the tall, grand Rendi castle and reported to Count Angelip Uid in the thick bare fur-carpeted council hall. The Count sat quietly in a mahogany chair and asked calmly. Yes, he accepted. His knight under him seemed quite unhappy, but Baron Rodi remained very calm and took it. Andre replied stiffly and precisely. "Ha ha," the Count chuckled softly, then leisurely picked up a silver cup and took a sip of red wine. He then gently swayed the crimson liquid and murmured, "The so-called useless man is not only a knight of a decent rank, but also well-versed in noble political games. Truly interesting. But it's a pity. Father, don't underestimate Rodi. If he were acting like his usual self, he would be furious and cursing non-stop. After all, he saved my life. We just paid him 1,000 gold coins and didn't even invite him to Rendi Castle as a guest. That's an insult to him." But he calmly accepted it. Clearly, this person is not simple and has big plans. Elbier, dressed in a long gown, softly analyzed beside the Count. The Count affectionately looked at his daughter, who had never worn makeup but was stunningly beautiful, and sighed softly. "Elbier, if your brother and younger brother had your wisdom, the future of the Uid family would be promising. It's a pity. Father, don't be discouraged. Even though I am only a daughter, I will worry for you. I have an opportunity now. Do you agree that I should go and try for it?" Elbier asked softly. "Albert, can we not discuss this?" The Count seemed reluctant to mention the topic and gently waved his hand. Albert thought for a moment and firmly said, "Please, Father, send someone to take me to Luren City. The Mage Guild has just started a magic school to train apprentices. For the love of the Howard family, I must try." "Albert, are you sure you want to go?" "You know it's almost impossible," the Count replied. Recently, Albert secretly snuck out of the castle to sign up at the magic school in Luren City, but was caught and taken by the noble hunter, Bill. The Count did not agree with her going to the magic school. He believed that waiting at home and marrying the eldest son of the Marquis family was Albert's best choice. Although mages are mysterious and powerful, it is very hard to grow and advance. In the past, the Mage Guild trained apprentices one-on-one. But this year, the guild suddenly established a magic school to train many apprentices at once. The tuition is 500 gold coins per year, which is unaffordable for common people. For the Count, it's not a big deal. However, becoming a magic apprentice is very rare, and advancing from apprentice to beginner mage is even rarer. Each step forward is very difficult. So, he didn't want her to waste time. In fact, the Count's territory has 2 beginner mages. Their strength is limited and can't change the tide of battle. Only when they become intermediate or higher level mages do they gain strong combat power. Father, please give me a chance. If I can't become a magic apprentice, I will obey your wishes and follow your arrangements, Albert begged. All right, do as you wish. Count Anglif looked at his daughter with affection and sighed. He knew his daughter was ambitious and clever, and she was not the type to stay in a subordinate position. Knight Gerda, you go ahead to Luren City and rent a house for us. When they reached Pole Town, only 2 or 3 days away from Luren City, Rhodey and Gerda, riding horses, could arrive by tomorrow morning. But now, with a team of slaves walking and pulling pack animals, their speed was slow. So, Rhodey instructed Gerda. Sir, your safety, Gerda hesitated. Don't worry. This place is close to Luren City, and no one dares to attack me, Roddy wrote. All right, Gerda said without hesitation. After all, Roddy's strength far exceeded his own, and now he couldn't even tell how powerful Roddy truly was. Iraine, take Ilya to buy supplies. Also, sort out the useless materials we got from the thieves, like animal hides. It will lighten the pack animals. Each of you should get 2 more sets of clothes, and make sure we have enough daily necessities for the journey, Roddy instructed Iraine, handing him 10 gold coins. Yes, master, Iraine said excitedly. He had never seen so many gold coins before. Ilya also bowed deeply in reply. The town of Pole was quite large, with a stone wall about 6 meters high. Guards patrolled at the town entrance, and outsiders had to pay a head tax. This was a common rule for open towns, and one of the main ways the local lord earned money. Roddy didn't go into the town, but camped outside with the other slaves, waiting. It was better to save every bit possible. Master, we got 10 silver coins from the supplies we sold. We bought bread, salt, some seasonings, and also beef jerky and roasted sausages. Each of us bought a set of rough clothes, costing 1 gold coin and 80 silver coins. Iraine and Ilya returned after 2 hours, leading 2 pack horses. Ilya reported details as if she knew everything. Ilya, can you read? Roddy asked, studying her thoughtfully. Yes, my father taught me when he was alive, Ilya said with slightly reddened eyes. Your father was a commoner? Roddy asked, surprised. My father served in the army. He was a professional soldier, awarded the Eagle Soldier title. After retiring, he joined a mercenary group. During a mission, he went missing. After my mother died of illness, my younger brother also fell seriously ill. I had to sell myself into slavery to raise money for his treatment, Ilya explained. Did your brother get better? Roddy asked. I don't know. My family is in the Thistle Kingdom. I arranged for a friend of my father's to take care of my brother by giving him the gold coins. Then I was sent thousands of miles away to the Bafi Kingdom, Ilya said. Master, Ilya has helped that demon manage the accounts before. We all benefited from her care, Iraine added. From his words, it was clear he admired and appreciated Ilya. Since you can read, from today on, you will help me manage the valuables and accounts. Work hard, and maybe one day you will see your brother again, Rhodey said. Yes, respected master, Ilya bowed respectfully. She thought Rhodey was comforting her, since returning to the Thorny Kingdom was very difficult. Starting today, I will teach you swordsmanship, spear skills, and archery. Let's see how much you can learn, Rhodey said seriously to the 16 slaves after dinner and a short rest. The 16 slaves were shocked, amazed, and then strangely excited. Their loyalty to Rhodey grew very strong, almost like they saw him as a god. In this world, fighting skills are mostly in the hands of nobles. Not only slaves, but even ordinary people rarely get to learn them. Now that they had the chance, they knew how precious it was. For the next 3 days, after camping each evening, Rhodey taught them basic swordsmanship, spear skills, and archery. How much they learned depended on their own understanding. Actually, Rhodey's spear skills weren't bad. He mainly learned the technique from the system's spear soldiers. It was simple, fast, and practical, perfect for real fights. On the 4th day, Luren City finally appeared in sight. In fact, from the original owner's memory, he had been to Luren City before. The Grand Duke granted him the title of Pioneering Baron, which involved checking documents, registering, and confirming in the Northern Province, since the Northern Pioneering Baron was under the supervision of the Northern Province. But the original owner didn't seem surprised by such a big city. After all, the Grand Duke's city was even more magnificent. For Rhodey, being there in person was still very shocking deep inside. It wasn't that the buildings in this world were especially grand. In fact, they were quite tall and rugged, with city walls nearly 20 meters high, but compared to the architectural forests of his previous life, they were still far behind. In the city center stood a tall, black tower made of an unknown material. Its exterior was polished like a mirror, seamless and smooth. At the top of the tower was a crystal ball about the size of a basketball, glowing with a misty light. It was dusk now, and the glow shone like stars, sparkling brightly. "Master," Gerda greeted happily as they entered the city. Rhodey pinned the family crest on his chest. The city guards simply asked a few questions before letting them in. In this world, entering such cities usually required paying a toll, but nobles could be exempted. Currently, Rhodey has not yet established a firm position, so he has not designed or applied for his own flag and badge. He still uses the badge of the Buffett-Ruah family. Most importantly, this badge works well in the Duchy of Bafu, and Rhodey is happy to use its influence. Luren City is a large city with a population of 100,000. The streets are busy and crisscrossed with many people. Led by Gerda, a group of people arrived at a large courtyard with dozens of houses, divided into front and backyards. The backyard has a stable and a small training ground. "Sir, this place used to be the headquarters of a small mercenary group. They disbanded recently, and I rented it for 10 gold coins every 10 days, Gerda explained. "That's a nice place," Rhodey nodded in approval, since Gerda had spent a long time in Luren City and was familiar with the area. Under the command of Eileen and Ilya, the slaves worked efficiently, cleaning, cooking, and feeding the horses in an orderly manner. Soon, Rhodey's room was prepared. It was the best room in the courtyard, much better than the simple houses in Blackrock Town. It had a wooden floor and smooth walls. Dinner was arranged by Ilya and was quite hearty: hot white bread, mushroom and meat soup, roasted beef, and 2 glasses of rye beer. After eating and drinking well, Rhodey slept peacefully, his travel fatigue gone. "Sir, when will we go to the market?" Gerda asked early the next morning. Earlier, Rhodey told Gerda that he wanted to visit the market and buy some slaves at the market. After all, Blackrock Town not only lacked labor, but also craftsmen like blacksmiths and carpenters. For example, arrows wear out quickly, and without blacksmiths and carpenters, it's hard to meet battle needs. "No rush," Rhodey waved his hand. "You should take some time to see your daughter, Sylvia." Rhodey then took out 30 gold coins from his bag and handed them to Gerda. "Sir, this is too much," Gerda said, touched. In Luren City, gold coins are essential for daily life. "Don't let Sylvia suffer," Rhodey said. "You're familiar with Luren City. Find a merchant to send snake skins to make leather armor, and buy 3,000 pounds of wheat. For other winter supplies I haven't thought of, you, Eileen, and Ilya can work together to buy them." "Yes, sir," Gerda quickly nodded. Led by Gerda, Ilya and Eileen worked together. The 3 of them went out to scout and prepare to buy supplies, following Rhodey's instructions. The other slaves stayed in the small courtyard to practice swordsmanship, archery, and spear skills. Rhodey took off his leather armor and put on a long robe. He headed toward the Mage Guild. The Mage Guild is located in the center of Luren City. Its tall, iconic mage tower is easy to find. Around the tower, there is a large courtyard. This is where the Mage Guild is based. Within 100 meters around the courtyard, there are no other buildings. In a city where land is very valuable, only the Mage Guild could have such special treatment. In the past, the Mage Guild was quiet and rarely visited. But today, there was a long line at the gate. Carriages with shining noble badges were parked along the street. These belonged to well-known nobles from the northern region. The noble families of the Barfi Principality have many members. According to the laws, marquises can grant their vassals the title of viscount, and counts can grant barons. Nobles below the rank of viscount can be knighted. Some nobles earned military honors and were made hereditary lords by the principality. These lords usually directly serve the principality. Of course, their lands are divided from their own territories. Giving land to vassals is like cutting a piece from oneself. Usually, without great achievements, no lord would willingly give away land. To win people's loyalty and manage territories well, many nobles are created each year. So, there are many noble lords. At the Knight Academy, there is a course about the noble lords of the principality. But Rhodey was a poor student. In his memory, this was all a mess. So, he didn't recognize the noble badges of the northern region. Actually, Rhodey didn't care much. He walked past the busy crowd toward the Mage Guild entrance. When he got closer, he saw tables set up on the stone square in front of the guild. A young person in a blue apprentice robe was registering people who came to sign up. At that moment, a young woman from the line approached him, looking excited. She said, "Lord Rhodey." She looked at him eagerly and asked, "Are you here to sign up too?" In fact, Rhodey had already seen her. Although he had saved her, her father had paid a fee. Rhodey didn't want to get involved with her, so he pretended not to see her. This woman was Elbel. At this moment, Albert was full of excitement, staring at herself like a love-struck person in front of everyone, which made Rhodey feel a bit distracted. To be honest, Albert was completely different today compared to that day. Not only was her spirit good, but after the dust on her face was wiped away and she dressed in proper noble lady clothes, she looked very beautiful. Even in the original owner's memory, Albert probably ranked among the top 3 most beautiful. "Miss Albert," Rhodey said with a smile, "what are you doing? Don't you know? The Mage Guild has established a magic school. You can pay 500 gold coins each year to learn basic magic knowledge. After a year, you can participate in the apprentice selection. If chosen, you can become a formal magic apprentice. This is a rare opportunity, so we are all here to sign up," Albert patiently explained. Unconsciously, her body subtly leaned toward Rhodey, making him gently step back. The Mage Guild has started a large-scale recruitment for a magic school. Rhodey was surprised because, from the original owner's memory, magic knowledge was very mysterious. The guild was very strict about recruiting magic apprentices, rarely opening enrollment, and only training 1 or 2 apprentices at a time. "Yes, that's why I came to sign up for training," Albert said. "Miss Albert, you should go ahead and sign up. I have some matters to handle at the Mage Guild, and I'm not here to register," Rhodey said with a wave, heading toward the main gate. Just then, a young man blocked Rhodey angrily, drawing his knight's sword and holding it upright in front of himself, saying seriously, "You are the useless member of the Buffett-Rhodey family. I challenge you to a duel." Having lived twice, Rhodey immediately recognized that this person was doing it for Albert. Clearly, Albert's affectionate behavior earlier had angered him. This man was about the same height as Rhodey, with light silver hair. He wore a luxurious knight's leather armor, lined with soft velvet, and bore a family crest on his chest, a golden eagle soaring with wings spread. "Young Master William, what are you doing?" Albert's face immediately turned red with embarrassment, and she looked helpless and awkward. "Albert, you are my fiancé. I won't allow you to associate with this notorious useless person. I want to protect my honor," the young man said without paying attention to Albert. Then he looked at Rhodey and said, "I challenge you in the name of a knight. You have no right to refuse. If you do not accept, you can follow the knight's code." Rodigan never expected to encounter such a ridiculous and frustrating situation. But Rodigan knew that since he inherited the original owner's identity and reputation, it was normal for others to act this way. Rodigan checked the original owner's memories. Although the original was quite useless, he had been granted the rank of junior knight by the Knights Guild because of his status. According to the Knight's Code, if Rodigan wanted to refuse, he would have to kneel and admit his mistake and pay 100 gold coins. This was impossible for him, especially since he was counting every coin carefully. Of course, the challenge could not be more than 2 levels higher. Since Rodigan was a junior knight and the challenger was also a junior knight, the challenge was legitimate. However, the original owner had obtained his junior knight status through cheating, while this person was probably a genuine junior knight. Rodigan recognized the family crest on this person's armor. It was the crest of the Marquis of the Northern Lands. Clearly, this person came from the largest noble family in the north. Since he immediately called out Rodigan's name, he must know a lot about him. With the original owner's status, Rodigan was probably known not only among the northern nobles, but throughout the entire Barfi Duchy. As for his interactions with Albert, Albert probably wouldn't reveal them, as it would affect her reputation. "I accept your challenge." When and where, Rodigan thought for a moment and nodded. Reviewing the nonsense Knight's Code from the original memories, since the other wanted to give him gold coins, Rodigan saw no reason to refuse. Surviving this winter was too hard, and he desperately needed gold. 3 days from now, at the Luren City Arena, William said coldly. All right, early the day after tomorrow. I will be there on time, Rodigan said, waving his hand and heading toward the Magic Guild's large door. After Rodigan left, Alber's pretend-shy expression darkened. Her eyes flicked to William with a look of disgust. Then she looked at Rodigan with deep thought, followed by a sly smile. If you are here to register, please do so at the square, Rodigan said as he approached the heavy redwood door of the Mage Guild. A man carrying a greatsword stepped out to block his way. So, a high-level swordsman. Rhodey's mental energy swept through, and he was slightly surprised. The Mage Guild was indeed extraordinary, using a high-level swordsman as a guard. I'm not here to sign up, Rhodey said with a smile and waved his hand. Then, do you want to meet that master? I can inform him for you. The swordsman immediately replied. I'm not here to meet the mage master either. I'm here for the mage assessment. Rhodey quickly finished speaking before the swordsman could interrupt, as he seemed impatient and kept cutting him off. Mage assessment? The impatient swordsman was stunned for a moment before he was shocked. He had been working as a guard here for 3 years and had never seen a stranger come directly to request a mage assessment. In 3 years, the Luren City Mage Guild had only produced 3 junior mages, all promoted from apprentices within the tower. Please wait a moment. The swordsman hurried inside to inform the guild. Not long after, a man dressed in a light blue robe embroidered with strange patterns hurried over with the swordsman. Rhodey knew from the original memories that this man was wearing a mage's robe, which was quite distinctive and easy to recognize. The robe looked similar to a scholar's gown from his previous life. As the man approached, Rhodey could feel a gentle water vapor emanating from the robe, giving a warm feeling, indicating it was made of special material. My name is Paradel. I am on duty today and am a junior mage of the Luren City Mage Guild. Are you here for the mage assessment and certification? The man asked as he approached Rhodey to confirm. My name is Rhodey Buffett. I am here for the mage assessment and certification, Rhodey replied respectfully. Please follow me, Paradel said politely, glancing at the young Rhodey with some suspicion. Then, Rhodey followed him into the guild's courtyard, passing along a flower-filled path to the entrance of the tall magic tower. Rhodey, you're just in time. Lord Farad is inside the tower. You know, to do a junior mage assessment, you need at least 1 intermediate or higher mage and 3 junior mages to form the assessment team. Our guild only has 3 intermediate mages, who are off and out, and Lord Farad just returned to the tower yesterday, Paradel enthusiastically explained on the way. Thank you very much, sir. Rhodey quickly expressed his thanks. Rhodey, do you know the process for becoming a beginner mage? Paradel continued. I don't know. Please teach me, Rhodey replied. Actually, Rhodey knew some about it from the magic books he had read before, but he wasn't very clear. Since Paradel seemed eager to share, Rhodey decided to go along and let him explain this knowledge. It's quite simple. You need to cast at least 3 spells, each with a power level of at least 1, to be considered a beginner mage, Paradel explained. 1 level? How is that judged? Rhodey asked, a bit surprised. Haha, it seems you haven't been an apprentice mage before. You don't know this? A master alchemist named Sunori created a device 20 years ago that can accurately measure the strength of magic. It is used to judge a mage's level. Very precise. The Luren branch can test magic below level 6 with this device, Paradel said with a smile. Master Sunori? Is he the vice president of the Mage Guild of the Duke's country? Rhodey asked, shocked, because he remembered from the original memories that this person was a very famous figure in the Grand City. Even the Duke would need to see if he had time and give him face. Haha, exactly, Paradel said with a knowing smile. Lord Farad studied under Vice President Sunori and was his apprentice for 10 years. Oh, I see. Thank you for the guidance, Rhodey said, bowing politely. Not long after, the two entered the mage tower through a heavy stone door, one after the other. As Rhodey stepped inside, he felt a faint magical energy wave sweep over him. The doorway seemed to be blocked by an invisible light shield, showing that this mage tower was not simple. The magic energy here is very strong, Rhodey thought as he stepped inside. He casually activated the earth-breathing technique, and his aura condensed quickly. His energy circulated through his body, forming a swirling pattern in his lower abdomen. Rhodey was pleasantly surprised because this indicated he had condensed a swirling seed of energy, a sign of reaching the black iron level of a professional mage. Can you feel it? The Mage Tower in Luren City is a level 3 magic tower. Its magic gathering array makes magical energy 3 times higher than outside. The higher floors have even denser magic energy. But as a beginner mage, I can only go up to the 2nd floor. I don't have the right to enter the 3rd, Paradel explained. Paradel saw Rhodey's expression and immediately smiled. Wait here for a moment. I will report to Lord Farid, he said, then happily stepped onto the stairs leading to the 2nd floor. At this time, Rhodey was just looking around the 1st floor of the magic tower. Suddenly, Rhodey felt like he was back shopping at a mall in his previous life. The floor and walls inside the tower were covered with smooth, mirror-like stones. These stones were dark and shiny, and when he used his mental energy to scan them, they gently bounced back. Clearly, they were not ordinary stones. The ceiling of the 1st floor was about 8 or 9 meters high, with 9 huge magic crystal chandeliers hanging down, shining brightly. The large hall, wider than a basketball court, was well lit. On the east side of the hall, there were shelves behind counters with labels. They displayed many alchemical and magical items, with prices marked below each item, ranging from a few coins to thousands or even tens of thousands of coins. One set of knight armor, including a helmet, faceplate, armor, shoulder guards, metal boots, and knee guards, cost about 300 coins. But I have to say, these alchemical armors are very well made. The metal joints fit tightly and smoothly, and the lining is thick fur. It's clear that it's not ordinary beast fur, but probably from magical creatures. Also, through his mental scan, Rhodey found that this metal was much tougher than fine steel. Obviously, this wasn't made by a blacksmith, but crafted through alchemy. Rhodey suspected that the mages in this world had mastered more advanced alloy alchemy, which allowed them to make such high-quality armor. However, this armor was quite heavy. Only high-level professionals could wear it. Among Rhodey's soldiers, only some ogre warriors might be able to wear it. If he had dozens of such sets, they would be much more confident facing the orc attack this winter. But Rhodey only thought about it. One set costs 300 coins, and with his current wealth, he couldn't buy many even if he spent everything. It was simply beyond his reach at the moment. "Sir, are you interested in buying?" A gentle magic apprentice approached and asked, noticing Rhodey staring intently. She was about 20, small in stature, with a sweet face. "No, I'm here to assess the mages." "How did you get these items?" Rhodey asked. Assessment of a mage? The magic apprentice was surprised at first, then became very eager and said, "These items are sold by the adults. If someone passes the mage exam, they can sell magic materials, potions, and alchemy items here in the future. Of course, if you buy magic items, the price will be reduced by 20%. We also have partner guilds that come to buy items periodically, but their prices are usually higher." Rhodey quickly understood that this place makes it easy for mages to trade magic materials and earn gold. The Magic Guild probably also makes a lot of profit from this. This gave Rhodey an idea of how to earn gold. "Rhodey, please come with me," Paradel said as he came down from the 2nd floor. Rhodey followed him upstairs. The 2nd floor was smaller than the 1st, and it wasn't an open hall. There were rooms along the 3 vertical and 3 horizontal corridors. Under Paradel's guidance, Rhodey entered a large, empty room. On one side, there were 4 tall redwood chairs, and 3 mages were already sitting on them. Opposite them was a metal ball about the size of a basketball. The silver-white metal ball shimmered with a mysterious glow. "Rhodey, this is Lord Farid, the main examiner for this test," Paradel said, pointing to the old man sitting in the middle, wearing a bright red mage robe. "Greetings, Lord Examiner," Rhodey quickly bowed. "It's been many years since an outsider has passed the mage exam. I hope you succeed today and help strengthen our mage team," Farid said kindly. "Thank you, sir. I will do my best," Rhodey said excitedly, pretending to be nervous. "All right, the test is simple. Just cast 3 spells at the magic energy meter. Farid pointed to the silver metal ball in front of him. Rhodey steadied himself, recited a magic spell, and cast a healing spell. In truth, Rhodey was very nervous because he could perform magic without speaking the spell aloud. But at this moment, he pretended to recite the spell clearly. then opened his magic book in his mind and cast the healing spell. A mental shockwave formed in the void, creating a magic model. The model absorbed magical energy, turning into a faint blue glow that covered the metal sphere. In an instant, a blue ring appeared above the sphere. The ring shone brightly, glowing for about 10 seconds before slowly fading away. Nice, a first-level magic, Farad nodded. It seems they can't tell I can't use mental energy to store magic, Rhodey's thought. His magic came from the system, which absorbed magical elements from this world into the magic model. Then Rhodey's cast his second spell, Stonewall. Instantly, a yellowish ring appeared above the sphere. This ring was even brighter and lasted about 10 seconds before fading. Rhodey's chose these two spells because they are common in this world and unlikely to raise suspicion. Good. This is stronger than the previous water therapy spell, but still not a second-level spell. Keep going, Farad said with approval. At this moment, Rhodey's calmed himself, whispered a spell he didn't fully understand, just mimicking the first two spells he had seen, and then cast Magic Arrow, choosing a earth element spell from his magic book. Since the last spell was also earth magic, it wouldn't seem suspicious. Shoo. The magic model formed, magic energy infused, and a yellowish arrow struck the sphere. A yellow ring burst out instantly. At the same time, a faint glow appeared around the second ring, but it was very light and quickly faded. This attack magic was close to reaching the second-level threshold. With more study, refining the magic model, and injecting more magic, it might become a second-level spell. Being able to become a beginner mage at your age is impressive. Walking this path, we are servants of knowledge. Pursuing truth and understanding the fundamental laws will be our lifelong goal, Farad said meaningfully. Thank you for your guidance, sir. I will remain steadfast, Rhodey's thought, feeling relieved. They hadn't noticed the magic book in his system panel. Rhodey's then solemnly responded. Paradel, please handle Rhodey's membership registration. Farad gave a quick command and hurriedly left for the third floor. He was working on an alchemical item at the alchemy table, but his mind was elsewhere. Yes, sir. Paradel quickly bowed in reply. Then, Paradel took Rhodey to a small hut and handed him a piece of sheepskin paper with a form. Rhodey, please fill out this form. Rhodey looked at it and saw it was a simple form to fill in his personal information. At this moment, Rhodey was a bit surprised. He thought it was strange to have an assessment first and then verify his identity, which seemed unusual. As Lord Farad said, we are servants of knowledge. We do not care about wealth or status. Anyone who becomes a mage, even if they were once a, will be treated equally in our guild, Paradel said with a smile, seeming to understand Rhodey's surprise. Who would have thought that Rhodey is actually a lord? Oh, and still a useless member of the Buffett family. It seems the rumors are not true, Rhodey said as he handed the filled form back to Paradel, teasing him. Haha, sometimes you have to do that to protect yourself. Sorry for the trouble, Rhodey quickly explained. Ah, I see, Paradel nodded with a smile. Rhodey, now that you are a mage, have you thought about how to handle your relationship with the guild? Paradel asked. Relationship? Rhodey paused and then asked, Sir, could you explain in more detail? Certified mages by the guild have 3 types of relationships. Tower mage, registered mage, and free mage, Paradel explained. What's the difference between these 3? Which one do you think I should choose? Rhodey asked. A tower mage, like me, is free from the Lord's authority and works for the Mage Guild. The guild provides training resources based on your skill level and contributions. I think you should choose to be a tower mage. I know your current situation. It's hard for you to survive the winter in the Grang Highlands. Novice mages are too weak to fight off monsters and orcs. As a tower mage, the guild will protect you. Even the Buffett Duchy cannot punish you for leaving the Grang Highlands without the Duchy's law. Forget about that barren title. Your safety is the most important, Paradel said. No, I can't do that. I still have servants in my territory. If I choose to be a tower mage, they will lose their means of survival, Rhodey replied. Rhodey shook his head and said, I didn't expect Master Rhodey to be so kind. In that case, I suggest you become a registered mage. However, registered mages do not enjoy the protection or highest privileges of the Mage Guild, but they can access some benefits, such as discounts of 20% on enchantments and magical equipment, and they can also exchange knowledge with other mages through the guild. Each year, They need to complete certain tasks assigned by the guild. If they cannot, they can pay gold coins as compensation. Paradel said. How about free mages? Rhodey asked. For free mages, the guild only verifies their professional level. Beyond that, there are no restrictions, and they do not enjoy any privileges from the guild, Paradel replied. All right, I will follow your advice and become a registered mage, Rhodey said after a moment of thought. Good. You need to pay 100 gold coins, and in 10 days, come back here to receive your badge. The guild will also give you a mage's robe and a withered wooden staff, Paradel said. Rhodey felt a sharp pang in his heart and took out 100 gold coins from his bag, handing them to Paradel. Keep this mage's code. It contains detailed information about your rights and responsibilities, Paradel said, then handed Rhodey a small leather-bound booklet. Rhodey nodded, took the booklet, and together they went to the first-floor hall, where Paradel was on duty today. Rhodey didn't leave immediately. Instead, he sat down at a table that looked like a casual lounge area and began to read the mage's code. Sir, would you like some tea? A beautiful apprentice mage brought a cup of tea to Rhodey just after he had flipped through a few pages. Clearly, this was ordered by Paradel, and she already knew Rhodey had become a mage. Her eyes showed envy and admiration. Thank you, Rhodey nodded politely and continued reading the book while sipping his tea. Even for free mages, they are not completely outside the influence of the Mage Guild. The guild lists several taboos, such as not practicing forbidden magic, not conducting forbidden experiments, not betraying others, and not slaughtering humans excessively. Otherwise, the Magic Guild would pursue and punish them. In Rhodey's view, these forbidden magics and experiments are a disregard for life and could cause serious harm to humans. One can enter the magic school library to read books. Rhodey spent an hour finishing the book and finally found some useful information for himself. One of the rights of registered mages is that they can read books for free at the Mage Guild's public library. Now, this library has been transferred to the supervision of the Magic School, which recently moved from the Mage Tower to a location not far outside. This is a good opportunity, Rhodey thought. According to the game rules, visiting the library or the Magic School can increase attribute points. He must try it. And he also wanted to learn more about the continent and magic through reading. Rhodey went to ask Palodel. Palodel gave him a proof of identity, and with his guidance, Rhodey left the Mage Tower and arrived at the Magic School just a wall away. The Magic School was still new and had no students yet. It was very quiet. The library was a 2-story stone building guarded by a magic apprentice. Rhodey showed his proof, and the apprentice warned him that the books inside were precious and should not be damaged. Inside, Rhodey was very happy. He loved reading in his past life. Books in this world were rare and not accessible to everyone. The library had neatly arranged shelves filled with sheepskin books, silk scrolls, and bamboo slips. Rhodey threw himself into the sea of books. His mental strength was now strong, especially after learning the basic wisdom technique, which seemed to boost his intelligence, making his understanding and memory amazing. Although he couldn't remember everything instantly, he was close. He read very quickly, taking in knowledge at a fast pace. He only left the library at sunset because he was hungry. Outside, the sky was full of stars. Knowledge 1, Strength 1. At that moment, a dialogue box appeared in front of Rhodey. He was happy and chose Knowledge 1. Clearly, this was based on the attribute points given when visiting the magic school in the game, not the library. If it were the library, each attribute could increase by 2 points, but according to the game rules, the library could only be accessed and give attribute points after reaching level 10. Maybe reality is different from the game. That's just my guess, Rhodey thought as he left the magic school and returned to his rented place. Master, we were worried and about to go look for you, Godel said hurriedly when Rhodey returned. Haha, what could possibly happen in the city? I read for a while and came back a bit late, Rhodey said with a smile. Did the Lord pass the mage profession certification? Gerda asked. Yes, I did. In 10 days, I will go to the guild to receive my professional badge, Rhodey said casually. Congratulations, sir, Gerda said happily and with envy, since mages are considered the most noble among many professions. In fact, by reading in the library, Rhodey gained a deeper understanding of this world and its professions. Among many professions, mages have certain advantages, but these are not obvious for beginner practitioners. Especially in close combat, melee fighters are almost like enemies of mages. However, in support roles during battles, mages are unmatched. If a mercenary group has a support mage, it can greatly increase their strength. Moreover, after becoming a mid-level mage, one can cast spells above level 4, quickly widening the gap with other practitioners. When promoted to a Grand Mage, they become even more powerful. Currently, the Bafi Duchy has only 3 Grand Mages, who are the pillars of the duchy. Although the Mage Guild does not emphasize national borders, mages still have a sense of loyalty to their country. According to Rodi, all 3 Grand Mages are from the Bafi Duchy. The duchy naturally seeks to keep such high-level fighters close and not let them leave. Of course, mage practitioners are not only spellcasters. There are support mages who specialize in alchemy, potion-making, and enchanting equipment. Spellcasters also come in many types. Based on different magical energy elements, they can be divided into 7 categories: wind, fire, water, earth, dark, light, and plant. For example, wind element can be infused into lightning spells to cast lightning magic, and dark element can be infused into necromancy spells to cast necromantic magic. Each mage's mental affinity with magical energy elements varies. The fewer the types they are attuned to, the more powerful their spells are, making it easier to advance to higher-level mages. According to the books, once promoted to a Grand Mage, one can gradually use magical energy to transform their mental strength and body, improving their weak physique and extending their lifespan. Having an affinity for a single magical element makes it easier to transform mental strength and body. Of course, there are many books on this subject, with various theories and opinions, some even contradicting each other, making it hard to find a clear explanation. However, Rodi only glanced through the books briefly, but he paid close attention to books about magic materials and monster types. The so-called enchanted and magic equipment involves carving special spell models or even forming magic circles with spell models onto the gear. This enhances the gear's strength and toughness, and can even create defensive spells. When carved onto weapons, these models increase sharpness, boost combat aura power, and can unleash elemental attacks like fire, ice, or lightning. Of course, these books only introduce the concepts and do not include detailed diagrams of magic circles or spell models. They also lack meditation techniques. In the library, there are some books about history, including records of the Violet Empire, which had previously troubled Rodi. In fact, the current 5 great duchies are all formed from the collapse of the Violet Empire. In its prime, the Violet Empire was very powerful, uniting the Dwarf Kingdom to the west and the Elf Kingdom to the south, defeating the mighty Orc Empire that threatened the continent, pushing it to the far north of the Grang Highlands. Unfortunately, the powerful Violet Empire eventually fell apart, splitting into 5 duchies. The Dwarf Kingdom also disintegrated into many tribes, while the Elf Kingdom in the south remained intact. Today, the 5 duchies are fighting each other, with constant internal conflicts, making the situation more chaotic. For example, each duchy has its own calendar system. Currently, the Bafi Duchy is ruled by Rodi's older brother, who is the 6th Duke. Their calendar counts years from his accession, so it is the 6th year of Bafi. However, the Magic Guild does not recognize this chaotic calendar and continues to use the Violet Empire's calendar, which is the year 1280 of the Violet calendar. Besides that, Rodi also secretly read about the magnetic tide in a book. It seems that the magnetic tide cycles once every 1,000 years, meaning the world's magic energy levels rise and fall with this cycle. He wondered, I don't know what the current state is, whether it's at a peak or a low point. Only high-level mages might understand this. I should ask about it if I get the chance. While eating, Rodi pondered. The more he learned about this world, the more uneasy he felt. The next morning, Rodi woke up to find that 16 slaves had already started training. Their progress varied. Iron and Ilya were sweating heavily, and their movements looked precise and serious, showing they were very dedicated. Most of the slaves were not properly trained and were not given enough attention. It seemed they were only trained to complete tasks. Rodi told them to stop and then explained the key points of swordsmanship again, as well as teaching them the piercing spear technique. After controlling the spear soldiers, Rodi quickly mastered their combat skill, piercing spear technique. Although it was just one move, It was very powerful and had great strength. Arian and Ilya looked excited. They knew how strong this piercing spear technique was. Such advanced combat skills were usually only passed down among nobles, and few slaves like them could learn it. Now, Rhodey not only demonstrated it, but also explained breathing techniques and energy control. They saw this as a rare opportunity. Of course, after explaining, Rhodey left. He didn't care much about how much these slaves could understand. His main reliance was on the system's soldiers. These slaves were just backups. If some of them could stand out, Rhodey wouldn't mind spending more effort. But if they couldn't, he wouldn't waste too much energy on them. Master, early this morning someone sent a letter saying you should see it. Arian hurriedly reported after breakfast the next day. Bring it here. Rhodey nodded and took the letter from Arian. He looked at the elegant handwriting and read the letter. Although it was unsigned, he knew it was from Miss Albert. The letter detailed William's background. William was a beginner knight, but his mount was a second-level magical beast called the Blue Scale Horse. This horse had dragon blood, covered in blue scales, and was very fast, strong, and well-defended. William, as the eldest grandson of the Northern Land Marquis, had a blue scale horse that had awakened magical talent and could spit poison fog, making it very dangerous. In fact, the original owner's memories included information about the Northern Land Marquis' territory. The entire northern province was controlled by the Marquis' family, and even the Duke's family, like the Buffett family, had little influence there. Rhodey thought for a moment. He was not favored by the Duke's family, and the northern nobles also looked down on him. That was his current situation. Gerda, I have a task for you. Rhodey called Gerda over and ordered. I'll give you 5,000 gold coins. Go to the arena and bet on me winning. Master, are you going to compete with others? Gerda asked in surprise. Rhodey gave a bitter smile as he recounted the upcoming duel with William. I understand. I'll take care of it right away, Gerda said with a worried look and nodded. Then, Rhodey handed over a bag containing 5,000 gold coins to Gerda. In this world, there aren't many entertainment options, but arena fights are definitely among the most popular. Nobles and their families love to watch, and merchants often bet heavily to make a profit. The original owner enjoyed this kind of activity and used to send gold coins to the arena often when in the Grand City. On the third morning, Rhodey arrived at the arena riding a war horse, accompanied by Gerda and Aaron. Today, Rhodey wore leather armor, a knight's sword at his waist, and carried a scepter on one side of his horse. The scepter was now used as a lance, so it couldn't be stored in the system's equipment inventory. On the other side, he carried a longbow and a quiver of arrows. He looked brave and impressive. Although Rhodey had seen the arena in the memories of the original owner, he was still deeply amazed when he arrived. The arena was a huge round building made of black stone, rough and heavy, giving a very impressive feeling. It looked similar to medieval movie arenas he had seen before, but it was even grander in this world. As one of the main characters, Rhodey was immediately surrounded by a crowd of spectators. Noble carriages were lined up on the large square outside the arena, waiting for the event to start. When Rhodey stepped onto the eastern square of the arena, a man dressed like a butler in a tailcoat approached him with 2 junior swordsmen. Honored Baron, please follow me. Before the fight, you need to sign a contract, the butler said politely, bowing in a noble manner. Rhodey, recalling the rules from the original owner's memories, understood what to do. He dismounted and followed them into a private room inside the arena. Lord Rhodey, please sign the life and death contract. The butler then produced a sheepskin parchment with the contract. William had already signed his name on it. Rhodey read it carefully, found no issues, and signed his name. Please rest for half an hour, sir, the butler said politely before leaving. Half an hour later, the 3 heavy bronze doors leading to the arena were opened, revealing a dark, deep passageway straight into the arena. Iron led Rhodey's horse over, and Rhodey mounted his horse. He slowly rode through the passage and entered the arena. Boom! The crowd inside the arena erupted in cheers. The stands around the arena were packed with people. The best seats were naturally reserved for noble high-status individuals. Elegant noble robes and the long skirts of many noble women and young ladies covered the area. The lively chatter created a noisy, lively atmosphere, making Rhodey feel like he was being treated like a panda. Soon, William appeared from the opposite passage. Today, he wore a cloth chainmail shirt, with a steel helmet covering his head and face. His armor looked both beautiful and tough, instantly making him the center of attention. His horse, a blue-scaled steed, had only its head and tail covered with long hair. The rest of its body was covered with shiny blue scales that looked like snake scales, sparkling in the sunlight. The horse was tall and strong, slowly approaching with a tiger-like presence and a powerful aura. "Rodi die," William shouted loudly, grabbing his knight's spear from his blue-scaled horse. The horse immediately started trotting, then sped up, rushing toward Rodi like a streak of blue light. A good warhorse greatly boosts a knight's fighting power. William's spear, like a sea dragon, aimed straight at Rodi. The blue-scaled horse moved precisely, timing its attack perfectly. Before Rodi's horse could accelerate, William and his horse had already reached their maximum speed, and the spear was fiercely toward Rodi's face. Haha, this is too boring. I thought there would be several rounds of fighting, but it ended after just one. On the stands, a noble youth who was friendly with William chuckled loudly. Ailber looked excited, with a faint smile on her face, seeming eager to see a bloody scene unfold. At this moment, she didn't care whether Rodi was her savior or not. The idea of a man risking his life for her made her blood boil with excitement. Bang! Suddenly, a loud collision rang out, but it was William who was thrown back, not Rodi. It seemed that Rodi had quickly dodged the deadly attack, then his staff forward, directly hitting William's chest. The speed was so fast, and the force so great that it was hard to believe. If it weren't for Rodi's mental strength being able to extend outward, the seemingly quick spear attack would have appeared slowed down many times under mental detection. Rodi would have had a hard time avoiding it. The spectators only saw Rodi hurriedly dodge, as if he accidentally and luckily avoided the strike. Wow, it's high-level enchanted equipment. When Rodi's staff hit William's chest, a burst of yellowish light suddenly appeared on his armor, forming a protective shield that covered him. Clearly, he was wearing high-level enchanted gear. When struck, it activated a magic array on the equipment to defend. Rodi guessed that this gear contained magic crystals or magic gems to supply magic energy. From reading in the library, Rodi knew that the world provides magic energy from magic crystals, magic gems, and beast cores. Magic crystals and gems are minerals, while beast cores are produced inside magical creatures. Magic crystals are classified into low, middle, high, and top grades based on how much magic energy they contain. Magic gems hold more magic elements in the same volume and are worth much more than crystals. As for beast cores, only creatures above level 4 produce them. Beast cores are much more valuable than crystals. Compared to magic gems, it depends on the magic energy stored per volume. Ugh! In an instant, William was forcefully knocked back, rolling about 20 or 30 meters on the ground, carving a deep mark into the hard blue stone. He spat out blood. Though not dead, he was badly hurt. At this moment, his helmet was also knocked off, and the protective armor shield on his armor slowly faded away. Clearly, this attack exhausted the magic energy in his enchanted gear. Since he was only a beginner, he couldn't channel battle aura outside his body to recharge the gear. It relied solely on magic crystals. Rodi now believed that his high-level magic equipment couldn't have been recharged with beast cores or magic gems. It was most likely powered by magic crystals. Otherwise, the magic energy wouldn't have been depleted so quickly. Perhaps, in William's view, even if he used magic crystals to recharge, Rodi wouldn't be able to break through. "Little green, kill him," William shouted angrily from the ground. Snort. At this moment, his mount, the blue-scaled horse, charged forward about 50 meters before stopping. It slowly turned around, opening its mouth to spit out a blue energy ball that shone like light and flames. The energy burst out 3 or 4 meters, splashing on the ground, causing the blue stones to corrode and form deep marks. At this moment, the blue-scaled horse heard its owner's angry shout and immediately stared at Rodi. Then it charged again, ready to attack Rodi with its special magic. Rodi seemed frightened. He hurriedly took his bow from the horse's saddle and quickly knocked an arrow, shooting it. Because he was scared, he struggled to knock the arrow 2 or 3 times before finally shooting. On the viewing platform, some people burst into laughter. Clearly, they thought Rodi would never hit the blue-scaled horse. At this time, the blue-scaled horse sped up again, reaching top speed in just a short distance. When the horse was less than 50 meters from Rhodey finally shot an arrow. He shot it blindly with his eyes closed, as if resigned to fate. Suddenly, the blue-scaled horse let out a sharp, painful cry. The arrow hit its eye and pierced through it. To the onlookers, it seemed that because the horse was moving so fast, the arrow's attack was very sharp and managed to deeply into its eye. He was very lucky, and it was surprising that he succeeded. The crowd on the platform fell silent. Only the horse's agonized cry gradually faded, and it lay on the ground, silent. Soon, loud shouts erupted from the crowd. "Kill him! Kill him!" The winner was allowed to kill the loser. People paid to watch this, especially since the opponent was the grandson of a marquis. They enjoyed seeing this. Since the two had signed a life-and-death contract, it was only fair that the weaker one could be killed if defeated. "Wait, I am willing to pay 3,000 gold coins for his ransom," William said anxiously as he saw Rhodey approaching with his staff. He struggled to sit up and shouted loudly. 5,000 gold coins, William shouted again when Rhodey didn't stop and kept approaching. 10,000 gold coins. I will pay 10,000 for his ransom, William begged loudly. According to the life-and-death contract, the defeated side could pay a ransom to save their life, but the opponent had to agree. Otherwise, there was only death. "All right, 10,000 gold coins," Rhodey said calmly as he approached William, pointing his staff at William's forehead with a cold look. Then Rhodey turned and left. The crowd burst into loud laughter. Rhodey wasn't sure if they were laughing at himself or William. Now, Rhodey was very short of gold coins. 10,000 was a big amount, much more than his own head was worth. After all, only with gold coins can the castle be built and various structures constructed. Without them, this winter cannot be survived. Everything else is just empty talk. As for William possibly resenting himself and seeking revenge at all costs, Rhodey is not afraid. As long as he can build the castle and continuously buy system troops, he fears no lord or power. In fact, most people in the stands believe that Rhodey fears the William family's influence and dares not act decisively. Attack 2, Defense 2. When Rhodey turned to leave, a light screen appeared in front of him, offering a choice. Without hesitation, Rhodey chose Attack 2, just like in the game. Winning in the arena grants attribute points. A warm flow slowly rose from his body, and his fighting spirit grew stronger, bringing him closer to the threshold of becoming a black iron professional. "Sir, this is 10,000 gold coins. We earned double," Gord said as he retrieved the coins from the counter and handed them to Rhodey. "Haha." Rhodey also smiled, putting away the coins, as they are his life-saving treasure. "Bodero, go arrange it. I want him dead tonight. I want him to see the sunrise tomorrow," William shouted angrily inside the city lord's mansion at the Marquis's servant and Luren City's official, Bodero. "Young master, calm down. If Rhodey dies in Luren, it will cause big trouble for the family. After all, he is the Duke's younger brother. The Buffetro family has long wanted to enter the northern lands, but lacked an excuse. If you do this, it will be exactly what they want." The Marquis would not agree, Bodero advised softly. "Bodero, what do you suggest? If you can't handle this, I think your position as an official is over," William threatened coldly. "Don't worry, young master. As long as he leaves Luren, a band of thieves will intercept him. Not only his head, but also the 10,000 gold coins will be delivered to you." Bodero quickly pledged loyalty. "My dear Bodero, that's what you said. I'm waiting for good news." "Don't let me down," William said immediately. "As you wish, my young master. He's just a former useless man, a small baron," Bodero said confidently with a smile. 20,000 gold coins. The next day, the arena sent William's ransom of 10,000 gold coins. Rhodey felt very happy. After thinking carefully, based on the resources used in the game, the fortress, watchtower, and archer tower could be built. This way, there would be a guarantee of survival during winter. Moreover, it seemed that he no longer needed to secretly sell wood and/or resources. "Let's go to the market." After resting for a day, early that morning, Rhodey called Gerda, Aline, and Ilya to go to the market. The market in Luren City is in the East District. To get there, you have to pass through the whole city. Over the past few days, Gerda, Aline, and Ilya had been gathering supplies and became quite familiar with the neighborhood. Led by the three of them, they took a shortcut through a narrow street to reach the market. Gerda talked briefly with a simple manager of the market, saying he wanted to buy slaves with skills in blacksmithing, craftsmanship, and farming. Everyone, these slaves are not cheap. Each costs more than 10 gold coins. Are you sure you want to buy? The manager, a short and chubby man with small eyes, looked at them and said to Rhodey. Clearly, he recognized Rhodey as the owner. Take us to see, Rhodey nodded. Please, sir. The manager smiled and led Rhodey and his companions into the large courtyard with 2 attendants. The original owner had never been to the market himself. He always sent others to handle it. Naturally, he had never seen the place. Now, standing here, Rhodey deeply felt that the evil society had no human rights at all. People were treated like dirt. Inside the courtyard, there were rows of simple wooden sheds, and below them, sturdy round wooden cages. They looked more like pig pens. Inside the cages, slaves were confined, each marked with a painted number. From the leftover food on the ground, it was clear they ate a mixture of husks and leaves. There were muddy water in wooden basins, and some slaves were leaning over to drink, looking no different from pigs. The slaves here ranged in age, gender, and race, including orcs, half-elves, and others. X-ray vision. Rhodey chose this magic from the spellbook. It is a level 2 support spell that costs only 2 magic points. In the game, it can reveal basic information about heroes and their carried units. In the wild, it can show the number of monsters nearby and whether they are willing to surrender. Now, Rhodey just wants to see if this see-through-eye magic works. He used mental energy to cast the spell. A magic model instantly formed in the void, and then turned into a streak of light that entered Rhodey's eye. Rhodey selected a wind element magic from the spellbook. The magic's energy is colorless and invisible. Since Gerda and the others are not mages, they cannot see or sense the spell being cast with their eyes. Fertilizer. Skilled at planting potatoes. Mark. Good at growing tomatoes. Locker. As mined before. Rhodey looked around and was pleased to find basic information about these slaves. It's clear from the simple descriptions that these slaves have different skills. The word skilled seems more appropriate than good at. Gerda, a high-level knight. Iron, a trainee knight squire. Elia, a trainee archer. Rhodey looked over Gerda and found basic info about Gerda, Iron, and Elia. He thought for a moment. Iron's future should be as a knight, not a swordsman. This clarified their training paths. Both have good potential and are worth developing. This support magic is pretty useful, Rhodey thought. Honorable guests. These slaves in this area each have a special skill, and each costs over 10 gold coins. You may choose from them, the steward said, leading them to a row of cages. Each cage compartment held one. The cages were clean, with thick straw on the ground and a tattered blanket as a bed. Rhodey used his see-through-eye magic to scan the slaves. Sure enough, each had a skill. Masons, carpenters, tailors, blacksmiths, and so on. There were only 2 blacksmiths. One, named Volo, was described as skilled in blacksmithing, able to make common weapons. The other was described as more experienced, able to make basic farm tools. Without hesitation, Rhodey chose Volo. The blacksmith's price was 30 gold coins, which was quite expensive. In addition, Rhodey selected 2 bricklayers, 1 tailor, and 1 carpenter, totaling 80 gold coins. Now, choose 10 common slaves, Rhodey said as he approached the cage he had just passed. He casually pointed to 10 slaves. All right. The overseer of the market smiled broadly. The total value exceeded 100 gold coins. It had been many days since such a large transaction. Got it. After leaving the market, Rhodey silently calculated in his mind. Among the 10 slaves he bought last, there was a magic apprentice named Merlin. Of course, Rhodey saw information about this apprentice through his eye of insight. He didn't know if the apprentice was born with magic talent or had trained with a wizard before, or why he had fallen into slavery. This was covered in wounds, some of which had become infected and looked like he was near death. When Rhodey chose him, the overseer was also surprised. They usually didn't bother to treat such slaves and were eager to sell them quickly. Rhodey didn't explain much to them, fearing they might refuse to sell, but he realized he was overthinking. The overseer happily pulled out this and offered a very low price, almost giving him away for free. As for the other common slaves, they were skilled in growing certain crops like potatoes, tomatoes, cabbage, and wheat. Later, The overseer brought out these 15 slaves. Each was dressed in rough linen clothes, signed a contract, and handed it to Rhodey. Rhodey paid 110 gold coins and then left with the slaves. Back at his temporary residence, Rhodey asked Eileen and Ilya to arrange the slaves. He also sent Gode to buy a basic healing potion to treat Merlin. In the following days, Rhodey stayed at his temporary home to practice. The more than 20 slaves, under Eileen's supervision, practiced simple spear-throwing techniques. Their meals improved significantly and were enough to fill them. Rhodey's plan was to feed them well, help them regain strength, and then return to their territory. Gode, go to the Luren City Council and submit this written report, Rhodey said, handing Gode a sealed letter. The Luren City Council handles disputes among lords and nobles. It is the highest decision-making body in the northern province, with 9 resident nobles. Rhodey wrote a letter to the council mainly to remind them that the Highland Orcs might make a big move this year. He wanted the northern nobles to be ready to fight the Orc invasion. Based on reports from the Ogre tribes, it seems this year's Orc attack could be serious, possibly leading to a large-scale war. However, Rhodey also hoped they would help share the pressure and protect his territory. Even if they didn't act to defend themselves, writing this letter was a way for him to keep options open. If there was no large invasion, that was fine. If there was, Rhodey had already given a warning. That useless Buffetro family is probably scared, so they made up false news about a possible Orc attack to escape from Highland when winter comes, Gerda said after delivering the letter to the council. He then opened Rhodey's letter and read it aloud to the 9 nobles on duty, smiling. Since he has been made the Baron of Blackrock Town, he must not abandon his people and run away. Otherwise, we in the Northern Council have the right to his title. Sir Slow, go inform the knight he sent that our council has made this decision, one baron said loudly. Yes, sir, replied a senior knight standing nearby, bowing to deliver the council's decision to Gerda. After Gerda told Rhodey this news, Rhodey nodded calmly. Reporting this was just a precaution. Rhodey had no intention of fleeing Highland. After all, it was a good place for a castle. There was no better location. Gerda, are you interested in forming another mercenary group? Rhodey then asked. Over time, Rhodey discovered that Gerda's dream was to build a strong mercenary team. He had even formed a small mercenary squad before, but it was almost wiped out during a mission. Only he survived. He used to get poisoned because of that. What do you mean, sir? Gerda showed some interest. To develop the territory in the future, we need to trade with the outside world. Building a mercenary group under my territory, outside Blackrock Town and the independent duchy, would be a good way to handle this, Rhodey explained. However, I do not have more gold to support you now. I can only give you 1,000 gold coins to help you start building a mercenary group. You can form a small team first. Once your territory develops, I will give you more help, Rhodey said. In fact, Rhodey didn't explain in detail. Developing the territory was secondary. The most important thing was a steady supply of gold coins, which must be obtained through trade. Sir, 1,000 gold coins are enough. Once the mercenary team is formed, it can earn gold continuously, Godelson said excitedly. After all, creating a mercenary group had always been his dream, even though it was still far away. He previously asked for only 3 years of service to Rhodey because he didn't want to be tied to a fixed territory. Instead, he wanted to build his own mercenary group to roam the continent. Good. For now, stay in Luren City to recruit members and form a mercenary team, Rhodey said. Yes, sir. Before winter comes, I will establish the mercenary team and listen to your commands at any time, Godelson replied. No rush. In a few days, I will go back to plan for the winter. With gold coins and so many slaves, I think we can get through this winter without problems. Come with me to the mercenary guild. I want to register as a mercenary, Rhodey said. As a noble lord, your status is noble. Why do you need to register as a mercenary and risk your life? Godelson asked. My noble status is just a cage. It's not as free as you guys. If I could give it up, I would. Surviving this winter in the Grangau Highlands is necessary for a better future. If I can't hold my ground, wandering as a mercenary is also a way to survive, Rhodey explained. In fact, Rhodey didn't say this openly. He had previously heard from Godelson that the mercenary guild had a library. To read inside, one had to be promoted to the Black Iron Mercenary rank to gain access. Now he knew that this world was similar to the game. Visiting certain buildings like the mercenary camp or magic school could increase attributes. If he visited the library, each attribute could be increased by 2 points. This was very tempting for Roddy. Don't be pessimistic, sir. With your ability, you will definitely stand firm in the Grangau Highlands, Godelson comforted. Let's go. To the Mercenary Guild, Roddy said with a smile. The Mercenary Guild is located in the East City, right next to the Lord Mayor's residence. It covers a large area and is very grand. Inside, there are many professionals, and people come and go, making it very lively. However, Roddy thinks it feels a bit common and not as noble as the Mage Guild. Registering as a mercenary is very simple, but you must be a professional. Roddy currently has only one professional badge, which was awarded by the Grand City Knights Guild for being a beginner knight. By the way, this beginner knight badge was obtained through cheating, using the noble bloodline of the Buffett Rowe family, which the original owner exploited. Today, the Knights Guild has become an organization supported by many noble families across the continent. For commoners, it's very hard to become a knight, but for nobles, as long as they pay gold, they can be granted the title without trouble. In the past, the original owner studied at a knight school under the Knights Guild. Although he didn't graduate, he spent 1,000 gold coins to get the title of a beginner knight. In fact, he just bought the badge. Having this badge is enough. The Mercenary Guild has low requirements for professionals. Once registered as a mercenary, leveling up only requires completing tasks and earning points. There are no specific level requirements for professionals. Of course, for individual mercenaries, a higher professional level means they can take on more advanced missions. For a mercenary group, it depends on the overall level. Roddy filled out a form, showed his professional badge, paid 100 gold coins, and the guild registered him and gave him a wooden badge. The badge was made from a very sturdy wood, engraved with a sword, shield, and warhorse. This wooden badge is the Beginner Mercenary Professional Badge, also called a Beginner Mercenary. They also gave Roddy a book called Mercenary Code. From now on, he can carry this badge to any mercenary guild task point to accept missions. Completing missions will earn him points. If he joins a mercenary team, the team leader will decide how to share the points. All these rules are written in the Mercenary Code, which each mercenary receives from the guild. Another 100 gold coins. These organizations really know how to make money, Roddy muttered to himself after finishing the process. In the next few days, with planning from Gerda, Aaron, and Ilya, they bought 10 grain transport carts and some horses. They also picked up the arrows, weapons, food, and 10 sets of snake scale armor they had ordered earlier. On the 10th day of the appointment, Roddy arrived at the Magic Guild. Master Roddy, a magic apprentice, warmly greeted him and led him into the Mage Tower. Clearly, news of Roddy becoming a junior mage in the Northern Lands had spread among the apprentices, and they showed him great respect. "Who is on duty today?" Roddy asked politely. "Master Paradel has been on duty all month," the apprentice replied quickly. "Perfect," Roddy said with a smile. He followed the apprentice to the duty room on the first floor. Master Paradel finished meditating and happily invited Roddy inside. "Here are your mage robes, junior mage badge, withered with staff, and a book called Calm Meditation Technique, Paradel said, having prepared the items in advance and laying them out. "Oh, a meditation book as a gift?" Roddy was a bit surprised. It hadn't been mentioned before. "It's not very valuable. Every new student at the magic school can learn it. We all understand it. But since you are not from the Mage Tower, I decided to give you a copy," Paradel explained with a smile. "Thank you very much." Roddy immediately understood this was Paradel's personal kindness and gratefully accepted. "No need to thank me. Maybe in the future, I will rely on you, Roddy. As a mage who also holds the title of Lord in the Northern Lands, you are unique," Paradel said. From his words, Roddy could tell this was a heartfelt gesture. "Rest assured, I won't forget this kindness," Roddy quickly responded. "What are your plans next, Master Roddy?" Paradel asked. "I've been away from my territory for a while and want to return as soon as possible," Roddy nodded. "That's good. We can meet again if there's a chance. When you go back, be careful. You can also buy some equipment from our Mage Tower, as you might encounter danger on the way," Paradel advised. "Thank you," Roddy nodded, and then left the room to choose equipment outside. It was clear that Paradel knew about Roddy and William's duel in the arena and was worried for him. Actually, Rhodey had already decided to buy some gear. Of course, with limited funds, he could only purchase what was urgently needed. "How much for this enchanted longbow?" Rhodey asked at the weapon stall. This passage describes 3 different longbows, each with unique features. Some are delicate and beautiful, others are heavy and tough, and some have strange shapes. Rhodey asks about the heavy, tough longbow. "Lord Rhodey, you have good eyes. This bow is called Flowing Wind, and is the best of the 3. It is a new work by Lord Farrod, made mainly from enchanted mountain mulberry plants. The bowstring is spun from the silk of a 2nd-level magical beast called the man-eating spider. Some parts are mixed with a small amount of mithril. The entire bow has a magic circle carved into it, which can turn battle energy into a whirlwind to boost the arrow's speed and armor-breaking power. If you use enchanted armor-piercing arrows made by a master, you can hunt professionals of higher levels. For your status, it costs 120 gold coins. The magic apprentice takes down the bow and points to the quiver of arrows nearby, explaining, "All right, I'll take it. Also, give me 10 armor-piercing arrows and 100 contracts," Rhodey says, pointing to the quiver and the shelf with contracts. "These arrows are sold outside for 1 gold coin each. For your status, I'll sell you 10 for 7 gold coins. Plus, the 100 contracts, total 157 gold coins," the apprentice replies. Rhodey nods and takes out the gold from his bag, handing it over. Strength 1. Back at his rented place, Rhodey takes the staff in his hand. Using the hero panel, he sees it can increase his strength and makes him feel clear-headed and sharp. He concentrates and sends out his mental energy. Noticing the range of his mental power has increased by 20 meters, his mental strength is a bit stronger. It has reached the item grade. Rhodey puts the staff into his equipment slot on the hero panel. Increasing strength not only extends the range of mental power, but also makes spell modeling and control more precise, naturally boosting magic power. Clearly, this matches the system. Strength mainly influences magic power. "Master, when we go back, don't take the mountain trail again. Be very careful on the road," Gerda says, sending Rhodey and his group out of the city 3 days later, repeatedly warning. "Safe travels, sir." Gerda's daughter, Cilia, who took a day off from night school to see them off, waves and softly says goodbye. Today, she wears a knight squire's uniform, looking brave and spirited. But when she sees Rhodey, her face turns red with embarrassment, and her voice is too soft to hear. "Don't worry. This time, we'll take the wide road through the Varda plain and not the mountain trail." Rhodey rode on his warhorse and waved his hand. Next to him, there were 12 wagons, 10 carrying grain, and 2 loaded with weapons and supplies. At this moment, Rhodey put on snake scale armor, and he also had Aaron, Ilya, and other strong slaves wear the armor. Honestly, people in this world are very easy to take care of. Rhodey bought 15 slaves from the market, expecting they would resist, refuse to submit, or even starve themselves. But after a few days, he realized he was wrong. Slaves in this world grow like wild grass. Wherever they are, they thrive. They accept their fate and obey without question. As long as they are fed well, they seem like soulless tools, very obedient and easy to manage. As for Aaron and Ilya, who are close confidants, they have become very proactive under Rhodey's guidance. They now lead the team, organizing camping and marching efficiently, saving Rhodey a lot of trouble. Rhodey even learned a lot from Aaron, since he lacked experience in this area. Aaron is very experienced in marching, camping, and setting up guards, which is very helpful. By comparing, Rhodey found that the native soldiers in his system are more like tools for battle. They lack independent thinking. That's why he needs these people to build his territory. As for the magic apprentice Melon, his injuries are fully healed now. But he remains silent and keeps a careful watch, walking alongside the team with a mule. Rhodey has never heard him speak. Rhodey kept observing him with his mental power, but didn't find anything special about Melon. One evening, Rhodey called Aaron and Ilya into his tent and said, "Because of your performance and loyalty, I will teach you a breathing technique. Go and understand it on your own. May the gods be above us. I will fight only for my lord in this life." Aaron knelt and said gratefully. He had once desperately wanted a breathing technique, but almost lost his life trying to get it, only to find it now as "I feel the same." Ilya also knelt, tears of joy in her eyes. "All right, If you master this technique, you can help your master. There's no point talking now, Rhodey said casually. He taught them the broken army breathing technique, a general breathing method suitable for them at this time. Clap, clap, clap. One early morning, Rhodey's camp was set up in a valley near the Varta plain. As Rhodey was sleeping, he heard loud hoofbeats. He quickly turned over, put on his snakescale armor, grabbed his bow and a quiver of arrows, and stepped out of the tent. Everyone hide inside the grain carts. Hold your spears and stand firm. Anyone fleeing the battlefield will be cut down, Irian shouted loudly. Many slaves were so frightened they trembled and couldn't even hold their spears. However, except for Irian and Ilya, who stayed calm, Mellinger looked indifferent, as if life and death didn't matter to him. To be fair, Irian's experience in battle formation gave the temporary camp some advantages. The 10 carts were connected end to end, forming a circle that could block the cavalry's charge. At this moment, Rhodey also climbed onto a grain cart to watch. A group of about 10 cavalrymen charged from the direction they came. They held knights' swords and rushed like a rushing wave straight toward the camp. Rhodey had never faced a cavalry charge directly before. At this moment, he felt shocked and scared. The overwhelming momentum made him feel very small and powerless. Sir, this isn't an ordinary band of thieves. You should hide below to avoid being hit by arrows, Irian quickly advised. Understood, Rhodey replied calmly. In fact, Rhodey had already guessed that this attack was probably revenge from the Marquis family, so he didn't dare to be careless. He immediately cast a protective magic shield on himself. Shoo, shoo, shoo. The enemy was now less than 200 steps away. Rhodey quickly knocked an arrow and began shooting. The flow wind bow was indeed very good, increasing his arrow attack power by 10%. The flowing energy entered the bowstring, forming a swirling air vortex on the arrow. This not only increased the arrow's speed but also allowed the vortex, infused with his fighting spirit, to help the arrow fly in a curved path, bypassing obstacles to strike targets. Rhodey's strongest skill was archery. With this powerful bow, his shooting became even more deadly. Soon, several cavalrymen fell from their horses one after another, causing the charge to slow down. But the remaining cavalrymen didn't stop. Even though Rhodey kept firing arrows, 3 of them had already reached close to him in an instant. Rhodey quickly used his mental power to analyze the situation and realized that these 3 cavalrymen were not ordinary soldiers. They were full of vitality, surrounded by fighting energy, and must be professionals. 2 of them were likely high-level professionals. They wore heavy steel armor, even covering their faces with helmets, leaving only a small gap at the neck. These 3 were definitely the leaders of a band of thieves. Ordinary people couldn't wear such heavy armor, let alone charge into battle. Kill. Aileen leapt out from behind the supply cart and moved in front of Rhodey. He believed that Rhodey had no chance against 3 close combat cavalrymen. If he got too close, it would be dangerous. Clearly, Aileen was ready to fight to the death. In fact, if Rhodey's system had gunmen here, with his current attack, defense, and basic offensive skills, those gunmen could use their piercing shot at close range, which would be very effective against these cavalrymen. But Aileen was different. He didn't have many advantages. Facing the charging knights, he was risking his life. Among the 3 rushing cavalrymen, 2 had dazzling fighting energy rippling on their swords. Since they were far away earlier, Rhodey guessed they were high-level knights, and he was right. They were both advanced knights, skilled at controlling their horses swiftly and precisely. Shoo-shoo. As Aileen burst out from behind the supply cart, Rhodey quickly drew 2 armor-piercing arrows and shot them. This was the first time Rhodey used the chain arrow technique. Both arrows flew out almost simultaneously, boosted by fighting energy, turning into streaks of light that drew arcs in the air. They accurately pierced the necks of the 2 frontmost knights, causing them to fall to the ground. Rhodey had been studying the chain arrow technique for a while. Previously, he could only shoot 2 arrows at once, but their power was small, and they couldn't change direction mid-flight. 1 strong arrow was better. Now, with the flow wind bow's support, the 2 arrows in a chain didn't have as much power as a single arrow, but combined with armor-piercing effects, they could kill high-level knights. Die. The 3rd knight charged forward, raising his sword, which shimmered with dazzling fighting energy, and roared at Rhodey. He thought that Roddy was an archer, and, once close enough, Roddy would be doomed. The knight didn't look at Aileen at all and charged forward on his warhorse. He knew he had to kill Roddy immediately, because if Roddy attacked again, as an archer, he would be in danger. Slow spell. Roddy quickly cast a magic spell, as it was too late to grab an arrow now, but magic could be cast almost instantly. In an instant, the knight and his horse were covered in a yellow glow, as if trapped in mud, and their speed dropped sharply. Bang! Aileen fought with all his strength, stabbing his spear at the knight's steel armor. It didn't pierce, and the strong rebound pushed Aileen back, causing him to hit the supply cart. Actually, if Roddy hadn't cast the slow spell, the knight's horse would have trampled Aileen into a mess. Snick! At this moment, Roddy shot an arrow precisely into the only weak spot on the man's neck. The man let out a painful cry and slowly fell from his horse. Roddy's magic gave him a chance to retrieve his arrow again. Casting magic at such a close distance, and almost instantly, the magic glow was very faint that night, so few people noticed Roddy casting spells. This was part of Roddy's plan, to avoid revealing all his tricks too early. Meanwhile, after defeating the 10 riders, nearly 100 bandits running on foot approached, less than 100 meters away. The bandits behind were not as well equipped as the 10 riders in front. They wore simple leather armor, but they were many. Most carried cross swords. Some had bows and shot arrows from behind. Their attack formation was quite impressive. "Master, I will lead people to block them and buy you some time," Aileen said. "Good. Anyone daring to charge forward will be promoted to soldiers with better treatment," Roddy replied loudly. "Those who are not afraid of death, follow me," Aileen shouted with fiery eyes. In an instant, 7 slaves wearing snakescale armor, armed with spears, jumped over the supply cart and followed Aileen. Ilya also rushed out, but she was only good at shooting arrows and not close combat, so she stood on the side of the cart, drawing her bow. At this moment, Melon, who was usually quiet and rarely spoke, unexpectedly took a long spear from the cart and charged forward. Roddy wanted to stop him, but thought for a moment and decided not to. In fact, Roddy wanted to see in real combat whether these slaves had courage. He also hoped to select some to train and strengthen. At this moment, Roddy used his continuous arrow skill, firing arrows one after another. Each shot brought down 2 thieves with screams. Since these slaves were bought with his money, Roddy didn't want to see them die easily. He tried his best to protect them from being killed. However, the thieves fought bravely and fearlessly. Even after stepping over their fallen comrades, they rushed forward quickly, colliding head-on with Arian and his 7 companions. A fierce battle broke out instantly. Roddy initially planned to cast a protective shield magic to defend Arian and the others, but he quickly abandoned the idea because the fight was very strange. It seemed that the 3 knights were clearly the leaders of the thief group. Since they had already been killed, the thieves should have been defeated by now, according to their usual style. Yet, they kept rushing forward, which made Roddy uneasy. He didn't dare to waste too much magic power. Right now, Roddy only had 90 magic points. He had already cast a slow spell earlier, leaving him with 84 points. His skill level was too low to cast group buff magic, so casting on each person individually would waste too much magic. Despite that, Roddy quickly shot and killed some thieves, making the others afraid. Some began to retreat. Suddenly, from behind a large rock on the side, a loud explosion erupted. A spear wrapped in fiery red energy shot out like a dragon, aiming straight at Roddy. It was clear that a higher-level magic user was hiding behind the rock, waiting for the perfect moment to strike Roddy fatally. Roddy sensed the spear with his mental power and quickly dodged backward, but the spear was too fast. It hit his shoulder instantly. A yellowish shield of light appeared and blocked the spear. The impact caused a loud explosion, with energy and magic clashing, creating a burst of bright sparks like fireworks. A huge bang followed, and the force of the impact threw Roddy backward, smashing him into another supply cart. Meanwhile, the spear pierced through Roddy's snakescale armor, but thanks to 2 layers of defense, only a shallow wound was left on his body. In an instant, a powerful and hot fire attribute fighting energy burst out from the spear and rushed into Roddy's body, wildly twisting through his meridians. This caused Rhodey's blood and energy to become chaotic and turbulent. Combined with the intense impact just now, his internal organs seemed to shift positions, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. "Master!" Aileen shouted loudly, turning around to come to Rhodey's rescue. At this moment, a person jumped out from behind the side of the rock. The person held a large sword, which shimmered with a bright red fighting energy. He was dressed in a suit of steel armor, covering his entire body, including metal boots, leg guards, and a steel helmet, making him look like a metal can. The armor was glowing with fiery red fighting energy, enveloping his whole body. Despite the heavy armor, he moved quickly and agilely, jumping like a lively monkey, rushing toward Rhodey. By now, Rhodey knew that this person had at least reached the bronze level because the fighting energy attached to the flying spear forcibly entered his meridians and caused damage. This was definitely beyond what a black iron level professional could achieve. However, this person had been hiding behind the rock and had not attacked until now. When he finally struck, he did so with full force, showing no intention of leaving Rhodey alive. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, although Rhodey's whole body was trembling, his energy was chaotic, and he was barely able to move. Still, it didn't stop him from casting magic. He no longer cared about hiding and quickly held his withered wood staff, unleashing his strongest spell, Lightning Strike, to attack. Rhodey repeatedly cast 5 thunder spells in succession. It must be said that this person's defense was astonishing. The first 3 lightning strikes hit him, but did not break through his protective fighting energy. The 4th finally shattered his protective energy, and when the 5th lightning struck, he trembled all over and finally stopped his charge. "No way. You are a grand mage." The person finally became afraid, shouting in terror, and turned to run away. Clearly, his ability to cast magic so quickly in a short time made him believe Rhodey was a grand mage. In reality, he had never seen a grand mage in action before. It was just a guess. After all, mages are not good at close combat, and casting magic takes a long time. Only grand mages could possibly cast low-level magic so quickly. Rhodey knew that the person fleeing had to be injured quite badly. At this moment, the fire attribute fighting energy inside him finally dissipated, and his body began to recover. Rhodey quickly stored the withered wood staff into his equipment slot, drew the wind flow bow, and took out a broken armor-piercing arrow, then shot it immediately. The arrow, wrapped in fighting energy, spiraled out rapidly and instantly pierced through his leg armor, causing him to scream loudly. His running speed immediately slowed down significantly. "Let me go. I am the guardian sword master of the Northern Land Governor. If you kill me, it will cause big trouble." The man stopped fleeing and turned around hurriedly, sensing Rhodey slowly drawing his bow and aiming at the back of his head. "I haven't encountered the Marquis's guardian sword master." "You're just a thief," Rhodey said coldly, then suddenly shot the arrow. From this man's words, Rhodey had already learned what he wanted to know. Now was not the time to turn against the Marquis's family. Doing so would mean breaking ties with the northern aristocrats. So he couldn't recognize this man's identity, but he also didn't want to let him go. He knew this man held many secrets about Rhodey. I must say, this armor-piercing arrow was very powerful. It went straight through his helmet and killed him instantly. Of course, earlier he had been struck by 5 bolts of lightning, which caused him intense pain and scattered his fighting energy, leaving him defenseless. That was why Rhodey could easily kill him. Without magic attacks, relying only on archery and armor-piercing arrows, it would be difficult to break through his defenses. It must be said that the combination of magic and archery greatly increased Rhodey's attack power. At the same time, Rhodey realized his own combat limit. With magic support, he could kill a bronze-level fighter, but it was very difficult. Facing a silver-level fighter, it would be a life-and-death struggle. After all, 5 of the strongest magic spells couldn't kill a bronze-level fighter, and a silver-level fighter's strength was probably several times higher than a bronze. They were definitely not comparable. Reached level 10, after killing the knight, Rhodey's mind filled with images of his diligent practice of archery, and he felt a surge of happiness. Basic tactics, basic fire magic. At this moment, a dialogue box appeared before him. Rhodey was momentarily stunned, but chose basic fire magic. At this moment, Rhodey felt a mix of emotions. This was his last skill, and he had hoped to learn the supportive magic skill, basic magic power, to boost his magic strength, but it seemed impossible now. After all, Rhodey couldn't choose basic tactics. At this time, Rhodey opened his hero panel to check. Rhodey, level 10 Knight attack, 9 defense, 3 strength, 2 knowledge, 5 specialty, archery experience, 15,300 magic points, 30 out of 90 skills, basic leadership, advanced archery, basic wisdom, basic attack, basic earth magic, intermediate intelligence, basic air magic, basic fire magic. Clearly, a random attribute increased his attack. If Rhodey hadn't checked carefully, he wouldn't have noticed that his health had also increased slightly. Also, as he levels up, the experience needed for each new level increases greatly, making leveling up very difficult. We surrender, seeing Rhodey pointing his bow and arrow at them. Most of the thieves immediately knelt down and shouted. In fact, the previous series of attacks happened in an instant. Now that the bronze level guards had been killed, they naturally chose to surrender. Snick, snick, snick. At this moment, 3 thieves who were farther away turned to run but were instantly shot and killed by Rhodey. The remaining thieves no longer dared to try escaping, each kneeling on the ground, waiting to be dealt with. Arian quickly led her people to confiscate their weapons, glaring at them fiercely. "Master, they are both badly hurt," Ilya reported. She was directing the remaining slaves to bandage the injured. Rhodey also saw this and sighed softly. Although his archery was strong, he only had 1 bow and couldn't focus on both. The 2 slaves were severely wounded. One had a pierced chest, and the other had a cut across the neck, both beyond saving. There were 2 more seriously injured. One was Merlin, whose abdomen was cut open with a large wound, blood pouring out. The other had a torn chest with a gaping wound exposing the lung, blood flowing heavily. With such medical conditions, it was unlikely they would survive. Without hesitation, Rhodey cast water healing magic repeatedly until all his magic was exhausted. The wounds of the 2 men visibly healed. Though their faces remained pale, they had at least been saved. One of the slaves knelt on the ground and expressed gratitude. Mellinger's reaction seemed a bit slow, and he also slowly knelt down to thank. Those willing to come and sign a contract can be spared from death. Those unwilling will be executed immediately. At this moment, Rhodey took out a stack of contracts. "We are willing." In the end, all the captured bandits voluntarily signed contracts. Including the original slaves, Rhodey's total number of slaves reached 55. Without needing Rhodey's orders, Aileen quickly took control of these slaves, directing them to clean the battlefield, collect arrows and weapons, and valuable armor from the bandits. Especially the 3 sets of chainmail armor, which are rare treasures. The 10 intact warhorses were also recovered one by one. "Who are you?" "That bandit group. And why did you attack me?" At this moment, Rhodey called over a bandit who had signed the contract to ask. Rhodey could tell that this bandit was a beginner swordsman and a minor leader among the infantry. "Master, we are the Black Crow Bandit Group, based in a hidden valley on a hill about 100 miles from here. 3 days ago, this bronze swordsman came to our camp with a letter from the Thieves' Guild. He offered to pay us 3,000 gold coins to do this job. He paid a deposit of 2,000 gold coins, and with the guild's guarantee, our leader accepted. According to that swordsman, the master is probably just a high-level professional, and his companions are all slaves, with no other professionals. It's easy to kill them. The swordsman told us to leave 10 of our brothers to guard, while the rest would ambush your convoy," he explained. At this point, Rhodey understood why these bandits were so fearless. Clearly, the Marquis of the Northern Lands sent this bronze professional to oversee the attack. If it weren't for the dire situation, this bronze professional probably wouldn't have shown himself. Or perhaps he believed that this bandit group was more than capable of destroying him and didn't want to appear. After all, the duchy has laws forbidding mutual warfare among lords, and Rhodey is a direct descendant of the Buffetro family. But from this incident, it seems that the many bandits in the hilltop plain are hard to completely eliminate, likely because various nobles and the Thieves' Guild are secretly protecting them. What about the 2,000 gold coins? Rhodey's eyes lit up immediately. Gold coins are always in demand. More is always better. I don't know, but given our leader's character, the gold is definitely hidden in his secret chamber. Furthermore, the Black Crow Thief Guild has been operating for many years. Inside their secret room, there are definitely more than just these 2,000 gold coins, said the young leader. What is your name? Rhodey asked him with a meaningful look. Reporting to the master, my name is Winterlock, the man replied happily. Cut off the heads of these 3 men, Rhodey ordered, pointing at the 3 bandit leaders. He saw Arian's people gathering the bodies to burn them. Yes, sir, Arian responded. Although he didn't understand the reason, he followed Rhodey's orders strictly, as he always did. Soon, the caravan set out again. It now included 10 more warhorses and dozens of slaves. The whole group looked very large and powerful. At dusk, the caravan arrived at Black Rye Town. Stop the caravan. As they approached the town, the sheriff and 10 guards hurriedly blocked the way. Lord Baron, the sheriff recognized Rhodey and bowed. Rhodey also recognized him, since they had met before. Sheriff Jiro Knight, my team was attacked by the Black Crow Thief Guild. Many people are injured. I want to rest here for a while before continuing. Is that okay? Rhodey asked. Honored Lord Baron, I cannot decide that. I need to report to my lord, Baron Liar, because Black Rye Town is his territory, the sheriff said, pointing toward a small castle in the distance. Clearly, Baron Liar lived in a castle several kilometers away. This town was part of his land. That's fine, Rhodey nodded. Many lords govern the duchy, and Rhodey didn't know which family Baron Liar belonged to. Lord Baron, my lord agrees to let you rest in the town, but you must pay 10 gold coins each night as rent, the sheriff quickly replied. It was obvious that Baron Liar was trying to extort money. 10 gold coins a night was a lot. Usually, lords would let travelers stay for free, offering food and drink, and even hosting banquets. But clearly, the other side didn't trust Rhodey or want to be associated with him. They showed no respect and only followed the rules of their land's interests. That's fine, Rhodey said casually, not minding the fee. Jiro Knight, do you know if this town has a contact point for the Thief Guild? Subsequently, the sheriff took Rhodey and the others to an empty courtyard. When he was about to leave, Rhodey asked again. Honorable Baron, the Black Crow Thief Group has often disturbed our territory. Thank you for helping us get rid of them. You might find answers at the Black Rye Tavern, the sheriff said. Clearly, the sheriff saw the 3 heads hanging on Eileen's warhorse and guessed the situation. Thank you, Rhodey nodded. Eileen, take 2 people and go to the Black Rye Tavern to exchange these 3 heads for gold coins, Rhodey ordered after they settled in the courtyard. Yes, sir, Eileen replied, choosing 2 people to go with him. In fact, the ambush on Rhodey might have been arranged by the Thieves' Guild, which acts as a middleman in the underground world. Rhodey also learned from Goth that the Thieves' Guild is an organization that sells the heads of the Black Crow Thief Group. Selling their heads to them and introducing the thieves to assassinate himself does not conflict. It's all for profit. Of course, Rhodey also wanted to train Eileen. Developing a territory can't be done alone. Talented helpers are needed. Currently, he lacked capable people around him, so Rhodey aimed to train and develop them. Talented people are essential for the growth of the territory. As for the soldiers produced by the system, Rhodey observed that so far, only Soros had some ability to learn independently. Other soldiers could fight, but seemed poorly integrated into this world. They lacked the ability to think independently and could only follow orders. They were useful as tools or war weapons, but they couldn't take on responsibilities voluntarily. The Black Rye Tavern indeed had connections with the Thieves' Guild. By evening the next day, a person dressed in a black robe and wearing a hood arrived on a fast horse. He carried a portrait and carefully examined the 3 heads. After confirming, he left 1,500 gold coins. Judging by the bounty, these 3 were not ordinary. They were worth as much as Noble Hunter Bill. The main reason was that they belonged to an organized thief group, which Bill did not have. However, they were unlucky to encounter Rhodey, a divine archer skilled in both magic and combat. Before their close-range strength could be fully used, they were killed. Rhodey is a master of 3 professions, far beyond what he showed in Luren City. Attack 2, fire damage increased by 10%. That evening, after dinner, Eileen handed Roddy the cross sword used by the bronze sword master from the loot. When Roddy took it, a dialogue box appeared in front of him. Clearly, this was a treasure recognized by the system. The sword was heavier than a normal cross sword, with dark red metal patterns on it. To Roddy, it seemed to be made with a magic metal infused with fire attributes. So, This sword should be a magic weapon that boosts fire energy, allowing the user to convert fire energy into flames for attack. However, Roddy didn't have a fire-breathing technique and wasn't sure if he was naturally compatible with fire elements or if he could gather fire energy. Let's call it the Flame Fire Sword from now on. Roddy thought for a moment and added the sword to his hero panel equipment list. Next, Roddy took out his withered wood staff and began practicing meditation. During this time, he had been exploring the meditation method he learned from the Magic Guild whenever he had free time. This meditation technique described a way to strengthen the mind by concentrating into a thread. Once mastered, it allows the mind to probe very finely, sensing tiny magic energy particles in the space. Before, Roddy couldn't achieve this. Tonight, holding the withered wood staff increased his strength slightly, reaching 3 points, and he felt his mental power grow stronger. It worked. The reason he hadn't succeeded before was probably because his mental strength was too weak. With the staff's help, he quickly achieved, concentrating into a thread. At this moment, his mental probing felt like a nearsighted person suddenly wearing the right glasses. It was blurry before, but now, as his mental thread extended outward, everything around him became clearer. As the meditation method described, he could observe microscopic particles of magic energy, even see inside his own body. His blood vessels and internal organs were all visible. Of course, this wasn't the end. As his mental power grew stronger, he would be able to probe even more microscopic things. Truly mysterious, Roddy thought. At this moment, he finally saw the so-called magic energy particles. These particles floated in the void like colorful, light grains. In fact, these light grains were not many. With his current mental strength, Roddy could only sense up to 60 meters away. In this space, there were fewer than 100 of these particles. There are 100 particles in various colors: yellow-brown, blue, green, black, light blue, bright red, and even pure white. Roddy knows these are magic energy particles, which are the source of energy in this magical world. When Roddy uses his mental power to touch them, only the yellow-brown, blue, and red particles can be merged with his mind. The other particles bounce away immediately. At this moment, a feeling of heaviness, lightness, and warmth appears in his mind. Clearly, he is most compatible with earth, wind, and fire elements. From his mental exploration, his affinity for these elements seems equal. Roddy is a bit surprised. Although he hasn't practiced meditation before, he couldn't directly see the particles, but he could sense the presence of magic energy, like the heaviness of earth and the lightness of wind. However, he had never felt the heat of fire before. Tonight, he feels it for the first time. He suspects that feeling the fire element tonight is because he has developed an affinity for it today. Now, he suddenly realizes that choosing the beginner fire magic skill earlier might have increased his affinity for fire. This means he can now refine not only earth and wind energy, but also fire energy, provided he has the right breathing technique. That's it. Roddy then uses the Pei-Jun breathing method. This breathing method has no element restrictions. After practicing it, he finds that his blood energy combines earth, wind, and fire elements, forming 3 different types of fighting energy flowing through his meridians. The earth element fighting energy is the thickest and gathers quickly when he uses the earth breathing technique. The wind and fire fighting energies are very fine, like threads, and are harder to refine with the Pei-Jun method, which is inefficient for producing strong fighting energy. Of course, the Pei-Jun breathing method is a low-level technique, producing many types of fighting energy, but of poor quality, not suitable for powerful fighting skills. Most melee fighters choose to refine fighting energy with the magic energy they are most compatible with during their lives. Roddy's affinity seems influenced by the system. Maybe he can refine more types of fighting energy, but he needs to find higher-level breathing techniques and fighting skills. In fact, the main purpose of meditation is not just to observe magic energy particles, but to build a space to store magic energy, so he can store elements he is compatible with and use them to cast spells. The wizard gathers magical energy in this way. Once they build a mental barrier to store magic, they must constantly meditate to gather their mental strength. They cannot slack off at all. When casting magic, they also need to use mental energy to create spell models. This double effort makes mental strength the only measure of a wizard's skill. Because of this, they spend a lot of time meditating each day, which makes their bodies weak. Roddy thinks he doesn't need to spend mental energy gathering and storing magic particles. Instead, he studies spell models and writes magic into a magic book. This way, he uses very little mental energy and has plenty of time and energy to train his fighting spirit and strengthen his body. This is his biggest advantage. After all, Roddy doesn't like having a weak body. However, meditation methods are not useless. For example, the concentrate as silk technique is very valuable. But this meditation method is very basic, and he can only use this one small trick. Roddy decides to meditate for an hour each day to strengthen his mental power. Before sleeping, Roddy puts his withered wooden staff into his system space. He takes out the ogre staff to sleep with, since it can increase some knowledge and give him intermediate intelligence. At night, it can also restore 15 magic points, which could be life-saving in critical moments. Arian, you are in charge here. Tomorrow morning, I will take some people to the Black Crow Thieves' Den, Roddy said on the fourth night, feeling that his injuries had healed quite a bit. He called Arian over. Master, I should go with you, Arian said. No, I will go with Winterlock. With you guarding here and Ilya helping you, I can leave with peace of mind, Roddy replied. Among these slaves, Winterlock is stronger than Arian. Roddy took him away. Arian, with Ilya, a skilled archer, can keep the other slaves in check. Roddy feels more at ease this way. After all, Roddy still doesn't fully trust the new thief slaves. Ilya's archery improved quickly. She had already killed 3 thieves before, which surprised Roddy. It shows that his earlier guidance on her archery was effective. Although there is a contract, it only works at close range. If they run away, Roddy doesn't have the energy to chase after them, so he can't take risks. Arian lowered his head silently, knowing Roddy's intentions. He felt a bit annoyed that his own strength was too low. The next day at dawn, just as it was getting light, everyone in the town was still asleep. Roddy and Winterlock rode away quickly on their horses, heading toward the old hideout of the Black Crow bandits on the hill. Led by Winterlock, the 2 horses crossed the plain road and entered the deserted hill area. They followed a mountain trail and forest paths to a hidden valley. Open the gate. Winterlock led the way, riding in front. The 2 horses moved through a narrow forest trail that only fit 1 horse. After 3 or 4 kilometers, they reached a tall, heavy wooden gate. Winterlock shouted loudly. Along the way, Roddy held a dry wooden staff. His mental power could reach 60 meters, and he didn't see any guards hiding nearby. Roddy guessed that the bandits kept the place very secret, so they didn't set up guards. Captain Winterlock, why are you back? 2 heads peeked out from the heavy gate, asking. You 2 little rabbits are on duty? Open the gate quickly. The leader sent me back to get some things. I can't delay, Winterlock shouted. On the way, Roddy learned from Winterlock that the Black Crow bandits had 3 leaders, all high-level knights. They had 2 infantry squads, 1 archer squad, and a cavalry team led directly by the leader. Winterlock was the captain of the infantry squad, a beginner swordmaster. Open the gate. With a shout from the wall, the heavy gate slowly opened. Winterlock was a middle-ranking member of the bandit group. 5 bandits under his direct command stayed behind, along with 5 archers from the archer squad. As a middle-level member, he had significant influence, and the bandits didn't suspect him. Inside, Roddy saw that the space was quite large. The entrance was small and irregularly shaped, about 1 kilometer long and a few hundred meters wide. The area was surrounded by steep mountains and dense forests, with stone houses, water wells, stables, and training grounds inside. Everyone gather. All of you, come together. Winterlock arrived at the wide training ground, dismounted, and shouted loudly. Captain Winterlock, why did you call us all here? Who is he? Why are you bringing strangers into the camp? Does the leader know? A burly man, sleepy-eyed, came out of a stone house, walking while pulling up his pants and questioning Winterlock. Roddy guessed that he was probably the person in charge of staying behind. He was originally part of the archers' team, not under Winterlock's command. Maxilo, our mission has failed. The captain and vice-captain have been killed by my master, Lord Roddy. Lord Baron gives you a chance to turn over a new leaf. Sign the contract to survive or die, Winterlock said coldly. Brothers, kill this vampire noble, and we will never be slaves. Maxilo's face suddenly changed. He shouted loudly and turned around, grabbing a spear from a thief nearby. He had been busy with other things moments before and didn't have a weapon with him. To be fair, Maxilo's words were very inspiring. 5 thieves responded immediately, grabbing spears and crossed swords, surrounding Roddy and Winterlock. In close combat, some archers also chose to abandon their bows and fight up close. Roddy quietly stepped back a few meters, not planning to fight. Winterlock immediately understood that Roddy was testing him, or perhaps using this as a test of loyalty. Even though there was a contract, Roddy didn't know if he was willing to fight or die for his lord, or if he was truly loyal. Only through actions could he earn the lord's trust. On the other hand, Roddy was also testing Winterlock's fighting skills. "Since you all want to die, I will grant your wish," Winterlock shouted angrily and drew his crossed sword, rushing forward. Suddenly, the battle became very intense. Beginner-level fighters were stronger than ordinary people, but not by much. Fighters develop in a pyramid shape. Higher levels have much bigger gaps. For example, the difference between black iron and bronze is much greater than between an ordinary person and a beginner fighter. Besides, fighters have different strengths and weaknesses. For example, archers are good at long-range attacks, and mages prevent melee fighters from getting close. Maxilo was also close to becoming a beginner-level fighter. He became Winterlock's rival, with 4 others helping him. Soon, they left several wounds on Winterlock, putting him in a difficult and awkward position. Roddy watched with a frown. However, Winterlock quickly changed his fighting style. Previously, he was focused on killing the strongest Moshilo. Now, while pretending to attack Moshilo, he seized the opportunity to kill an ordinary thief. This greatly reduced the pressure on him. Soon, using his agility as a beginner class, he repeatedly defeated 3 more ordinary thieves with quick tactics. Finally, he faced Moshilo alone in a one-on-one fight. After a stab to the chest, creating a blood hole, Winterlock closed in and defeated Moshilo. 120 experience points. Roddy checked his status panel and saw he had gained this amount of experience. At first, Roddy thought only certain types of soldiers would give him experience, but now it seemed even slaves could earn experience. Just barely enough? Roddy nodded and immediately cast a healing spell to treat Winterlock's wounds. In Roddy's view, Winterlock's talent is slightly better than Arian's, and he is more flexible. But Roddy said this to motivate him, as Winterlock is a thief by background. Unlike Arian, who is loyal, he still needs to be tested further. "We are willing to become slaves." The other 5 thieves immediately knelt down. Earlier, they had been hiding nearby watching. Now, after weighing the pros and cons, they chose to surrender. Roddy took out a contract and had each of them sign with a blood handprint. Then, Winterlock took 2 of his former subordinates and led Roddy to the thief group's secret vault. The remaining 3 pulled out their horses and gathered supplies. "Sir, the leader's secret room is behind this bookshelf." Soon, led by Winterlock, Roddy arrived at a luxurious house next to the northern cliff face, where the leader lived. Inside the study, there was a bookshelf. When Winterlock moved it aside, a stone cave appeared. In fact, even if Winterlock hadn't moved the bookshelf, Roddy would have found the cave. After increasing his mental strength, especially after learning to concentrate like silk, his mental improved. Unlike before, when obstacles made it hard to see through, now his mental spread was like a loose net, easily disturbed and scattered. Winterlock found a torch, lit it, and led Roddy into the cave. This cave was actually a storage room, about 100 square meters, filled with valuable weapons and equipment from the camp, including arrows, armor, spears, and crossbows. The armor was mostly leather or half-plate, with some chainmail. There are also some high-quality velvet fabrics. Clearly, the Black Crow Thief group has accumulated quite a bit. These supplies are enough to equip 70 people. Roddy quickly glanced around and focused his mental energy on a copper door on the inner wall of the stone cave. Surprisingly, there is another secret room inside the warehouse. However, Roddy's mental power cannot see through this copper door. He looked at Winterlock and asked, "Do you have the key, Master?" "The key to this secret room has always been kept by the leader. We have never seen it," Winterlock replied helplessly. "Everyone, step back." Roddy probed the lock with his mental energy, feeling confident, then ordered. Next, Roddy took out the fire flame sword he had previously obtained. He moved his palm, causing the sword to surge with fighting energy. Although Rhodey used earth element fighting energy, which couldn't ignite flames on the sword, the attack still gained a boost of 2 points in power. The sword's exceptional toughness also greatly increased Rhodey's attack strength. Bang! Rhodey swung the sword to break the lock, instantly destroying it. The fighting energy on the sword also struck the copper door, smashing it open. Shoo! 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 Suddenly, 3 flying guns shot toward Rhodey from inside the copper door. Rhodey's mental energy quickly scanned the area. He leapt up and used the rock goat leap movement technique, jumping sideways about 7 or 8 meters along the cave wall. He narrowly avoided the 3 flying guns with a very strange angle. It was clear that the thief leader was very cautious. They had set up traps behind the door. Forcing the door open without the key would trigger the traps, and the 3 flying guns attacking from the front were quite powerful. Most ordinary fighters would find it hard to dodge. In fact, if Rhodey hadn't been a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts, and if his mental energy hadn't accurately judged the attack angles of the flying guns, he would have had a hard time avoiding them. The guns pierced half a meter into the hard stone wall. If one had hit Rhodey, it could have instantly pierced through his body. Magic crystals. The secret room behind the door was small, only about 10 square meters. But a bright, dazzling light shone from an unsealed wooden box, illuminating the entire space. Rhodey's mental energy swept over, and immediately he was pleased. There are at least 20. Rhodey walked over and counted. Inside the box were fist-sized magic crystals, all water element. The faint blue glow lit up the whole room. Rhodey's mind moved, and he gently touched the magic crystals. Soon, these crystals disappeared. 1 unit of water element magic gem. At this moment, a single unit of water magic gem appeared in the resource data bar. 20 pieces only exchanged for 1 unit of magic gem. Rhodey felt mixed emotions. Building structures and buying advanced soldiers cost a lot more than he expected. Because Rhodey had heard at the Magic Guild in Luren City that a fist-sized magic crystal costs hundreds of gold coins, and a whole unit of magic gems might cost tens of thousands of gold coins. These gems are rare and hard to find. Make money, Rhodey shouted inwardly. He had an idea and took out 1 unit of magic gem. Instantly, a dazzling light burst out. The size of a ping-pong ball, the magic gem shone with extraordinary brightness, illuminating not only this secret room, but also the entire cave outside. Rhodey used his mental power to scan and found that the magic energy inside the gem was nearly 30 times more concentrated than in a magic crystal. This means the gem is perfect for making a magic staff, as it is a rare and good material. After all, the magic gems embedded in staffs should not be too large, and the more magic energy they contain per volume, the better. Additionally, a magic model could be engraved on the gem, reducing casting time and giving magicians an advantage in battles. Maybe this is also a way to make money, Rhodey thought deeply. But he didn't know how much this magic gem could sell for in gold coins. If its value exceeds that of the 12 magic crystals he previously had, it would be profitable. Of course, now is not the time for experiments, and Rhodey didn't have the resources. He also found a pile of gold coins, a breathing technique book, and a combat skill book in a nearby box. 123 gold coins. After transferring all the gold into the system, the resource bar showed the total amount. Rhodey grinned widely, unable to hide his happiness. His trip to Luren City was originally planned to sell wood or for gold, but now, without selling, he had accumulated so much gold. How could he not be happy? Of course, although it seems like a lot, according to the game's building costs, it is still far from enough. He can only build some structures and buy a few types of soldiers. Rhodey immediately ordered Winterlock to pack all valuable equipment, food, and clothes from the entire bandit hideout onto pack horses and take them away. The bandit group had 30 pack horses, enough to carry all the supplies. The next evening, Rhodey led a team of slaves with the pack horses back to Black Rye Town. The two groups gathered together. Rhodey distributed the equipment seized from the Black Raven bandits. The strong slaves changed into new gear, making the whole team look more organized. Early the next morning, Rhodey set out with his team and reached Luren City by noon. In Luren City, Rhodey asked Eileen and Ilya to restock some supplies before continuing their journey. At the north gate of the Grand Mountain Road, Roddy saw a crowd gathered, seemingly arguing with soldiers. He listened carefully, and his face changed. The argument was about Blackrock Town. These were free people who had escaped from Blackrock Town. It was still 2 months until winter, and they had heard that the ogre had been tamed by the Lord. They planned to return to Blackrock Town to continue logging and earning money. But the guards at the gate refused to let them pass. The Viscount has issued an order. Now, Grand Highlands are unsafe. No one or any merchant convoy is allowed to enter. Anyone who tries to break through will be dealt with severely, said the squad leader guarding the gate. So they want to block me, Roddy thought deeply. Viscount Wilson's move was very harsh. Cutting off Roddy's contact with the outside world meant he would get no supplies. Plus, with the cold, monsters, and orc attacks, surviving the winter would be impossible. According to game rules, Roddy could buy soldiers from the castle. But once they came out, they needed food too. Blocking the road to Grand Highlands cut off Roddy's territory from the duchy. Now, Roddy didn't even know if he could buy soldiers. If he couldn't, survival would be very difficult. So, Roddy didn't want to argue with them. He hurried back to the Valley Fortress to materialize the system fortress, hoping to see if he could build the fortress and then buy soldiers after constructing the barracks. When Roddy passed through, the guards naturally didn't dare stop him. They let him go, but their faces showed they were secretly pleased. In their view, Roddy would find it hard to survive the winter and would surely die in the Grampian Highlands. Lord Viscount, I will honestly tell Lord William everything here. I believe Lord William will see your loyalty and praise your wise decision. At this moment, in the castle where Lord William resides, a knight respectfully took his leave from Viscount Wilson. Thank you for speaking well of me before Lord William. I promise no merchant will bring a single grain of food into Blackrock Town, and no free citizen will go to cut wood for him. I will make sure Roddy, this useless person, cannot survive the winter. When spring comes, he might already be dead from wild animals or orcs, Wilson said, handing the knight a small bag of gold coins. All right, I will speak well of you to Lord William, the knight said, pocketing the bag before leaving. If someone tries to steal my timber business, I can only let them die. If the Buffett family or the Marquis heir come after me, that's their problem, not mine, Wilson thought proudly as he sipped a glass of red wine. Could there be an emergency? When Roddy and his team finally entered the Grampian Highlands through the Grando Pass at sunset the next day, they found Blackrock Town completely silent as they approached. There were no soldiers guarding the walls, which made him uneasy. But when they were less than 100 meters from the town gate, their minds connected with the gunmen and archers. Roddy's heart sank because only 3 archers and 3 gunmen remained. Master, come quickly, the magic eagle is coming. Solos, with 2 gunmen, pushed open the town gate of Blackrock and hurriedly waved to Roddy, signaling them to enter the town while sending a mental message. Roddy took a deep breath. Losing a few archers and gunmen didn't bother him much, but Solos was different. He was more valuable than ordinary gunmen, an evolved soldier. Losing him would be a big loss. Luckily, he was still alive. Magic Eagle? What magic eagle? Roddy asked in his mind, surprised. Master, be careful. The magic eagle is coming, Solos urgently warned, looking toward the northwest sky. Roddy also looked up and saw a black spot rapidly approaching from the northwest sky. In just a moment, it was less than a kilometer away. With Roddy's eyesight, he could tell it was a giant eagle, with wings spread about 8 or 9 meters long. Its sharp claws looked like 2 large anchors hanging down, glowing with a dark blue-black light. As it flew toward them, it kicked up strong gusts of wind, like a helicopter, but much more agile. Roddy drew his bow and shot 2 arrows toward the eagle. The eagle suddenly spun its body, creating a whirlwind. The arrows changed direction and missed its eyes, hitting its wings instead, making a loud clanging sound. One of the eagle's feathers was knocked off, but it was not hurt at all. The eagle became very angry and swooped down at Roddy. Roddy didn't have time to cast magic to lock onto it, so he had to roll off his horse to avoid its deadly strike. The eagle caught Roddy's horse with its sharp claws, piercing through the horse's spine. The horse screamed loudly, but the eagle paid no attention and quickly flew away. Roddy was stunned. His horse, a top-quality steed weighing over 1,000 gene, was easily taken by the eagle. This was a loss of dozens of gold coins. Most importantly, The eagle was very fast. Roddy hadn't even used his mental powers to lock onto it, so he couldn't cast magic to attack. Master, hurry inside to hide. More eagles will follow, Solos said nervously. At this moment, Roddy didn't bother asking for details. He immediately ordered Aileen to command the slaves to bring the convoy into Black Rock Town. After entering the town, Roddy saw that Solos had renovated the town lord's mansion. Most of the large windows were sealed with stone and wood, and all the horses were hidden inside. Roddy had brought many horses, including war horses and pack horses, and couldn't hide them all inside the mansion at once. They could only hide in the empty houses below to avoid danger. Young master, you're finally back. Villia ran out crying happily when they entered the town hall. Villia, Roddy smiled happily. She was the first person he saw when he arrived in this world, and he cared about her very much. Seeing she was unharmed by the eagle, he felt relieved. Young master, you're hungry, right? I'll go prepare some food now. Recently, I learned how to make pine nut tea. It tastes very good. Later, young master, you should try some, Velia said happily. Okay, I will try it later. Hurry inside. The wind eagle is coming, Roddy said. His strong mental power and sharp hearing helped him quickly pull Velia into the house and hide Arian and others. Just after they hid, a strong wind blew outside. Through the window, they saw 4 giant eagles circling above the town hall, stirring up a fierce storm that tore the thatched roofs of the houses. The eagles were looking for prey. Solos, when did these wind eagles appear, and how many are there? Roddy asked, touching the tough feathers of a fallen giant eagle. Actually, Roddy had already recognized them. According to books at the magic school, these are wind beasts called wind eagles. They usually live in groups inside the Columbia Mountains and rarely appear outside. It's strange they are here now. These creatures are fast flyers and very strong. They usually eat tigers, leopards, and wolves. The books say they rarely reach the 3rd level of magic. But Roddy observed that 2 of the 4 eagles in the sky probably reached level 3, and they are very powerful. Master, they appeared about 10 days ago. I don't know exactly how many there are, but probably around 10. Recently, the Blood Dagger mercenary group fled here in a hurry. They stayed in Black Rock Town for a night and seemed to have stolen 2 young eagles. Maybe they attracted the giant eagles. But the Blood Dagger mercenaries suffered heavy losses and only a few escaped back to the highland, Solos explained. What about the Ogre tribe? Roddy asked immediately. After the eagles appeared, I sent some brothers to check. They found that the Ogre tribe was gone. There are dozens of Ogre bones in the valley, probably killed by the eagles. That was the time we encountered the giant eagles and lost some brothers. Only a few of us remain. This was my mistake. Please punish me, master, Solos said sadly. You didn't do anything wrong, Roddy said with a smile to comfort him. In fact, Roddy could tell that if it weren't for Solos, the losses would have been much worse with other soldiers' limited wisdom. Flying creatures like these are very hard to fight. Now, Roddy faces an important decision. What should he do next? It is clear that, whether these wind eagles were brought by the Blood Dagger mercenary group or not, they have already settled near the Valley Fortress. If they cannot be eliminated, it will be impossible to establish a stronghold at the Valley Fortress. Of course, Roddy could choose another place to establish a stronghold, but there is no better territory for development than the Valley Fortress. Moreover, Black Rock Town cannot be abandoned, as it is Roddy's fiefdom. He still needs this land to gain a suitable status, which offers many benefits, such as trading supplies for gold. However, it now seems that Black Rock Town is also within the territory of these wind eagles, which makes things complicated. The position of the Valley Fortress remains the same. First, establish the fortress, then find a way to eliminate them, Roddy finally decided. After all, the monsters in the Columbia Mountain Range are diverse. The presence of a wind eagle colony won't change his original plan. Living in such an environment, without the determination to fight against fate, he would eventually be killed in the Grange Highlands. Arian, Saurus, Winterlock. Stay in the town. I will go to the Valley Fortress tonight, Roddy said after taking a bath and resting for a day. In the evening of the next day, he gathered the 3 of them. Master, I will go with you, they said in unison. Now, all 3, including Ilya, are Roddy's trusted subordinates. They are starting to compete for his favor. Roddy naturally enjoyed their eagerness to impress. No, I will go alone. Your presence might be inconvenient. These wind eagles hunt during the day, especially at dawn and dusk when they are most alert. They do not hunt at night, so there is no need to worry. Rhodey waved his hand. I see. The last time we went, we encountered wind eagle attacks at dusk, Soris said sadly. Then, Rhodey changed into a light leather armor, covered himself with a tight black cloth robe, and carried 2 quivers of arrows. His weapons, the ogre's staff, fire sword, withered wood staff, and flowing wind bow, were stored in his hero panel's equipment slot. Arian and the others had always been surprised that Rhodey's weapons seemed to appear in his hands instantly. But since he was a mage, they didn't dare ask much, thinking these might be magical space storage items. Actually, from the books about the magic school, I know that the Magic Guild does have storage equipment, but they are very expensive. 1 cubic meter of storage space costs about 30,000 gold coins. When the storage capacity is increased, the price goes up even more. This is more than Roddy can currently afford. After leaving Blackrock Town, Roddy took out his withered wooden staff. This staff adds 1 point of strength, enhances mental power, and increases the exploration range by about 20 meters. Tonight, the night is deep and dark. Roddy uses the rock goat leap movement technique to rush through the dense forest and mountain paths. At the same time, he uses his mental power to scan the surroundings to prevent attacks from wild animals. The mountain forest at night is very dangerous. Although there are wind eagles in the sky, there are still fierce beasts in the woods. Along the way, Roddy encounters 3 leopards and a gray wolf tracking him. He has something on his mind and does not want to get entangled with them. He uses the rock goat leap to quickly avoid and leave. Because he constantly uses his mental power to scan. As he goes deeper into the Colin Mountains, Roddy notices that the magical energy particles in the space are becoming denser. At this moment, he activates the earth breathing technique, which makes the magic energy in his body transform into combat aura more quickly and purely. Is the tide of magical energy coming? Roddy thinks deeply and becomes more worried. According to the book, before the tide of magical energy arrives, the magical elements in the world will slowly increase until they gather into a tide that sweeps across the entire space. For mages, the arrival of the magical energy tide means a grand magical event. But for humans, it is not good news because magical beasts grow stronger faster than humans. Even some sleeping magical creatures may wake up. Roddy chooses to settle in the Colin Mountains. If he cannot withstand these changes, he will have no place to stand. Soon, Roddy enters the ogre camp. Sure enough, the ogre tribe has already left, but the logs they cut are still piled up in the valley. Roddy stores all of them into the system. 5,800 units. After collecting the resources, Roddy checks his resource bar and sees he now has that much wood. He looks at the terrain again. Standing by the riverbank, watching the rushing river flow downstream, Roddy finally decides to materialize a fortress here. Roddy opens the fortress menu and mentally selects the fortress building. In an instant, resources decrease by 5,000 gold coins, 20 wood, and 20 ore. Roddy remembers clearly that building a fortress in the game requires exactly this much resources, just like in real life. Boom! With a sudden tremor, as if an earthquake had occurred, the ground within several miles shook. Beasts in the forests panicked and ran away. A grand fortress suddenly rose from the ground, and the surrounding mountains, rivers, and land were neatly organized, creating a powerful scene. This process lasted for half an hour before stopping. At this moment, Roddy was stunned and speechless for a long time, then suddenly smiled widely, showing his big teeth. Finally, I have a safe home in this world. Being from another world, he had a strong attachment to having a house. Having a home made him feel secure. At the spot Roddy chose, a huge fortress appeared. Its walls were made of dark stones with faint red patterns, tightly fitted with no gaps. The surface was smooth like a mirror. When touched, it felt as hard as iron, similar to iron ore. The walls were about 30 meters high, with a base several dozen meters thick, deeply embedded into the rocky ground. The top of the wall was narrow, about 3 meters wide, and the wider parts reached over 10 meters, enough for many soldiers to pass through. The battlements and arrow slits were well arranged. Compared to the walls of this world, they seemed very weak. The entire fortress was backed by mountains and faced a large river, blending naturally with the terrain. Inside, it formed an irregular oval shape with a diameter of over 2 kilometers. There were 2 city gates. 20 meters north of the north gate was the valley entrance. The northern city wall was only a few meters from the narrow part of the cliff behind it, looking very steep and dangerous. The south gate faced the big river, about 200 meters from the riverbank. To the east, a bluestone road extended 300 meters toward Black Rock Town. A small river from the valley flowed into the fortress through a sturdy stone-lined channel, forming a large pond inside. At this moment, water was slowly gathering there. The other end of the pond connected underground to the southern river through a hidden channel. The fortress had very complete flood control facilities. Even if a mountain flood came down the valley, the water would flow along the outer walls into the southern river, showing clever engineering. There were also 2 small hills included within the fortress. Trees grew on them, creating a unique landscape. However, the only structures so far were the walls and a single council hall inside. Other buildings had not appeared, making the interior look empty. The council hall is built between 2 hills, on a higher ground about 300 meters from the north gate. It is a typical Gothic-style building, made from the same stone as the city walls, but it looks more detailed and seamlessly integrated. Rhodey entered and found it was a 2-story stone building. The first floor is a large hall with a long table, 12 wooden stools on each side, and a red chair in the middle that looks like a grand throne. The walls are smooth and shiny, suitable for hanging oil lamps. The second floor has a study, bedrooms, a small dining area, and a room for the maid. The furniture is complete, including a large wooden bed, bookshelves, a dining table, and chairs. Standing by the window on the second-floor corridor, Rhodey could see most of the town, enjoying a wide view. Next to the north side of the council hall, there is a small yard with about a dozen low stone houses. These are used as kitchens, storerooms, and living quarters for the servants. However, Rhodey was disappointed because, according to the game rules, the hall should generate 500 gold coins daily after construction, but in reality, it did not. Clearly, the hall does not have this function. At this moment, Rhodey focused his mind on the castle system. After creating the fortress, he found he could build structures like a tavern, blacksmith shop, market, first-level magic guild, and watchtower. Rhodey thought for a moment and decided to build a market. He concentrated his thoughts in the system, and 500 gold coins and 5 pieces of wood disappeared from his resources. Immediately, a small market appeared on the west wall of the fortress, covering less than 100 meters. 15 sturdy stone houses materialized along the wall, 10 storage rooms, and 5 shops. Inside the shops, there were shelves, tables, chairs, and other furniture. As I guessed, Rhodey thought. He created the market not to actually set up a trading place inside the fortress. In fact, Rhodey didn't plan to let many outsiders into the fortress for now, since it's a big secret. He needed to make sure it wouldn't be leaked. The reason he created the market first was to test whether material trading was possible. Now, Rhodey found that trading could be done, but not within the market itself. Instead, it was managed through the castle interface. This means that after creating the market, the system's market also lights up. When Rhodey focused his mind on it, a resource trading menu appeared. However, Rhodey was disappointed because cheating doesn't seem very easy. For example, in the market, trading materials such as 1 unit of wood or 1 unit of ore can exchange for 1 gold coin. However, buying 1 unit of wood or costs 10 gold coins. Regarding the magic gemstone that Rhodey cares about most, buying 1 unit in the market costs 10,000 gold coins, while selling 1 unit only yields 1,000 gold coins, which is not worth it. Rhodey is also unsure whether the resource prices in the market will fluctuate. There are still business opportunities, he thought. Buying a magic gemstone for 10,000 gold coins might be profitable outside, where 1 gemstone could sell for tens of thousands of gold coins. But Rhodey just thought about it. Only mid-level or higher mages could afford to spend tens of thousands of gold coins on a gemstone. Currently, no one probably wants to buy it with gold coins. He can slowly look for this opportunity later. Next, Rhodey spent 1,000 gold coins and 5 units of wood to build a blacksmith shop. This building is very important and must be constructed. Sure enough, a blacksmith shop appeared next to the market. Rhodey went over to check. It was fully equipped with bellows, a furnace, a large anvil, small hammers, and various tools. The furnace looked very modern and advanced compared to typical blacksmith shops in this world. Rhodey didn't understand much, but perhaps a blacksmith would know right away. Now I can buy a crossbow cart. With the blacksmith shop materialized, Rhodey found that spending 50 gold coins could buy a crossbow cart. He connected his mind to the castle interface, spent 50 gold coins, and a brand new crossbow cart appeared before him, along with a bundle of 20 crossbow bolts. This crossbow cart is made of tough wood, fine steel, and very strong ropes. It is 3 meters long, has a targeting crosshair, and can rotate left and right or change shooting angles up and down. It looks very high-tech. The bolts have diamond-shaped tips, made of alloy, and are extremely sharp. System products are all top quality. Rhodey looked at the crossbow cart and liked it very much. This is his ultimate weapon to deal with the Wind Eagle. Rhodey estimates that the effective range of this crossbow cart could reach over 1,000 meters, much stronger than a bow and arrow. After all, bows and arrows lose their killing power beyond 100 meters. Next, Rhodey spent 500 gold coins and 10 units of ore to build a military building, a guard tower. It appears on the east side of the south gate, right next to the city wall. It is a round tower that looks like it was built to guard the north gate. The entire structure is made of stone. It has a diameter of about 30 meters and 6 floors. Each floor is 3 meters high. The bottom floor is a small training ground, and each upper floor can house soldiers. Currently, there is no furniture inside. Next, Rhodey used 1,000 gold coins, 5 units of wood, and 5 units of ore to build the archer tower. The tower is on the west side of the south gate. Like the guardhouse, it is a round tower with a diameter of 30 meters and 6 floors, each 3 meters high. However, its style is different from the guardhouse. The guardhouse is integrated with only 2 ventilation windows per floor. The archer tower has 12 arrow slits on each floor, surrounding the entire tower. This allows archers to shoot without blind spots, effectively sealing the south gate entrance. There is also a 100-meter-long shooting range on the west side of the tower for archery practice. In a moment, Rhodey spent 8,000 gold coins, 35 units of wood, and 35 units of ore. At this time, Rhodey checked the castle panel. The guardhouse can summon 14 gunmen at 60 gold coins each. The archer tower has 9 archers at 100 gold coins each. The soldiers are not from real-world military buildings. Instead, they are purchased with gold coins from the castle panel and then appear in the troop list, ready to be summoned. Rhodey then spent 1,740 gold coins to buy 14 gunmen and 9 archers. They appeared in the castle panel's troop list and could be summoned at any time. In an instant, 10,000 gold coins were gone. Originally, Rhodey planned to upgrade the guardhouse and archer tower to higher levels to buy spearmen and sharpshooters. But after some thought, he decided to give up. Resources are limited, and if he runs out of gold, he can't summon soldiers, which would be a loss. After careful consideration, Rhodey decided to delay building other troop structures and first upgrade the fortress to strengthen defenses. If he can't defeat the Wind Eagle and it affects resource gathering nearby, it would delay his development. Having made his decision, Rhodey spent 2,500 gold coins and 5 ore to build the main camp. Soon, a round shooting tower, 9 meters high and 9 meters in diameter, slowly formed above the south gate of the city wall. Inside the tower, there was a passage with spiral stone stairs leading to the top. In the middle of the tower, a circular stone platform, 3 meters above the ground, was built to hold 3 crossbow carts. Around the tower, about 30 archers could shoot from arrow slits. The shooting range of this tower covered several hundred meters around the south gate. Since crossbows have a long range, about 1/3 of the castle's area was within their reach. Sure enough, gold coins are worth it, Rhodey said happily, showing his white teeth. Keep going. Upgrade the main camp to a castle, Rhodey thought carefully, weighing the pros and cons. Then, he spent 5,000 gold coins, 10 wood, and 10 ore to upgrade the main camp into a castle. Soon, 2 more identical shooting towers appeared on the east and west city walls. The 3 towers formed a corner shape, protecting the entire castle. Next, Rhodey bought 8 crossbow carts and summoned all 14 spearmen and 9 archers. He ordered them to carry the crossbow carts up to the towers and set them in place. At this moment, Rhodey had spent 17,690 gold coins, and only about 8,000 coins remained. Rhodey felt both happy and a little worried. He dared not build more for now, because these coins needed to be saved for buying new soldiers each week and for emergencies. Of course, once Rhodey caught his breath, he could continue chopping wood to exchange for gold, which he thought was worth it. According to the game rules, upgrading to a castle would double the weekly production of soldiers, allowing him to create more resources. Rhodey looked at the starry sky, estimating it was late at night, about 4 or 5 hours before dawn. He sensed that the summoned soldiers, under his attack and defense boosts, had strength comparable to mid-level professionals. The level of the archer units was higher than that of the spearmen, but their strength was not greater. In fact, it was slightly less. Of course, even within the same unit type, individual differences existed, but they were not significant. Rhodey selected 14 gunmen and 4 archers to control the crossbow carts, and let them try shooting an arrow. Although their strength is comparable to that of intermediate-level fighters, at least 2 soldiers are needed to operate each crossbow cart quickly for loading and shooting. During the test, Rhodey discovered that his archery, talent, and advanced archery skill could not only boost the archers but also enhance the crossbow carts, improving their range and accuracy. It felt mysterious. When Rhodey focused his mental energy on a crossbow cart, he could even sense the shooting direction, speed, and how wind affected the arrow's deviation. This meant Rhodey's archery skills could be controlled by his mind to guide the soldiers in adjusting their aim, allowing the crossbow to fire the strongest arrows. In the past, Rhodey didn't pay much attention to the archers shooting, since they are autonomous beings. But by focusing on the crossbow carts, he realized this. Rhodey thought that, in the game, crossbow carts are also a form of long-range attack and can be boosted by hero talents and skills. This probably reflects real-world logic. The crossbow cart's range, when fired horizontally, can reach 2,000 meters. When aimed upward, their effective range exceeds 1,000 meters, with great power. In about an hour, dawn would break. Rhodey ordered the soldiers to take their positions and rest on the shooting platform, while he himself moved to the central tower at the south gate. From this distance, his mental boosts to the soldiers would be effective. The eastern horizon showed the first light, and a cool, slightly harsh autumn wind had begun to. A sharp cry, "Chiu! Chiu!" came faintly from the northwest, followed by a strong wind rushing quickly toward the valley fortress. Clearly, the wind eagle's nest was nearby. They had keen eyesight and had already spotted the large fortress in their territory. Naturally, they wouldn't leave peacefully. Hold steady. Wait until they are within effective range before shooting. Rhodey transmitted his thoughts to the soldiers. There are 8 wind eagles, Rhodey silently counted, one of which was the same one that previously attacked his horse. To be honest, Rhodey felt a bit nervous about the first battle at the Valley Fortress. If this fight didn't go as planned, it would be hard to hold their ground in the Colin Mountains. These wind eagles are truly wind-type magical beasts. Several third-level magical beasts circle around, swooping down from the sky with strong winds. They fly very fast, and in no time, they are less than 500 meters from the western city wall tower. The other 2 towers are also within range. "Fire!" Rhodey ordered loudly. Immediately, 9 crossbow carts roared to life, shooting out bolts toward the 8 wind eagles. These wind eagles are large, and they are now scattered, attacking soldiers on the 3 towers. Aiming at them is not difficult. Thud, 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 the sound of bolts piercing their huge bodies rang out. All 9 bolts hit, each one striking a large part of the wind eagle's bodies. Rhodey focused his mental energy entirely on the bolts, using his archery skills to aim precisely. The wind eagles also underestimated their enemies, not recognizing the crossbow carts and not preparing any defenses. It's a success. At this moment, 8 wind eagles screeched and fell from the sky. Some crashed directly onto the ground of the castle, creating deep pits, while others hit the hard walls and tumbled down. These large wind eagles looked very impressive when they hit the ground. Rhodey grinned widely, a happy expression on his face. The spear soldiers and archers also looked excited. They ran to the edge of the towers to check. Some wind eagles were still alive on the ground, flapping and crying out in pain. But they were badly injured and probably wouldn't survive much longer. "Do not leave your shooting positions," Rhodey immediately sent a mental message. Just after he spoke, a loud cry came from the tall mountains of the Colon Mountains to the northwest, like a dark cloud rushing quickly toward them. The Wind Eagle King. Rhodey looked far ahead, and his eyes shrank. The Wind Eagle King's wingspan was at least 20 meters, much larger than the fallen eagles. Could it have grown into a fourth-level magical beast? Rhodey wondered. Fire! Soon, the Wind Eagle King flew over the castle, and Rhodey quickly gave the order. Bang, bang, bang. The first attack was an arrow shot from the crossbow tower on the west city wall. But in an instant, the Wind Eagle opened its large mouth and spat out 3 magic whirlwinds. These turned into 3 wind blades that flew toward the arrows. When the wind blades collided with the arrows, a sharp cracking sound was heard. The wind blades dissipated, and the arrows were knocked down. It must be said that the Wind Eagle's casting speed and flying speed are extremely fast, almost unbelievable. Take cover. At this moment, Rhodey immediately gave the order. The soldiers on the west city wall had no time to reload their crossbows. If they hesitated even a little, they would be caught by the Wind Eagle's sharp claws. Fortunately, Rhodey was giving commands mentally, and he acted quickly. The 6 soldiers, upon receiving Rhodey's orders, immediately jumped down from the stone platform. They rolled and crawled into a side shelter through a spiral staircase. At that moment, the Wind Eagle's claws struck down. Its claws tore the clothing of one soldier, almost catching him in its grasp. They quickly dodged to avoid the attack. Even with the sturdy castle walls, the Wind Eagle's claws left several deep marks on the tower, showing how strong and tough its claws were, almost beyond belief. Fire the remaining crossbows, Rhodey commanded mentally. The crossbows on the south and north city walls turned to aim at the attacking Wind Eagle on the west tower, firing madly. But the Wind Eagle spat out wind blades at an incredible speed, knocking down each arrow. Clang, clang, clang. The Wind Eagle's eyes were red. It didn't catch the soldiers hiding in the shelter, so it vented its anger on the crossbows. Its sharp claws grabbed and tore at the crossbows, causing loud metallic crashes. The sturdy crossbows shattered under its claws, turning into piles of wood chips and scrap metal. Clearly, this Wind Eagle was quite intelligent. It knew that the biggest threat to it was these crossbows. After all, the wind blades it conjured weren't endless. They required magic power. It had to destroy the crossbows. Meanwhile, Rhodey had already run along the castle wall, performing the rock goat leap to speed away. When the Wind Eagle destroyed the 3rd crossbow, Rhodey finally got close enough, about 60 meters, to cast his spell. He quickly performed a slow spell. A yellowish glow instantly appeared in the air, enveloping the angry Wind Eagle as it was destroying the 3rd crossbow. This beast has finally fallen for it, Rhodey thought with relief. He had previously noticed that this Wind Eagle was too fast to approach in short distances, making it difficult to hurt with magic. Now, angered, it fell onto the tower to destroy the crossbow, not fearing Rhodey at all, but it was affected by Rhodey's slow spell, and its speed suddenly decreased. At this moment, the Wind Eagle, under the effect of the slow spell, felt as if it was stuck in mud. Flying became difficult. After a brief panic, the Wind Eagle abandoned flying and ran along the city wall toward Rhodey. It looked like a proud rooster strutting with its chest out, running forward. Because its body was too large, even with the slow spell reducing its speed, it took big strides and quickly approached Rhodey. Sure enough, it's a level 4 magical beast, Rhodey thought. At this time, a blue aura burst from the Wind Eagle, forming a swirling wind armor that protected it. This was the first time Rhodey saw such magic. The blue wind spun around like armor, wrapping the Wind Eagle. Magical beasts have a natural advantage in using their innate magic. They don't need to recite spells like mages. Their magic is instinctive and forms instantly. From the library's knowledge, Rhodey knew that human spells originally came from magical beasts. After analyzing beast magic, humans created their own spells. Only level 4 magical beasts can cast magic to protect their entire bodies. Boom, boom, boom. Rhodey knew he had to defeat it before the slow spell cooled down, or it would be dangerous. So he cast the Thunderbolt magic repeatedly. Meanwhile, under Rhodey's command, 6 crossbow carts fired arrows in succession, with soldiers quickly shooting and reloading, trying their best to attack. I don't believe that a level 4 magical beast can have such strong protection. I can't break your turtle shell, Rhodey said. He stopped hiding and stepped on his fighting chi, using the rock goat leap to block the wind eagle on the wall. He held a withered wooden staff, fighting while retreating, staying within 60 meters of the wind eagle. For safety, Rhodey cast a protective shield magic on himself. Finally, when Rhodey cast the 7th thunderbolt and the 6 crossbow carts launched their 3rd round of arrows, all hitting the wind eagle, its wind armor shattered. With a loud crash, Rhodey's last thunderbolt struck the wind eagle hard. The wind eagle trembled but was not fatally hurt. At this moment, the wind eagle opened its mouth. A faint blue vortex slowly formed inside, indicating it was gathering wind blades. It is clear that using wind armor for protection is not easy. In a short time, it almost drained all his magic power, making it difficult to even cast a wind blade. Things are bad, Roddy's heart sank. Previously, his wind blade could fight against crossbow arrows and even break them, showing its strength. Now, he didn't have enough magic to cast any spells. The wind eagle was less than 60 meters away, and no matter what, he couldn't stop that wind blade. Because the wind blade was very fast, Roddy couldn't dodge it. At this moment, 6 crossbow carts were still reloading and couldn't fire. Let's do it. Roddy quickly put away his withered wood staff and immediately drew his wind bow and arrow. The armor-breaking arrow, wrapped in fighting energy, shot out rapidly. Since Roddy was stationary, the arrow was less than 50 meters from the wind eagle's slowly gathering wind blade inside its large mouth. The arrow hit the wind blade directly, causing it to explode instantly. Turbulent air and strong wind swept everywhere. The wind eagle, whose spell was interrupted, let out a sad cry. A lot of blood flowed from its large mouth. From start to finish, the wind eagle underestimated its enemy. If it hadn't almost exhausted its magic power and needed a long time to gather a wind blade, Roddy would have had a hard time killing it. If the wind eagle had kept circling in the sky, attacking from a distance and not coming down to destroy the crossbow carts, it could have controlled the situation. But now, it was too late to regret. The tiny wind blade, gathered with its last bit of magic, was broken. Instead, it hurt its own mouth, making it realize that today, it might be doomed to fall here. This is a level 4 magical beast, and its intelligence is quite high. It looked up at the sky with a hint of pleading, as if asking Roddy to spare it. But I can't let the beast go free, Roddy thought. Under his command, the 6 crossbow carts fired another round of arrows. 6 arrows pierced into the wind eagle's belly. The pain made it tumble off the wall and fall heavily to the ground. Although the feathers of the wind eagle king were tougher than those of other wind eagles, being attacked at such close range with crossbow arrows still pierced its body. It's a success. Roddy looked at the 9 huge wind eagles falling to the ground. His heart was full of excitement. As long as the castle could hold here, he had taken a big step in establishing himself in this world. He waited another hour, but no more wind eagles appeared. According to Solos, there should have been a dozen wind eagles in the flock. Now, only 9 were killed, so there should be a few left. Maybe those were just young birds that had recently grown up and were too afraid to come here. Rhodey thought for a moment and decided to go and take a look later. From the distance, he believed the wind eagle's nest was likely in the steep mountain range that soared into the clouds, less than 10 kilometers northwest. It was too close to the castle, so he needed to eliminate this hidden danger. Gather the wind eagle corpses here. Separate the feathers, blood, and flesh. These are magical beasts, and their parts are valuable, Rhodey ordered the gunmen and archers. From the previous battle, Rhodey saw that these 23 soldiers were not mutated beings. They lacked the ability to think independently. He could command them with his mind, but they were not suitable for internal management. He decided to send more personnel from Blackrock Town. "Master, you're back," said Villia, Saurus, Ilya, and Winterlock, who eagerly waited for him. When Rhodey returned from the Valley Fortress, it was already noon. Villia cried happily. "The Wind Eagle problem is solved. Now, we need to station forces in 2 places. Villia, come with me to the Valley Fortress. From now on, you will handle my daily life, organize books, deliver orders, and manage internal affairs. Choose a few female slaves to be cooks, and 3 male slaves for field work." "Ilya, Select blacksmiths, carpenters, tailors, and slaves who can farm. Also, pick 2 apprentices for the blacksmiths and go with me to the Valley Fortress. You will be responsible for managing supplies, with Villius supervising and checking. Additionally, you will oversee the production of weapons and tools at the Valley Fortress, land reclamation, and other internal affairs. I will prepare a development plan for the fortress for you to implement. Saurus, take your soldiers and follow Ilya's arrangements. Use pack horses to transport supplies from Blackrock Town to the Valley Fortress. And Winterlock, divide the remaining slaves into 2 squads. You will be squad leaders. Your main task is to stay in Blackrock Town and continue logging. You can establish new logging sites in Blackrock Town. Before winter arrives, cut as much wood as possible. The wood does not need to be transported to Blackrock Town. Store it directly at the logging sites. I will come periodically to take the wood. Rhodey quickly gathered everyone in his study and assigned tasks. Soon, they began to act separately. Ilya took out the supply list, dividing food and clothing into 2 parts. A small portion stayed in Blackrock Town for the slaves on guard, while the rest was loaded onto pack horses. Some of the weapons and supplies are left in Blackrock Town for Aileen and Winterlock to choose and use, since they need to organize soldiers to defend the town and prevent beast attacks. Some are stored at the River Valley Fortress, and damaged weapons are taken back there for repair and melting. I must say, Ilya is a good talent in internal management. She is literate, keeps detailed accounts, and arranges things well. Compared to Valia, she is more decisive, firm, and acts without hesitation, which gives her a certain authority. That is why Rhodey has her manage internal affairs. Young master, when Valia rode her horse to the River Valley Fortress, her eyes widened almost in shock. But seeing Rhodey's warning look, she immediately stopped making noise. Her gaze at Rhodey was like looking at a deity, filled with deep fear along with her previous dependence and trust. Earlier, she heard Rhodey arranging affairs at the fortress and was confused and unsure. Now she understood. This place had become such a huge castle. As for Ilya and the other slaves, they felt the fortress was already here and were not surprised. In fact, Rhodey was not worried about them leaking secrets. Once these slaves entered here, they might work here for their whole lives and find it hard to leave. For example, blacksmiths, carpenters, tailors, and others might spend their entire lives working at the fortress. Moreover, as the fortress is upgraded and improved, even more extraordinary buildings will appear. By then, it will no longer be surprising. Soros, you are responsible for leading the gunmen and archers, organizing soldiers to patrol, guard, and watch. Now, everyone except those on duty should split the Wind Eagle, work with Ilya, and separate the bones, flesh, and feathers. The meat can be dried and stored. The feathers and bones should be stored in the warehouse. The bones, flesh, and feathers of the Wind Eagle King are to be stored separately and cannot be used without my orders. Check if there is a magic crystal core inside. If you find one, give it directly to me, Rhodey ordered Soros through his mind after entering the castle. The soldiers coming from the system do not know how to make dried meat, but Ilya, as a native, does. Also, as more system troops are purchased, the food from Luren City is not enough. Before large-scale land reclamation and crop planting, hunting in the Kolan Mountains is the best way to supplement meat and solve the food shortage. Actually, from the knowledge of the magic school, it is known that beast meat is a very nourishing food. It contains pure spiritual energy. Meat from beasts above level 4 is not suitable for most intermediate or higher level fighters to eat in large amounts, as their bodies might not handle it well. However, if they can tolerate it, eating more beast meat can help improve their physical strength. Especially if the beast's element matches that of the fighter's aura, it can boost their body even more. Last night, Rhodey didn't rest. He kept casting magic, and his spirit was a bit tired. Valia noticed this and quickly ordered the slaves to move the bedding to the second-floor bedroom of the council hall. They tidied up Rhodey's bed, and he ate some dried meat and bread before going to sleep. He slept until late afternoon and woke up feeling refreshed. The delicious smell of food from the nearby dining hall drifted in, and Rhodey got up. "Young master, wash your face and come eat," Valia said as she saw Rhodey come out. She had already prepared water, a towel, and other washing supplies. Rhodey washed his face and went to the dining hall to eat. The dinner was rich, a large bowl of wind eagle meat, stewed into minced meat, 3 white bread loaves, 2 plates of vegetables, and a bowl of vegetable soup. Valia served him while Rhodey ate quietly alone. In the past, Rhodey would ask Valia and others to eat together, but they always felt uncomfortable. In this world, slaves don't have the right to eat with their masters. Now, Rhodey no longer forced them. Valia, tell the cook to learn how to make noodles, Rhodey said while eating. Then he explained the method of making noodles to Valia. Rhodey missed noodles from his previous life very much. He didn't have the chance before, but now that he owned a castle, asking for a bowl of noodles isn't too much, right? Yes, young master. Tomorrow, I will make sure you have noodles, Valia replied immediately after hearing Rhodey's instructions. After dinner, Rhodey went to the study. Valia lit an oil lamp and left. Master, we found it. Soros entered carrying a cloth bag. As Soros opened the bag, a fist-sized crystal core emitting a bright blue glow appeared in his hand. It was the Wind Eagle King's magic core. The magic core glowed brightly, turning the whole room blue and looking very dazzling. Rhodey took it from Soros and told him to leave. After Soros left, Rhodey stored the core in his resource pouch. It's equivalent to 1 unit of wind element magic gemstone. Rhodey glanced at the resource bar. He had previously stored 1 unit of water element magic gem, and now he had added another unit of wind element magic gem. It has more than doubled in compression, he thought. Rhodey took out the crystal core again and saw it had become a more dazzling magic gem. However, it was now about half its original size, about the size of a ping-pong ball. Now, Rhodey understood that both magic crystals and magic cores are converted into magic gems based on the standard for magic energy storage. Clearly, a level 4 magic core stores slightly less magic energy than a magic gem of the same size. If higher-level magic cores are stored in the system resource bar, they probably will also turn into magic gems. This needs to be careful, Rhodey pondered. If a high-level magic core turns into a magic gem, it might not be worth it. From what he read in books, the amount of magic energy stored per unit volume shows how rare the magic material is. The more energy stored in the same space, the more valuable it is. Master, with our current population, the food we bought from Luren City won't be enough to get through this winter. However, this time, the master bravely hunted the wind eagle, dried the meat into jerky, and then organized people to gather pine nuts, mushrooms, and other foods from the forest. When winter comes, with heavy snow blocking the mountains, slaves don't need to work every day and can eat only 1 meal a day, so they should be able to survive the winter, Ilya reported as she entered, listing all the supplies. Ilya, winter is coming in 2 months. To defend against orc and monster attacks, we need to increase our soldiers by about 300. Also, the slaves in the territory must continue to have 3 meals a day. They can't be reduced. We must find ways to ensure this, Rhodey said. Ilya was surprised. Rhodey's territory was isolated outside, so where would he get more soldiers? But she dared not ask more. Master, if we add so many more people, our supplies will run out. The entire survival system could collapse. Before we clear a lot of wasteland and grow more food next year, I don't recommend recruiting more soldiers, Ilya said. Ilya, soldiers are also part of our productivity. Just follow my plan to allocate supplies. As for food and clothing, there are many wild animals and monsters in the Kolan Mountains. Their meat can be used as food, and their skins and fur can be made into clothes, Rhodey said calmly. Understood, sir, Ilya nodded. Rhodey looked out the window at the whole castle. He saw soldiers patrolling with torches, the sound of blacksmiths hammering, and workers moving goods in the market warehouse. It was a busy scene. At this moment, Rhodey realized that managing a territory was not easy. Everything was in chaos, and he had to handle all the problems himself. But Rhodey was from another world. His past experiences could still be useful. Ilya, this is the territory development plan I wrote over the past 2 days. Take it home and read carefully. If you see anything wrong, let me know so we can discuss it. If it's good, we can start to implement it step by step, Rhodey said, handing her a stack of sheepskin scrolls. Of course, Rhodey wouldn't copy his old management methods exactly, because they might not fit this world. He knew he couldn't change the world's rules overnight. The current system was serfdom, and he couldn't just bypass it without trouble. But he could still use some ideas. For example, In management, he followed the principle of more work, more reward, and distribution based on needs. He planned to introduce a military service system where soldiers of different ranks would be paid monthly, even those bought by the system, so they could buy supplies with gold coins. For blacksmiths, carpenters, tailors, and future serfs, their work would be paid for in gold. For example, a blacksmith making arrows would sell each arrow at a set price, and the blacksmith could use that money to buy food, meat, and other supplies at the market. In the future, the food produced by serfs could be partly given to the lord, partly kept for themselves, and they could trade with others to get gold and buy more supplies. In this world, the slaves of noble lords are free labor. They are given small amounts of food and clothing, but their work can be taken away at any time. Roddy's actions already improved the status of slaves. It's similar to how lords treat free people, but different. Free people can leave the territory and find their own way, while slaves cannot. This method could motivate slaves to work harder and help the territory grow and prosper. Of course, this is just a plan for now. Roddy wrote it so Ilya could improve it and gradually introduce it in Blackrock Town and River Valley Fortress. There's no rush. For 3 consecutive days, no more winged eagles were seen in the sky. Roddy decided to explore their nest to see if any remained. Soros, pick 10 gunmen and come with me to check the eagle's nest. Roddy quickly communicated through his mind and changed into a suit of snakescale armor. Soon, Roddy, Soros, and the 10 gunmen left through the South City Gate, heading northwest. The Valley Fortress to the northwest marked the deep part of the Column Mountain Range. In the past, only mercenaries and adventurers entered to hunt monsters. Almost no one else dared to go there. The area was high and densely wooded, with tall trees everywhere. However, the forest was very dangerous, full of tigers, leopards, and wolves. As they moved through, they had already killed 3 leopards, 1 tiger, and a wild boar as big as a cow within less than 5 kilometers. Such large beasts were difficult to kill, even for advanced fighters, requiring a lot of effort. But for Roddy, it was easy. Using his mental power, he could detect any beast within 40 meters. He would shoot an arrow to the head or neck of the target. At this moment, Roddy was also worried. His earlier plan seemed too simple, building villages and farmland outside the Valley Fortress. But now, without strong defenses, ordinary farmers couldn't leave the castle to work. If they did, they might become prey for the monsters instantly. We must build military structures quickly, Roddy thought. If he could build a griffin tower and summon griffins to patrol the territory, it would scare off nearby fierce beasts. Then, Roddy and the gunmen carried the bodies of the beasts back to the castle. Only after delivering the carcasses did they return to the forest. These beasts were heavy, especially the big wild boar. Without Roddy's attribute boost, the gunmen wouldn't have enough strength to carry them. With the boost, their strength, comparable to mid-level fighters, made it easy for 10 people to carry the carcasses. Soros, you have understood the fighting spirit. Soros was stronger than ordinary gunmen, which caught Roddy's attention. When Roddy condensed his mental energy into threads to scan his body, he was surprised. Within Soros's blood energy, a thin, fiery red fighting spirit was born, greatly increasing his strength. His individual power reached the level of a beginner professional, with Roddy's attribute blessing. His combat power reached the peak of an intermediate professional and was about to advance to a high-level professional. Yes, master. I finally found some clues, Soros said happily. Congratulations. Later, you should find Valia to copy and practice the flame snake breathing technique. It is a higher level than the breaking army breathing technique and more suitable for you. Also, copy and practice the fire/combat skill, Roddy nodded. Now, Roddy had stored all the combat skills, breathing techniques, and magic books he obtained, such as the breaking army breathing technique, whirlwind sword technique, rock goat leap agility skill, and level 1 magic model analysis, in the second-floor study of the council hall, with Valia in charge of safekeeping. At the same time, Valia was copying and reproducing these skills to train capable subordinates. Of course, magic should not be shared lightly. Who to pass it to and how to do so was entirely up to Roddy. But for Soros, he could teach without reservation. Rhodey was genuinely happy because he could finally verify that soldiers purchased through the system could mutate and practice the combat skills of this world. This was a pleasant surprise. Soldiers bought through the system did not need to worry about loyalty. If they could practice this world's combat skills and magic, they could be trained into powerful and reliable subordinates. About 10 kilometers away, behind a steep mountain, there were few ferocious beasts around. Clearly, the beasts were afraid of the wind eagle and dared not approach. This mountain had little vegetation, with jagged rocks and dangerous, steep paths. The main peak was thousands of meters high, surrounded by smooth cliffs that monkeys could not climb. Rhodey and others had searched the entire mountain, except for the main peak. The wind eagle's nest was likely on the main peak. "Wait here for me. I will go up and take a look," Rhodey instructed Soros and the soldiers. The mountain was too smooth to climb. Soros and others couldn't get up. Rhodey practiced the rock goat leap skill, which made climbing difficult but possible with slow, careful effort. Step by step, Rhodey climbed up. When he reached the main peak, he found an area about the size of a football field, scattered with bones of various beasts and humans among the rocks. Nearby, large stones formed several caves, lined with soft grass leaves. These were the wind eagles' nests. Chirp, 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 for more wind eagles were resting on the rocks. When they saw Rhodey appear, they immediately let out sharp cries and swooped down to attack him. Boom, boom, boom. Rhodey used his mental power to scan the area, then cast a lightning magic spell. 3 bolts of lightning struck down, instantly killing the 3 wind eagles. These eagles were only first-level monsters, far weaker than the king of eagles. A single lightning strike was enough to kill them all. Another wind eagle saw the danger and turned to fly away. Rhodey couldn't catch it. There are 8 hatchlings. Rhodey looked around and found 8 young eagles in the nest. They were about the size of a large rooster, looking cute and a bit silly. When he approached, they opened their mouths as if asking for food. However, these hatchlings looked different from the eagles that had just flown away and been killed. Rhodey thought for a moment and realized that these hatchlings might be direct descendants of the Eagle King, while the others could be subordinate eagles captured and controlled by the king. Monster growth depends entirely on bloodline. These 8 hatchlings were not ordinary. At this moment, Rhodey remembered that the Blood Dagger mercenary group had probably stolen some hatchlings and was chased by the Eagle King, suffering heavy losses. These hatchlings are probably quite valuable. Rhodey carefully wrapped the 8 hatchlings in his clothes and took them. The clothes were torn and fallen among the rocks, torn apart by the wind eagles and buried under bones. Then, Rhodey threw the dead wind eagle off the mountain peak for Solos and others to collect. At sunset, Rhodey returned to the castle with the 8 hatchlings. He ordered Ilya to arrange for slaves to feed them, so they wouldn't starve. After all, these were young monsters. According to books from the magic school, such monster hatchlings are quite valuable but need professional tamers to raise them. Ordinary people can't handle them. In the next few days, Rhodey hunted and trained around the castle with his gunmen. Although the experience gained from wild beasts was low, even tiny ants are meat. Watching the experience points increase little by little made Rhodey feel at ease. 14 gunmen and 9 archers. Unknowingly, a week had passed. The growth rates of the units refreshed. Rhodey eagerly opened the castle panel to check, and his heart sank immediately. It's different from the game. In the game, upgrading the fortress doubled the growth rates of units after reaching the castle. The gunman's growth rate should be 28, and the archers should be 18. Rhodey was lost in thought, seeming to realize that in the real world, the growth rate of biological units had decreased. Then I can't wait any longer, Rhodey thought. Since the production of units is low, he decided to focus on elite troops. He needed to keep building unit structures. He calculated that his current funds could only support building a barracks and a griffin tower. Moreover, he had to build quickly. According to the Orc chieftain's message, there might be big movements by the orcs this winter. Without enough soldiers, it would be hard to face the cold season. Late at night, Rhodey began to summon the unit buildings again. To build the griffin tower, he first needed to build a barracks, just like in the game. The barracks required a blacksmith and a watchtower to be built first, which he already had. Rhodey then connected to the castle interface, selected the barracks, and spent 2,000 gold coins and 5 ores to summon it. At the same time, a small barracks slowly appeared on the east side of the northern city gate. Roddy quickly went to check. The barracks covered an area about the size of a football field, with 10 rows of dormitories. The dormitories were thick, 3-story stone buildings, each able to house 200 or 300 people. Behind the dormitories was a training ground with a command platform, a training field, and weapon racks, all well equipped. He continued to look around and found that upgrading the barracks to a high-level barracks required 2,000 gold coins, 5 ores, and 5 earth element magic gems. A high-level barracks could recruit crusaders, which are powerful units in the game. Their main skill was dual wielding, allowing 2 attacks in a row. It was uncertain how this would translate into the real world. Roddy couldn't help but smile bitterly. With his current funds, it would be difficult to gather 5 units of earth element magic gems quickly. The plan to upgrade to a high-level barracks would have to be put on hold. Right now, he only had 1 unit of water element and wind element magic gems. To exchange for 1 unit of earth element gems, he needed 10 units of water and wind gems. The system was unfairly taking his resources. With the barracks completed, the conditions for building the flying unit, Griffin Tower, were finally met. Roddy checked the resources and then mentally selected the Lion Griffin Tower. After spending 1,000 gold coins and 5 ores, a tower embedded in the cliff wall appeared about 10 meters outside the northern city wall. The tower seemed carved from the hard rock of the cliff, forming a hidden entrance to a nest within a recessed part of the cliff face. If not looked at carefully, it might seem like a natural carving. Its location is very hidden, tucked between the northern city wall and the cliff, making it hard to spot unless patrolling near the wall. Roddy stepped out of the northern city gate and used the rock goat leap skill to climb up and examine it. The nest entrance of the tower was about 5 meters high and 10 meters wide. Inside, the space was huge. The mountain was expanded into a spherical stone cave with a radius of 300 meters and a height of 300 meters. Inside the spherical cave, there were nests on the cliff walls, about 9 meters high, 9 meters wide, and 9 meters deep. These nests were arranged in neat rows from bottom to top, enough to house over 1,000 griffins. Within this space, besides the nest entrances, there were some hidden vents on the ceiling and sides to keep the interior dry and ventilated. It was a well-designed place, as if carefully built for this purpose. While exploring, Roddy found that upgrading the Lion Griffin Tower to a high-level Lion Griffin Tower required 1,000 gold coins and 5 ores, which was not expensive, just like in the game. Since resources were sufficient for the upgrade, and aiming for an elite troop route, Roddy decided to continue upgrading the tower to a high-level Lion Griffin Tower. This operation cost 4,000 gold coins and 15 ores. The gold in the resource bar dropped to 3,433, but there was still plenty of wood and ore, each over 5,000 units. Continue upgrading the Archer Tower to a high-level Archer Tower, and upgrade the Guard Tower to a high-level Guard Tower, Roddy thought for a moment, then exchanged 1,000 units of wood for 1,000 gold coins. He then spent 2,000 gold coins, along with 10 ores and 5 wood, to upgrade the Guard Tower and Archer Tower. 14 spearmen, 9 sharpshooters, 7 high-level griffins, and 4 swordsmen. Roddy checked the current recruitable units. Each spearman costs 75 gold, each sharpshooter 150 gold, each high-level griffin 240 gold, and each swordsman 300 gold. Buying all of them would cost 5,280 gold coins. In other words, from now on, buying a unit each week will cost this much gold, but the territory's weekly income is less than 500 gold. Roddy immediately felt a bit overwhelmed. Then, Roddy used 4,000 units of wood and 1,000 units of ore in the market to exchange for 5,000 gold, which he used to buy units that appeared in the castle's unit panel. Now, the resource totals are 2,153 gold, 750 wood, and 4,125 ore. Next week, after the units refresh, he will need to buy more units, which will almost require selling all his wood and ore in the market. The week after that, he won't have enough funds to buy units at all. How can I make money faster? Roddy kept thinking about this problem. Rob the bandits in the hill plain. Roddy's eyes lit up as he considered this idea. Previously, he had gained unexpected wealth twice by robbing the bandit groups in the hill plain. This was a quick way to get rich. Actually, the Grang Highlands, 200 miles southeast of Blackrock Town, border the hill plain. But because of the steep terrain, they are impassable, and one can only enter Turin City through the Grang Passage to reach the hill plain. Of course, Rhodey couldn't just go into the hill plain through Turin City to fight bandits. From what he saw earlier, the Marquis had bribed the Black Crow Bandits Guild to ambush him. So dealing with the bandit groups in the hill plain was complicated, involving many nobles and the Bandits Guild interests. With Rhodey's current strength, he couldn't openly oppose these powerful forces or the Bandits Guild. He had to stay low and be cautious. Therefore, robbing the hill plain bandits had to be done secretly, without revealing it was him. This was impossible before because Rhodey couldn't cross the Grang Passage directly into the hill plain. But if he had flying units, it would be different. He could fly east from Blackrock Town, find a suitable spot, then fly south over the dangerous, steep mountain cliffs to reach the hill plain. Let's see if the royal griffins are strong enough, Rhodey thought. He decided to go to the Column Mountains the next day to summon these units and test their abilities. Young Master, Valia hurried over in the morning to report. Last night, a barracks appeared inside the castle. I overheard some slaves secretly talking, saying it's a miracle from the gods given to you. They say you're the messenger of the earth god. Send orders that from now on, no one is allowed to discuss this secretly. Anyone caught will be executed immediately, Rhodey said sternly. Yes, young master. I will go and give the orders right away. Vilia's face turned cold, and she quickly left the scene. Of course, only the system soldiers responsible for guarding saw the manifestation of the military units last night. Rhodey issued a strict order not to speak about it, as they are all created by him. Good, Rhodey, along with Saurus and 3 gunmen, pretended to go hunting. After walking 5 kilometers, they revealed each type of soldier in a valley. Rhodey needed to understand the strength of these new soldiers and whether there were any mutated warriors. This would help him plan his formations and train the mutants. First, he manifested the spear soldiers. As soon as they appeared, Rhodey connected with their minds. Under his command, they showed their fighting ability. The spear soldiers are an upgraded version of the gunmen. Their leather armor, taken from the system, is much tougher than that of the gunmen. Instead of long spears, they now wield halberds. The halberds are made entirely of metal, not wood. The metal is very strong, likely a special alloy. With Rhodey's support, the spear soldiers reached the peak of mid-level professionals. Their individual strength wasn't much higher than the gunmen, but their attack methods, besides piercing, now included sweeping, which was quite powerful. Rhodey used his mind to arrange the spear soldiers into 2 formations for practice, a cone shape and a wing shape. The overall attack effectiveness was much better. It seems I need to improve my knowledge of battle formations, Rhodey thought. The formations seemed to make the soldiers much stronger in combat. Both piercing and sweeping techniques are much more effective in groups than fighting alone. Next, Rhodey communicated with the spear soldiers through his mind, mainly to check if any mutants had appeared, like Saurus, who could learn independently. However, after talking with them and teaching some sword techniques from this world, he was disappointed. None of them were mutants, and their ability to learn was poor. Only the piercing and sweeping techniques were instinctively familiar to them, as if carved into their bones. They struggled to learn other sword skills, even simple moves. Then, Rhodey manifested the Divine Archer. After a round of archery demonstrations, he was very satisfied. The Divine Archer had the ability, Double Arrow Volley, which allows firing 2 arrows at once. Their attack power was not weaker than that of a single archer, meaning one Divine Archer was as powerful as 2 regular archers. The most important point is that the sharpshooters, with Rhodey's archery, talent, and advanced archery skills, can cause deadly damage to high-level and lower-level professionals within 100 meters. If they have weapons like armor-breaking arrows, they can even harm Black Iron-level professionals. From now on, your name is Bandit, Rhodey said, communicating with each of these sharpshooters. He taught them simple sword techniques to help them understand and learn. Some sharpshooters were slow to grasp these skills and found it hard to learn. However, one of them learned very quickly. This person understood the simple sword techniques and knowledge immediately, with a learning ability even better than Saurus. Rhodey was very happy and immediately gave him a name. Thank you, Master, for the name. From now on, I will be called Bandit, the sharpshooter gratefully replied. In fact, Rhodey preferred to focus on training mutated soldiers. Not only were they loyal and trustworthy, but they could also be commanded by thought, making them more powerful in battle. Come out, Royal Griffin. At this moment, Rhodey was excited and summoned the griffin. The high-level griffin was produced from the tower building of the Royal Griffin. 7 royal griffins appeared instantly. They were very excited upon arrival, flapping their wings and stirring up strong winds on the ground. Rhodey carefully observed them. They had the back half of a lion and the head of an eagle, with muscles as strong as old tree roots. Their lion-like front limbs had sharp, black, skull-like claws about 15 centimeters long, looking very powerful. Their beaks shimmered with a black glow, sharp and dangerous. Behind them, they dragged long, whip-like tails that swung gently, smashing stones on the ground. The 7 royal griffins were not identical. 3 of them were unusually tall, appearing to be male griffins. The other 4 were females, each about 2 to 3 meters long, with wings spanning 7 to 8 meters when open. The males were even sturdier, nearly 4 meters long, with wings stretching 10 meters. Their fur colors varied. Some had a bronze hue, others dark brown. The males had a few red feathers on their chests, while the females' colors were duller. All their neck feathers were silver-white. Like other units, Rhodey had established a mental connection with them. Through this link, he found that their intelligence was similar to that of a 7- or 8-year-old child, but they were very loyal and could follow commands without issue. Suddenly, Rhodey commanded them to fly and dive attack. He noticed that these griffins fly very fast. When they dive and strike with their claws, the hard rocks break into powder, showing their great power. This is their main way of fighting. Compared to the Wind Eagle, Rhodey's help made these griffins as strong as 3rd-level magical beasts. But their flying speed is faster than other eagles of the same level, similar to a 4th-level magical beast like the Wind Eagle King. Rhodey jumped onto the strongest-looking male griffin and ordered it to fly. The griffin used its strength, spread its wings, and suddenly leapt into the air. Its speed increased instantly. Rhodey almost fell off and broke out in cold sweat. He held tightly to the griffin's tough feathers and squeezed his legs to stay seated. Even so, he didn't dare let the griffin dive or roll too much. In fact, even just flying steadily made Rhodey sweat cold. He soared hundreds of meters high. If he fell by accident, he would be shattered into pieces. With the strong wind hitting him, he was very scared. He couldn't enjoy the scenery or feel the joy of flying. Rhodey found that griffins are very strong. They can carry people and fly as if it's nothing, making them good flying mounts. But they need a saddle to be fixed on their backs. Without it, they can't fight well. For Rhodey, connecting with these griffins through their minds made commanding them very easy. However, even though the griffins understand Rhodey's thoughts, it still takes time to train and get used to working together to fight effectively. In fact, these griffins are not only good at flying, they are also very fast on land, running quickly through forests and jumping over steep mountains without any trouble. They are excellent mounts both in the air and on the ground. Later, Rhodey ordered the griffins to land. Then, he summoned the sword warriors. As soon as they appeared, Rhodey was very happy. He saw 4 sword warriors surrounded by a glow of fighting energy. At Rhodey's command, they performed a set of sword techniques. These moves were sharp, powerful, and flexible. They seemed to come from a battle formation. Whether attacking one enemy or working together, their power was impressive. This set of sword techniques had only 9 moves, but it was like they were carved into the bones of the 4 warriors. When they used these moves, their energy and fighting spirit surged, flowing smoothly without any obstacles. At this moment, Rhodey used his mental power to scan and discovered that these 4 swordsmen secretly understood the true essence of their breathing techniques. The surrounding magical energy was absorbed into their bodies and transformed into fighting spirit. Clearly, they also brought a set of breathing methods from the system. Rhodey observed again and found that 2 of the 4 had earth element fighting spirit, and the other 2 had wind element fighting spirit. Their breathing techniques varied according to their fighting spirit attributes. Rhodey connected with their minds and quickly studied the sword skills and breathing methods they practiced. Breaking army sword technique, thick earth breathing method, and hurricane breathing method. Rhodey thought for a moment and gave these sword skills and breathing methods names. After comparing, Rhodey found that the thick earth-breathing method was slightly weaker than the earth-breathing method, probably a black iron or bronze-level technique. The hurricane-breathing method was of similar level to the thick earth-breathing method. Next, Rhodey communicated with each swordsman individually, teaching them knowledge and the whirlwind sword technique. He hoped they would understand and learn. Rhodey noticed that these four couldn't learn new skills easily. Besides their instinctive mastery of the breaking army sword technique and breathing methods, the things he taught them were very difficult for them to grasp. It was obvious they were not mutated soldiers, but simply battle machines or tools given by the system. Through contact with various soldiers, Rhodey found that these soldiers had relatively dull emotions. Their feelings of joy, anger, sorrow, jealousy, and fear were much weaker than those of ordinary people. However, their loyalty was very high, and they followed commands without hesitation. Like the mutated soldiers such as Saurus and Bandit, over time, their emotions gradually became identical to those of normal people in this world. But other system soldiers never changed. That's actually good, as it makes commanding and controlling easier. After all, overly emotional people can be a hindrance in battle, Rhodey comforted himself. At dusk, Rhodey returned to the castle with the soldiers he had manifested. The guards at the city gates and the sentry soldiers were all system-produced units. They naturally wouldn't leak any secrets. Meanwhile, Ilya and others were busy with internal affairs. The castle was so large that they didn't notice the additional soldiers. These soldiers silently integrated into the castle. In fact, Rhodey wasn't worried about them being discovered. As for the 7 griffins, Rhodey let them hunt for food on their own in the Colin Mountains and then returned directly to the Griffin Tower to rest. Of course, Rhodey asked that these griffins stay close to the Valley Fortress and only hunt within 100 miles. This is because if they encounter higher-level flying monsters, they could be in danger. These griffins are very good hunters with 3 main advantages. First, they are fast flyers and can chase prey into the forests, combining flying and ground attack skills. Second, they are strong at diving attacks. With one strike, they can quickly kill tigers, leopards, or wolves. Third, their sharp, piercing screams can frighten and paralyze ordinary wild animals instantly. In a short time, each of the 7 griffins returned with a large beast to the cliff near the Griffin Tower. There were 3 deer, 2 wolves, and 2 large wild boars. They shared 3 of the animals. Rhodey ordered 2 deer, 1 wolf, and 1 large wild boar to be thrown at the north gate. He then had soldiers carry them inside to be prepared for cooking and drying meat. This made Rhodey feel more at ease. Griffins eat a lot and need plenty of meat, which is a big expense. Luckily, the castle is in the Column Mountains, where there are endless wild animals. Vilya, the noodles you made tonight are very good, Rhodey said happily as he ate the hot noodles. Thanks to your good guidance, young master. After so many tries, I finally made something you like. Hee, Vilya said happily. In his past life, Rhodey loved this kind of food, and this dinner made him feel very comfortable. Young master, as you ordered, Merlin has arrived, Vilya reported after dinner. Rhodey usually went to his study to handle work, and today was no different. Earlier, Merlin was working in the timber town of Blackrock. Rhodey had planned to observe him for a while longer, but since he was about to leave for some time, he decided he couldn't wait any longer. Master, soon, Merlin was brought to Rhodey's study by Vilya. Seeing Rhodey busy writing at his desk, Merlin paused, then knelt and whispered, Merlin, if I give you another chance, would you still want to continue your path of magic training? Rhodey slowly turned around and looked directly at Merlin kneeling on the ground. At this moment, the entire study was silent, except for Vilya's heavy breathing, trembling with emotion. Clearly, she was also shocked by Rhodey's question. I've been watching you for a long time. You want to die, but haven't made up your mind. You must have something you desire. Is it the path of magic? Rhodey said, noticing Merlin's silence. After a pause, Merlin suddenly burst into loud tears. Vilya wanted to scold and stop him, but Rhodey held her back. Master, my father was once a bronze knight. My family had its own knightly estate, and we were quite well off. But because I was obsessed with studying magic, I not only spent all our wealth, but also accumulated huge debts, which indirectly caused my father and family to die from illness. I should have died too, but I couldn't bear it. I refused to give up. Merlin finally stopped crying and said firmly, If I give you a chance to continue practicing magic, Would you still want it? Rhodey asked coldly, not questioning his family background. I do. After a full quarter of an hour, Merlin slowly and firmly replied. Take these 2 books and study them carefully. If you succeed in your training, I will accept you as my magic apprentice. Rhodey handed Merlin the Level 1 Spell Model Analysis and Calm Meditation Method. Merlin took the books, glanced at their titles, and immediately trembled again. Once, he had spent all his family's wealth just to obtain such introductory magic books, and in the end, he owed a huge debt to the Thieves' Guild. His father had died from illness out of anger. But now, such valuable knowledge was in his hands after becoming A and feeling hopeless. His feelings were mixed with sadness and joy. Villia, arrange a place for him to stay in the castle. Provide 3 meals a day as usual. He doesn't need to work. Just focus on learning magic, Rhodey ordered Villia. Yes, young master, Villia nodded. Thank you, master. Merlin carefully put the books into his arms and bowed again. Rhodey waved his hand, signaling him to leave. For Rhodey, training Merlin was just an investment. Whether he could become a mage depended entirely on himself. Even if he failed, Rhodey wouldn't lose anything. Master, based on previous year's weather, the first snow in the Grang Highlands will fall in less than 2 months. At that time, the temperature here may drop sharply, causing water to freeze, and ordinary people will find it hard to endure. The houses in Blackrock Town are too fragile. The slaves there must move into the castle to spend the winter. Can we clear a row of rooms in the back barracks for them? We also need to install fireplaces inside. Recently, I surveyed the land. We can build a watermill beside the river outside the castle. Next spring, we will start building the first village in the Northern Valley, where crops like potatoes and tomatoes can be grown. To motivate them, I plan to implement a pay system for skilled slaves such as blacksmiths, carpenters, tailors, and bricklayers, paying them based on their work effort. After Melinga left, Ilya came to report. Ilya, your ideas are very good. Just go ahead and do it. Tomorrow, I will leave for a while. During this time, the soldiers in the castle will not go out hunting and will fully cooperate with your work. If you need anything, ask Bandit. He will command the soldiers to help you. Here are 200 gold coins. Use them to pay your workers, Rhodey said, taking out 200 gold coins from his pocket. In fact, Rhodey had set aside 200 gold coins from the castle's resource inventory, pretending to take them out of his bag. Master, you are leaving? Ilya asked, surprised. Yes, Rhodey nodded. He didn't want to say much and waved her out. Young master, you're leaving again, Villia said, clearly feeling a bit sad. Villia, winter is coming. Our problems are not just the cold, but also the orcs in the Grang Highlands and the monsters in the Colin Mountains. Before winter arrives, I need to gather some resources and make preparations, Rhodey explained. Yes, young master, Villia replied. Rhodey couldn't be harsh with her and could only patiently explain. How is it? Are you ready? In the afternoon of the next day, Rhodey arrived at the blacksmith shop. Yesterday, after returning from outside, Rhodey had asked blacksmith Volo and carpenter Galozzi to make saddles for the griffins. Of course, he had told them the general shape, size, and durability requirements for the saddles. In fact, the warhorses in this world do not have saddles like in the previous world. Instead, they are just covered with a leather pad. Roddy's design of the saddle is considered innovative here. In the future, installing these on warhorses can increase the knight's fighting ability. According to the master's request, 6 sets have been finished. The materials used are ironwood, steel nails, animal hides, and ropes made from the tendons of fierce beasts. They are very strong. Valro, Garossi, and the 2 apprentices all had red eyes, clearly exhausted from working overnight. They had been busy selecting materials and working until now to produce these 6 saddles. Good. Go to Ilya to receive your payment for your work, Roddy said after carefully inspecting the saddles and nodding. The main part of the saddle is made from special ironwood from the Colin Mountains, reinforced with steel nails to make it more durable, and wrapped with animal hide. The safety straps and binding ropes are made from twisted beast tendons, which are very strong. This is very important because these saddles are meant for flying. If they fall off, the rider could be seriously injured or killed. Of course, Roddy can use his mind to command the griffins to catch him. Griffins are very fast when diving, but other soldiers might find it hard to react quickly, risking falling to their deaths. Ah, Roddy grabbed his withered wooden staff and used his mind to communicate with the 7 griffins. They flew out from the griffin tower and landed inside the castle. The slaves, including blacksmiths, carpenters, and their apprentices, who had never seen griffins before, screamed in fear. Now, Roddy's mental communication with his system soldiers can reach up to 2 kilometers. He also found that the distance and strength of communication depend on his power. Holding the withered staff, he can reach 3 kilometers. The straight-line distance from the blacksmith shop to the griffin tower is exactly within that range. Power really is a useful attribute. Not only strength, knowledge, attack, and defense are important, but leveling up is very slow, making it hard for Roddy to gain more attribute points. Roddy ignored the frightened slaves. They need time to get used to it. Once they realize that these are Roddy's magical pets and see them often, they won't be afraid anymore. Instead, they will feel safe. "Come on, try this saddle," Roddy said, gesturing to the griffin. The griffins, which stood about 3 or 4 meters tall on the ground, now lay down peacefully. Roddy carefully tied the saddles onto their backs one by one. Roddy chose the largest and most powerful griffin. Then, he spun his fighting energy at his feet and jumped onto the saddle. He fastened the safety rope and nodded in satisfaction. With the safety rope secured, he was no longer scared and could fully use his hands for shooting arrows without worry. "Bandit, I will leave 1 griffin to patrol the territory and 2 swordsmen to assist you. While I am away, you should lead the soldiers to guard the castle and help Ilya with construction. Do not go out hunting," Roddy ordered mentally. He also sent this message to each soldier's mind. In fact, without Roddy, the hero, the strength of the system's soldiers would drop a lot. For example, gunmen and halberd users would be weaker than beginner-level fighters. Archers and sharpshooters would have much less accurate attacks, with only about 1 in 10 being effective. Swordsmen would only be at the level of early advanced fighters, sometimes even weaker. Such strength would make hunting dangerous. Facing a wind eagle or even a 3rd-tier monster would be deadly. 3rd-tier monsters are much stronger than high-level human fighters. But staying inside the castle with 1 griffin on guard and 2 swordsmen helping out should be safe. "Bandit, spend this time learning to read and write with Ilya," Roddy reminded him before leaving. Leaving Bandit behind was also for this purpose. Previously, Roddy had asked Soros to learn to read with Ilya. Now, Soros had learned most of the common words used in the Bafi kingdom and could read on his own. This was the fastest way for the mutated soldiers to adapt to this world. It was also a method Roddy found effective for training them. Soros and the 2 swordsmen carried large backpacks, designed by Roddy based on the backpacks used by soldiers in his past life. The tailor had sewn them from beast leather last night. Inside were camping blankets, dried meat, bread, and seasonings. On the side, there were water bags and quivers. Last night, Roddy used 5 divine arrows from the system, totaling 300 arrows. These arrows were more refined than those carried by regular archers, with sharper steel tips and better designed shafts and feathers. Roddy had the blacksmith take one of the divine arrows to copy its design so they could make more. After all, arrows are consumable items, and there is a high chance of damage or loss. Currently, the most important role of the blacksmith shop is to replenish arrows. Roddy rode the griffin with Soros and 2 soldiers. The griffin's body pressed down, then leapt forward forcefully. Its large wings spread out, and after a gust of wind, it steadily rose into the sky heading toward Black Rock Town. Honestly, this time Roddy finally felt the joy of flying. Sitting comfortably on the large griffin, he stroked its tough feathers and looked down at the land, feeling very happy. Even in strong wind, he felt steady, almost like floating in the air. Unlike the first test flight, which was full of fear and worry, this time he was calm and relaxed. Of course, Roddy didn't let the griffin fly at full speed. Instead, it flew smoothly at half its usual speed. "Master, there are people below," Soros communicated through telepathy, about 5 or 6 miles from the valley fortress. Roddy saw it clearly too. In a hidden valley below, a group of busy figures was chopping trees and setting up a temporary camp. They are mercenaries, Roddy thought, knowing he could communicate telepathically with the griffin. Through the griffin's eyes, he could see everything clearly. The griffin had eagle eyes, so he could observe even small details. From afar, he recognized their mercenary badge. From this position, It looks like they deliberately avoided Black Rock Town and headed toward the Valley Fortress. We must stop them from getting close, Rhodey thought deeply, feeling this was a very tricky situation. After all, his castle appeared suddenly. The Blood Dagger mercenary group left not long ago, and now such a large castle has appeared here. It's hard to explain how it was built so quickly, and revealing this information could cause big problems. Rhodey guessed that their appearance here was probably because the Blood Dagger mercenary group leaked the news. They came for the level 4 magical beast, the Wind Eagle, or perhaps the flock of Wind Eagles. After thinking for a moment, Rhodey made a firm decision. Under the cover of dusk, he let the griffin land near Black Rock Town and hide. Then he took Soros and went to the town. The master, the guards at the town gate saw them and quickly reported. When Arian and Winterlock saw Rhodey, they hurriedly opened the gate and shouted for all the slaves to kneel and welcome him. Now, Arian and Winterlock selected 8 strong slaves to serve as auxiliary soldiers. These slaves do not cut down trees. Their main task is to patrol and guard on horseback, driving away dangerous beasts hiding in the forest. Soon, a large group of slaves knelt on the main road behind the camp to welcome Rhodey. Arian, prepare 5 warhorses, Rhodey immediately ordered. Yes, sir. Arian quickly went to prepare them. Most of the warhorses and pack animals Rhodey brought back earlier were in Blackrock Town. Only 3 warhorses and 3 pack animals remained at the Valley Fortress. Now, they have opened 2 new logging sites, 3 kilometers from Blackrock Town, which has greatly improved logging efficiency. However, Rhodey has not yet come to collect the wood, although he planned to do so tonight. Soon, the soldiers led out the warhorses. Rhodey took out the wind flow bow and fire flame sword, slung them on his back, and, fully armed, led Soros and 2 swordsmen toward the mercenary camp. As they entered this hidden valley, they heard a series of sharp whistles. They had been spotted by the mercenary group's sentinels. Lord Rhodey Buffett, the Lord of Blackrock Town, has come to visit, Rhodey signaled, and Soros loudly announced. Lord Rhodey, I am Aaron, the leader of the Archer mercenary group. Greetings to you. A short, thin man quickly stepped forward, bowing in a commoner's greeting to a noble. Leader Aaron, you are too kind. The Archer mercenary group is one of the top 3 iron mercenary groups in the northern province. As the leader, you should be respectful even to me, a minor baron sent to a remote and dangerous place, Rhodey said warmly, dismounting. As soon as Rhodey's compliment was spoken, the mercenaries who followed Aaron, with disdain on their faces, immediately showed a proud and confident expression. In fact, Rhodey had heard of the Archer mercenary group from Goth. From Gerda's words, Rhodey could tell that among the mercenaries he admired was Aaron. It is said that Aaron started from nothing, working his way up from a small mercenary team to develop a large archer group. Now, the Archer mercenary team has over 100 members and is one of the 3 top Black Iron level mercenary groups in the northern province. Aaron seems unremarkable, but in fact, he is a bronze-level professional, and he is also one of the hardest archers to level up. The archer profession is difficult to promote mainly because it is a cold profession. Unlike sword, spear, or axe fighters, archers have fewer combat techniques passed down. However, once an archer grows strong, their attack power can be quite impressive. Rhodey also understands this very well. So, he genuinely respects Aaron. Of course, Gerda also said that large mercenary groups may seem like just brave adventure organizations, but not everyone follows the mercenary code. Sometimes, they secretly act as thieves without the mercenary guild noticing, so you can't trust them completely. Captain, you might not know this, but Lord Rhodey is also a mage, a soft voice said from beside Aaron. The woman was dressed in a light blue magic robe. She had smooth, long blonde hair, fair skin, a tall figure with attractive curves, and looked about 30 years old, like a perfectly ripe peach, at an age that is considered the most appealing. Baron, you might be surprised how I know this. Palodel and I took the mage exam at the same time. We are quite familiar, but he chose to stay in the tower, while I prefer freedom. The northern land is small, and there aren't many mages. Since we've met, how about we have a private chat later on how to improve our skills? Seeing Rhodey's surprise, she smiled and explained with a charming look, her eyes sparkling. In reality, mages often exchange learning tips when they meet. But her flirtatious expression made Rhodey a bit uncomfortable. In his mind, mages are usually aloof and proud, especially female mages, who are rare and shouldn't be like this. In his past life, Rhodey was a poor guy, and beautiful women only showed interest in his dreams. This body's original owner had a carefree 2 years, but he was a notorious. Rhodey didn't get to enjoy good days, and from his memories, the women who liked him probably only cared about his money and status. None of them truly loved him. For example, after the original owner fell on hard times, none of his close friends came to see him, let alone offer him some gold coins. Lord Rhodey, let me introduce you. This is Linda the Mage. She was hired by our archer mercenary group for this mission. I didn't expect you to be a mage too. You know, our mercenary group admires mages the most. You're quite talented for your age, Ellen said enthusiastically when she saw Rhodey didn't recognize Linda. Hello, Mage Linda, Rhodey said politely, giving a noble greeting to acknowledge her. Hee, you two can chat first, Linda nodded and smiled wisely. Captain Ellen, I guess your team is here to hunt the Wind Eagle colony? Rhodey asked directly, ignoring Linda. Exactly. The Blood Dagger mercenary group suffered heavy losses, but we also gained a lot. When we heard about this, we wanted to try our luck, Ellen replied. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed, Captain Ellen. That Wind Eagle colony has already been hunted by us, Rhodey said with a smile. No way. Just because you dare to hunt level 4 flying monsters, we only wanted to steal a few of the Wind Eagle chicks. Killing the Wind Eagle King would be too difficult, a rough-looking man blurted out. I bought some bed crossbows through secret channels, set bait, and successfully lured and killed the Wind Eagles. I even lucked out and killed the Wind Eagle King and caught a few chicks. Otherwise, how could I be here safely? After all, Black Rock Town is the hunting ground of those Wind Eagles, Rhodey said with a smile when he saw Ellen looking at him with suspicion. Lord Rhodey, you really caught the Wind Eagle chicks? Ellen asked. Yes, I caught 8. The Wind Eagle King was careless and fell into my trap. But I also lost quite a few people. It was a tough battle. Now, Black Rock Town is very quiet, so I won't invite the group leader, Rhodey said with a bitter smile. Could you sell the chicks to us? We took a task at the Mercenary Guild to catch Wind Eagle chicks alive. It's a mission from a beast tamer family in the south. The minimum requirement is to catch 3 chicks alive. We can give you all the reward money, only earning points for the guild. What do you think? Ellen asked sincerely. I must say, Ellen has a lot of charm. Her words sounded very genuine. Since Captain Ellen needs them, and the price is right, I can consider helping you, my friend. You know, I am currently short on money and facing difficulties. Lord Rhodey also spoke sincerely. Lord Rhodey is straightforward. The Mercenary Guild offers 300 gold coins per young bird. Mercenary points are very important to us. If you are willing to sell all the young birds to us, I can add another 600 gold coins. How does that sound? Ellen said. That's acceptable. But I have a request, Rhodey smiled. Please, Lord Rhodey, go ahead, Ellen said, surprised. When you visit my territory next time, bring me some red wine from Buffy City. I really miss that taste, Rhodey said. Ha ha, definitely, Ellen laughed, and the mercenaries behind him also chuckled. Solos, go back and bring the young birds here, Rhodey ordered. Lord Rhodey, no rush. You killed the Wind Eagle King, and its magic core might be for sale. Of course, I don't have enough gold right now, but with my reputation, I won't default on the deal. Captain Ellen can vouch for me, right? Linda winked at Ellen. Ellen looked troubled and didn't reply immediately. This woman is quite bold. She probably wants to profit from this. Since the Wind Eagle King's magic core is wind element, and she's wearing a light blue magic robe, her magic attribute should be water. She probably didn't craft the magic equipment herself, Rhodey thought, understanding her intentions. Still, he remained calm and refused politely. Ms. Linda, you know I am also a mage. I won't sell the magic core. Please understand. Ellen breathed a sigh of relief. Clearly, he didn't want to guarantee Linda, since a level for magical beast's core is very valuable. But he also didn't want to offend her. Then, could you sell me some of the Wind Eagle King's feathers and claws? Linda asked. If the price is right, I am willing to sell these enchanted materials. After all, I need gold, Rhodey said directly. It was obvious Linda thought Rhodey was inexperienced and didn't understand enchanted materials. But Rhodey clearly stated he knew about enchanted materials. In fact, The bodies of level 4 magical beasts are partly enchanted, making their materials high quality. For example, the 6 longest, strongest feathers of the level 4 wind eagle, 2 pairs of claws, and 2 ribs on the chest are clearly enchanted. These materials can be used to make wind element magic gear or combined in alchemy to create special items, such as enchanted potions, which are extremely valuable. I want 6 feathers, a pair of claws, and 2 ribs from the chest. I am willing to pay 300 gold coins, Linda said, seeming determined and pained at the same time. Aaron raised an eyebrow. 300 gold coins is a lot of money. He couldn't understand why Linda would spend so much on these materials, as he thought it wasn't worth it. He knew Linda well. She never lost out and always looked for a good deal. As a noble mage, she sometimes even let rough mercenaries take advantage of her for a few coins. This shows the difference in knowledge. Aaron didn't understand the value of magical materials. To ordinary people, these materials are just tough and not special, maybe worth only 10 or 20 gold coins. Clearly, Linda's visit might also be about getting something for herself. Knowledge is wealth. Roddy suddenly realized this and thought to himself with a sneer, but kept a calm face. Linda probably thought Roddy didn't understand the market. Luckily, Roddy had previously learned about the value of monsters in the Colin Mountains, including the Wind Eagle. Master Linda, for Captain Aaron's sake, I can only give you 3 feathers for 300 gold coins, Roddy said calmly. Lord Roddy, they say nobles are like vampires. It's true. 300 gold coins is already a lot. Can't you just let me have it? Linda said with charming, playful eyes. If you don't want it, I can sell it to the Mage Guild, Roddy replied with a steady face. Having lived twice, he understood women like her. Passionate when needed, cold when not, mainly for profit. So Roddy wouldn't give her any chance to take advantage. Yes, I want it. But your price is too high. I only have 300 gold coins left. Maybe we can talk more. I might sell some other things, Linda said, puffing out her chest. All right, Roddy smiled. Linda immediately smiled beautifully and moved closer to him. But Roddy waved his hand and took a step back, continuing, I'm only interested in spell models, magic equipment, enchanted materials, magic crystals, magic cores, and magic energy gems. No other items. You're really stingy, sir. All right, I have a ring here made from the root of a magical plant from the elf forest, which can boost mental energy. Would you like me to give you this ring as a gift? Linda hesitated for a moment, then decisively took a wooden ring from her pocket and handed it to Roddy. +1 to strength. As Roddy took it, a light screen appeared before his eyes. He was immediately happy because the system recognized it as a valuable item. This is a gray-black wooden ring engraved with mysterious magic symbols. It fits perfectly on Roddy's. 3 feathers, 2 ribs. If you want to trade, let's trade. If not, forget it, Roddy said. You. Linda was suddenly annoyed, but after thinking for a moment, she nodded and said, All right, I'll trade. Keep the remaining 3 feathers and a pair of claws for me. I'll come back once I have enough gold. Deal? Since Captain Ellen is watching, I'll leave it with you until next spring. Winter is coming, and I need to stay in the territory to prepare for winter supplies. I can't leave to go to the Mage Guild, Roddy replied. Okay, I'll definitely come next spring, Linda said. Go back to your territory and get it, Roddy ordered Soros. Yes, master, Soros replied and rode off. Captain Ellen, compared to magic, I actually want to become an archer. I've heard you're very skilled with the bow. Could you teach me a bit? After Lorenz left, Roddy asked Ellen. Since Lord Roddy is interested, I won't refuse. Please show me your archery skills, Ellen said. Soon, the mercenaries set up some torches about 100 steps away and casually placed a simple target under each torch. Show. Roddy knocked an arrow and drew his bow, shooting an arrow. He didn't use the guiding bow technique or infuse chi into the wind bow, just a normal shot. But with his talent in archery and advanced archery, Roddy controlled his shot skillfully. He held back to only use about 60% of his ability, and the arrow hit the center of the target. Ellen nodded and signaled Roddy to continue. Roddy then shot 3 more arrows in quick succession. 2 hit the center, and 1 was slightly off. At this point, both the mercenaries and Linda were surprised. They didn't expect Roddy's archery skills to be so good. They thought he was just shooting on a whim, and hitting the target was already impressive. Excellent. Your talent in archery is very high. With time, You will surely become a great archer. However, aspiring to become a black iron level professional archer requires more than just talent. To reach the black iron level, an archer's arrows must be as skillfully controlled as a melee fighter's sword or spear. They should be able to freely manipulate the energy attached to the arrows to increase their speed and armor-breaking power. When reaching the bronze level, the energy on the arrows should also have the ability to extend its attack. There are very few archery techniques shared among the common people, but they do exist. Finding such techniques would make progress much easier. Relying on self-discovery might make it very difficult to reach silver-level strength, as Ellen said. Attack 1, Defense 1. At this moment, a choice dialogue appeared on the light screen in front of Rhodey. Success! Rhodey was pleasantly surprised, but he still respectfully thanked Ellen. Thank you, leader. I learned a lot. Rhodey's words were sincere. Showing his archery skills voluntarily was mainly to gain Ellen's approval and earn attribute points. Ellen's advice also gave Rhodey a lot of inspiration, so it was a double benefit. However, Rhodey was cautious and didn't show all his archery skills. If he did, they might be shocked. The current display was enough to gain approval and get attribute points. Rhodey thought for a moment and chose Attack 1. With this small increase in attack power, Rhodey suddenly felt a jolt in his body. Then, a hot, strange energy burst out, forming a swirling vortex of blood energy inside his veins. It rushed quickly, seeming to find a place to pour into a mysterious space below his abdomen. Small changes lead to big changes. The blood energy has finally been refined into a seed of fighting energy, Rhodey thought happily. This was a sign that he was stepping into the black iron level of professionals. In fact, for professionals who focus on fighting energy cultivation, blood energy is fundamental. The so-called fighting energy seed is a pure vortex of refined blood energy formed after the blood energy is sublimated. It is then directly melted into elemental magic energy through breathing techniques to produce fighting energy. As the saying goes, water overflows when it is full. When the blood energy is refined to a certain level, it rises from the veins into the dantian, the energy sea. Of course, in this world, it is not called the dantian, but its location is exactly the same as in previous worlds. Rhodey named it himself. According to the breathing method, it is one of the body's secret reserves. Once a blood energy vortex forms inside the dantian, it can be used with breathing techniques to directly merge magical energy elements into the vortex, transforming them into pure fighting energy. This method is much faster and more refined than refining fighting energy through the blood vessels, and the energy produced is also purer and heavier. Conversely, refining pure fighting energy inside the dantian can nourish and strengthen the body. A stronger body can produce more fighting energy seeds, creating a positive cycle. This is the path for professionals to advance. Of course, the higher a professional advances, the more difficult it becomes. The blood energy vortex inside the body is a powerful energy whirlpool. If not controlled well, it can be as dangerous as hiding explosives inside the body, and a small mistake could threaten their safety. Additionally, even with strong fighting energy, without fighting techniques, it's hard to show the full strength of a professional. At this moment, it's not the time to refine fighting energy seeds. Rhodey pretends to be calm and chats casually with Ellen and other mercenaries, allowing the energy and blood inside his body to slowly gather in the dantian and form a blood energy vortex. Lord Rhodey, shall we exchange ideas? Linda eagerly asked. Rhodey knew that when a woman said this, she was probably interested in something he had. Ms. Linda, what would you like to discuss? Life experience, magic knowledge, or your body? Rhodey teased. Suddenly, the mercenaries around burst into laughter. These rough men loved such jokes, and Rhodey noticed that Linda was not a member of the mercenary group. Ellen also seemed wary of her, so Rhodey dared to tease her. Ha ha ha. I've heard that Lord Rhodey is already a seasoned veteran at a young age. It's true, seeing is believing. I didn't expect you to start teasing my sister. I'll give you a free piece of news. Avril has become a beginner mage. She can now cast 3-ring magic, so be careful, Linda giggled. Who is Avril, and what does she have to do with me? Rhodey asked in surprise. You ungrateful little thing. You don't even know her name. Let me remind you. Do you remember the apprentice of the great mage Sorella? Linda said with a playful smile. Rhodey immediately understood. From the memories of the original body, he knew that the main reason he was expelled from the Grand Duke City was because he had flirted with the apprentice of a great mage. Roddy remembered that after the original owner's brother became the new Grand Duke of Bafi, he held a party inviting the Magic Guild's magicians. Savira brought her magic apprentice, Avel. Avel's beauty amazed the original owner, but how exactly he flirted with her is unclear. He was probably drunk, and his memory is fuzzy now, so that part is lost. Later, someone described how Roddy lured the innocent and shy Avel into a small garden and almost took advantage of her. Based on the original owner's nature, I think he might really have done that, Roddy thought. Ahem, that was all in my past foolishness. I've already been punished for it. Grand Mage Savira wouldn't bother with a small person like me over such a minor matter, Roddy quickly said. Elin silently gave Roddy a thumbs up. Even daring to flirt with the Grand Mage's apprentice was impressive. Many other mercenaries looked at Roddy with admiration. Grand Mage Savira might not care about this, but I know Avel won't let it go easily. She's threatening to cut you into 1,000 pieces with her wind blades before she lets you die, someone said with a giggle. Haha, I wonder if you really succeeded that day. She's the shining star in the hearts of nobles, knights, and magicians in the whole duchy. TCH, getting close to her would be worth it, even if I die, Linda teased. If I had succeeded, she wouldn't hate me so much. She'd be thinking of me, Roddy replied. Hee, Lord Roddy really knows women. If I met Avel, can I tell her what you just said? Linda asked with a mischievous smile. Ugh, Roddy was instantly annoyed. Haha, Linda chuckled, her laughter shaking her shoulders. The surrounding mercenaries looked at Roddy with hungry eyes, swallowing nervously. Under Elin's warning gaze, they all lowered their heads. Lady Linda, if you're done talking about magic, I'll take my leave, Roddy thought with frustration. He didn't expect the original owner's messy past to still trouble him. He couldn't speak openly about it now, or this woman might ruin his mood and manipulate him. He then straightened his tone. After all, Roddy was not an expert in this field. In his past life, he was just a poor guy, and in this life, he only inherited a little of the original owner's memory. Since I'm giving you this message for free, you should give your sister more respect. I heard you cast 3 spells during the wizard test. I'm very interested in your Magic Divine Arrow spell model. Would you like to exchange ideas? Linda said. Ms. Linda, what are you planning to exchange? Roddy asked. In fact, for wizards, the most important thing to exchange is spell models. In the wizard world, knowledge is wealth, and spell models are the best proof of knowledge. Roddy inherited 5 level 1 spells from the game: Attack Speed, Magic Divine Arrow, Protective Shield, Slow, and Fire Control. Plus, he learned Water Therapy and Stone Wall in this world, making a total of 7 level 1 spells. He also has 4 level 2 spells: Lightning, Eye of Insight, Firewall, and Sand Trap. If he had known that he was traveling with Hero Oling, he would have had Oling visit more towns and learn more magic while playing the game. Now, it's too late to regret. I practice 2 types of magic: Water Therapy and Water Prison. If you want, you can choose one to exchange, Linda said seriously this time. Roddy knew that many wizards study only a few spells. Some spend their whole lives perfecting, modifying, and upgrading a single spell model. These are scholar-type wizards, very few in number. Most wizards like Linda focus on practicality. As long as they can cast the spell, they don't spend much time or even their whole life studying. As for Roddy, it's simpler. He only needs to learn the models. His main goal is to build magic guilds in the game to get magic, but he doesn't think he's the right person for deep research. Clearly, Linda must have learned from the Magic Guild that he knows the Magic Divine Arrow spell. Wizard Linda, you know I already learned Water Therapy, so I don't need that spell model. Water Prison is also a support spell, and its value is definitely lower than my Magic Divine Arrow. I'm not interested in support magic, and my main focus is earth magic. Sorry, if you can only exchange these 2 types of magic, I refuse, Roddy said. Roddy, since your sister is giving you such an important message, just let her have this once. I truly want to exchange ideas, Linda said sweetly. Ms. Linda, for us magicians, knowledge is wealth, and mutual exchange is our principle. Shouldn't we respect knowledge? Roddy said. Roddy, I have a copy of Analysis of Level 1 Fireball spell, but it's incomplete. The spells and magic infusion methods are missing. Are you interested? Linda asked, pulling out a small sheepskin book from her bag. That works. I can only share the magic divine arrow spell model with you, not the spells or magic infusion methods, Rhodey replied with a smile. In fact, Rhodey's magic doesn't involve spells or magic infusion methods, but he can't say that openly, so he just makes excuses. You really don't take any loss at all. Fine, let's exchange ideas, Linda said. Then, Linda handed the book to Rhodey, but Rhodey didn't have a physical copy, so he could only transmit it mentally. Master Linda, actually, you still benefit more. I use mental transmission to simulate the evolution of the spell model. You are likely to develop the spell for the magic divine arrow. As for the magic infusion method, that's even easier, isn't it? Rhodey said with a smile. In truth, what Rhodey said is true. Magicians rarely use their mental power to evolve spell models unless they are teaching their magic apprentices. This method of evolution involves embedding the spell model process into the other person's mind. It can only be performed when one's mental focus reaches a level called concentrated silk, which is a basic skill for beginner magicians. Spells help with magic infusion. Once the spell model is built, injecting magic becomes simple. Hee, sister, I really admire you. You used to be a reckless who spent money freely, but now you are so careful with every penny. That's not easy, Linda said with a smile. Alas, I am down on my luck. I can only survive like this, or I will die in these desolate mountains sooner or later, Rhodey said with a hint of despair. Lord Rhodey, I believe in you. You will surely carve out your own territory and have your own sky, Ellen said, patting Rhodey's shoulder with genuine feeling. You could choose to become a tower-bound mage, but you didn't, did you? Linda teased with a smile. Ms. Linda, you also didn't choose to become a tower-bound mage, did you? Rhodey replied. Hee, it seems we are both the same kind of person, Linda said with a meaningful smile. Rhodey did not respond to her words, but nodded and asked, Ms. Linda, are you ready? Yes, Linda nodded, her almond-shaped eyes slowly closing as she entered a meditative state. Rhodey also closed his eyes gently, lightly touching her forehead with his finger, using the focused mind as thread meditation technique to connect with her consciousness. At the same time, he communicated with the magic book, allowing the magic arrow spell model to slowly form in her mind. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect Lord Rhodey to have such strong mental power at a young age. With more practice, he will surely become a mid-level mage, Linda said with a charming smile after half an hour. Ellen, hearing this, immediately brightened with hope. After all, a beginner mage couldn't change the course of a battle, only providing some support, but a mid-level mage could wield the power of a four-ring spell, enough to turn the tide of a small fight. Ms. Linda, you're joking. I am busy with my affairs and don't have much time for meditation or studying magic. I might end my life as a beginner mage, Rhodey replied. In fact, he mainly communicated with the system's soldiers and was very familiar with this mental transmission method, so he used it skillfully. As for mental strength, Rhodey had little contact with other mages, so he couldn't judge. All right, I won't take advantage of you. I'll give you this for a special price, 100 gold coins, Linda said, taking a glowing crystal ball from her bag. What is this? Rhodey asked in surprise. When he used his mental power to scan it, he felt magical fluctuations inside, but it wasn't a magic crystal. This is a crafted alchemical product made from enchanted materials. Inside, there's a magic circle, acting as a receiver device. Once you inject your mental energy, you'll understand. Some mages have formed a secret magic lodge mutual aid group, meeting regularly to exchange magical materials and knowledge. This is for communication. I know it's hard for you to practice alone, and such a group would be very helpful. 100 gold coins is already the best price, Linda explained. Ms. Linda, you're double dipping. The alchemical item provided by the Secret Magic Lodge is probably free, and I guess you get a commission for each member you develop. If you want to give it to me, I can become a member, but if you're asking for gold, I won't pay, Rhodey said with a smile. All right. When you go back and inject your mental energy later, it will count as helping me fill a spot, Linda replied. This point of gold coins was given to you by sister. I want to meditate. Linda saw that Rhodey saw through her, and quickly threw the crystal ball to him before rushing back to her small tent to study the magic arrow spell model. If I can really create the spell for the magic arrow and the process of channeling magic, then I can teach these spells I brought from the game to my magic apprentices. Roddy thought with anticipation. Later, Ellen invited Roddy to sit around the campfire to eat grilled meat and drink wine. Unknowingly, Saurus returned, bringing 8 young birds, 3 feathers, and 2 ribs to Ellen. Linda heard about it and naturally came out as well. 3,300 gold coins in hand. Ellen happily handed Roddy a bag of gold coins, while Linda hesitated and took out 300 gold coins. Roddy stored the gold bag and then took his leave. With these coins, he could buy troops this week, unless absolutely necessary. He didn't want to trade wood or on the market. By asking Ellen intentionally or unintentionally, he learned that outside the northern province, the wood from the Golan Mountains could sell for about 1 gold coin per unit, while in Luren City, the same wood could sell for 5 or 6 gold coins. In his resource bar, 1 unit of wood equals 10 units of the market standard. He also found that the system could compress the wood, making it tougher. If sold on the market, it might fetch a higher price. But now, he had no way to get these resources. If he had a way, he wouldn't trade on the system market for gold coins. Sir, they have left. After returning to Blackrock Town, Roddy asked Saurus to scout the mercenary group's whereabouts from afar. The next morning, after the mercenaries returned through the Granton Passage, Saurus came to report. Good, they've left, Roddy sighed in relief. Although the castle would eventually be discovered, the longer it took, the easier it was to explain. Right now, it was impossible to explain how such a grand castle was built in such a short time. Starting tomorrow, Aileen will become the administrator of Blackrock Town, responsible for all local affairs. Winterlock will leave with me for other duties. You all may disperse, Roddy ordered early the next morning, gathering all the slaves in Blackrock Town. The kneeling slaves quickly left after lowering their heads. Winterlock looked very unhappy, trembling slightly all over. He thought he had made a mistake and that Roddy was going to dismiss him from his steward position. Roddy did not explain much to him. Instead, he asked him to coordinate with Saurus, and then went ahead to 2 lumber camps to gather all the wood into the resource storage. 11:23. Roddy looked at the number of logs in the resource bar and nodded with satisfaction. He knew the slaves hadn't slacked off. After such a long time, they had cut 373 units of wood, which was quite good. Currently, tools were outdated, and the blacksmith was still working overtime to make steel saws. Only 1/10 of the slaves had steel saws, and if everyone had one, the logging efficiency would be higher. Winterlock, the reason I don't want you to manage Blackrock Town anymore isn't because I don't trust you. On the contrary, I have a more important task for you, Roddy told the lost and frightened Winterlock on the way. Thank you, my lord. Winterlock immediately relaxed. Winterlock, are you familiar with the geography of the hill plain? Roddy asked. Sir, the hill plain is 1,000 miles across. It's too big for me to know everything. Our Black Crow bandits often operate in the northwest area. I am quite familiar with the situation within 100 miles northwest, Winterlock replied. Winterlock, we need to do something big. Raid the bandits in the hill plain. You've been to their hideouts before. Draw a map of the terrain so we can plan our attack, Roddy said. Sir, to enter the hill plain, you must go through the Grant Passage. But where are we going now? This isn't the way to Grant Passage, Winterlock pointed out. Also, many bandit groups, the Thieves' Guild, and nobles from the Barfy and Thistle kingdoms have complex ties to the hill plain. If we openly clear them out, it could be dangerous for us, Winterlock explained. For example, our Black Crow bandits secretly support the Marquis family in the northern province. We pay them a lot of gold every year, Winterlock added. So, you mean you raid other minor nobles and merchant caravans with the covert support of the Marquis family? Roddy asked, surprised. Yes, many nobles are aware of these unspoken rules. Some minor lords dare not speak out, while the major lords use this method to weaken smaller nobles and prevent them from becoming too powerful and threatening their own position. Last time, when you raided our Black Crow bandits, it was the Marquis family's fault, so they didn't dare to pursue it too far. But if you openly clear out the bandits in the hill plain, it might upset many major lords' interests. If they unite against you, it could be hard for you to handle, Winterlock explained. Indeed, a clever trick, Roddy said with a smile. Then he added, so, we can't take the Grand Passage. We need to find another way into the hill plain, and we must disguise ourselves so no one knows it was me who did this. That might be difficult. Besides the Grand Passage, other places are full of steep cliffs and bottomless abysses. We can't cross them unless we can fly, Winterlock replied. Yes, we need to fly over, Rhodey said with a smile. He and Winterlock entered a hidden valley. Winterlock was stunned because 6 tall royal griffins were standing guard there. Let's go, Rhodey nodded. He jumped onto a griffin, followed by Soros and 2 swordsmen. Winterlock saw Rhodey look at him, then nervously climbed onto the last griffin. Protect me while I train here, Rhodey said as he traveled east from Blackrock Town and found a hidden valley to stop and rest. At this moment, the blood vortex had stopped pouring into his Danteon. He needed to start refining the battle chi seed. The mountains here were very dangerous. From the highland to the hill plain, there was a huge drop, with deep abysses everywhere. Walking along the edges of these abysses was terrifying. Without riding a griffin, even with his rock goat leap, martial technique, Rhodey wouldn't dare cross because of the strong mountain winds. Falling would mean certain death. Rhodey found a cave and went inside. Soros, the 2 swordsmen, and 5 griffins guarded the entrance, while Winterlock stood a little farther away, on alert. Another griffin flew to a mountain peak on the side of the valley to watch for danger. Griffins have eagle eye, giving them excellent vision. Right now, Rhodey trusted his own troops the most. He sat in the cave, slowly exhaling. The blood energy in his Danteon had formed a swirling vortex, slowly spinning. Rhodey had studied several breathing techniques: earth breathing, flame snake breathing, hurricane breathing, thick earth breathing, and breaking army breathing. Among these, earth breathing was the most advanced. He could breathe naturally without effort. Flame snake breathing was just beginner level, but he could already condense battle chi. Only these 2 breathing methods explained how to refine the battle chi seed. The breathing technique of the break army is not very advanced and does not include methods for refining the energy seed of fighting spirit. The hurricane breathing technique and thick earth breathing technique were developed by swordsmen who learned from the system based on how their breathing methods work. They do not contain specific methods for refining fighting spirit seeds and still need further improvement. However, Rhodey has already begun to refine fighting spirit using the hurricane breathing technique, though the process is slow. According to the descriptions of the Great Earth breathing technique and the Flame Snake breathing technique, refining fighting spirit seeds is very dangerous. This is different from using breathing techniques to turn magical energy into blood energy and then extract fighting spirit from it. Now, the process involves directly merging magical energy with purified blood energy to form fighting spirit, then compressing, refining, and purifying it into fighting spirit seeds. The book explains that fighting spirit is different from magic power. Magic power must be channeled through spell models to produce magical attacks. Without these models, magic power is just harmless energy. In contrast, fighting spirit stored in the Danteon is a powerful supernatural energy. If not controlled well, it can backfire and harm the user, or even cause death. If the Danteon is damaged, progress in cultivation can be severely hindered. Refining fighting spirit seeds is also an important step in developing the Danteon and laying a foundation. If the seeds are not pure and strong enough, the quality of fighting spirit will be poor, and the power of fighting techniques will be weaker. In battles of the same level, one might fall behind. Therefore, refining fighting spirit seeds is a double-edged sword. They must be strong and large enough, but also safe to avoid harming oneself. In noble families, a high-level cultivator who advances to black iron usually has a close protector at the bronze level or higher, sometimes even a mage, to guard against accidents. Currently, Rhodey does not have such protection, but he has his own advantage. He is a mage himself. His mental strength allows him to carefully observe the fighting spirit vortex, ensuring the seeds are refined without mistakes. Now, Rhodey has mastered 3 types of fighting spirit: earth, wind, and fire. He plans to plant 3 seeds, one of each element. This is very difficult because fighting spirit is a dangerous energy cluster. The elements can repel each other, and if not handled carefully, it could explode and cause death. Of course, he could choose to only refine the earth fighting spirit seed, which would be safer. In fact, Most fighters choose to refine a single type of fighting energy seed and cultivate only one kind of fighting energy. This ensures complete safety, but it also means giving up the cultivation of wind and fire fighting energies. At this moment, Rhodey was also feeling conflicted. Recently, he discovered that using 3 types of fighting energies to temper his body greatly improved his physical strength. The human body has many organs and meridians, and refining multiple fighting energies is much better than focusing on just one. The body is the foundation of a warrior, after all, since their strength depends on their blood and vitality. Focus on Earth as the main energy, with the other 2 energies as support, Rhodey thought deeply. He finally decided to refine seeds of all 3 fighting energies. Of course, Rhodey wasn't acting recklessly. He had the help of his mental power, which could concentrate like a thread, allowing him to carefully observe the process of fighting energy formation. He could consider his own physical condition and increase his chances of success. Once he made up his mind, Rhodey stopped hesitating. He took out his secret mental ring and withered with staff to boost his mental strength. At this moment, as his mental power grew stronger, Rhodey could observe the space where the blood and energy vortex was located in more detail. It seemed that the blood and energy vortex was in a void-like space, surrounded by darkness. The only thing moving was the vortex itself, spinning continuously. The blood and energy vortex was connected to the blood energy in his meridians, and its spinning rhythm matched his pulse. Rhodey activated the earth breathing technique, channeling earth elemental magic energy directly into this space. The earth magic energy instantly fused with the pure blood and energy vortex, transforming into powerful earth attribute fighting energy. In reality, even beginner and intermediate fighters could refine fighting energy. However, this energy was hidden within their blood and was very fine, like threads. Only advanced fighters could make it thicker and more visible, allowing them to project fighting energy onto weapons. But the speed of fighting energy formation and its purity and heaviness could never compare to a black iron-level fighter who planted fighting energy seeds. Rhodey deeply understood that the speed at which earth elemental magic energy fused with the blood energy in his dantian to produce fighting energy was 10 times faster than that of an advanced fighter. Most importantly, the quality of the refined fighting energy had greatly improved, reaching a new level. It was a qualitative change. A tiny amount of black iron-level fighting energy contained a ferocious power that definitely exceeded the energy of 10 times the same amount of fighting energy from an advanced fighter. At this moment, Rhodey was as calm as water. He operated the earth breathing technique, gradually introducing earth elemental magic energy, blending it with the blood energy vortex little by little. He transformed the blood vortex into pure fighting energy, continuously compressing and refining it. This process is like growing crops. With careful care, it gradually turns into a concentrated whirlpool of fighting energy, like a yellow bean seed spinning inside the dantian. At this moment, Rhodey finally understands why it is called a fighting energy seed, because the whirlpool of fighting energy takes root inside the dantian. Using blood energy and magical power as nutrients, it keeps developing and strengthening the dantian. This space is really amazing, Rhodey thought. If he used too much force, the space might burst, but slowly supporting it would make the dantian bigger and stronger. It seems the dantian is based on fighting energy and blood energy, closely connected to the body. Success. Watching a small, yellowish light ball about the size of a walnut slowly form inside the dantian, with thin threads of light extending and anchoring into this empty space. Rhodey finally let out a breath. It was made carefully, step by step, without rushing or taking risks. This fighting energy seed is very delicate. If it gains too much energy, it could cause an explosion. Rhodey has reached his limit in creating it. Soros, how long has it been? Rhodey asked. Master, it's been 2 days, Soros replied quickly, pulling out dried meat and a water bag. Master, eat some meat and drink some water. Okay, Rhodey nodded. He was indeed hungry and tired, so he started eating. They had brought enough supplies for this trip. Soros's dried meat was from a level 4 magical wind eagle, rich in energy. Valia didn't allow others to eat it, so it was made just for Rhodey. The higher the level of the magical beast, the tastier its meat. It was different from what Rhodey expected. But this delicious meat could be poison for ordinary people, as they couldn't handle the huge energy inside. For Rhodey, it was a great tonic. Keep going. After eating, Rhodey felt his energy slowly recover. Although still very tired, he knew he had to continue refining the fire and wind fighting energy seeds. If the earth element seed took root in the Danteon, it would be even harder to plant the other two seeds. Rhodey also knew that the most dangerous time was coming. Whether the fighting energy seeds could coexist or if energy conflicts would cause explosions was uncertain. Rhodey decided to focus on refining the fire attribute fighting energy seed first because he had a deeper understanding of the flame snake breathing technique than the hurricane breathing technique. Done. 2 days later, a small, bright red fighting energy vortex, smaller than the earth attribute one, slowly spun beside the earth fighting energy vortex. Thin rays of light extended from above and entered this space, filling a corner. Clearly, Rhodey was overthinking. It seemed that earth and fire fighting energies did not strongly repel each other, and no energy explosion occurred. After eating some dried meat and drinking water, Rhodey continued to refine the wind attribute fighting energy seed. This time, he used the hurricane breathing technique because his mastery was still shallow and he was very cautious. Boom. As soon as he formed a strand of wind fighting energy, it accidentally touched and collided with the fire fighting energy, causing a small explosion. His Danteon vibrated, and Rhodey coughed up some blood. Master, Solos and the 6 griffins immediately became nervous. It was clear that fire and wind fighting energies were still hard to combine. Rhodey thought that perhaps his control over these two types of fighting energy was not good enough. After all, he had only recently started practicing both breathing techniques, and they were not advanced enough to handle the fighting energies precisely. It seems I have to change my strategy, Rhodey pondered. Originally, he planned to arrange the 3 fighting energy seeds in a triangle, each occupying part of the space. But now, he decided to place the earth fighting energy seed in the middle, isolating the fire and wind fighting energy seeds. Indeed, after changing the method, refining the wind fighting energy seed went smoothly. The heavy earth fighting energy seed completely isolated the more agile and violent fire and wind fighting energies. So powerful, at the moment the fighting energy seed was formed, Rhodey could see through his mental scan that the wind fighting energy seed was shooting out blue lightning. The fire fighting energy was equally fierce, erupting with flames that looked very aggressive. Finally, success. Rhodey exhaled in relief, showing a happy expression. At this moment, the 3 fighting energy seeds slowly rotated. By using the breathing technique, he could draw fighting energy from them to launch attacks with a single thought. Meanwhile, under the influence of the breathing technique, these fighting energies slowly merged into his bloodline, refining his body. As pure energy and blood elements were born within his bloodline, they continued to nurture and strengthen the fighting energy seeds, allowing them to take root and grow in his Danteon, becoming larger and heavier. In the blink of an eye, 6 days have passed here, which was unexpected for Rhodey. He thought it would only take a few hours to finish. At this moment, Rhodey checked the system castle. The troops had been refreshed, and he had 5,253 gold coins, just 27 coins short of buying soldiers. Rhodey thought for a moment and decided not to rush. He could buy the soldiers before the next refresh. After all, it wouldn't be worth exchanging wood or for gold coins. Winterlock, do you remember the surrounding terrain? How are the maps coming along? Are there any clear landmarks? Rhodey asked Winterlock. Over the past few days, he had been drawing a map of the area within 100 miles northwest of the hill plain, following Rhodey's instructions. Master, look at this. This is the highest hill in the northwest of Hill Plain, called Redleaf Mountain. Every autumn, the mountain is covered in bright red leaves like flames. If we find this mountain, I can help us find our way. Our Black Crow team's main hideout is on the west side of this mountain, about 30 miles away. To the east of the mountain, 20 miles away, there is a band of thieves. I've been there with our deputy leader to trade supplies. They are about as strong as us, so it shouldn't be hard to deal with them. 80 miles southeast of Redleaf Mountain, there is a large band of thieves stronger than us. I visited them once, but we never entered their camp. I only waited at the mouth of the canyon where they are. After these days, Winterlock had thought this through and then explained to Rhodey. Good, very good, Rhodey nodded approvingly. After all, although griffins can fly in the sky, the hill plains, forests, and canyons are dense. Griffins are too big, and if they openly search, they might be spotted by others with bad intentions. That would ruin the purpose of raiding the bandits and stealing from other thieves. Winterlock's plan was quite good. As long as they found the mountain and used it as a landmark, they wouldn't get lost. Since Rhodey didn't have a map of Hill Plain, many nobles near the northern province probably didn't have one either. Maybe the Thieves' Guild had a map, but buying it would be expensive, and he had no way to get it. In this era, a detailed map was extremely valuable. Let's rest here now and set out at dusk, Rhodey ordered. Then, Rhodey asked Solos to take out a piece of animal hide and spread it in the cave so he could sleep peacefully. He had been exhausted these past few days. Master, the time has come. Hearing Soros's soft call, Rhodey opened his eyes. Before sleeping, Rhodey had asked Soros to wake him at sunset, and now was that time. Let's go. Rhodey's spirits had recovered quite a bit. He quickly left the cave and called everyone to ride the griffins. Under the glow of the evening sunset, the griffins soared into the sky and flew toward the deep, bottomless canyon to the south. After about 10 minutes of flying, the view suddenly opened up. Several hills appeared in sight, lined up one after another. It was clear they had crossed the large gap between the highland and the hill plain, now flying above the hills. Another griffin without a rider was flying ahead under Rhodey's mental commands. It flew low, skimming over the rolling mountains, while Rhodey and the others followed behind on their griffins, staying within 3 kilometers. Found it. The direction is accurate. Half an hour later, they had flown over 100 miles. Using the view from the lead griffin, they spotted a mountain among the mountains. It looked like it was covered in flames, glowing brightly in the sunset. Earlier, Rhodey had been flying in this direction based on the compass, and he had indeed found it. As soon as they had the coordinates, they could plan the next step smoothly. Rhodey then ordered the griffin to circle the mountain. They saw no signs of people or the hideout of the bandits. Rhodey and his group then landed on the middle of the mountain. Master, this is the mountain. I've been here before to enjoy the red leaves, Winterlock said excitedly after getting off the griffin and observing. Good. Today, we rest here and prepare to attack the bandit group on the east at dawn, Rhodey said. Dawn was the best time to strike, when people were most tired and least alert. That night, Rhodey and his group found a cave to rest in. 6 griffin beasts guarded the area, so they weren't worried about wild animals attacking. In fact, it was the wild animals that suffered. Rhodey sent 2 griffin beasts out to find food, strictly forbidding them to fly to avoid alerting the bandits. Despite this, the fierce beasts ran fast on the ground and attacked a wild pig herd in the mountains, killing 5 wild pigs, one weighing thousands of pounds, along with 2 piglets. Soros cut off about 10 pounds of the best tenderloin from one of the piglets. They had been eating dried meat and bread these days, but fresh pig meat was much tastier. Winterlock took the meat on his own and lit a campfire to start grilling it. Bring out the salt and black pepper, Rhodey said, noticing he didn't know how to cook meat properly. Master, let me do it, Winterlock offered. I'll show you how. Watch and learn, Rhodey said, spreading the seasonings on the meat and starting to grill it using a traditional method. Soon, a delicious aroma filled the air. Outside, a large griffin was munching on raw meat, but it seemed to find the smell unappetizing. It poked its head into the cave to watch, its big eyes fixed on the roasted pig. Almost ready with the salt and pepper. After the meat was cooked, Rhodey took the first bite and whispered, much better than dried meat. Then, Rhodey grilled portions for Solos, Winterlock, and the 2 swordsmen. They ate happily, their faces showing satisfaction and their mouths greasy. Master, I didn't expect your grilling skills to be so good. Our previous attempts were pretty bad, Winterlock said as he took over grilling. Suddenly, the largest griffin, Rhodey's mount, grabbed a big wild boar piece that hadn't been eaten and threw it into the cave, staring intently at Winterlock, clearly wanting to eat some grilled meat too. Winterlock, grill some meat for my magical pet, Rhodey casually said. Of course, Winterlock nodded. Over the past few days, he had been afraid of these fierce griffins, but now he saw a chance to please them and wouldn't miss it. After eating and drinking enough, Rhodey closed his eyes slowly and began meditating. This was part of his daily routine. He found that meditation helped relieve mental stress. Though it wasn't as refreshing as sleep, it allowed his mind to recover quickly. Winterlock, sweating from 2 hours of work, finally managed to make the griffins comfortable. Master, the valley ahead is the hideout of the Shadow Bear bandits. Their numbers are about the same as our Black Crow mercenaries. Their leader is a black iron-level swordsman, and 2 deputy leaders are mid-level fighters. The rest of the bandits are not professional fighters. Winterlock reported as they approached the bandits' nest on the eastern side of Red Leaf Mountain at dawn. Rhodey was dressed in snake-scale armor, covered by a hooded black cloak, hiding his face. Winterlock and the others simply covered their faces with black cloths. Attack! Roddy waved his hand and gave orders to Soros, 2 soldiers, and 6 griffins. To avoid revealing their identities, the griffins could not show themselves. Roddy told them to hide on the mountain around the bandit hideout to prevent any escaping bandits from getting away. Shichichi, Roddy silently killed each sleepy sentry in front of him, smoothly approaching the gate of the Shadow Bear bandit group. He then shot and killed 3 bandits patrolling the gate. The 3 bandits were leaning against the wall, holding long spears and dozing. Roddy shot 3 arrows in quick succession, hitting each of them in the neck. They fell silently without making a sound. As Roddy advanced to the black iron level, his fighting spirit became purer and more controlled. His arrows could now change direction more sharply and hit harder, covering a larger area. However, only earth element fighting spirit could achieve this effect at the moment. Wind and fire elements were not yet mastered enough to be used skillfully, mainly because Roddy's control of the flame snake breathing technique and the hurricane breathing technique was still shallow. A swordsman climbed up and opened the gate, letting Roddy and others out. Roddy quickly observed the scene. The village was about the same size as the Black Crow bandit group, with many stone houses around. In the middle was a small square. Right now, there were several wooden stakes in the square, with 2 men tied to them. They had been disemboweled, with their internal organs removed, as if they had been gnawed on. 2 women, their clothes torn and covered in wounds, lay nearby. Their private parts were also bloodied and torn. In the center of the square, there was a pile of ashes from a campfire. Seeing this, Roddy guessed that last night, the bandits had tortured and played with these villagers. From the clothing of the dead villagers, they seemed to be free citizens from the northern province, likely kidnapped by the bandits from outside. It seemed the bandits finished torturing them, even leaving the bodies uncollected, and then went to sleep. Roar! Suddenly, a loud roar echoed through the entire village. A huge black bear charged out of a cave beneath a cliff on the north side, rushing angrily toward Roddy and his group. Clearly, this black bear was kept in the village. It was disturbed by the smell of humans and was now attacking. Roddy instantly shot an arrow that pierced the black bear's large eye. The bear roared and collapsed to the ground. Roddy approached and used his mental power to scan. He found traces of earth element fighting energy in the bear's blood. Based on its quality, it was a first-level beast. Master, I didn't know they kept a bear, Winterlock said nervously. It's okay, Roddy replied. Winterlock was worried Roddy would blame him, but Roddy knew this bear was probably one of the secret weapons of the Shadow Bear thief group. Thieves tend to be cautious of each other, so it was normal that Winterlock didn't notice the magic bear. At this moment, a loud roar came from the largest stone house in the center. A person rushed out, holding a huge axe that shimmered with dazzling fighting energy. The energy shot out from the axe, and also from the person's body, heading straight for Roddy. Leave this person to me. The rest are yours. Those who surrender will be spared, Roddy said. He drew a cross-shaped sword from his back, which was the Fire Dragon sword. Roddy wanted to find a worthy opponent to practice his breaking army sword technique, strengthen his black iron level cultivation, and test his combat strength among black iron professionals. This person was a good match. He took a deep breath. The fire element fighting energy seed in his Dantian spun. A strand of fire fighting energy was drawn out and injected into his sword, causing the blade to glow with intense flames. Sure enough, using fire fighting energy could activate the sword's fire attack ability. Roddy was using the fire flame slash technique. Boom! The huge axe and the cross sword clashed, creating a loud explosion. Roddy was slightly weaker in strength and was pushed back 3 or 4 meters. He quickly moved his mind. The earth element fighting energy seed in his body spun. He activated the rock goat leap technique, a nimble jump that allowed him to dodge the incoming slashes from the attacker. Then, the two began a fierce clash of axe and sword, fighting intensely. Meanwhile, the two swordsmen and Winterlock started killing other thieves. Without high-level professionals blocking them, they easily slaughtered the bandits. Both swordsmen used the breaking army sword technique. One wielded a cross sword that shot out thick, yellow earth fighting energy. His swordsmanship was powerful and aggressive. No thief could block a single strike. They were either knocked down or forced back, bleeding and coughing from the force. Another swordsman had a streak of blue fighting energy flowing through his sword body. He used a fast sword technique called breaking army, and with a quick slash, he defeated the thief before they could react. It shows that the same sword technique can look different when powered by different types of fighting energy. At this moment, Rhodey was using two types of fighting energy at the same time. At first, it felt a bit awkward, and the two energies didn't work smoothly together. But gradually, it became easier. Using both energies in battle gave Rhodey a big advantage. The rock goat's quick movements and the sharp fire sword attacks completely overwhelmed the enemy. Finally, the thief leader was pierced through the neck by Rhodey's sword and fell to the ground. Level up! In that instant, images of practicing archery appeared in Rhodey's mind. He knew he had leveled up. He was very happy. It's been a while since he felt this way. With the leader dead and the call of, "Surrender and we won't kill you," the remaining thieves all knelt down and surrendered. Intermediate leadership skill, advanced intelligence. A dialogue box appeared in front of Rhodey, asking him to choose. He naturally chose the advanced intelligence. Without needing instructions, Solos and Winterlock, along with two swordsmen, began taking control of the surrendered thieves and checking the group's supplies. Rhodey opened his hero panel. Rhodey, level 11 Knight Attack, 12 Defense, 3 Strength, 3 Knowledge, 5 Specialty, Archery Experience, 14,900 Magic Points, 90 out of 100 Skills, Basic Leadership, Advanced Archery, Basic Wisdom, Basic Attack, Basic Earth Magic, Advanced Intelligence, Basic Air Magic, Basic Fire Magic. It was clear that his previous automatic point distribution had added to his strength. Now, holding a withered wood staff and wearing a mental secret ring, his strength reached 5, and his mental power could scan up to 100 meters. His communication range with soldiers was 5 kilometers. After learning advanced intelligence, his knowledge doubled. Sleeping at night with the Ogre Scepter, his magic points could reach 120. This was a real benefit, and Rhodey felt very happy. Of course, holding the fire sword increased his attack power by 2 points, making it 12. Master, this is the valuable treasure of the Shadow Bear Thief Group. Soon, Soros carried a wooden box from the middle stone house and placed it in front of Rhodey. 1,500 gold coins and a fighting skill book for axes. Rhodey looked through it. Valuable items were limited to this. Then, Rhodey stored the gold coins into his system resource bar. As for the fighting skill book for axes, he handed it to Soros for collection, planning to give it to Villia to place in her study later. Although this thief group didn't have much wealth, it was faster than chopping wood to earn money. As the saying goes, contentment brings happiness. Rhodey comforted himself with this thought. 6753 gold coins. At this moment, Rhodey looked at the number of coins in his resource bar. He immediately spent 5,280 coins to buy a new troop type and stored it in the castle's troop section. After all, if he forgot to check the troop refresh time while busy, it could lead to big losses. Since he didn't have a phone to keep track of time, it was easy to miss the right moment. So, storing troops in the castle made him feel more secure. 1473. Seeing the gold coins decrease to this number, Rhodey couldn't help but smile bitterly. Next week, he still hadn't received enough coins for recruiting troops. This forced him to continue looting. With the help of two swordsmen, Soros and Winterlock, the surrendered thieves were buried along with all their bodies. As for the heads of the thief leader and deputy leader, they dared not sell them at the thief guild, so they buried those too. This time, 22 thieves were captured, including 6 slaves responsible for cooking. Rhodey handed the thieves over to Winterlock for command, asking him to control them quickly. Rest here for 2 days, then proceed with the next plan, Rhodey said. There was plenty of supplies here, grain, weapons, and cloth, but Rhodey and his team couldn't take everything. They could only carry some valuable items. It had to be said that Winterlock was very good at managing thieves. In just 2 days, he had completely controlled the 22 thieves. Although he didn't know what they were thinking, on the surface, they seemed to obey Winterlock's orders. Of course, Rhodey still had dozens of contracts, but he didn't want to use them on these thieves, as he didn't plan to take all of them with him. Master, I don't know much about the Rock Snake Thief Group. I only went with the deputy leader to sell villagers we looted as slaves. Not just us. It said many thief groups sell their captured people there. Their thief group was strange. They bought a large number of people to enslave. The terrain of the bandit group's base is very unusual. It is called the Arch Mountain, with 2 mountains leaning against each other like arches. Between them is a large canyon, with the widest part less than 10 meters across, mostly close together. The bandit base is inside the canyon. I haven't been inside, nor have the members of the Black Crow bandit group. Yesterday, I questioned members of the Shadow Bear bandit group. Some of them have tried to sell people, but none have entered the canyon, either, Winterlock explained. How many people are in the Rock Snake bandit group? Rhodey asked thoughtfully. I'm not sure, but judging by how much respect their leader shows the Black Crow group, they are quite powerful and probably have many members, Winterlock replied. It seems this bandit group is very mysterious, Rhodey said. Yes, very mysterious. Maybe we should choose another bandit group to attack, Winterlock suggested. Besides this group, do you know about any others? Rhodey asked. I don't know much. We need to investigate further because the terrain of the hills is complicated and very large, Winterlock said. Let's go after the Rock Snake bandit group. We can pick a few members from the Shadow Bear group to pretend to be slaves. We'll act like we're selling them, then take the opportunity to attack, Rhodey decided firmly. Rhodey knew that the terrain was too complex to find other bandit hideouts easily. There was no time to waste here. Since they knew this stronghold, they would strike. Early the next morning, Winterlock led 22 bandits. 6 of them, who were cooks, dressed up as slaves to be sold. The rest acted as guards and headed toward the Arch Mountain. Rhodey still wore snake scale armor, a bronze mask, and a black cloak covering his body. His head was hidden under a hood, so his face was not visible. Moreover, Solos, 2 soldiers, and Winterlock also wore snake scale armor and black clothes. The bandits from the Shadow Bear group only covered their faces with cloth. At the same time, Rhodey communicated telepathically with 6 griffins 2 kilometers away, telling them to follow through the forest. As the sun was setting, Rhodey and the others crossed mountains and finally reached the Arch Mountain. From afar, the 2 mountains looked like a bridge arching together, with a huge canyon in the middle. These 2 mountains are among the taller hills within 100 miles around. The surrounding vegetation was sparse, with jagged rocks and winding mountain paths. There was only one narrow road that curved through the mountains, leading directly to 2 peaks. In such terrain, it was hard to approach secretly. Snick! A group of people moved along the mountain trail. Suddenly, a cold arrow shot out and stuck into a nearby cliff. Brothers up front, please report. We are friends of the Shadow Bear and here to sell slaves. Winterlock called out loudly as he stepped forward. At the same time, the Shadow Bear's thieves cooperated by pushing 6 people disguised as slaves forward. Let them pass. They are here to sell slaves. A voice shouted from behind a large rock beside the trail. Roddy used his mental power to sense that this was a hidden guard. 2 thieves were hiding in a small cave behind the rocks. Now, Roddy, holding a spiritual ring and a withered wooden staff hidden inside his robe, with a strength of 5 points and a mental range of 100 meters, observed everything clearly. This thief group seems quite formidable, Roddy thought as he continued forward, encountering 5 more hidden guards along the way. Each was alert and cautious, which made Roddy feel uneasy. He knew these thieves well, having cleared out 3 of their hideouts before. Their guards were careless and unalert, but this group was different, highly vigilant, indicating strict discipline and strength beyond ordinary. Soon, they reached the arched mountain pass, the entrance to the canyon and the hideout of the Rock Snake Thief Gang. The entrance was about 30 meters wide, situated between 2 mountains. A heavy wall, 2 meters tall, was built there, with 2 arrow towers manned by 8 archers. The gate was a thick wooden door, but it was open at the moment. The 5 of them stood in front of it. Stop! No further movement allowed. Each costs 5 gold coins. Leave the people here, and you can go, one of the men warned cautiously, throwing a small bag toward them. Wintrock caught it. Boss, slaves like these used to cost 10 gold coins. Why is the price so low now? Wintrock asked, pretending to be surprised as he moved closer. Winter is coming, so prices have dropped. If you don't want to sell, take them back, the man replied impatiently. You can't do this. We came from far away. We need 3 more gold coins per person, or I can't explain to our leader, Wintrock insisted. Winterlock continued bargaining and led his people closer to the camp gate. Stop. If you come any closer, we will shoot, one man warned cautiously. All right. Your band of thieves is bold and unreasonable. From now on, you won't get any slaves from us. Brothers, leave the slaves here. Let's go back, Winterlock said, turning around to signal everyone to leave. Attack! At that moment, Rhodey saw 6 archers on the tower relax their guard and lower their bows. He quickly sent a mental message to Saurus and the 2 swordsmen. Ching, ching, ching. At the same time, Rhodey drew his wind flow bow and shot 3 arrows, killing 1 archer on the tower. Before the archers on the second tower could shoot, Rhodey fired a second arrow, taking them out as well. Rhodey was now very skilled at shooting 3 arrows at once. As long as the targets were within 3 meters of each other, he could hit all of them accurately. Saurus and the 2 swordsmen rushed forward, knocking down the 5 people in front of the gate. The 6 bandit thieves pretending to be slaves quickly broke free from their ropes. They grabbed the crossed swords of the dead and, together with Winterlock, rushed into the camp. Kill the sentries outside. Rhodey also sent a mental message to the 6 griffin beasts following behind, pointing out where the hidden guards were. Ugh! As Rhodey stepped into the camp, he felt a sinking feeling. It was different from what he expected. Behind the gate was not a bandit hideout, but a narrow mountain pass. 2 mountain walls faced each other, less than 100 meters apart. The mountain tops pressed close together, with only small gaps letting in faint light, making the canyon very dark and gloomy. Suddenly, 3 cold arrows shot out from the mountain walls on both sides, instantly killing 3 shadow bear bandits. There are archers hiding on the mountain walls. Rhodey's heart sank. He took a few steps forward and used his mental power to scan. He found hidden sentry caves in the walls, with arrow slits at the entrances. The archers were crouched behind, shooting from cover. Ching, ching, ching. Since Rhodey had detected them, he quickly shot 3 arrows, killing the 3 archers. The 3 archers were positioned far apart on opposite sides of the rocks, arranged in a defensive formation. Rhodey couldn't shoot all 3 at once with 1 arrow, as his arrows couldn't spread out at such wide angles. He could only fire 3 arrows in quick succession to take them out. But in this short time, 2 more thieves were shot and killed. At this moment, after several shadow bear thieves were shot down, the remaining ones clearly became frightened. They looked around nervously, ready to run at any moment. Master, should we retreat? Winterlock whispered nervously to Rhodey. Clearly, the situation here was worse than he expected, like falling into a trap. No, keep moving forward, Rhodey said coldly. At this point, retreating might expose us. Since we've already come this far, we can't back down. After all, Rhodey still had hidden cards up his sleeve. To minimize damage, Rhodey quickly led the way at the front, rushing forward. At the same time, he used his mental power to scan ahead, shooting arrows at the archers hiding on both sides of the canyon, killing them one by one. Of course, Rhodey silently activated the earth-breathing technique. His fighting spirit seed spun, and a strand of fighting energy was drawn out and instantly formed a light brown protective shield around his body. Ordinary archers' arrows couldn't break through this shield. It's worth noting that at the iron level, just a strand of fighting energy from the fighting spirit seed could protect the whole body. The fighting energy became more pure and mysterious at this level. Of course, this was a basic skill for black iron level professionals. They didn't need to use fighting techniques, so the effect was somewhat weaker, but it was still very useful against opponents below black iron level. The group sped up, and as they moved forward, they discovered that the mountain canyon was not straight but twisted in an S shape. After walking about a kilometer and killing 3 waves of hidden archers, Rhodey couldn't help but feel more worried. The tight defenses made him even more anxious. Suddenly, loud footsteps echoed from deep within the dark canyon. The sound suggested at least dozens of people running. That many, with faint light, Rhodey saw a dark mass of people rushing toward them. About 10 of them wore heavy plate armor, with steel helmets covering their heads. Their bodies looked like metal cans. They held large cross-shaped swords and ran quickly like fierce tigers. Their metal boots struck the ground with a loud, powerful sound of stones breaking. Heavy armor swordsmen. When these people approached within 100 meters, Rhodey used his mental power to scan. He found that all 10 were at least high-level professionals, with 5 reaching the black iron level. It must be said that seeing such equipment among the thief group made Rhodey feel like he was touching a power he shouldn't have. Indeed, the situation on the hill was very complicated. Kill! Salasro roared and charged forward. But under Rhodey's mental commands, 2 swordsmen moved faster than him to face the heavily armored swordmasters. After all, Salasro was a mutated gunman with growth attributes, making him more valuable than a swordsman, and he hadn't fully grown yet. It would be a shame if he died. Salasro, you and Winterlock lead the others to deal with the thieves behind. These heavily armored swordmasters will be handled by us. Rhodey sent a mental message. Rhodey initially wanted to cast magic on Salasro, but looking at the dark canyon, he felt like someone was watching him. He thought he couldn't reveal his magic abilities now, or he might scare away the enemies and put himself at a disadvantage. Then, Rhodey summoned 14 spear soldiers, 9 sharpshooters, and 4 swordsmen from the castle system, secretly appearing 300 meters behind them at a bend in the road. He ordered the 14 spear soldiers to form a cone-shaped formation and rush forward quickly. The 4 swordsmen, faster than them, already charged with swirling combat aura. As for the 9 sharpshooters, Rhodey told them to hide and approach quietly, each finding the best shooting position to wait for his command to shoot and kill the enemies. Meanwhile, besides the 6 griffins outside, Rhodey also summoned the 7 griffins inside the castle, but he didn't let them get too close. Instead, he had them climb and hide on the rocky walls of the canyon's bends, waiting for the right moment to strike. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as they engaged, the battle intensified. Rhodey and 2 swordsmen faced the heavily armored swordmasters. All 3 used a furious sword technique called Destructive Army, with wild combat aura shooting out, creating loud explosions that blocked the attack of 10 heavily armored swordmasters. More than 40 thieves wearing leather armor, following the heavily armored swordmasters, automatically bypassed Rhodey and the 2 swordsmen. They didn't dare interfere in the fight between black iron-level professionals. Most of them were mid to low-level professionals, rushing towards Salasro, Winterlock, and the Shadow Bear thief group. In one round of collision, most of the 16 Shadow Bear thieves were killed. The remaining few were seriously injured and fell to the ground. Their opponents were much stronger, and they were no match at all. Soros protected Winterlock, preventing him from being beaten and killed. Roddy and 2 swordsmen were also caught in a tough fight and couldn't help. Boom! Just as Soros and Winterlock faced danger, for spear soldiers and another 4 swordsmen rushed onto the battlefield. The spear soldiers formed a pointed formation like a sharp knife, directly stabbing into the encirclement around Soros and Winterlock. The spear soldiers' attacks were simple, with only 2 moves, and sweep. Their actions were coordinated, and their long spears swung out with sharp metal glints, unstoppable. In just one round, 8 enemies fell under the spear soldiers' charge. The formation of 14 soldiers seemed to have the power of an army, which was incredible. At this moment, Soros seemed to find his team. He handed his crossed sword to the stunned Winterlock, then grabbed a long spear from the ground and joined the spear soldiers, standing at the tip of the formation. Soros was a spear user, and he had already learned the spear technique, sweep, through Roddy's mental transmission. He quickly blended into the formation as one of them. Thud, thud, thud. The 15 spear soldiers moved forward silently, attacking with thrusts and sweeps. Their movements were smooth, as if carved into their bones. Metal flashes fell like rain, accompanied by the screams of thieves and a rain of blood. Over 40 thieves were slaughtered in an instant. Meanwhile, 4 swordsmen rushed over. Roddy and 6 other Black Iron level fighters quickly suppressed 10 heavily armored swordsmen. Most importantly, Roddy's side worked very closely together, all using the breaking army sword technique. This sword style was fierce and strong, capable of maximizing any type of fighting energy. In the fight, the 4 newly summoned swordsmen included 2 with wind attributes, 1 with light, and 1 with earth. The light attribute swordsman's strength was especially impressive. Silver-white fighting energy burst from his sword, sharp and unstoppable. He attacked a heavily armored swordsman, slicing through his neck gap. The armored swordsman instantly fell dead. These heavily armored swordsmen's metal shells were very tough. If not for the fighting energy cutting through the gaps and breaking their armor from the front, it could have been blocked by their black iron level energy. Only a shallow mark was left on their metal armor. Roddy guessed that these heavy armors were not made of ordinary steel. They might be alchemical products created by magicians, mixed with more valuable metals or enchanted materials, making the armor unusually tough and highly resistant to fighting energy. Fortunately, these are not enchanted gear. If magic circles or magic stones had been embedded in them, it would be much harder to deal with. However, these armored sword fighters also have weaknesses. Gaps exist at their necks, knees, and arm joints. Roddy and the swordsmen quickly found their weak spots. Using fighting energy, they attacked, causing 5 heavy armored sword fighters to fall to the ground. But the few black iron level heavy armor sword fighters were much stronger. They protected their entire bodies with fighting energy and used their armor to cover the gaps, making their defense very strong. Although Roddy and others managed to suppress them, they couldn't break through their turtle shell. As the other thieves were knocked down, the spear soldiers led by Saurus moved in to block the retreat of the 5 black iron-level heavy armor sword fighters. When the spear soldiers' formation engaged these armored fighters, shimmering metal shields appeared, clashing with the fighting energy of the sword fighters, creating loud explosions. Keep attacking with the formation, don't let it be disrupted, Roddy thought happily. He underestimated the power of the spear formation. Even against black iron-level heavy armor fighters, they still had a fighting chance. The metal shields created by the spears were as strong as the opponent's fighting energy. In fact, Roddy also noticed some weaknesses in the spear formation. Its flexibility was limited. Switching between stabbing and sweeping attacks was not smooth enough, preventing seamless coordination. If it were more fluid, their combat power would be even greater. At this moment, the 5 black iron-level heavy armor sword fighters struggled under the combined attack of Roddy, 6 swordsmen, and the spear formation. They were battered like sandbags, forming a mass. If their shells weren't so tough, they would have broken long ago. Now, however, they couldn't hold on anymore. Under intense collisions and strikes, blood flowed from their noses and mouths, and they were badly injured. Master Heek, help us. If we all die, it's no benefit to you. One black iron-level heavy armor sword fighter shouted angrily and begged. Roddy was startled. He used his mental power to scan, but found nothing unusual. Especially when checking the areas being watched, he saw no signs of danger. Snort. At this moment, a black magical aura suddenly appeared above everyone's heads. In the dim space, Soros and others naturally didn't notice it, but Roddy used his mental power to scan and detected it. He thought to himself that something was wrong. This person was a mage. Moreover, the magical fluctuation from this aura was the strongest Roddy had seen since arriving in this world. It was even more powerful than lightning and thunder, definitely a spell of at least 3 circles. Roddy didn't hear any magical chanting from the other person, nor did he sense the mage with his mental scan. Clearly, the mage was more than 80 meters away, because Roddy was only using his mental power within an 80-meter radius, and he wasn't holding his withered wood staff. In an instant, the black magical aura rippled like water waves. Roddy felt a strange, unpredictable force enter his body. His energy and blood almost stopped moving, and his body went soft like noodles, sitting on the ground. He even couldn't hold his sword anymore. Not only Roddy, but Soros, the swordsman, and the spear soldier all fell to the ground. Even the heavily armored sword masters collapsed, their bodies weak and limp. An indiscriminate attack curse, a weakening magic, Roddy thought to himself. How dare they come here to rob us? Ha ha ha, they deserve to die, a middle-aged man in a black mage robe said coldly as he slowly approached from afar. He held a staff topped with a black magic gem that shimmered with a dark glow, radiating magical waves. At this moment, Roddy understood. The magic gem embedded in the staff contained a spell, probably the Curse of Weakness model, like his magic book. As long as he communicated with it mentally, he could cast the spell instantly. Next to the mage were 4 heavily armored sword masters, one of whom was also a black iron level. Behind them were 20 ordinary thieves. These people were slowly entering the battlefield, surrounding the mage. Stand by, don't act impulsively. At this moment, sharpshooters hidden behind rocks and cliffs 100 meters away were itching to attack. Rhodey quickly used his mind to stop them. You killed us. Lord Marquis won't let this go, Rhodey suddenly shouted loudly, though his energy was still blocked, and his speech was a bit broken and intermittent. So it was the Marquis's doing. Haha, he is only a Marquis of a small country. Do you think our guild would be afraid of him? Just kill him. The mage continued to walk forward slowly, while giving instructions to the heavily armored swordsman beside him. Now is the time. In an instant, Roddy, who was sitting on the ground, suddenly appeared with a withered wood staff. He struggled to grasp it tightly, using all his strength. At the same time, Roddy's mental power finally locked onto the mage. This means the mage is now within 100 meters of Roddy. Actually, after being hit by this magic, Roddy found his whole body almost paralyzed, his energy and blood nearly stopped, and his fighting spirit difficult to activate. His body felt as soft as noodles, but his mental strength was unaffected. He could still communicate with his magic book and his soldiers. In fact, if other mages were hit by this magic, they would find it hard to cast spells again. Their chanting would become inaccurate and difficult, making it impossible to cast instant magic. But for Roddy, it didn't affect him at all. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder and lightning suddenly poured down wildly, hitting the mage 3 times in just 3 breaths. Then, 2 strikes each hit the heavily armored swordsman around him, with extra attention given to the black iron-level swordsman, who was hit 3 times. Each lightning strike costs 8 magic points. With 14 strikes, a total of 112 magic points were used, leaving Roddy with only 8 magic points remaining. Chi-chi-chi-chi. At this moment, the sharpshooters hiding behind the cliffs and among the rocks launched a rain of arrows. They surrounded the mage and other thieves nearby. Seeing the flying arrows in the darkness, everyone froze in place, then were all shot dead by the sharpshooters' precise aim. You are actually a mage, the heavily armored swordsman, who was nearby and now collapsed, said in horror. Meanwhile, the 14 sharpshooters charged forward. Under Roddy's mental command, 7 griffins silently swooped down from the top of the cliff toward the canyon. Today, there was no way to leave anyone alive. They had to eliminate everyone completely. Wait. Our guild is willing to give up some profits to the Marquis. Please don't attack. Our guild can't resist a Marquis. If you go all out, we won't give up easily. He doesn't want to live in constant fear either. Let me go, and I can help make this happen. The heavily armored swordsman, trembling on the ground, shouted in fear. Do you think there is still room for negotiation? Since the Marquis dared to send us here, he must know your details. The Marquis doesn't want to share any benefits with you, Rhodey said slowly, following his words. That arrogant noble. His ignorance and arrogance will be his downfall. Do you think killing us all will make our guild unaware? With our skills, they can't hide everything. You're risking death, and the Marquis behind you is also risking death, the heavy-armored sword master roared angrily. Kill. Rhodey quickly sent a mental command to the approaching sharpshooter. The sharpshooter pulled out a small dagger, sliced off the armor of the heavy-armored sword master, and stabbed into his neck. These sword masters had no chance to resist, and were all killed. To be fair, the black iron-level heavy-armored sword master's defense was incredible. The mage's black iron-level bodyguard was hit by many lightning strikes from Rhodey, but only fainted. He didn't die until the sharpshooter pierced his neck. The mage himself was very weak and had already died long ago. At this moment, Rhodey secretly felt relieved that he hadn't cast magic earlier. Otherwise, he would have been caught today. If the enemy mage knew he could also use magic, he definitely wouldn't have approached easily. The mage's casting range was clearly farther than his, and his magic was more powerful. He was surrounded by heavy-armored sword masters and more than 20 soldiers, and only acted after another heavy-armored sword master urged him. He was very afraid of death, probably a high-ranking guild member, and wouldn't take risks easily. This isn't just a thief group. It must be a guild stronghold. What are they doing here? Rhodey kept questioning himself, feeling more overwhelmed. He had really hit a hard wall with the second thief group. His luck was truly unbelievable. At this moment, his mind explored with the griffin and found that the area suddenly widened. Rows of stone houses were built along both sides of the cliff wall, and countless piles of or were scattered on the ground, clearly a mining site. At the bottom of the cliff, there were 3 mine entrances, with watchtowers nearby. Some soldiers were guarding on the towers, and the defenses were very tight. They were about 3 or 4 kilometers away. They hadn't yet seen their companions defeated, perhaps because they believed they couldn't be defeated. Don't kill everyone. Just capture a few and ask questions. Rhodey immediately sent this thought to the flying marksman. At the same time, he left 5 marksmen and 2 griffin beasts nearby to guard, while directing other griffins and marksmen to go in and start the attack. They killed all the guards set near the mine entrance, both light and dark sentries. In fact, there were no powerful fighters inside anymore, only ordinary soldiers, who were quickly hunted down by the griffins and marksmen. Following Rhodey's orders, the marksmen caught 1 soldier and 1 steward alive. Under Rhodey's command, they began to interrogate them. This is the Silver Mine, and the behind-the-scenes force is the Thieves' Guild. Rhodey quickly understood after questioning the two and comparing their statements. 3 years ago, the Thieves' Guild discovered that this place contained silver. They pretended to be a band of thieves and took over the area, claiming to be the Rock Snake Thieves. They bought many slaves to mine here and also bought slaves from other gangs. It is said that over 10,000 slaves have died in the mine over the past 3 years. They provided each with mining tools and kept them imprisoned here. The slaves could only eat if they mined enough silver, otherwise they would starve to death. To solve the lighting problem, they even equipped each with a magic lamp to illuminate the mine. The Thieves' Guild would send people every 6 months to collect the silver. The wizard who attacked Rhodey first and asked for reinforcements was the person sent by the guild to collect the silver this time. The heavily armored swordsman who fought Rhodey initially and requested magical support was the person in charge here, the apparent leader of the Rock Snake Thieves. It is said that all the silver has been taken by that wizard, hidden inside a ring on his finger. At this moment, after questioning the wizard, Rhodey immediately looked at the dead wizard. Sure enough, he saw a ring on his finger. 3-cube dimensional space. Rhodey instructed the marksman to take the ring from the wizard's finger. When he held it in his hand, a bright screen instantly appeared before his eyes. Clearly, this was a treasure recognized by the system. Rhodey mentally commanded it to be stored in his system storage. He then took it out again and confirmed that it could be stored. Now, Rhodey carefully examined the space ring. It was made of silver-white metal, with a small gem embedded in the middle. The gem was about the size of a grain of rice and appeared blue and white. When Rhodey probed with his mental power, it seemed to open into a 3-cube-sized dimensional space. Rhodey focused on understanding space equipment. The tiny gem, about the size of a grain of rice, is likely a void stone, a magical material used to make space gear and very expensive. It has a space magic array carved inside, opening a dimensional space, with the void stone acting as the key to unlock this space. Inside, there are many silver metal blocks of different sizes. These metals emit a silver-white glow, making them look very mysterious. In fact, Rhodey doesn't know much about mithril, the metal, and isn't aware of its value. But space magic gear starts at 30,000 gold coins per cubic space, and the larger the space, the more valuable it is. This space ring is therefore very expensive. However, Rhodey senses a faint, hidden energy on the ring. It doesn't seem to be magic energy, which makes him uneasy. So he quickly stores the ring in his system inventory. Strength 2 comes with a level 3 weakness magic ring. Rhodey asked the sharpshooter to bring over the staff held by the mage. As he took it in his hand, a light screen appeared before his eyes, showing the staff's attributes. Weakness magic ring. Rhodey was surprised. This was the first time the system identified a magic item. From his knowledge of magic, he realized that the magic gem on the staff had a spell model embedded in it, which could be activated instantly with mental energy. Curious, Rhodey wanted to use his mental power to explore the dark magic gem and study the spell model. Suddenly, he sensed a faint, hidden energy fluctuation on the gem. His face darkened, and he quickly stored the staff in his system storage. Clear the battlefield. Burn all the corpses. Take everything valuable, and leave behind what can't be taken. After half an hour, Roddy, who was slowly recovering his strength, quickly issued the order. He checked the loot he had collected and took out 2 swords. These swords were clearly not ordinary. One was used by the Black Iron Heavy Armor Sword Master, whom Roddy had fought before. He knew this sword was not a normal weapon but a magical equipment. Attack 2. Earth Attribute Buster Chi attack increased by 20%. Roddy picked up one of the swords, which was the great cross sword used by the leader of the Rock Snake Thieves. It was indeed a treasure recognized by the system. Roddy named it the Thick Earth Sword and stored it in his inventory. Attack 2. Wind Attribute Buster Chi attack increased by 30%. Another sword is a slender cross-shaped blade used by the Heavy Armor Sword Master near the mage. When Roddy picked it up, a light screen showing its attributes appeared before his eyes. Its quality is better than the Thick Earth Sword. Roddy named it the Hurricane Sword and stored it in his system inventory. These 2 swords, along with the mage's staff and ring, Roddy felt he shouldn't use them for now to avoid being tracked. Without the system storage, Roddy wouldn't even dare to take them, as the faint energy fluctuations made him uneasy. However, once stored in the system inventory, Roddy believed they couldn't be tracked. Soros and others also bundled up a dozen sets of heavy armor. They took all the weapons they could carry from the ground. What they couldn't take was left on the ore pile. Roddy noticed these weapons were better than those of other thief groups. Most were made of refined steel, and the cross swords used by the Heavy Armor Sword Masters might have been crafted with alchemy, infused with magical materials, making them more durable, sharp, and valuable. Can be exchanged for 1 unit of magic energy gems. Roddy found a box of light magic energy crystals and 580 gold coins in the warehouse at the mine. When he used his mind to scan, the system prompted him. Clearly, besides wind, earth, fire, and water magic energy gems, other types of magic crystals couldn't be stored but could be exchanged for these 4 types. From the dead thieves, Roddy also found over a dozen magic lamps. He discovered these lamps were very bright, focusing light like car headlights, made from light magic crystals. The system marketplace is too harsh, Roddy thought as he scanned with his mental power. The large box of light magic energy crystals was 10 times the amount of fire magic crystals obtained from the thief group that day, yet it only exchanged for 1 unit. Roddy pondered for a moment, then took out his space ring and stuffed the box of magic crystals inside. At this point, his space ring was already full. Besides the mithril, it contained some of the mage's clothes and an iron box. Roddy didn't bother to take it out for a closer look and simply stored it in his inventory. Master, there are still many slaves mining inside the cave who haven't come out. Should we go in and eliminate them? After an hour, with the pile of bodies burning fiercely and the battlefield cleared, Soros came over to report. Roddy arrived at the cave entrance and used his mental power to scan inside. He found the cave was very complex and deep, with the sound of mining faintly heard from far away, probably several kilometers away. There's no time left. Let's go, Roddy said, waving his hand. Then, the griffin beast carried supplies as a pack animal, while the others quickly followed and left. By the time the moon was high, they reached Red Leaf Mountain. Roddy quickly made arrangements. Under the moonlight, he sent 13 griffins back and forth to carry all the people and supplies to the highland of Glan. The griffin beasts flew straight at top speed, crossing the mountains and reaching the Glan Highland in just 1 hour. Unlike wind eagles, griffin beasts have night vision similar to lions. Although their vision isn't as far as in the daytime, they can recognize the main mountain ranges. They are good at finding their way, especially with the previous guidance from the griffins, and smoothly arrived at the valley where Roddy had trained. Afterward, the griffin beasts made 3 round trips, bringing all soldiers and supplies to the highland of Glan. Following Roddy's orders, Soros and Winterlock stayed behind to leave last, erasing all traces. Roddy realized they had hit a snag. If the Thieves' Guild found even a small clue pointing to him, he would face disaster. He couldn't afford to offend the underground world's boss right now. From the leader of the Rock Snake Thief Group, Roddy guessed that the Thieves' Guild might have a way to investigate information about the dead, which made him uneasy. Actually, shortly after Roddy left the arch-shaped mountain, 3 people hurriedly arrived at the arch-shaped mountain where the rock snake thief group was based under the cover of night. One of them wore a black magic robe and rode a huge black panther. The panther was shrouded in a dark mist, moving swiftly and silently through the forest like the wind. Next to the panther, 2 others followed. One was a dark elf, dressed in black leather armor, wearing a black hood, carrying a black longbow. Black energy swirled around him, moving silently in the shadows. His speed was as fast as a gust of wind, no slower than the panther, and if not looked at carefully, he seemed invisible. The other was a heavily armored swordsman, surrounded by a swirling wind. He stepped lightly on the ground, gliding several meters like a fish, and followed closely beside the panther, moving very quickly. The 3 of them rushed into the thief group's base in the arch-shaped mountain. The heavily armored sword master looked at the chaotic battlefield and the trembling slaves who had just escaped from the mine. He spoke in a deep voice. "Tell me, who attacked here?" The mage, dressed in a black robe, slowly approached it terrified and asked coldly. As he asked, a dark glow flickered in his eyes. He immediately became dazed and muttered, "I don't know. I just came out of the mine." After speaking, the suddenly collapsed to the ground, bleeding from his nose and mouth, and died. The mage kept asking dozens of people, but the answers were all the same. All the mine slaves were trembling with fear and dared not try to escape. Finally, the mage reached the ashes of the burned bodies. He suddenly recited a mysterious, unsettling spell, and his staff shot out thick black mist that covered the ashes. Soon, wisps of faint spirits rose from the ashes. From their faint shadows, it was barely possible to recognize that they were the mage and several heavy iron armor sword masters. The mage closed his eyes and whispered softly, speaking in a language no one understood, like a ghost whispering. Nearby, the slaves looked down in fear, trembling and not daring to look. 2 close combat professionals, an elf archer and a heavily armored sword master, stood guard beside him. A black panther also lay nearby, alert and watching fiercely. Half an hour later, the mage slowly stopped. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his thin body seemed to tremble slightly. The bodies have been burned. The spirits are too weak to give us much information. The force behind this might be the Marquis of the northern land of the barony, said the vice president of the Thieves Guild slowly. That's bold. I'll arrange for someone to take his life. If he dares to steal our minerals, he's asking for death, said the heavily armored sword master coldly. I've told you many times, don't act impulsively when things happen, the mage said coldly. Yes, sir, the sword master quickly bowed. Chaos, disorder, and death are the soil in which we survive. The orcs are about to make a move. If the Marquis of the northern land dies now, who will fight the orcs? We can't let the Northland become too weak. If that happens, fewer people will die, the war will end sooner, and the orcs might take control of this territory. That's not what we want to see. Also, it's not certain that the Marquis is the one plundering our minerals. Someone might be framing him, he added. The vice president of the Thieves Guild continued in a cold voice. Did the master find anything? The armored swordsman asked respectfully. Even though Heek is dead, the soul imprint left on the staff and the space ring won't disappear easily in a short time. I just tracked again, but there are no traces at all, the vice president replied. Impossible. Without a mage skilled in soul magic or a light mage, it's impossible to erase a soul imprint. The Northland Mage Guild doesn't have such mages, the armored swordsman said in surprise. If the higher-ups of the Magic Guild discover this place, we can't leave this mineral deposit here, the vice president said. He waved his staff and recited a strange, ghostly spell. Dark fog appeared out of nowhere and covered the miners. The miners screamed in terror but couldn't make any sound. Soon, they all collapsed, their bodies shriveled as if their life force was being drained. Before long, there wasn't a single living person left. Boom! The armored swordsman swung his great sword. Sharp sword energy swept out like a hurricane, slicing the supports at the entrance of the mine into pieces. Stones tumbled down, causing a large collapse. The entrances to the mines were completely sealed. Let's go and track the people who attacked here, the vice president said. He mounted his black panther and patted its head. The black panther sniffed the ground and then dashed toward Hongya Mountain. Master, did they just disappear into thin air? After reaching Honya Mountain, the Black Panther circled the mountain repeatedly, sniffing but unable to find any trail. The armored swordsman was surprised. That only leaves one possibility. They have many flying magical beasts. Without them, it's impossible to take so many people away silently, the vice president said in a deep voice. Could it really be the Magic Guild? Only beast tamer families have so many flying magical beasts, and they usually have a good relationship with the Magic Guild, the armored swordsman said. Let's go, the vice president said after a moment of thought. He rode the Black Panther and led the others away. Roddy didn't know that the enemy was close to tracking him. If he hadn't been cautious and stored his staff and space ring in his system storage, they might have already locked onto him. However, Roddy was feeling quite upset at this moment. He had planned to loot the hilltop bandits for quick money to buy soldiers, but now that plan was ruined. For safety, Roddy decided to pause his actions. Maybe I should just focus on cutting trees. At worst, I can exchange wood for gold at the market, Roddy thought. Although the magic items like silver, light magic crystals, staffs, magic swords, and heavy armor were valuable, Roddy hesitated to trade them at the Magic Guild. He wanted to be cautious. As usual, Roddy communicated with the soldiers he had summoned. Unfortunately, there were no new mutant soldiers. They were all tool soldiers. The next afternoon, Roddy and his team returned to the Valley Fortress. The archers on guard immediately contacted Roddy mentally and reported to Bandit, who was in charge of security inside the fortress. Bandit quickly informed Valia, Ilya, and other leaders. The team went to meet at the castle gate. Young master, Valia bowed and greeted him happily, her face showing excitement as if they hadn't seen each other in years. In fact, Roddy had only been away for a few days. Ilya looked a bit surprised because there were more soldiers behind Roddy than before. In reality, Roddy only brought spearmen, archers, and swordsmen into the castle. The 13 griffins had sneaked into the griffin tower from the forest. Soros, you are in charge. Tomorrow, bring 14 gunmen, 28 spearmen, and 8 swordsmen to clear a logging site 5 kilometers northwest of the Valley Fortress in the densest part of the woods. Organize them to cut trees. I will go too. Bandit, lead the archers and marksmen to defend the shooting tower and protect the fortress. Also, send some of your men to help Ilya with her work. Ilya, have the blacksmiths use the design I gave to make saws. Don't worry about wasting materials. We brought back some high-quality metal from outside, so have the blacksmiths melt it down to make saws, axes, and other logging tools. Winterlock, starting today, you will come to the Valley Fortress to assist Ilya, Roddy ordered that evening in the council hall, with Valia present. Yes, master. They all replied quickly. Although Ilya was confused, she didn't dare question him. It seemed a bit wasteful to use such fine metal to make logging tools. Young master, why do you have to personally oversee things? Let them do it, Vilya said reluctantly after the others left. I am where they work best, Roddy replied with a smile, not explaining further. To Vilya, Roddy being present or not doesn't matter. Either way, they won't slack off. In fact, Roddy's presence boosts their abilities. Gunmen, halberdiers, and swordsmen all have the strength of professionals. His influence makes their chopping speed much faster. Without Roddy, their efficiency would drop significantly. In truth, sending these soldiers to chop wood is a bit wasteful, but there's no other way now. Of course, these tool soldiers don't mind. As for Soros, Roddy doesn't want him to spend too much energy on chopping wood. His main job is to coordinate and command. Most of his time should be focused on practicing and improving himself. Feels good. After dinner, Roddy relaxed in the large bath Vilya prepared, soaking in hot water. Vilya gently massaged his head, and all his recent fatigue disappeared. Let's see what's inside the iron box, Roddy thought as he finished bathing. He put on a loose velvet bathrobe, unable to resist curiosity. He took out his space ring, then immediately removed the iron box from it, and put the ring back into his storage system. Something appeared, at that moment, in a secret room in Luren City. The vice president of the Thieves Guild staff suddenly saw a faint dark glow from his staff. The glow formed a black line pointing toward the Valley Fortress. The vice president, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes, sensing the thread of spiritual energy extending outward. Be careful. Just then, the soul imprint disappeared again. The mage paused thoughtfully and whispered, "It's not gone yet." Rhodey also sensed the strange aura on the ring. Under close mental observation, he noticed a slight fluctuation in the spiritual energy. He quickly stored the ring back into his system. But Rhodey could also tell that the strange aura on the ring was gradually fading. In a month or two, it might completely disappear. "Such a good item," Rhodey exclaimed happily after opening the iron box. Inside, instead of gold coins, there was a box of books. Although not gold, Rhodey knew these were even more valuable. The books included Overview of Magical Materials, Magic Notes, Analysis of the Weakening Magic Ring Spell Model, and Basic Alchemy. Rhodey casually looked through the 4 books above and immediately felt like he had found a treasure. Silver is actually a type of magical material, he thought. He then flipped to the Overview of Magical Materials and quickly found a description of silver. Silver is not a magical metal, but it has good magical conductivity. When added to weapons, it can improve the flow of combat energy. When used in wands, it can speed up magic energy transfer, and so on. At this point, Rhodey understood that magical materials is a broad term. Any material related to magic or combat energy can be called a magical material, such as enchanted metals or enchanted plants. In fact, the Mage Guild also classifies magical materials into different levels, mainly based on the level of the user. If a crafted magical item matches the user's combat energy or magic power, it is considered a certain level of magical material. For example, Level 4 enchanted metals can be used to make magic equipment suitable for Black Iron level users. Such equipment allows Black Iron level users to fully display their strength. Conversely, if a Level 3 enchanted metal is used to make magic gear for a Black Iron level user, their combat energy might not be fully effective, reducing its power. This shows that magical equipment also has levels. The level depends on whether the user's combat energy or magic power is transmitted normally, weakened, or amplified. Rhodey estimated, using the method in the book, that his current magic gear probably does not reach the Black Iron level. They are likely mid-level or high-level magic equipment because these items do not enhance his combat energy, as described in the book. Silver is quite special. It is not an enchanted material, but a magic-conducting material. Making magic gear above level 3 generally requires such materials. Besides silver, there are dozens of others like mithril, orichalcum, flame copper, firestone, and ice crystal. Some materials have specific properties. For example, firestone is only used when crafting fire element magic gear. Materials like silver and mithril have no specific attribute and can be used in magic gear of various elements, making them quite valuable. Of course, the book does not specify their exact worth in gold coins. It probably depends on market demand. Clearly, these magical materials are highly sought after and quite valuable. Unfortunately, Rhodey is currently hesitant to buy and has no suitable merchants to purchase from. He can only wait for the right opportunity. The next morning, Rhodey asked Villia to find him a rough linen shirt. When he wore it, he looked like a lumberjack. Rhodey also carried a backpack with a few books inside, taken from a metal chest. "Master," after leaving the council hall, Solos and all the gunmen, spear soldiers, and swordsmen waited here. Today, they wore no leather armor or weapons, only axes, saws, and other logging tools. There aren't many saws right now, about one for every 5 people. The axes were collected from the free people of Blackrock Town. They are too light and not very comfortable to use. But this will improve soon. The blacksmith shop is melting high-quality metals to forge better axes and saws. "Let's go," Rhodey nodded. At the same time, he communicated mentally with the griffin beasts, sending 14 of them into action. 10 griffins focused on searching a 30-kilometer area northwest of the Valley Fortress, capturing dangerous beasts that pose no threat to them, and warning if high-level monsters are nearby. One griffin was sent to patrol near Blackrock Town to watch for fierce animals like tigers, leopards, and wolves, and to report immediately if a high-level monster appears. The remaining 3 griffins guarded around the Valley Fortress, keeping an eye on the surroundings. "Let's choose this place," Rhodey said, stopping about 5 kilometers northwest of the Valley Fortress. This is at the edge of the primitive forest of the Colin Mountains. The tall, sturdy trees with hard wood are rarely visited. A winding river nearby flows into the large river in front of the fortress. Rhodey paused here. Suddenly, he took out the thick earth sword from his storage, activated his earth element fighting energy, and a 3-foot-long glow of fighting energy shot out from the sword. Rhodey then used the breaking army sword technique to start chopping trees. The fighting energy beams crisscrossed as he cut, and the thick, hard tree trunks were chopped down as easily as slicing vegetables. Next, Rhodey used the breaking army sword to cut the trunks and branches. He needed to keep the wood pieces small and not too thick, or his mental energy wouldn't hold up. Rhodey found that storing wood and/or in his resource bag depended on his mental strength. Currently, he could only store about 10 units of wood at a time. More than that, and he couldn't manage 30 units. Rhodey operated fiercely, nearly exhausting his 3 types of fighting energy, then stored the wood. He realized this was the maximum he could carry. Rhodey shook his head. Relying on personal strength to cut down trees and get rich might be difficult. It's better to depend on many people working together. However, by chopping trees, Rhodey found that his control of fighting energy improved. The fighting energy seed became more refined. This was a small gain. After some effort, Rhodey cleared a space about 100 meters wide, so the soldiers could start working. Soros directed the spear soldiers to gather materials nearby. Soon, they built a wooden house for Rhodey. They also used wooden stakes to make a desk and a round log for a stool. Good, you all get to work. Rhodey sent a mental message and went inside the wooden house to read. At the same time, Rhodey kept holding his thick earth sword, resting it on a tree stump with his right hand. His left hand flipped through the book. The thick earth sword could add 2 points to his attributes, making the soldiers stronger and more durable. Meanwhile, Rhodey read and practiced breathing techniques to restore his fighting energy. Soros, don't just chop wood. Come, let's have a fight. After 2 hours, Rhodey's fighting energy was full again. He sent a mental message to Soros. Yes, master. Soros knew Rhodey wanted to train him. He quickly flew over. Rhodey handed him the fire flame sword and kept his own cultivation at a high-level professional stage to fight Soros. Soros, your practice of the flame snake breathing technique seems a bit off. This breathing method is based on the way of the flame snake, which likes to rest near active volcanoes. Its breathing is short and quick, helping to quickly move internal energy. Your breathing is a bit long and slow. Try to correct it, especially when using fire-type fighting energy. Your breathing should be short and fast, making your whole body's blood and energy surge, Rhodey said after the fight. Master, I want to speed up my breathing, but I can't keep it smooth. I can only slow down to make it steady. How can I keep it smooth if I breathe faster? Soros asked. Try using the 3 inhale, 1 exhale method. Short inhale, long exhale, Rhodey advised. Got it. Soros followed Rhodey's instructions and adjusted his breathing. He suddenly completed a smooth, continuous breath. Some things are actually very simple, but if you don't break through, you might have to explore for a long time. Reading more books and learning from others' experiences are the fastest ways for us humans to improve, Rhodey said thoughtfully. Thank you, Master, Soros replied gratefully. In fact, Rhodey encouraged him to read more so he could grow quickly and become a helpful assistant. After all, talent is the foundation of building a territory. At noon, Rhodey had 2 nearby griffin beasts bring back a deer, 2 wild boars, and 6 mountain chickens. Since the griffin beasts appeared in this forest, wild animals have suffered. The griffins can fly and run very fast, whether crossing mountains or running through forests. These wild animals now have a natural enemy. As Rhodey requested, after the griffins eat their fill, they return most of the meat to the castle every day. The people in the Valley Fortress and Blackrock Town have meat to eat daily. Any leftovers are preserved or turned into dried meat. As slaves of the Valley Fortress, they enjoy 3 meals a day with meat, much better than slaves in other territories. Delicious, Rhodey exclaimed happily as the campfire rose. He personally cooked the 6 mountain chickens into a dish called Beggar's Chicken, and Soros couldn't help but praise loudly. Happy tree climbing is also fun, Rhodey said in the afternoon. He chopped wood himself this time, not using fighting energy, but relying on his strength with a saw and axe. He sweated a lot and felt very refreshed. For 89 units, in one day he gathered so much wood. Over a week, this could earn him over 3,000 gold coins. Plus, the income from the logging camp in Blackrock Town, the total was close to the amount needed to buy new soldiers. Rhodey was quite satisfied with this woodcutting speed. As his tools become more effective, chopping wood will get even faster. Every day, he happily climbed trees, studied magic books, and practiced combat skills. Time flew by. Soon, it was time for the soldiers to refresh again. Rhodey noticed that the soldier refresh time was at midnight. He had to buy the new batch before then, or the opportunity would be lost. Gold, 2,053, wood, 4,323, ore, 4,125. Late at night, Rhodey checked his resources in the study. His wood collection had increased a lot recently. Although trading on the system market was slightly costly, he now lacked enough gold. He could only exchange resources on the market to buy soldiers, so he couldn't waste this chance. But when Rhodey opened the market, he was surprised to find that the exchange rate had changed. 1 unit of wood or could now be exchanged for 5 gold coins, which was similar to the market price in Luren City. Great opportunity. Rhodey's heart trembled with excitement. He quickly exchanged all his wood for gold coins and also exchanged 4,000 units of ore. Since he currently had no mineral resources, he kept some for future construction of military buildings. Made a fortune, seeing his gold coins jump to 41,615, Rhodey was very happy. He finally didn't have to worry about lacking gold for a short time. Wait, the wood from Blackrock Town hasn't been recovered yet. Rhodey's mood sank. He immediately communicated with the griffin beast mentally and rode off quickly. For 68 units, after collecting the wood from the 2 lumber yards in Blackrock Town, that was all he had. Now, it was late autumn, and the weather was getting colder. Ordinary people couldn't work efficiently, and the speed of chopping wood had slowed down a lot. In fact, winter would arrive in about a month and a half. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to work outside, and these slaves would have to move back to the castle to hibernate for the winter. It's gone. When Rhodey checked the market again, he found that the trade of 1 unit of ore or wood for 5 gold coins had disappeared. It had reverted to exchanging 1 unit of wood and ore for 1 gold coin. He clicked dozens of times, but it was always the same. All for nothing. Rhodey felt a bit annoyed as he returned to the Valley Fortress. It was almost noon. Rhodey quickly spent 5,280 gold coins to buy the soldiers, then summoned 14 spear soldiers, 9 sharpshooters, and 4 swordsmen. As for the griffin beast, Rhodey didn't summon it immediately. Instead, he kept it in the castle's troop list. After all, in the troop list, they were just numbers. Once summoned, they would need to eat and drink. Although they could give Rhodey some combat experience, the experience gained from ordinary beasts was very limited. Most importantly, griffin beasts ate a lot of meat every day. Recently, 14 griffin beasts had almost hunted all the beasts within 100 miles. If he kept going, they might extend deep into the Colon Mountains. Rhodey didn't want to venture in too early, fearing to disturb the high-level monsters inside. If any soldiers were lost, it wouldn't be worth it. After all, winter beast tides and orc attacks could happen, and those were the real threats to prepare for. Keeping the griffin beasts in the system was a wise choice. As for the spear soldiers, sharpshooters, and swordsmen, they were laborers for chopping trees. Naturally, more was better. Back in the study, Rhodey clicked on the Level 1 Magic Guild icon to check it out. He was thinking about building one. Rhodey remembered a spell called Exorcism Magic. If he learned it, maybe next time he encounters a spell like Weakening Magic Circle, he could weaken it and avoid being so helpless. Last time, if he hadn't been careful, he almost made a mistake. Clearly, learning one more spell gives him more safety. Mainly, Rhodey also wanted to see if, after building the Level 1 Magic Guild, the Level 2 Magic Guild would need magic gems as he predicted. 2,000 gold coins, 5 wood, 5 ore. When he clicked, the resource cost was exactly the same as in the game. Suddenly, a loud rumble came from a hill near the council hall. Rhodey's mental strength had grown stronger, so he could observe more details about how the building was being constructed. He saw that the stones and soil in the hill first changed into a solid foundation. Some of the material from the hill was pulled into the walls. Large stones appeared out of nowhere in the air, like building blocks, mixing with the mud and dirt from the hill, quickly forming a magic tower. Rhodey stepped out of the council hall and rushed over. In front of him was a magic tower almost identical to the one in the game, but seeing it in real life was even more impressive. From nearby, the tower was about 9 meters tall, with only one floor. Its diameter was about 100 meters, almost covering the entire hill. Thick black stones formed the walls of the tower, and on top was a small attic. For tall stone pillars stood at the corners of the tower, which Rhodey guessed were for ventilation. The tower's door was made of heavy iron ore. Rhodey suspected all the ore was used for this door. It was extremely thick, with mysterious magic symbols drawn on it. When Rhodey used his mental energy to scan, he found that the symbols weren't just decorations. They could bounce his mental energy back, preventing him from entering the tower. Not only the stone door, but when Rhodey's mental energy looked at the tower itself, it was also bounced away. The whole tower seemed covered with a glowing shield, blocking contact with the outside. Rhodey checked and found that the stone door was 1 meter thick, which was simply astonishing. The first floor is a large, round hall surrounded by various rooms. The rooms are labeled with common words from this world: alchemy room, meditation room, secret medicine room, library, magical creature laboratory, rest room, storage, and other functional areas. At the top of the hall, hanging on the smooth, mirror-like black walls, are simple yet elegant stone lamp holders. By making magic crystals into magical lamps and embedding them into these holders, the entire hall can be lit. Rhodey learned how to make magic lamps yesterday from books in a metal box. The method is simple. Just carve a small magic array that focuses light onto the magic crystal, transforming it into a magic lamp. The best magic crystals for this are light element crystals. In fact, the magic crystals seized from the rock snake thief group at the Arched Mountain were used to make magic lamps. After killing some guards, they obtained these illuminating magic lamps, which are still in Rhodey's storage ring. However, Rhodey didn't turn on the magic lamps immediately. Activating the magic array consumes energy, and he wasn't sure how long a magic crystal could last, so it would be wasteful. What Rhodey cared about most was whether, like in the game, building a level 1 magic guild would give him 5 level 1 magic spells. According to game rules, these 5 level 1 spells could be quickly recorded into a magic book for personal use. But after looking around the entire hall, he didn't see any way to obtain level 1 magic spells. Rhodey didn't check the function rooms on the first floor. Instead, he continued searching for the magic he was most interested in. "Let's go see the attic," Rhodey said, glancing at the inconspicuous spiral staircase hidden in the corner tower. Then he headed upstairs. When he reached the attic, Rhodey was immediately a bit surprised, because this attic was very fantastical. It was a circular space about 30 meters in diameter, with a high, arched ceiling of 4 or 5 meters. The floor was smooth like a mirror, and in the center was a 6-pointed star-shaped stone platform. Around the stone platform, intricate magic runes were carved. In the middle, there were 7 circular pools, each about 1 meter in diameter and 1 meter high. 6 of these pools were arranged around one in the center, all very neatly aligned. The walls of the pools were also carved with mysterious magic runes, which, together with the runes outside, faintly formed a magic circle. This is a magic energy element pool. At this moment, Rhodey almost gasped in shock because his mental scan revealed that the 7 types of magical energy, light, dark, earth, wind, fire, water, and plant, had gathered into these pools. In fact, the magical energy in the void floats randomly. It only enters the body through breathing techniques or mental force, which can absorb the energy that drifts near the nose. Skilled magicians can also use their mental power to capture magical energy, but only within the range they can sense. Rhodey then focused his mental energy and discovered that the stone platform and the 4 pillars outside are connected through embedded stone channels in the floor. Inside the element pools, there are many small holes that allow magical energy from outside to flow in. Most importantly, the 4 tall stone pillars surrounding the magic tower are embedded with magic circles that, like the magician's mental force, draw in magical energy from within a kilometer radius and send it into the energy pools. Once the magical energy enters the pools, it is sorted and cannot escape. It is controlled by the magic circle, meaning the energy is stored there. A few days ago, Rhodey read a book about the magic energy pools. The most important facility in the magic tower built by the Mage Guild is the magic energy pool, which is the power center of the tower. The magic energy pool has several functions. First, it can store energy for the tower. When the tide of magical energy arrives, the magical elements in the world become thicker. As the pool stores more energy, it can also crystallize magic crystals. These crystals are different from magic stones. They are pure crystals of magical energy, containing denser and purer magical elements. Right now, Rhodey is sure that the world is in a slow increase of magical energy. The magical elements are still relatively thin, so even the highest level magic towers in the Mage Guild probably cannot crystallize magic crystals. However, this knowledge has probably been passed down for thousands of years. When the tide of magical energy arrives, the magic civilization can recover quickly. Second, it provides magical energy support for the tower. When Rhodey stood beside the energy pool, the entire tower seemed to come alive and connected with his consciousness. He could now see the overall structure and functions of the tower in his mind, and with a single thought, he could activate these functions. For example, all the walls of the magic tower are embedded with magical runes. These runes form a magic circle that strengthens the walls, blocks mental probes, and activates the heavy stone doors. It is connected to the magic energy pool, which supplies the necessary magic power. In addition, the alchemy room has an alchemy furnace that can be powered by the magic energy pool. Of course, energy can also be supplied from outside using fire element magic crystals, magic gems, and magic cores to start the furnace. Below the furnace, there is a fire array. When activated, it can produce temperatures above 2,000 degrees. The strength of the array can be controlled by thought, making it very convenient. In the monster laboratory, there is also a binding array that can restrain aggressive magical creatures, making them cooperate with experiments. At this point, Rhodey suspects that the magic guild in the game is a higher-level magical civilization. Its facilities are very complete, even more advanced than those of this world's magic towers. However, it seems that this world lacks enough magic energy. Relying only on the magic energy from the pool, it can only power the tower doors, block mental probes, and charge magic lamps. It is difficult to activate the alchemy furnace and binding array in the short term unless magic crystals and cores are added. Right now, Rhodey wishes he could sell all the magic crystals and cores to gather gold coins. There are no extra magic crystals, gems, or cores to put into the pool. The road ahead is long. Rhodey feels both happy and helpless. Such a complete magic tower cannot be used easily in the short term. This is just a level 1 magic guild in the game. If it were level 2, it would probably have even more functions. Thinking about it, in Heroes of Might and Magic, high-level magical creatures like angels and dragons are just units. In this world, they are probably incredibly powerful beings. But with the arrival of the magic tide, things might change. Here we are. At this moment, Rhodey looked up. Around the circular wall of the tower, 5 evenly spaced grooves were visible. As the magic energy pool began gathering magic power, the runes inside these grooves lit up and converged into beams of light. These beams combined to form spell models, flickering like jumping flames. Magic Divine Arrow. When Rhodey used his mental probe to examine the first spell model, he immediately understood that it was a spell he had already learned. When the mental probe entered the second magic model, it found it was unfamiliar. However, the model instantly imprinted itself into his mind. Rhodey opened his magic book and saw that it was already inside. See through the ground. The second model was still unfamiliar. Rhodey felt a bit happy, but after checking his magic book, he realized this was a level 1 spell rarely used in the game, which made him slightly disappointed. See through the atmosphere. The second spell was another similar one, making Rhodey feel increasingly cold. Exorcism Magic. Finally, after exploring the last unfamiliar magic model, he was delighted to see that his hoped-for level 1 spell appeared in the book. At this moment, Rhodey understood that the magic in the magic tower could be powered by the magic energy from the magic element pool. He vaguely felt that the tower's attack might be more powerful if it was activated. However, since there was no magic energy in the pool now, it was difficult to cast these spells, so he couldn't test them. This is what a lord's happy life looks like. After a long night of fussing, Rhodey slept until late morning before washing up and eating. He communicated mentally with the guard soldier and learned that Solos had already taken soldiers to the logging camp. Everyone had become used to the new building in the castle and no longer dared to discuss it privately. Villia had already reheated breakfast 3 times. The meal included a roasted pork chop, 2 white bread slices, and a bowl of vegetable soup. The pork chop was from fresh piglet meat, roasted to a golden, tender finish. As for the vegetable soup, only Rhodey could enjoy it in the Valley Fortress because they didn't lack meat but lacked vegetables, which were wild vegetables gathered from the mountains and very rare. After eating, Rhodey changed into rough cloth linen clothes, took the book he planned to read today, and left the castle, ready to go to the logging camp. Let's try the see-through-the-ground spell. Rhodey suddenly felt inspired and activated this magic from his book. In the game, this spell is a earth-type magic mainly used to find mineral deposits in unexplored areas of the map, helping to avoid unnecessary detours. In reality, it wasn't very useful, so Rhodey rarely used it. The spell he used most often was see through the atmosphere. Just like in the game, because I have the beginner earth magic skill, casting this spell only costs 1 magic point. A magic model forms in the void. An earth element magic energy is drawn from nowhere into the model. Suddenly, a glow covers my eyes. At this moment, I open my eyes wide, full of surprise. I realize I can see through the ground layers clearly, roots, worms, rocks, layer after layer. 40 meters deep, I estimate that I can see down to 40 meters underground, and I am wearing a mental magic ring that gives me 4 points of power. I think to myself, I grab my withered wood staff. My power increases a little, and now I can see an additional 10 meters into the ground, reaching 50 meters deep. It's clearly related to my strength attribute. Now I understand that as long as I don't actively cancel the magic, it can last a long time. This is a great spell for finding minerals. I feel excited. Next, I try the see through the atmosphere magic. I select this spell. This is an air magic spell. Since I have the beginner air magic skill, casting it only costs 1 magic point, so I don't waste magic. As the magic model gathers and injects blue magic energy, a glow covers my eyes again. 5 kilometers, my vision suddenly sharpens. It feels like I'm looking through a telescope. I can see tiny objects 5 kilometers away, rocks, small trees, very clearly. Of course, if there are obstacles, I can't see through them. Haha. I think to myself, building a first-level magic guild was the right choice. Spells that are almost useless in the game turn out to be very valuable in the real world. Then I decide not to go to the lumberyard anymore. I communicate mentally with the nearest griffin beast patrolling around the River Valley Fortress. It flies over and lands in front of me. I climb onto the griffin, telling it not to fly but to walk along the mountains, valleys, and forests around the fortress. I cast the see through the earth magic again, constantly observing the ground layers to see if there are mineral resources. That's a potato, about 5 or 6 kilometers southwest of the River Valley Fortress, in a valley on the north side of the riverbank. I find a lot of wild potatoes in the soil. Today, the plants have withered and lost their leaves. Rhodey couldn't recognize potato leaves, let alone the wilted and decayed ones, but he could identify the potatoes in the soil. This valley has no tall trees, only low plants. A large number of potatoes are growing continuously throughout the valley, estimated to cover over 10,000 acres, an unexpected treasure. Then, Rhodey communicated mentally with Bandit, instructing him to tell Ilya and Winterlock to gather archers and sharpshooters to build a road and bring some horses from Blackrock Town to collect the potatoes. After all, food is a major problem for the Valley Fortress. People can't just eat meat, and meat is limited. As the wild animals around the valley are hunted, meat will become scarcer. Eating coarse grains not only lasts longer, but is also better for health. Ilya, remember this spot. Next year, you can continue planting potatoes here, Rhodey said. Clearly, this valley is suitable for growing potatoes. Yes, master. I will assign a who knows how to plant potatoes to select good seeds and grow seedlings. Next spring, we will build a potato village here and plant many potatoes, Ilya replied. After making arrangements, Rhodey continued riding his griffin beast to explore, mainly searching for minerals. Finally found it. After 3 days, they discovered an iron mine in a valley 10 kilometers northwest of the Valley Fortress. Using the Earth Vision magic, he saw that the ore was buried 30 meters underground. It's not very deep, but without the magic, it would be hard to find. Rhodey then sent 12 swordsmen to help. They brought hammers, chisels, shovels, pickaxes, and bamboo baskets for digging. He chose a spot below the valley to dig. From there, they could reach the or deposit directly, but the soil layer was not very strong and could collapse easily. In his previous life, Rhodey had never mined before. Now he realized it was quite difficult to build a strong mine. In the future, he couldn't rely on soldiers to do the mining. Slaves would have to do it. If the mine collapsed because it wasn't sturdy enough, many slaves could be lost. But Rhodey had a solution. This world was not ordinary, and problems could be solved with magic. The stone wall spell he learned would come in handy. After the swordsman dug the tunnel, Rhodey immediately used magic to turn the weak soil into a hard stone wall that extended into the pit. 3 days later, 3 sturdy tunnels, each 3 meters high and 3 to 4 meters wide, reached deep into the earth and led directly to the mineral area. Rhodey found that the mine was well insulated, even though it was 30 meters deep. As the temperature outside dropped closer to freezing, it remained warm inside. Clearly, even in winter, ordinary people mining there wouldn't feel too cold. Rhodey decided to build some underground rooms in the nearby valley using the stone wall, magic, and lay firebeds based on his past experience. This way, even in cold winter, slaves could continue mining inside these rooms. Next, Rhodey arranged for Ilya and Winterlock to build charcoal kilns in the valley north of the river fortress, starting to produce charcoal. Every day, Rhodey took 10 units of wood from the resource storage to burn into charcoal. After 2 weeks of continuous work, using all his magic, Rhodey established a small mining base. 2 rows of kilns were built along the sides of the valley, reinforced with stone wall magic. These kilns extended into the ground, making them very sturdy. Each kiln had a firebed inside and a stove outside, so burning fire inside kept the area warm. Both rows of kilns were located in a sheltered valley, capable of housing several hundred people. After all, they would need to buy more slaves later, as mining couldn't be done by just a few dozen slaves. At least hundreds would be needed. Then, Rhodey had the swordsman dig out 3 caves on the tall mountain nearby. After reinforcing them with stone wall magic, he stationed 3 griffins from the castle to guard the area. From this vantage point, they could oversee the entire valley, warning miners of wild animals and preventing slaves from escaping. Rhodey found that griffins were not afraid of the cold. "Ilya, how is the making of the down jackets going?" Rhodey asked after the mine base was built. "We've only made 100 so far," Ilya replied. Earlier, Rhodey used methods from his past life to teach Ilya how to make down jackets, instructing tailors to use the feathers of the winged eagle for the task. In fact, Rhodey didn't know the exact process himself, but after sharing his ideas with Ilya, she and the tailors experimented and managed to produce the jackets. The fluffy feathers of the winged eagle, after being tanned, make very warm down jackets. Especially when made from tanned animal skins, a thin layer is enough to keep warm. A large amount of down can be obtained from hunting winged eagles, enough to make thousands of jackets. In the Grampian Mountains, the coldest time of year can reach -40 degrees Celsius. Ordinary people dare not go outside, and even below black iron level, it's hard to resist the cold, which greatly affects them. Those with skills above black iron level can resist the cold much better. Although they still aren't immune to the cold, temperatures below freezing don't affect them much. Every winter, orcs often attack this area because they are very resistant to cold. When fighting orcs, human soldiers are at a disadvantage. After all, in every war, those above black iron level are few and serve as strategic reserves. They are not used unless absolutely necessary. This is a common rule among the major duchies. Rhodey plans to have all soldiers wear down jackets. This way, they can reduce the cold's impact without affecting their ability to fight. That day, snowflakes drifted down from the sky, and a cold wind swept across the Grampian Mountains. This year's first snow arrived a bit early. The slaves in Black Rock Town shivered from the cold. Usually, in past years, the free people of Black Rock Town had already left the mountains. Because Black Rock Town is on the ridge of the Colin Mountains and is exposed to the wind, and the houses are not built to keep out the cold, these slaves find it very hard to endure. Due to the extreme cold, the logging speed slowed down significantly. The slaves were also reluctant to work anymore. They were very anxious, fearing Rhodey would abandon them and let them freeze to death on this cold plateau. After all, no lord wants to support idle slaves for free. In fact, Rhodey was waiting for this opportunity to make these slaves unable to stay in Black Rock Town. After suffering some hardships, he planned to transfer them to the Iron Mine base, where there are warm caves, fire-heated beds, and free warm-down jackets. This would greatly motivate them to work harder in mining. Experience has shown that people can be controlled this way. After Rhodey had Aileen lead the slaves to settle at the mining base, they not only didn't resist mining but, after receiving warm-down jackets and staying in cozy caves, they were grateful and eager to work. Currently, the weather isn't very cold. In the wind-protected Mountain Valley caves, wearing a thin-down jacket is enough to stay warm. Inside the mine, it was even warmer. Magic lamps made from light magic crystals hung throughout the area, lighting up the whole zone. The slaves worked eagerly and energetically. Arian, from now on, you don't need to mine anymore. You just need to supervise. Talk with Ilya and set up a system where the slaves exchange minerals for food and charcoal. If they work beyond the quota, they can also earn gold coins. You can also pick some capable people to help you keep order. When Goth returns, I will send him to buy more slaves to work here. You need to learn how to manage them so they can mine as much as possible, Rhodey ordered after Arian settled in. Unknowingly, Rhodey's attitude changed. Exploiting others is natural for a lord. Most of these slaves are thieves, holding many lives in their hands. Feeling pity and letting them eat well without working is impossible. Later, Rhodey continued leading archers, spearmen, and swordsmen to cut wood. The weather grew colder and colder, turning icy. Rhodey even forgot the time. He knew that after the Magic Guild was built, it had upgraded its units 7 times, each time buying new ones. Except for the griffins kept in the castle's unit list, all other units appeared. With the help of archers and sharpshooters, Ilya and Winterlock dug out all the potatoes, filling 4 large warehouses. This greatly eased the food shortage. Every day, Rhodey checked the market to see if the exchange rates were favorable. He was disappointed. For many days, 1 unit of wood or minerals only exchanged for 1 gold coin. He's back. That day, a griffin flying around Blackrock Town returned. It communicated telepathically with Rhodey from 5 kilometers away. Goth, riding a horse, headed straight for Blackrock Town from the Grand Passage with 3 others. Soros, come with me to meet him, Rhodey said, calling Soros. They rode their horses quickly into the cold wind. On the way, Goth met Rhodey and quickly dismounted. Goth, you're back, Rhodey said with a smile as he also dismounted. I'm late returning, Goth said, feeling a bit ashamed. So far, he had only recruited 3 professionals into his mercenary team, and their progress was slow. Come on, everyone, meet Lord Rhodey. Without his support, our mercenary team wouldn't have been formed. Goth hurriedly introduced his 3 team members. Among 3 people, there are 2 men and 1 woman. One man is thin, and the other is a strong, fat man. The 2 men looked at Rhodey casually and nodded politely. The woman, however, gave a formal bow as if greeting a noble. Clearly, Gerda's 2 male teammates did not think highly of Rhodey and did not want to suffer in the Highlands. After all, they were only mid-level professionals. Even wearing thick cotton clothes, they felt cold and uncomfortable. If Gerda hadn't forced them, they wouldn't have come to this terrible place. Gerda, Blackrock Town is too cold. My slaves can't stand it. They have already moved to the Valley Fortress in the River Valley. We also built a simple stronghold, so winter won't be a problem. You can't help me here, so I have a task for you, Rhodey said seriously. Please, my lord, speak, Gerda immediately replied. You go back to Luren City and continue helping me buy 1,000 gold coins worth of slaves. Send them over next spring, Rhodey said, taking a bag of gold coins from his pocket. Sir, this isn't possible. The winter in the Highlands is very dangerous. I need to stay by your side to protect you, Gerda said anxiously. Captain, we are mercenaries. Of course, we must complete the tasks given by our employer. This is a big task worth 1,000 gold coins. According to the Mercenary Guild rules, we get a 20% commission, the fat man behind Gerda said with bright eyes. Mark, I already told you. Lord Rhodey's tasks do not earn us any commission, Gerda said, a bit annoyed. Captain Gerda, we all have families. You can skip your share, but we can't afford to lose ours. Otherwise, who would be willing to risk their lives with you? The fat man added. Gerda, since you've formed a mercenary team, you should follow the rules of the mercenary guild. This is just the first task. Let's have a good start to our cooperation. When my territory develops, there will be many more tasks for you. Gold isn't a problem, Rhodey said cheerfully. Ha, the Lord is straightforward. Captain Gerda, let's head back now. This terrible weather and this terrible place are not suitable for humans, the fat man said, though everyone could tell he didn't really think highly of Rhodey. Sir, I will return to Luren City first. When the snow melts next spring, I will send the slaves over immediately, Gerda said. Good, Rhodey nodded. Then, Gerda led the three of them back along the same route. Master, Gerda is too kind. He might not be able to lead a mercenary team, Solos said as they walked away. Your insight shows that your reading hasn't been wasted. I thought he had learned his lesson after losing once, but it seems he hasn't. Let's wait and see. If he can't form a good mercenary team, we will register one ourselves at the Mercenary Guild and build our own team, Rhodey replied. At this moment, Rhodey was a bit disappointed in Gerda. The team members he recruited were hard to control, making it difficult to achieve much. He had hoped Gerda could form a mercenary team to help defend the Valley Fortress, but now that hope was fading. Rhodey blocked him here because he didn't want Gerda to get close to the Valley Fortress. He still didn't want the fortress's secrets to be revealed too early. After 3 days, a heavy snow finally began to fall. Within half a day, the entire highland of Grand turned into a white world. As the snow covered the land, the most dangerous days on the highland finally arrived. In fact, most of the lords who previously explored the highland didn't die from beast attacks, but from beast waves. Every year, after the first big snow covers the forest, herbivores like buffalo, deer, and antelope in the deep Colin Mountains migrate. These animals move from the northwest to the southeast along the mountain range. Since the original owner was a direct descendant of a noble family, he knew the terrain of the continent well. From his memory, he knew that the Colin Mountains stretch from the northwest to the southeast for thousands of miles, reaching the coast of the southeastern plains, where the climate is milder. The area bordering the Highland of Grand isn't just the Bafi Kingdom. It also includes the southeastern Thorns Kingdom. It is said that these migrating animals continue to move into the mountains and plains of the Thorns Kingdom's southeast, crossing thousands of miles in just a month. If it were only herbivores migrating, it wouldn't be too dangerous, just avoid them. But the problem is, along with these herbivores, many fierce beasts and high-level magical creatures follow to hunt them. When they reach human territories, these beasts and monsters won't be polite. It seems that intelligent magical creatures especially love human flesh and blood and harbor deep hatred toward humans. To prepare for the coming beast tide, Rhodey ordered Eileen to bring all the slaves from the mine to the castle and have them rest in the barracks. At the same time, Rhodey summoned all the griffins and kept them close around the castle to monitor the beast tide's progress. Now, there are about 70 griffins, forming a strong fighting force. They're coming. 3 days later, Rhodey stood on the shooting tower, observing. After using his atmospheric vision, magic, he saw countless faint beast shadows moving through the snow-covered sky, following the river valley, forests, and mountain ridges toward the Valley Fortress. Such big bison, Rhodey's eyes narrowed in surprise. The bison in this world are incredibly large, some even bigger than griffin beasts. They have tall bodies covered with bulging muscles, fluffy long hair that looks very majestic, and come in colors like black, yellow, and gray. When they run, the ground trembles beneath them. Once they get close to the Valley Fortress, shoot them within your range. Rhodey mentally communicated with the archers and sharpshooters. If these bison trample near the fortress, it could damage the foundation and threaten safety. Rhodey even suspected that their wild charges might break down the gates, which is a risk they can't take. Most importantly, these bison are here to provide meat. Leaving a batch of meat behind when passing the Valley Fortress would be a big loss. Now, there are 90 sharpshooters and 12 archers, all positioned on the northwest wall. The crossbow machines on the 3 shooting towers are controlled by spearmen for firing. The bison herd moved at times quickly, sometimes slowly, as they lowered their heads to dig through the snow for dry grass, then suddenly charged forward like a black flood. Their thick, long hair shielded them, making them unafraid of the bushes and trees in the forest. In fact, where they passed, many trees were knocked over. Other herbivores like deer and antelopes followed swiftly behind and to the sides of the herd. Shoo. When the bison reached the valley fortress and entered the range of the sharpshooters and archers, arrows suddenly shot out, accurately piercing their large eyes. The bison wailed loudly and fell to the ground. Watching my companions cry out and fall to the ground, the herd of wild buffalo behind them panicked and scattered, avoiding the valley fortress and fleeing across the river. It was like a flood splitting apart, flowing down the lower ground. However, after this group escaped, the remaining herd of buffalo might still rush toward the valley fortress. So, archers and sharpshooters kept shooting to kill them. Meanwhile, 40 swordsmen acted as carriers, quickly rushing out to drag the large buffalo carcasses into the fortress and retrieving their arrows. In a short time, about 200 buffalo bodies were piled in the square inside the fortress gates. The cold weather froze them quickly. Moo! For swordsmen were running while dragging 2 huge buffalo carcasses. Suddenly, a loud roar erupted from the herd. The buffalo scattered to the sides quickly, and a taller buffalo appeared in sight. This buffalo snorted loudly, its body slowly glowing with a bright yellow aura. Its eyes, like copper bells, shot out angry light, and it fixed its gaze on the swordsman dragging the carcasses into the fortress. Its body suddenly sank and charged forward like a swift wind. This is a black iron-level buffalo. Roddy's eyes narrowed. When this buffalo ran, the hard stone ground beneath it rippled like waves, and the surface looked plowed. Clearly, it had used some kind of innate magic, causing the ground to ripple like waves. Anything nearby was affected, so other buffalo kept their distance. But as this buffalo charged, behind it about 10 meters, a group of sturdy buffaloes responded to its call and followed aggressively. Snick, snick, snick. At this moment, arrows from archers and sharpshooters hit its huge body but couldn't pierce it. Even when hitting its eyes or nose, the yellow glow surrounding it formed a shield that blocked the arrows. Slow spell. Roddy knew he couldn't let it charge through, especially since the fortress gates hadn't closed yet. Even though he believed his fortress was very strong, he couldn't let it be damaged like this. This buffalo seemed to have some intelligence, choosing the perfect moment to attack. Its short-distance charge was timed exactly when the fortress gates couldn't close. However, it was instantly affected by the slow spell, and its body sank as if into mud, reducing its speed significantly. At this moment, Roddy raised his flow wind bow and drew a break armor arrow. He activated his internal fighting energy seed. A streak of blue fighting energy shot out from his palm and covered the arrow. Previously, Roddy had been using earth element fighting energy to power the flow wind bow. Recently, after making great progress with his hurricane breathing technique, he managed to cover the bow and arrow with wind element fighting energy. After repeated tests, Roddy found that using wind element fighting energy to power the bow was more effective. The arrow spun faster, increasing its speed by about 20%. The faster it flew, the stronger its penetrating power. This was the first time Roddy used a break armor arrow combined with wind fighting energy. The arrow shot out like a streak of blue light, reaching 50 meters in an instant and accurately piercing into the eye of a wild buffalo. A loud cry of pain sounded as the buffalo slowly collapsed to the ground. The arrow was almost completely embedded, piercing through its brain and killing it instantly. Boom! Behind him, the wild buffalo king, a black iron-level beast, charged forward. Seeing the buffalo fall from the arrow attack, the other buffaloes stopped their charge in fear. They collided with each other and fell to the ground, creating chaos. At the same time, the sharpshooters on the city wall of the valley fortress launched another wave of arrow rain. Nearly 100 huge buffaloes fell to the ground. Just then, Roddy received an alert from the griffin. Following his orders, the griffin group was responsible for defending the sky. The griffins flew up from the back of the mountain cliff to meet the attack. Roddy used his atmospheric vision to observe. He saw a large flock of giant eagles appearing from the northwest, seemingly another group of wind eagles, heading straight toward the valley fortress. They clashed head-on with the flying griffins, and a fierce battle broke out amid a raging snowstorm. The griffins' attack power was much stronger than that of the eagles. They were fast and had sharp claws, causing many eagles to fall. Soon, The Wind Eagle group was slaughtered, with only 2 turning around and flying away. The griffins immediately pursued. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning appeared out of nowhere and struck one of the griffin beasts. The griffin fell instantly, crashing onto the mountain cliff, losing contact with Rhodey. It was surely dead. At this moment, from the perspective of a griffin beast, Rhodey saw a larger wind eagle than any he had encountered before swooping down from the sky. It opened its mouth and released a blue lightning strike that hit the head of a griffin beast, killing it instantly. Mutant Wind Eagle, Rhodey's face darkened. The lightning element is a mutated attribute of the wind element. Clearly, this griffin beast had evolved and gained lightning magic, using a thunder attack. Retreat. Rhodey immediately sent a mental message to the griffin beast. Since they were only 3rd-level magical beasts, they had no chance against a mutated black iron-level beast. They couldn't afford to sacrifice themselves. Following Rhodey's command, the group of griffin beasts instantly dove down and entered the griffin tower. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The mutant wind eagle spread its huge wings, like a king arriving. Its human-like eyes showed a hint of contempt and fearlessness. It didn't attack Rhodey and the others, but instead headed straight for the carcass of the wild bull king. When it saw the body, it showed a greedy look. It was there to the flesh and blood of the wild bull king. Clearly, the flesh and blood of high-level magical beasts were very attractive to it, providing strong nourishment for their evolution. Slow spell. As the giant claw of the wind eagle embedded into the massive body of the wild bull king, Rhodey cast a magic spell. The spell model flickered in the void and transformed into a yellowish halo that enveloped the mutant wind eagle. The wind eagle's body sank. Although it grabbed the body of the wild bull king, it didn't fly away, but instead fell to the ground. So, I let you steal the spoils. Am I still in the game? Rhodey thought to himself. In fact, Rhodey was also quite puzzled. With such a huge body, could this mutant wind eagle really carry it away? But then he thought it might be possible. After all, this was a level 4 wind-type mutant magical beast. Not only could it release lightning, but its wind control skills were probably quite powerful. The strong wind it kicked up when landing was even more intense than that of a helicopter. In reality, Rhodey didn't know that this mutant wind eagle and the wild bull king were 2 major enemies in the Column Mountain range. They had fought for a long time. The wind eagle king had always wanted to eat the wild bull king, but the bull king was quite clever. It always hid among the herd, preventing the wind eagle from gaining an advantage. In fact, the wild bull herd had also lost many lower-level bulls to the wind eagle's group. The mutated wind eagle sensed that as long as it ate this wild ox, it could become even stronger. If that happened, it could venture further into the Columbia Mountains. Because the bloodline memories of these magical beasts told them that deep inside the Columbia Mountains, there were rare treasures that could make them more powerful. However, they dared not go deep now, since every part of the mountains was controlled by beast lords. One wrong step could mean death. Fire. At this moment, Rhodey commanded the crossbowmen controlling the ballista to aim and shoot at the mutated wind eagle. Earlier, because the wild ox king suddenly appeared, the crossbowmen didn't have time to aim. Now, the mutated wind eagle had lost its ability to fly, with its claws embedded in the ox's spine, making it unable to move. It became an easy target. Thud, thud, thud. Soon, 3 crossbow units on the southern city gate's tower aimed at the eagle's belly and fired wildly. Although the wind eagle had a blue protective shield, at 50 meters away and under the high ground of the crossbows, the attack was very powerful. Its shield quickly shattered, and the second round of arrows pierced its belly. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The mutated wind eagle king let out a loud, mournful cry. Its eyes showed a hint of shared sorrow for the wild ox king. Perhaps it only realized its regret now. If it hadn't been greedy for the ox's flesh, if it hadn't underestimated its enemy, it wouldn't have fallen here. After all, it was a king of the sky. If it hadn't descended, who could have defeated it? Meanwhile, 5 kilometers northwest of the River Valley Fortress, in the forest, a huge white wolf was watching this scene with human-like awareness. Greedy saliva dripped from its mouth, but it also stared at Rhodey on the fortress wall. Then, it slowly turned its head. Behind it, hundreds of large white wolves were quietly lying down, all waiting for its command. The white wolves quietly retreated, then left without a sound, blending into the swirling snowstorm. Another powerful magical beast, Rhodey, who had used the atmospheric perspective ability, saw this scene clearly within his view. At this moment, Rhodey secretly felt relieved. If he hadn't manifested the castle and accelerated construction of various buildings, the first wave of beast tides in winter might not have been stopped. They could have been trampled into dust. Now, Rhodey deeply felt that the Columbia Mountains were a stage for the strong. Ordinary lords simply couldn't survive there. Now, Rhodey has finally found his footing and secured a place in this harsh environment. Level up. As the mutated wind eagle died, images of him practicing archery diligently appeared in his mind. He knew he had reached level 12. Intermediate leadership skill, intermediate earth magic. When he opened his hero panel, a dialog box appeared. Rhodey chose the intermediate earth magic without hesitation. Knowledge 1. Rhodey checked and saw that a random attribute point was added to his knowledge. Now his knowledge reached 6. That night, he slept holding the ogre's staff, increasing his knowledge to 7. With the advanced intelligence bonus, his magic points could reach 140, allowing him to cast 2 more lightning spells, which was quite good. The swordsmen had already worked together to drag the bodies of the wild bull king and the mutated wind eagle into the valley fortress. Rhodey sent a mental message to these swordsmen, instructing them to dissect the corpses of the 2 level 4 monsters, find the magic cores, and carefully sort the materials. No one was allowed to use anything without his orders. That night, while practicing the earth-breathing technique, Rhodey discovered that his efficiency in refining earth magic energy had increased several times. This meant his affinity for earth magic elements had greatly improved. Intermediate earth magic. Rhodey immediately understood that after leveling up during the day, he had gained the intermediate earth magic skill, which greatly boosted his affinity for earth magic. Not only that, but when Rhodey cast earth magic, its power also increased significantly. He specifically tested the magic arrow. The magic arrow propelled by earth magic was more than twice as powerful as those using wind or fire magic. Its strength had reached the level of a second-tier magic in this world. In other words, in this world, earth magic arrows are now considered second-level magic. However, in his magic book, they still belong to first-level magic with no change in position. Success. Recently, Rhodey had been exploring how to upgrade archers and gunmen to sharpshooters and halberdiers. That day, he finally figured it out. In the game, it's simple. Just upgrade the archer tower to a high-level archer tower, upgrade the watchtower to a high-level watchtower, and then return to the castle with the units to spend gold on upgrades. In reality, these units did not upgrade after being stationed at the advanced archer towers and watchtowers, and there was no upgrade button. Once they appeared, they couldn't re-enter the system, so Rhodey didn't know how to upgrade them. Now he found that after stationing at the advanced towers, Rhodey could communicate with the system about the units and buildings, and by projecting his thoughts onto each unit, he discovered an upgrade button. Then, Rhodey upgraded them one by one. 17 spearmen became halberdier, 12 archers became sharpshooters, costing 855 gold coins. Without a system manual, figuring this out by himself took a lot of time just to find this small trick. Double happiness. Rhodey continued analyzing the spell model of the weakening magic ring. After so long, he finally built it using his mental power. According to the book, Weakening Magic Ring, this magic is a level 3 dark magic. However, in his own magic book, only air, earth, water, and fire magic are listed, with no dark magic. Now he is sure that the air magic in the game is the same as the wind magic in this world. Therefore, Rhodey doesn't know if this spell model will appear in the system's magic book after he analyzes it. If it doesn't appear, he won't be able to cast it, and all his effort will be wasted. System is awesome. With a nervous heart, Rhodey opened the magic book. To his joy, a new section appeared, Dark Magic. The Weakening Magic Ring was listed there alone. Level 2 magic, costs 10 magic points. Rhodey thought about it and realized that magic in the real world seems less powerful than what the magic book describes. This Weakening Magic Ring is only rated as level 2, not level 3. As for the level 1 fireball that Linda gave him, he had already figured it out 3 days ago. It is a level 1 spell that costs 5 magic points to cast, He also tested it in the forest, creating a fist-sized fireball for attack. Its power was small, but enough for cooking. The beast tide lasted 3 days before gradually dispersing. Later, they didn't encounter any more monsters. Only ordinary wild animals, which were killed near the River Valley Fortress by divine archers, and griffin hunters. Over the past 3 days, Valley Fortress has harvested 521 wild buffalo, 328 wild deer, 268 large-horned antelopes, and 21 wind eagles. With so many animals, Ilya, Winterlock, and arranged for slaves to start processing them. Rhodey asked Saurus to bring the spear soldiers to help, so they could divide the meat, skins, and bones. Because it was very cold, Ilya and others heated water in the warehouse at the market and carefully processed each animal. This caused the fortress to be filled with a strong blood smell, but since it was winter, the meat froze quickly into ice, which helped reduce the smell. During these days, Rhodey stayed inside the magic tower, where he could block out all the blood smell. At this moment, Rhodey was playing with a magic core the size of a fist, taken from the wild Buffalo King. The system suggested he could turn it into a land element magic gem. Another smaller blue magic core had faint blue lightning flashing on it, making it look very special. According to the system, this magic core could only be transformed into a wind element magic gem. Rhodey thought for a moment and decided to turn the wild Buffalo King's magic core into a land element magic gem and store it. As for the mutated Wind Eagle King's magic core, he didn't convert it into a magic gem because such rare cores might sell for a high price. 800 gold coins, 3,800 wood, 540 or 1 wind element magic gem, 1 water element magic gem, 1 land element magic gem. Rhodey checked his resource bar and sighed. His troops would soon be refreshed, but he didn't have enough gold to buy soldiers for the next week. He paused for a moment, then took out the crystal ball Linda gave him. He hadn't used it before, fearing it might be a trap. But after thinking carefully, he believed that even if Linda was greedy, she didn't intend to harm him. Selling magic materials was a quick way to make money, so Rhodey decided to try this method. He remembered that he had seen magic books in the tin box before and understood the function of this crystal ball. This alchemical product allows communication through injecting a soul imprint. At first, Rhodey was worried about being tracked back, but according to the book, as long as he extracted his soul imprint, the device couldn't lock onto him anymore. Moreover, the book also explains how to remove the soul imprint. It seems that the dark mage named Hake has deep knowledge of soul research. In fact, this alchemical product should be called the Magic Communication Device. It was developed by the Mage Guild 10 years ago. The materials used are not very expensive, but this is just a secondary alchemical item. The core part of its value is extremely high. According to Rhodey, the core alchemical item is the main network, which involves setting up a very mysterious magic circle. The Magic Communication Device needs to connect to the main network to communicate with others. It is said that the mage who developed this set of magical equipment is very talented. They understand the secrets of the soul deeply and have made great contributions. Clearly, the organization called the Secret Art Cottage is not as simple as it seems. They managed to obtain such a set of magical equipment, indicating a very strong background. Really amazing, Rhodey thought as he sent his mental energy into the crystal ball. The ball instantly activated, automatically leaving Rhodey's soul imprint. If Rhodey didn't know how to remove the imprint, it would stay for a long time. Of course, the soul imprint will gradually fade, but the next time Rhodey uses his mental energy to probe it, the imprint will be reinforced again. Now that Rhodey has learned how to remove the soul imprint, he feels more confident. Rhodey, you're finally here. A stranger's thought suddenly reached him as his mental energy entered. Who are you? Rhodey responded mentally. I'm Linda. I already left my mark in your communication device earlier. You can contact me directly next time, Linda replied immediately. Rhodey scanned with his mind and found a faint soul wave in his communication device. It must be that Linda immediately locked onto him and went online. Hello, Ms. Linda, Rhodey said through his thoughts. In fact, Rhodey was familiar with this kind of mental communication. It is similar to telepathic exchanges between soldiers. It shows that the world's magicians are truly formidable. Rhodey, in 3 days at the Creek Lake Fortress on the Varda Plain, the secret magic house, We'll hold a small exchange meeting. I have already signed you up. An important person wants to buy the Wind Eagle magic core you have. He offers 30,000 gold coins. This is a good chance to join the secret magic house, so don't miss it. Also, my sister has gathered enough gold coins and brought the feathers and claws of the Wind Eagle. I have bought them. Linda sent the message telepathically. Ms. Linda, I can't promise I will go. Recently, the beasts have been causing trouble in the highland, and I have been hiding and hiding, feeling quite embarrassed, Rhodey replied. Then you should come here. It is said that the exchange will also feature a magic item called the Shadow Cloak, which can hide a person's presence. If you get it, it will help you settle in the highland during winter, right? Linda said anxiously. I'll think about it, Rhodey responded. Rhodey, honestly, I didn't gain anything from this. I just want to meet this important person. He is a mid-level mage and holds a high status among mages in the Bafi Kingdom. If you help me this time, I will introduce you to more business opportunities. Running a territory isn't easy and requires a lot of gold, Linda urged again. All right, for your sake, I will attend this time, Rhodey finally agreed. Rhodey, I will remember this favor, Linda said immediately. Actually, when Rhodey heard that the wind element magic core could sell for 30,000 gold coins, he was tempted because he was very short of money. Although the first Wind Eagle King's magic core had turned into a magic energy gem, he still had a mutated Wind Eagle magic core, which might fetch a higher price. Rhodey then looked at the map to check the location of Creek Lake Fortress. There was a detailed map of the Bafi Kingdom in the Metal Box's books. It wasn't as detailed as the maps Rhodey saw in his previous life, but having such a map in this world was very rare. In fact, even the map hanging in the council hall of the Grand Duke's castle, from the memories of the original owner, was not as detailed. 3 days is more than enough, Rhodey estimated the distance. Creek Lake Fortress is in the western part of the Varda Plain and is a castle of a viscount. Rhodey calculated that he should ride a warhorse instead of flying over on a griffin. If he flew straight there on a griffin, it would be closer, and he could arrive in a day. But Rhodey didn't want to reveal that he had a flying magical pet, so he decided not to ride the griffin. Instead, he chose to ride a warhorse. All the warhorses are now kept inside the castle, in a simple stable built near the northwest wall. The same who first followed Rhodey now takes care of the horses. He is now considered an elder, as Velia holds a lot of power. His status has risen, and his living conditions have greatly improved. In fact, the castle system allows building stables. To build a stable, you first need to build a barracks. The barracks are already built, costing 2,000 gold coins and 10 pieces of wood. The stable is also a prerequisite for building a training ground, which can summon cavalry. Unlike building a temple, which requires magic gems, the training ground only needs 5,000 gold coins and 20 wood. Currently, Rhodey is short on gold and cannot afford to build the stable and training ground. If this trade goes well, he plans to return and build them afterward. Then, Rhodey used telepathy to inform Saurus to gather Eileen, Ilia, and Winterlock for a meeting at the council hall. Bondarak also received Rhodey's message and hurried over. The fireplace in the council hall roared with high flames, making the whole hall warm like spring. The system-built council hall is very well designed, with a tall fireplace at the spiral staircase entrance. Smoke rises through a chimney outside, and once lit, the entire hall becomes very warm. Velia ordered 2 female slaves to serve pine nut tea. After everyone sat down, each person was served a plate of tender grilled beef steak, 2 potato cakes, and 2 white bread loaves. Next to each plate was a small dagger and a fork. In front of Rhodey, there was not only a dagger and fork, but also a pair of bamboo chopsticks. Of course, this world does not normally use chopsticks. Rhodey specifically requested them. Big Sister Velia, this steak is getting better and better. It smells so tempting. We are truly lucky, Ilia said with a smile. She hadn't started eating yet, but was eagerly watching, waiting for Rhodey to come down from upstairs. That's still the method the young master taught us. Otherwise, you wouldn't have this good fortune, Velia said with a smile. She deliberately emphasized the words, young master, to show her special status. After all, in the entire castle, only she had the right to call Rhodey young master. Everyone else called him master. At this moment, Rhodey slowly descended the spiral staircase from the 2nd floor. The others quickly stood up. Sit down. It's dinner time, so feel free to eat, Rhodey said gently with a smile. He casually sat in the main seat, sliced a piece of steak, and carefully tasted it. He took a sip of pine nut tea and nodded. Only then did everyone sit down and start eating quietly. In fact, Rhodey was usually very gentle. However, his mysterious actions made Aileen, Ilya, and Winterlock feel respect and awe. As for the system's soldiers, their loyalty was genuine from the heart. The beast tide has passed. Everything in the castle must return to normal. Ilya, continue organizing people to disassemble the beast corpses, freeze the meat to make food, and Bandit will send soldiers off duty to help. Aileen, starting tomorrow, you and the original slaves will move into the mine to continue mining. Soros, keep organizing the spear and sword soldiers to cut wood. The production of down jackets must be sped up, prioritizing those for the woodcutting soldiers. If the jackets can't be made fast enough and the weather gets too cold, soldiers who can't bear it will stop working and rest inside the castle, Rhodey said while eating and giving orders. After all, without Rhodey's attribute boost, the spear soldiers' physical strength was only slightly better than ordinary people. Without down jackets, it would be hard for them to work outside for long in such cold weather. The sword soldiers were better off. They had high-level skills and strong vitality. Since the coldest weather hadn't arrived yet, it didn't affect them much. Master, are you leaving the castle again? Ilya asked carefully, showing her thoughtful nature. Tomorrow morning, I will leave the castle to go to Creek Lake Fortress for a magic exchange meeting. I should be back in about 6 or 7 days, Rhodey said casually. Master, should we send some sword soldiers to accompany you? Soros asked. No need. I'll go alone. Velia, prepare 2 fast horses. Tie the remaining feathers and claws of the Wind Eagle King onto the horses. Oh, and bring the 2 horns of the Bison King too, Rhodey ordered Velia, standing behind him. Yes, young master, Velia nodded. Actually, the soldiers inside the castle have already been refreshed. Rhodey only needs to spend gold to buy soldiers from the system castle now, so there's no need to bring so many people. Of course, if he doesn't make a purchase within a week, the soldiers will be replaced when the system refreshes again. The next morning, the sky unexpectedly cleared, but the thick snow was already knee-deep, turning the land into a silver-white world. Rhodey, dressed in snakescale armor and wearing a mage's robe, rode his best warhorse. He also held the reins of another horse, and together they rode quickly through the snow. It must be said that the warhorses in this world are very strong. The snow doesn't affect them much. When passing through Blackrock Town, Rhodey saw that it had been badly damaged by the beast tide. He thought about moving the bricks used to build the iron smelting furnace from the nearby mountain to build a strong town here. In the future, Rhodey plans to turn Blackrock Town into an open town with a market, tavern, tailor shop, and blacksmith. He wants to attract free people to settle, cut wood, and bring merchants and mercenaries to do business and complete quests. Having lived twice, Rhodey knows that trade is the fastest way to make money. Relying on chopping trees and mining isn't a long-term plan because resources will run out quickly, especially trees. They can't all be cut down, or future residents won't have wood for fire. Right now, he has no choice but to quickly gather resources this way. In fact, Rhodey chose a logging site near the Valley Fortress that was several kilometers away, where the nearby forest hadn't been cut. After entering the Granton Pass, Rhodey found that the temperature had risen quite a bit. The snow here was much thinner than in Grant Highland, only a light layer. When passing through the fortress, the guards were all hiding in warm tents. Rhodey knocked on the gate with his knights, sword for a while before they were alerted. Every year, even if the orcs come to raid, they never attack the Granton Pass's entrance directly. They only hunt nearby, so the guards are not very worried. For these soldiers, guarding here each year is like winter nesting. They stay in warm tents for 4 months and get double pay. So many are willing to defend the pass. Lord Rhodey, winter has arrived. The orcs send small groups to hunt every year. If you don't guard your people, where will you go? It was still the same knight who had been beaten last time, but this time he looked serious and asked questions sternly. In fact, he was also nervous inside. Although he didn't want to cause trouble, Lord William, the Viscount, had ordered him to watch Rhodey, so he had to ask. Knight, stand your ground. The matter of the mage is not something you, as a knight, should handle, Rhodey said, wearing his mage robe. Sir is a mage. the knight said, a bit surprised. In reality, the Mage Guild held a very high status and was quite protective of its members. No noble would want to offend the mage group. Of course, the status of a beginner mage was not very high, but intimidating a low-level knight like this was effective. Rhodey had passed the basic mage qualification at the Mage Guild. Linda knew about it, and many nobles in the north probably knew too. It was no longer a secret. Rhodey didn't mind adding another layer of prestige for himself. A fallen noble was not enough. Adding the identity of a mage made his status quite significant. "Do you think my mage robe is fake?" Rhodey asked coldly. I dare not. Please, sir," the knight quickly said politely. After Rhodey left, the knight hurriedly wrote a letter and tied it to the leg of a white owl. The owl flew swiftly away. Not dead in the beast tied. His life really is lucky. Viscount William frowned and muttered to himself after receiving the letter. Clearly, he wasn't surprised that Rhodey was a mage because he already knew. Tell the guards at the pass that if Rhodey doesn't return to Gland Heights or his territory within 3 months, we will report him to the Northland Nobles Council. Viscount William instructed his steward, asking him to send a message to the guards. Wait. Also send a letter to Lord William to inform him that Rhodey left Gland Heights alone. He should be interested in this news. Keep a close eye on his whereabouts after he leaves Toulon City and report to Lord William at any time. Wilson, the Viscount, said quickly when the steward was about to leave. Rhodey crossed Toulon City and rode westward across the Varda Plain. By sunset, he arrived at Wadden Town. It was a large open town belonging to a count's domain. Inside, there were taverns, blacksmith shops, tailor shops, general stores, and a high-end restaurant. In fact, towns in this world are divided into 4 levels. The top level is large cities like the Grand Duke City. Next are provincial capitals, such as Luren City in the northern province. Then come county towns, but the situation in the north is special. Luren City is the largest city there, and all county towns in the northern province are south of Luren City. The next level includes towns like this one, which have complete wall defenses. Although weaker than Valley Fortress, they are good enough to keep out bandits, and their defenses are still strong. Next, Rhodey plans to build Blackrock Town into a town like this, but smaller than Wadden Town. Generally, nobles build castles for their own residents and do not live among these trading towns, but sometimes they do, and the situations vary. Rhodey found a tavern to stay in. After dinner, he returned to his room and focused his mind on the magic communication device. "Rhodey, little brother, where are you now?" Linda asked urgently as soon as the device connected. "I have arrived at Wadden Town," Rhodey replied honestly, because once connected, the other person could locate him through the main device, so there was no need to lie. "Rhodey, little brother, I am really impressed. You managed to erase all the soul imprints from the crystal ball." "That's impressive," Linda said. "Haha, I just experimented and found some small tricks," Rhodey replied. Of course, he couldn't tell her that he learned these tricks from Thief Guild Mage books. From the magic notes in the metal box, he knew the mage's name was Hake, and dark element mage who studied the mysteries of the soul very deeply. Actually, Rhodey has another way to block their tracking. He could put the crystal ball into his space ring and store it in the system storage. That way, they couldn't track him. But he didn't do that. "Later, teach my sister how to do it. She's willing to pay a high price to buy it," Linda said. "Can this be sold?" Rhodey asked in surprise. "Of course. For us mages, knowledge is wealth. I can contact some mages. They will definitely want to buy it. You just need to give me a cut." "Hee hee," Linda replied. "All right, if this deal goes through, I'll give you 20%, Rhodey said. "Deal. I can't wait for you to arrive. I'll be waiting for you at Creek Lake Fortress," Linda said excitedly. "Sir, would you like some service?" A gentle voice softly knocked on the door just as Rhodey lay down. "No, don't disturb my rest," Rhodey replied coldly. Rhodey used his mental power to look outside and saw a heavily made-up Luing standing at the door. Hearing Rhodey's firm refusal, she twisted her waist and knocked on the next door. The entertainment in this world is too dull, Rhodey thought. Once he develops a prosperous town, he plans to add some entertainment facilities to make money. Spending the night alone outside, Rhodey didn't sleep but sat in meditation to restore his energy. The next morning, he continued his journey, eating some dried meat and bread along the way, and arrived at Creek Lake Fortress that evening. Creek Lake Fortress is built beside a lake. nestled between mountains and water. The area around the fortress is very beautiful. Streams and lakes connect, and during the sunset, swans and wild ducks swim happily in the water, creating golden waves. It wasn't very cold here. Farmers in the fields were busy harvesting potatoes and sweet potatoes. Rhodey rode alone on 2 horses, rushing forward. The farmers quickly moved aside, looking at him with respect. They couldn't afford to offend a powerful mage. Rhodey, little brother, as he reached the castle gate, a fragrant breeze greeted him. Linda, the mage, wearing her robe, came from nearby to meet him. Clearly, she had been waiting for Rhodey. Lady Linda, Rhodey politely bowed on his horse. Linda's gaze then shifted to the horse behind Rhodey, where a bulging bag was strapped. She smiled happily, clearly satisfied. She was mainly concerned whether Rhodey had brought magical materials. Rhodey noticed her small gesture, but didn't mind. To him, mages focus more on improving their strength, always prioritizing benefits. Many mages don't have strong feelings for their homeland. They pursue knowledge, explore truth, and understand the origins of the world. However, beginner mages are just starting out. Without financial support, they struggle to get ahead. Like Linda, some are even willing to work with mercenaries who are willing to risk their lives for payment. Let's go. I've arranged a place for you to stay. The exchange meeting starts tomorrow. Tonight, we have a small gathering to help you get familiar with others in the circle. By the way, sell the knowledge you have, Linda said. Okay. Rhodey nodded without refusing. Many people live inside Creek Lake Fortress. These Viscount territories are hereditary noble titles, with large families and descendants of family-appointed guardian knights, so the population keeps growing. Led by Linda, Rhodey arrived at a large courtyard. In front of him stood a 2-story Gothic stone building, surrounded by several outbuildings. Someone came out to greet them and tied Rhodey's horse in the stables. This is my good friend Filzer, who is now a beginner mage. This courtyard belongs to him. A mage dressed in a yellowish robe came out and introduced. Greetings, Lord Rhodey. Filzer warmly welcomed him into the living room. Rhodey, this is a pair of bull horns from a level 4 magical beast, Linda said, already instructing Filzer's servants to take Rhodey's package down from his horse and place it inside the house. When she opened it, she saw the large pair of horns. Yes, I was lucky. During the beast tide, 2 level 4 magical beasts fought, and I took a chance, Rhodey casually said. My sister also kept a pair of these horns. Name your price, Linda said excitedly. Are you interested in this pair of horns too, Lord Filzer? Rhodey asked, not looking at Linda but at Filzer. Because after opening the package, Filzer's eyes never left the horns, staring at them intently. These are earth element magical materials, which I need right now. Linda, maybe you should just give them to me, Filzer said with a smile. All right, but I was the one who introduced this deal. You can't forget the commission, Linda said with a subtle wink and then smiled cheerfully. Don't worry, I won't let you lose out, Filzer said to Linda, then turned to Rhodey and said, Lord Rhodey, name your price. This is our first time dealing with Lord Filzer, and I've disturbed you these past few days. I'll offer 200 gold coins, and you can take 2,300, Rhodey said with a smile. Now, through reading books in the Iron Box, Rhodey had a better understanding of how to price magical materials, thanks to the extensive information in Hack's magic notes. According to current market prices, a fully enchanted 4-level beast's magical materials are worth about 2,500 gold coins, and the magic core is around 30,000 gold coins. It can be said that Linda previously took advantage of Rhodey, as the materials from the Wind Eagle far exceeded her offered price. Filshaw subtly glanced at Linda, then, noticing her surprised expression, looked at Rhodey and said, That's a reasonable price, so 2,300 gold coins. Clearly, Filshaw knew that Rhodey understood the market well, unlike Linda, who earlier claimed he was inexperienced and didn't understand the value of enchanted materials. For a 4-level beast like the wild ox, its magical materials consist of just 2 horns. Filshaw is an honest person, at least more honest than Linda. Brother Rhodey, I will buy the remaining materials from the Wind Eagle at the original price, Linda said next. Oh, Lady Linda, what is the original price? Rhodey asked with a slight smile. Of course, still 300 gold coins, Linda replied. Linda, the market price for all the magical materials of a 4-level beast is about 2,500 gold coins. I only charged you half earlier, just 300 gold coins. Even if we are friends, you shouldn't let my little brother suffer too much, right? Rhodey said with a smile. You're a great lord. Can't you let your sister have a little break? When I have more money in the future, I will pay you back. Right now, I am truly poor, Linda said. Rhodey looked at Philshaw, who seemed used to Linda's bargaining tricks and now appeared indifferent, as if he was lost in thought and unconcerned. Sister, you're joking. I am now barely surviving, and gathering gold is for my life. Since you still introduced a business for me tonight, 1,200 gold coins, and I can't go any lower, Rhodey said. All right, but I will take a 20% commission on the business I introduced tonight, Linda agreed. Of course, since I already promised, I won't go back on my word, Rhodey nodded. Then, the three of them completed the deal. Philshaw had someone deliver the gold coins to Rhodey's room. Let's go. It's about time. The servants have prepared dinner, and we're just waiting to join, Philshaw called out. The dinner was very lavish. Roast goose, roast piglet, bread with caviar, cheese, fruits, and more, all placed abundantly in front of each person. Beautiful maids poured bright red wine and carefully served everyone. Roddy felt that his life as a lord was much rougher and less refined compared to theirs. However, in the memories of the original owner, the noble life in the Grand Duke's city was even more extravagant, and compared to Philshaw was quite modest. In fact, Roddy simply thought about it and realized he wasn't someone who sought luxury. He didn't have the means for that now. Roddy, little brother, don't speak later. Sister will talk about the price with you, Linda said during the meal. Okay, Roddy replied happily. When it comes to bargaining, Roddy was far less skilled than Linda. After the meal, Roddy explained to Linda how to completely erase the soul imprint from the magic communicator. Of course, Philshaw was listening nearby, and both of them tried it out. They looked satisfied, and Roddy's method proved to be correct. Roddy, you can skip Philshaw's part. Philshaw, you need to cover your meals and accommodation these days. Also, we should upgrade the quality. I want to have fried goose liver for breakfast tomorrow, Linda said. Don't worry, I will prepare it for you, Philshaw replied. Soon after, 12 magicians arrived one after another at the courtyard. Behind the courtyard was a small garden. Philshaw led everyone there, where magical lamps were set up. Servants laid out fruits and red wine, and small groups of people chatted happily. Roddy didn't know many people, and others mostly ignored him. He sat in a corner, sipping wine and listening casually to their conversations. He noticed that the most common topic was when the magic energy tide would arrive. Some said next year, others said in 3 to 5 years. From their talks, it seemed they were all looking forward to the arrival of the magic energy tide. Linda appeared very familiar with everyone, smiling charmingly and whispering secretly. She kept promoting her method to erase the soul imprint. Through this, Roddy gained a deeper understanding of the mage group. They seemed to follow certain unspoken rules, had their own bottom lines and principles, and some were quite stubborn. Of course, these people wouldn't discuss topics related to magic knowledge or secret subjects like spell model construction. To them, such knowledge was valuable and required fair exchange and private communication. However, being with these people made Roddy feel a bit more pure. Linda seems to be an exception, often bending the rules to earn gold coins. Roddy could tell from their conversations that most of them were from the northern provinces, some were nobles, and only a few were commoners, with very few being former slaves. So, Roddy understood why they didn't want to talk to him. His status was awkward. Though he was a noble from the north, he was still looked down upon and avoided because he came from the Buffetro family. From this, Roddy also realized that the Magic Guild's idea that all magicians should be from any country was unrealistic. After understanding this, Roddy quietly left the party and asked a servant to take him to the room prepared for him at Philshaw. A bag of gold coins, totaling 3,500, was already in the room. Roddy didn't put it into the castle system because losing so much gold at once would seem strange. He could see that the fortress at Creek Lake was safe, so keeping the gold in the room was fine. He planned to take it when he left. Roddy, I earned 2,000 gold coins. I take 20%, so I keep 1,600, Linda said as she pushed the door open after about an hour of meditation, placing a bag on the table. Thanks a lot, Roddy replied sincerely. Roddy, I made quite a bit of gold today. Just a thank you isn't enough, Linda teased, wearing a long, flowing dress with a white strapless top, sitting lazily on a stool beside Rhodey. How about I offer myself to you? The Highlands are too cold and harsh, and the female slaves are terrible. I haven't had a proper meal in a long time, Rhodey said, standing up and approaching Linda. Linda jumped back like a frightened rabbit, quickly waving her hands. I don't like you, young man. You're too inexperienced. I knew it. Rhodey watched Linda hurriedly leave his room and thought to himself. Linda seemed bold and wild, but she was probably just pretending. Although Lord Nando is only a mid-level mage, he has been at that level for many years and has the strength of a senior mage. He just hasn't gone through the official Mage Guild certification. He is a close friend of Lord Farad from the Luren City Mage Guild, and the Viscount of Creek Lake Fortress is his nephew. He is also one of the 3 organizers of the secret magic tower. So, little brother Rhodey, don't let your sister down. Where is your Wind Eagle magic core? Let me see it again, Linda emphasized. Rhodey took out the Wind Eagle magic core from his bag and showed it to Linda. Little brother Rhodey, no matter what price Lord Nando offers, don't haggle. This is about connections and relationships, understand? Of course, with Lord Nando's good character, he probably won't let you suffer any loss. Linda kept talking. Got it, Rhodey nodded. He was quite surprised. Linda seemed to truly respect Lord Nando from the heart. This made Rhodey a bit curious. Philshaw was already waiting downstairs. He was dressed very formally in a mage's robe. Rhodey, do you know? My father and grandfather are the knights protecting Creek Lake Fortress. I only started practicing magic thanks to Lord Nando's support. I was his apprentice and swore loyalty to him. In fact, the real protector of Creek Lake Fortress is Lord Nando, Philshaw explained on the way to the Grand Lord's mansion at the center of the city. From his words, it seemed he was proud to be Lord Nando's follower, not ashamed of his identity. Of course, Rhodey could tell that Philshaw was emphasizing this to prevent him from bargaining too much, which might upset Nando. The 3 of them smoothly entered the Viscount's mansion. The main building was a 5-story Gothic-style structure, with other buildings arranged around it in a complex pattern. They went up and down the corridors and stairs, finally arriving in front of a 2-story stone building at the back. Creek Lake Library. Rhodey was slightly surprised when he saw the plaque on the stone building, and a thought crossed his mind. After the servants announced them, Philshaw and Linda led Rhodey into the library. Upon entering, Rhodey was a bit shocked. The first-floor room was very large, square-shaped, with a ceiling about 5 meters high and roughly 30 meters long and wide. Inside, there were rows of bookshelves filling the entire space, almost overflowing with books that nearly touched the ceiling. The floor was also filled with many books placed tightly together. The books here were made from many different materials. The most common were sheepskin books, along with pages made of gold leaf, wooden scrolls, and books written on animal bones. The variety was very rich. At first, Rhodey thought that a Viscount's collection wouldn't be very large, and calling it a library might be an exaggeration. But now, it was clear that it was not just a small collection. It was truly a mini-library. This showed that the Viscount family had a deep background. Just these books alone were probably very valuable. At this moment, near the window, an old man with white hair and beard was buried in a pile of books, flipping through them. Master Nando, Philshaw bowed and saluted. Master Nando, Linda also bowed and greeted him. Rhodey quickly followed and bowed as well. Oh, Philshaw, little Linda, is this the little fellow you mentioned? Nando looked up, his bright, wise eyes examining Rhodey cheerfully. To be honest, Rhodey felt a bit conquered after seeing his eyes. There seemed to be a shining light of wisdom and thoughtful intelligence in them, inspiring respect. Yes, Master Nando, Philshaw replied respectfully. Little fellow, recently I've been working on an experiment and urgently need a wind magic core. It's not easy to find, as flying magical beasts are hard to hunt. Linda recommended that you might have one, and I'm very pleased, Nando spoke frankly. Please, Master Nando, examine whether this wind eagle magic core is suitable, Rhodey said with a smile, taking out the magic core. With a wave of his hand, Nando summoned a blue wind that spun like a ribbon, directly taking the magic core from Rhodey's hand. Rhodey was slightly stunned. Nando's casting speed was very fast, just as quick as when he used his magic book. This made Rhodey momentarily distracted. He could tell that Nando wasn't trying to show off. He was very interested in the magic core Rhodey held. Very good, much better than I expected. It even has a hint of lightning magic, which will greatly benefit my experiment. Today is truly a lucky day. Little fellow, thank you, Nando said excitedly. It is my honor to be able to help the master, Rhodey bowed politely. You're a good young person. Wise elders always like to help talented juniors. You can make a request to me, and I will try to fulfill it, Nando said with a slight smile, looking at Rhodey. Philshaw and Linda were momentarily stunned, and even Rhodey felt caught off guard. Master Nando's way of thinking is really unique. Master Nando, may I read books in your library for 3 days? Rhodey asked without much thought. Haha, I knew you would choose that. Wise elders always like eager and studious juniors. The moment you entered, your eyes gave you away. Sure, you can stay in my library to read for these 3 days, Nando said with a smile. Rhodey, starting today, the secret magic hut will hold an auction. If you don't go see it, you'll really just stay here reading, Linda whispered as a reminder. She didn't want Rhodey, her big catch, to just stay here reading all day. Maybe she could even get some benefits from him. I'm not going. Reading is more fun than anything else. Linda, I found a magic energy gem during the beast tide in the Columbia Mountains. Can you help me sell it? I'll give you 200 gold coins as a commission, Rhodey said, pulling a magic energy gem from his bag. Little guy, let me see it, Nando said as his eyes were immediately drawn to the gem when Rhodey took it out. Master, please take a look, Rhodey said, handing over the magic energy gem, which was compressed from the Wind Eagle King's magic core. Oh, today is really a lucky day. This magic energy gem is worth more than that mutated magic core. It's exactly what I need. Don't sell it at the auction. I want to buy it, Nando said with a smile. As expected, Rhodey's guess was confirmed. After being compressed by the system, the value of these magic cores increased again. A normal Wind Eagle magic core is now worth more than a mutated Wind Eagle magic core. In fact, Rhodey came this time intending to sell a magic energy gem. He had already hidden it in his bag. He didn't dare to take out the system and show the magic energy gem in front of a mage with mental power comparable to a grand wizard, because he wasn't sure if the other person could detect his system. Even if they couldn't, it was risky to suddenly produce a magic energy gem out of nowhere. These mages have incredible mental powers and can easily notice subtle energy fluctuations. Since the master likes it, then keep it, Rhodey quickly said. All right. I also need to go to the laboratory. You can stay here and read peacefully. I will have a servant bring you some food. Nando was very happy to receive the 2 magic materials, hurriedly hugging a thick sheepskin book and leaving. Rhodey, little brother, do you really not want the shadow cloak? Linda still seemed a bit reluctant. Yes, I don't want it. It doesn't smell like reading. Rhodey waved his hand. Linda reluctantly left. After all, she could get some oil from handling it, but now it was completely useless. Rhodey threw himself into the sea of books. He stayed inside for 3 days straight, only leaving to eat and meditate to restore his energy. The rest of the time, he was reading. Master Rhodey, the 3 days are up. A maid came in to inform him. Yes, I will leave now, Rhodey nodded quickly, reluctantly leaving the library. As soon as he stepped out, Rhodey focused his mental energy on the system panel, silently thinking. After all, according to the game rules, visiting the library could increase all attributes by 2, which was the real temptation for Rhodey. Of course, through this reading, Rhodey also learned more knowledge. For example, he gained a deeper understanding of magic energy tides, the history of the Violet Empire, the conflicts between humans and beastmen, and the abilities of beastmen. Although the library had many books, it didn't contain truly secret knowledge like spell models, combat techniques, breathing methods, alchemy potion formulas, or rare metal smelting recipes. Attack 2, Defense 2, Knowledge 2, Strength 2. At that moment, the benefits from visiting the library arrived. A light screen appeared, and Rhodey checked the system panel. Each attribute had increased by 2 points. At this moment, Rhodey clearly felt his vitality increase slightly. Surprisingly, he also felt his muscles and bones become more resilient. After a moment of thought and perception, he understood that this was a direct result of the increased defense. Clearly, the attack boost increased his vitality, while the defense enhancement made his muscles and meridians tougher. The 2 complemented each other perfectly, seamlessly integrating game data into his real body. At this moment, my knowledge increased to 8 points. With the 1-point bonus from the Ogre's staff, my total is 9 points. Under the effect of advanced intelligence doubling, my magic points can now reach 180. My strength increased by 2 points, reaching 5 points. Using the withered wood staff for 1 point and the mental secret ring for 1 point, my strength of 7 points makes my abilities more noticeable. My mental scan range extends to 140 meters, meaning my spellcasting distance is now 140 meters. The atmospheric vision extends to 7 kilometers, and earth vision reaches 70 meters. Master Nando, are you here? I want to thank you in person, Rhodey asked sincerely as he walked outside the city lord's mansion, led by his servant. The Master Nando is not here. I was only ordered to bring you out, the servant replied politely. All right, please pass on my thanks to Master Nando, Rhodey said. Yes, sir. I will tell him the truth, the servant quickly bowed. In fact, Rhodey was still thinking about his gold coins. He didn't know when Nando would send them to him. Rhodey, you're back, Linda greeted excitedly when they reached the courtyard of Filzer. Her gaze made Rhodey feel like she was looking not at a person, but at shining gold coins, which made him feel cautious. He instinctively took a step back. Why are you afraid? Stand so far away. I won't eat you. Linda winked and swayed her slender waist as she moved closer to Rhodey, playfully saying, I want to talk to you about something. What is it? Rhodey asked cautiously. I'm planning to open a magic potion shop in Grand Duke City. It can earn at least 5,000 gold coins a year. What do you think? Linda asked. That sounds good. You should go ahead and open it, Rhodey replied cautiously. I invite you to invest. You only need to put in 20,000 gold coins, and each year you will share a profit of 2,500 gold coins. After 8 years, it will be profitable. This is a very good business deal, Linda said. Linda, you're joking. I don't have that much gold. I don't even know where the gold for building my territory will come from. Rhodey waved his hand dismissively. Master Nando sent someone with 100,000 gold coins, packed in a big box in your room. You only need to take 20,000 gold coins for your sister from it. In the future, you could have 200,000 or 300,000 gold coins, constantly increasing, and you don't need to put in any effort. Your sister will handle everything, and you just need to sit back and collect the gold coins. This is a very good deal, isn't it? Linda's eyes sparkled as she leaned close to Rhodey's face and whispered softly. She wished she had the charm of a demon to persuade Rhodey to agree immediately. Sorry, but I need to use these 100,000 gold coins to build my territory, recruit soldiers, buy equipment, purchase slaves, and construct my castle. This amount is just a drop in the bucket and not enough, Rhodey said. Rhodey, I have an honest suggestion for you. It might be hard to hear, but it's sincere advice. Give up your role as a lord. Wouldn't it be better to be a free, powerful mage? At worst, you could leave the Barfy Duchy, and your sister could travel the world with you. You might have already sensed it. The magical energy elements are growing stronger every day. The first magic tide is about to arrive. Orcs and magical beasts are already becoming much stronger, and some dangerous magical creatures will start to wake up. The world is becoming more dangerous. The land you are on, the Grang Highlands, is not suitable for building a territory. It is said that deep in the Column Mountains, there are powerful magical beasts sleeping. That place is forbidden. Every time the magic tide comes, it turns into a disaster zone. This world is becoming more dangerous, but we magicians are needed more than ever. When the magic tide arrives, we will level up faster and more easily. Our status will rise. Getting a noble lord title is simple. There's no need to struggle so hard in the Grang Highlands. If the orcs attack this winter, it will be very hard for you to avoid it. Think about it. Where would it be better to spend this 100,000 gold coins? Linda almost seemed to be speaking in a poetic way as she tried to persuade Rhodey. In fact, what Linda said was true. Especially after reading the books in the Creek Lake Library, Rhodey knew that the world's magical energy elements go through a cycle every 1,000 years. They rise from a low point to a peak, then slowly fall back to a low point. For ordinary humans, this cycle might not be obvious because of their short lives, but for extraordinary beings, the effects are very clear. Now, Rhodey has just barely entered the realm of the extraordinary. Based on the timeline, the magic tide reached its lowest point over 100 years ago. Now, the magical energy is slowly recovering. The first magic tide might arrive soon, bringing great vitality to the world, but also increasing danger and instability. Later, the magic tide will grow stronger, reaching its peak in 300 or 400 years, then slowly decline again. But Rhodey cannot leave the highlands because the castle is always present there. Even sitting at the volcano's edge, he cannot escape. In fact, that is where Rhodey truly resides. If it were in a human-populated area, the castle's secret would be easily exposed. Before he becomes strong enough, revealing the castle's secret would be a death sentence. I'm afraid the world's magic guild and noble councils would dissect him for research. As for the monsters in the Colon Mountains, Rhodey isn't worried as long as he quickly builds the necessary military structures. Linda, I am a direct descendant of the Buffetro family. Now I've been driven out of the grand city like a stray dog. Do you think I am willing to accept this? If I don't establish myself in the highlands, if I don't carve out a territory and make a name for myself, what's the point of living? The noble Buffetro bloodline must be protected. I have to live a life that shows I am someone. No matter how hard it gets, I will keep moving forward, Rhodey said seriously, with a look of anger and determination. Brother Rhodey, why push yourself so hard? Forgetting the past might make you happier. Linda still tried to persuade him, but her voice sounded weak. Clearly, she was affected by Rhodey's emotions. Linda, can you forget everything from the past and start over? Rhodey shook his head and walked inside. Linda was left behind, lost in thought. Rhodey, the gold coins sent by the Lord are in your room. Don't worry, they are safe here. Philshaw naturally heard Rhodey's words. His opinion of Rhodey improved. It seemed this young man carried a heavy burden and was not easy to deal with. He then politely approached. Thank you, Brother Philshaw. The Highlands have many affairs, and I plan to leave soon. Thank you for your hospitality these past days. Please help me load the gold onto my horse, Rhodey said. It's my honor. I'll have my servants pack it for you, Philshaw nodded. Then, under Philshaw's command, 3 strong slaves poured the gold from the chest into 2 cloth bags, which they then placed on the horses' backs. Rhodey watched carefully, of course, because these were shining gold coins. The coins from the previous deal with the 2 were also put into the bags. Brother Philshaw, Sister Linda, I'll take my leave now. Roddy mounted his warhorse, smiled cheerfully, and slowly rode away. Brother Roddy, you really should think carefully before returning to the deadly land of the Highlands. Linda still felt uneasy. Watching him wave goodbye without looking back, she quickly warned, once you leave the Creek Lake Fortress, the members of the secret magic hut won't be protected anymore. Be careful. Clearly, within the Creek Lake Fortress, the protection of the secret magic hut members is linked to Master Nando. Outside, it's uncertain. Roddy knew this too. After leaving the fortress, he found a quiet, deserted place. He transferred all the gold coins into his system resource bar as numbers and packed dry leaves and dirt into a cloth bag. The bag still looked full and was placed on the back of his horse. Gold coins are heavy, so this way reduces the horse's burden. Next, Roddy bought some soldiers. After tonight, the troop types would refresh and overwrite the ones from last week. Buying now made him feel at ease. He rode quickly northeast across the Varda plain, snacking on dried meat and bread when hungry. He swapped horses twice, traveling day and night, soon entering the mountainous area in the northeast of the plain. Finally, almost there, Roddy said with a nod as dusk fell after a day of travel. He ate some dried meat, bread, and drank a little, gazing at the 2 tall mountains ahead. To be honest, Filzer was very hospitable. Before leaving, he prepared a big bag of food for Roddy, including dried meat, bread, and Roddy was eager to return. Now that he had more gold, he could build some structures again. Ambush, suddenly, as Roddy entered the only canyon on this road, his brow furrowed. He quickly turned his horse northward and galloped toward the mountains. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Instantly, alert signals sounded from the hidden scouts on the mountain ridges, sharp and urgent. Then, 8 knights in ambush charged out of the valley, chasing after Roddy. Knights of the Azure Scale Knight Order, Roddy cursed inwardly. If he hadn't been cautious, he would have spent some magic points each day to use the atmospheric vision spell to observe, and he would have walked right into their trap. Most importantly, this time, the ambush was unarmed. The badges embroidered on their armor were the symbol of the Azure Scale Knight Order. The Azure Scale Knight Order belongs to the 3rd Legion, led by the governor of the Northern Land Province, Marquis Kyrensa Palaven, who is William Palavin's grandfather. The library in Creek Lake Fortress contains records about the history of the Duke of Buffy and some strategic analyses. The book states that this governor may have already reached the level of a Golden Knight, with impressive strength, and is gaining tighter control over the northern province. In fact, Rhodey's father, Alan Buffetro, was also a powerful Golden Knight. During the low tide of magical energy tides, it was very difficult to reach the Golden rank. It required a large amount of magical resources and extraordinary understanding and perseverance. Normally, Golden Knights can live up to 200 years. However, from the books in the Creek Lake Library, Rhodey learned about this aspect. During the low tide of magical energy, powerful practitioners often took magic potions to boost their potential and used magic crystals and other magical materials to cultivate magical energy. While it seemed their strength was increasing, it actually damaged their life essence, making their vitality weak. When they age, they quickly run out of life. From the memories of the original owner, Alan Buffetro's body rapidly declined, and he died of illness within a few years. This was probably the reason. However, this situation can be changed with the arrival of the magical energy tide. For example, if Kyrensa Palavin can survive until the tide arrives and then advance to the epic knight level, her health issues will be fully cured, and her lifespan could double to 400 or 500 years. In reality, the Buffetro family is not optimistic. If Kyrensa Palavin manages to survive, it will pose a great threat to the family. According to Rhodey, the Buffetro family also secretly has several Golden Knights, but they are likely the result of potion use. They are in a life-and-death situation, and it's possible they could die at any moment. Whether they can survive until the magical energy tide arrives and improve their strength further is uncertain. Even if the tide arrives, damaging their core vitality, it will be hard to advance further in strength. After reading these books, Rhodey also suspects that his brother, Solo Buffetro, forcibly increased his cultivation by taking magic potions, which is how he gained Silver Knight strength. It was probably a necessary move to stabilize the situation in the duchy. Besides these top fighters, the duchy also has 3 main armies. The northern province is part of the Third Army. The top combat units in the army are the Knight Orders, and the Third Army's Knight Order is called the Azure Scale Knights. The emblem of the Blue Scales Knights is each knight riding a blue-scaled horse, with the family crest embroidered on their armor. In fact, the Blue Scales Knights officially belong to the 3rd Legion of the Northern Army, but in reality, they are a private army of the Marquis family. This is an understood secret. Currently, they do not dare to openly oppose the Buffetro family or attack Rhodey directly. Although the 3rd Legion is strong, the Buffetro family's 1st Legion is even more powerful. The 1st Legion includes the Wild Bear Knights and has the support of the Mage Guild, which has a small mage unit. Overall, their strength is definitely greater than that of the 3rd Legion. Now, these 8 heavily armored knights openly appear here to ambush Rhodey. Clearly, they intend to kill him. As long as Rhodey dies, no one will know who was responsible, because they are too far away. Even with the atmospheric vision, magic, Rhodey cannot see the cultivation level of the 8 knights. But the reputation of the Blue Scales Knights is well known, and their presence indicates they are not weak. Traveling north from here leads to the chasm between the Grangau Highlands and the Varda Plains. This area is filled with dangerous mountains, treacherous waters, and deep canyon ravines, making passage impossible. After traveling several dozen miles, Rhodey's warhorse can no longer continue. He had to abandon the 2 horses and use the rock goat leap to climb over the mountains and escape. It must be said that the Blue Scales horses are much stronger than ordinary warhorses. They easily traverse the steep cliffs much faster than Rhodey's rock goat leap technique, and soon they caught up to him within 100 meters. Baron Rhodey, stop wasting your energy. The abyss between the Varda Plains and the Grangau Highlands is right ahead. You can't escape, a knight said coldly, holding a knight's sword that radiated dazzling blue energy. Clearly, he recognized Rhodey and had prepared for this encounter. Are your Blue Scales Knights rebelling? How dare you openly attack a noble of the duchy, Rhodey said loudly, pretending to be calm. Ha ha. In this wild mountain area, who knows if it was us who attacked you? It's just because you offended Lord William. Our mission is only to take your head. I will strike quickly and cut off your head in one. No pain at all, the knight said with a smile. Lord William really values me. He even sent 2 bronze and 6 black iron knights to ambush me. I am truly honored, Rhodey replied sarcastically. Rhodey slowly stepped back. At this moment, his mental energy swept over the 8 people, clearly understanding their cultivation levels. He was about to reach the edge of the abyss on the mountainside. Haha, we also think the young master is overreacting, but we can only follow orders. It's just a pity that you, a fallen dog, dare to compete with our young master for Miss Irby. You only have yourself to blame. Time to go, said the bronze knight. He urged his blue-scaled horse to accelerate, rushing forward. A brilliant blue aura shot out suddenly, slashing toward Rhodey. The bronze professionist's battle energy can be released in a powerful attack under the control of strong combat skills, making it very destructive. I will never let you cut off my head, Rhodey shouted. He turned around and jumped into the bottomless abyss without hesitation. The blue aura from the knight naturally missed. Such a pity. This useless person still has a tough side. I underestimated him. The 8 knights, riding blue-scaled horses, approached the abyss to watch. Below, the darkness was thick, with faint mist swirling. It was bottomless, and Rhodey's figure could no longer be seen. The leading bronze knight sighed. Let's go back and report to the young master. Jumping into the abyss will surely be death. We don't know where the entrance is, and we can't go down or find it, said another bronze knight. Yes, that's all we can do. The 8 turned slowly, preparing to leave. Suddenly, they felt a strong wind behind them. They turned around quickly and saw a huge griffin soaring rapidly from the abyss. A gray halo spread quickly above their heads, transforming into a black streak that swept over their bodies. In an instant, they felt their blood stop flowing, their strength drained, and they collapsed weakly on the ground. Even their blue-scaled horses knelt down. At this moment, they finally saw that someone was sitting on the back of the enormous griffin, Rhodey. 2 bronze knights resisted magic a bit better and managed to run, but their internal energy was chaotic, and they couldn't gather any battle aura. Ha, surprised? Unexpected? At this time, the 8 saw Rhodey standing on the giant griffin's back, rising from the abyss, and he laughed loudly at them. Chi-chi-chi-chi. Rhodey quickly cast the slow spell on the 2 bronze knights. They immediately collapsed to the ground as well. In fact, Rhodey had already planned the battle strategy after seeing the 8 knights, and this was the easiest and fastest way. Impossible. You're actually a dark magic user. Aren't you only capable of casting the magic arrow? One knight exclaimed in shock. That's a griffin. How could you have such a powerful magical pet? Another knight said in surprise. Rhodey was slightly taken aback, not expecting this person to be so knowledgeable and to recognize the griffin. Rhodey knew that griffins existed in this world. However, they were rarely seen in the Bafi kingdom. Young Master William, and we were all deceived by you. Another knight said angrily. From his words, it was clear he was unwilling and worried that William had angered a noble like Rhodey. It was obvious that this knight was very loyal to William and the Marquis family. Clearly, their information was outdated. They knew Rhodey could use magic, but they thought his magic was weak. 1 healing spell, 1 stonewall spell, and the magic arrow. The magic arrow was weaker than a regular arrow in range, so these knights didn't care much. Moreover, they had no idea that Rhodey had a flying magical pet. In a direct fight, with Rhodey's archery, magic, and knight training. Even if he practiced both martial and magical arts, he wouldn't dare say he could escape from 8 opponents. After all, the 8 rode blue-scaled horses, and Rhodey's horse couldn't outrun them. Even using the rock goat leap spell, he was much slower than the blue-scaled horses. When the 8 of them attacked at close range, it was very difficult for Rhodey to hold out for a full round. Especially the 2 bronze knights. Rhodey's arrows might not be able to pierce their heavy armor and aura defenses. If he hadn't taken advantage of their inattentiveness to cast a surprise spell, and if they had activated their aura shields, the weakened magic ring spell would have been less effective, and the power remaining was uncertain. At this moment, Rhodey used his mental strength to scan their armor and found that their armor was as good as or even better than that of the armored rock snake thieves he had fought before. The weakening aura spell had a limited range of less than 10 meters in Rhodey's hands. Fortunately, he deliberately lured them to a narrow cliff. then jumped off the cliff in front of them to relax their vigilance. In reality, he had already summoned the griffin and hidden it 100 meters below the abyss. When he jumped, the griffin caught him, allowing him to launch a surprise attack and take them all down with a single spell. Lord Rhodey, we are knights of the Greenfin Knight Order. We are all noble children. Now that we are your captives, we can notify our families to pay a ransom for our release, said a bronze knight in a deep voice. The duchy indeed has such rules. In case of internal conflict or disputes, the defeated side can pay a ransom to be freed. Kill them all. Rhodey didn't want to hear their excuses. He immediately ordered the griffin. The griffin raised its claws, grabbed the helmet of one knight, and tore it off instantly. Then it tore the knight's neck, blood spraying out. Soon, there was no more movement. Baron Rhodey, do you want to fight our third legion? Do you know what will happen if you kill us? The bronze knight shouted in fear and anger. Who knows if I was the one who killed you? Rhodey said with a teasing tone. Young Master William sent us to intercept you. He must know, the bronze knight quickly added, panicking as the griffin was about to catch him. These shady dealings, does he dare to openly boast about them? And I, a useless person, managed to kill 8 high-level knights. Who would believe that? Haha, Rhodey chuckled softly. The bronze knight's helmet was torn off by the griffin, and his neck was immediately torn open. Of course, Rhodey was not idle. He stripped all their armor and stored it in his space ring, including their long swords. The swords of these knights were not of high quality and were not recognized as treasures by the system. As for the magic energy crystals in the space ring, they had already been stored in the castle's magic tower warehouse by Rhodey, so they naturally disappeared. 62 gold coins, 102 silver coins, 85 copper coins. A bunch of poor ghosts, Rhodey said as he casually took their wallets, collecting only a small amount of money. But this batch of experience is quite rich. Rhodey looked at his system panel, feeling pleased. Throw them into the abyss, Rhodey thought to himself and communicated with the griffin mentally. Throwing them into the abyss is a waste. I want to eat the 2 of them, the griffin replied through telepathy in an instant. The 2 it referred to were naturally the 2 highest-level bronze knights. Rhodey was stunned for a moment, then suddenly happy, because the tool person unit never objected. The master said what to do, and they did it. But this griffin had actually raised an objection, clearly indicating it had a stronger independent consciousness. Moreover, it wanted to eat these 2 bronze knights because they had higher cultivation levels and stronger energy, which attracted it. This shows that the griffin has the ability and awareness to evolve. Otherwise, it wouldn't do this. Don't eat those green-scaled horses. Don't eat these people either, Rhodey replied. Those horses are tastier. The griffin, with its large, innocent-looking eyes, looked at Rhodey through its mind and argued. Don't eat people. Rhodey immediately sent a strong command. Okay, master. The large griffin suddenly lowered its huge eagle head like a child of 5 or 6 years old. Its eyes suddenly filled with tears, spinning in its sockets, looking very sad. Be good. There are stronger monsters in the Column Mountains. From now on, you'll have food, and we won't eat people, okay? Rhodey took out a piece of wild buffalo meat from his space ring and handed it to the griffin, speaking like soothing a child. Rhodey felt that the intelligence of this griffin was probably just like that of a child. But its violent nature of killing was deeply ingrained, as it was born a hunter. The griffin swallowed the meat in one bite, then rubbed its soft feathers on Rhodey's cheek, showing an expression of satisfaction and wanting more food. Who would have thought you're a foodie? Hurry up and work. Then you can eat again when we get back, Rhodey sent a mental message. Soon, the griffin threw 8 bodies into the abyss, and the green-scaled horses were also thrown down. There are 2 more scouts. At this moment, Rhodey was deep in thought. Earlier, 2 scouts had been hiding in front of the canyon to observe. They must be eliminated too. Otherwise, it would be hard to hide the fact that these people had died at his hands. Then, Rhodey commanded the griffin to fly into the sky. Soon, it found the 2 horses he had abandoned. Surprisingly, they hadn't scattered or run away. The 8 knights had also ignored them earlier, allowing them to escape. Rhodey ran over, found the horses, mounted them, and returned along the same path. Found them. The griffin soared 1,000 meters into the sky and locked onto the 2 scouts from afar. Their cultivation levels were not high. They were just sent to scout for the 8 knights. Now, Feeling confident in their victory, the two had lowered their guard, lighting a campfire and sitting on the ground roasting meat on one side of the canyon. There were also 2 ordinary warhorses beside them. It is clear that the 8 knights and the 2 hidden sentinels have been lying in wait for Rhodey for some time. After all, this is the closest road to Tuluan City, and they are sure Rhodey will pass through here. Kill them, Rhodey ordered the griffin. The griffin circled above the northern forest, far away and in the dim light. It deliberately made no loud sounds while flying, so they didn't notice it. Suddenly, the griffin swooped down at incredible speed. It silently approached from the sky behind them, and with a sharp talon, it tore into their heads, creating blood holes. They quickly died. These 2 were just scouts with beginner-level skills, responsible for reconnaissance for the 3rd Legion. They were not strong in direct combat. The horses tied by the roadside neighed in fear and were soon killed by the griffin as well. This was the first time Rhodey saw the griffin attack a professional fighter. It was much smarter than other tool griffins, knowing how to use its brain. It was a natural hunter. Moreover, it was a male griffin, about the same size as the one Rhodey had ridden before. From now on, I'll call you Simba, Rhodey thought to it. Simba lowered its head, rubbing its soft feathers against Rhodey's cheek, but did not respond with thoughts, indicating agreement. Such a proud little thing, Rhodey muttered with a smile. Then he cast a fireball spell, burning the 2 sentinels and their horses. The fireball spell produced small but extremely hot flames, much hotter than normal fire. It quickly burned the bodies into ashes. A strong wind blew, and everything was gone. As for their weapons, Rhodey stored them in his space ring, hidden in the system. Simba, move through the mountains and stay in contact with me. Don't let anyone see you, Rhodey ordered. Then he mounted his horses and headed toward Tuluan City. They were only about 30 kilometers from Tuluan City. To the north, there were continuous mountains and deep valleys. Only the Grant Pass led to the Grant Highlands. Rhodey didn't plan to return riding the griffin. He preferred to ride 2 horses back. This way, he could avoid suspicion, since having a flying magical beast like a griffin could only be kept secret temporarily. As for Simba, he can travel through mountains, canyons, and deep valleys, always staying within 6 kilometers of Rhodey through mental connection. When they arrived at Tuluan City, the gates were already closed. After all, it was almost dawn, so Rhodey rested for a while in a small forest outside the city. Simba found a cave about 5 kilometers away and also took a rest. Send a message to Viscount William. The next day, after Rhodey passed through the Glantong Passage, the guard knight reported to Viscount William. Of course, Rhodey deliberately let them know he had returned, knowing that Viscount William had leaked his whereabouts. But he didn't mind them knowing about his flying magical pet, as it was part of his plan to hide it. After passing through the Glantong Passage, Rhodey slowly entered the Gland Highlands and finally returned to the River Valley Fortress at dusk. Home is the best place. After returning to the River Valley Fortress, everyone came out to greet him. Rhodey told them to disperse, then enjoyed a delicious dinner. With Villia's help, he took a hot bath and couldn't help but feel grateful. We can now build a stable and a training ground, Rhodey thought as he sat in his study, dressed in soft velvet pajamas. To build a training ground, 2 conditions must be met, a barracks and a stable. The barracks had already been built, so now he needed to build a stable first. In the game, there is also a remote troop type that can be recruited, monks. But this requires building a monastery, which costs 3,000 gold coins, 5 wood, 5 ore, and 2 units of magic energy gems for each element. Currently, there aren't enough magic energy gems to build the monastery, and buying them with gold in the market would deplete his gold reserves. So, he could only build the training ground first. 2,000 gold coins, 10 wood, Rhodey said as he opened the castle panel and started building the stable. Meanwhile, on the northwest side of the castle, about 300 meters from the wall, a T-shaped stable appeared. It was built with black giant stones, forming a long corridor extending 400 meters, with a red-tiled roof. Inside, there was plenty of space, with 4 rows of horse pens neatly arranged, enough to hold thousands of horses. Rhodey walked over and used his mental power to observe it. The stable floor was covered with hard black stones. On top of these stones, Rhodey discovered a mysterious pattern of magic runes, which looked somewhat similar to the magic energy pools inside the magic tower. At this moment, Rudy noticed that magic energy was quickly gathering in the stable, much more concentrated than outside. Clearly, these magic runes could gather magic energy. However, upon closer inspection, he saw that these runes in the stable were of a lower level than those in the magic tower. They could only make the magic energy inside the stable several times richer than outside, but couldn't improve further. Rudy then understood that the stable had a weak ability to gather magic energy. When horses rested inside, they could quickly recover their energy. Staying inside for a long time might even help them evolve and strengthen their vitality. In fact, in the game, heroes visiting the stable could increase their movement speed. This effect was reflected in the real world as well. It was indeed very useful. Rudy checked again and found that the training ground could now be built. It required resources similar to the game, 5,000 gold coins and 20 wood. He immediately opened the construction menu for the training ground. Suddenly, the ground rumbled loudly. Behind the council hall and between the north gate, a large knight training area was formed within a space about 1,500 meters long, stretching behind the stable. On the southern side of the training ground, a neat row of two-story stone buildings appeared, serving as knight barracks, armories, and other facilities, divided into thousands of small rooms. To the north was a simple stone wall, to the west was the stable, and to the east was the barracks. In the middle was a narrow knight's track, with targets for spear practice lining the course. In an instant, nearly half of the northern part of the castle was filled. The open space of the castle looked much busier, which made Rudy very satisfied. 3,000 gold coins and 10 wood, he checked again. Upgrading to a high-level training ground required this much resources. Since he had enough, he immediately proceeded with the upgrade. As the training ground was upgraded to a high-level one, the entire area seemed to undergo a subtle change, filled with a sacred aura. The feeling was mysterious and hard to describe. In the game, the training ground could produce cavalry, and a high-level training ground could produce knights. In the game, Heroes of Might and Magic 3, knights are powerful units, fully armored, with unmatched charging power and a protective divine shield. At this moment, Rudy opened the advanced training ground, and sure enough, 2 knights appeared inside. Their growth rate matched the prediction, 2 per week. Each knight cost 1,200 gold coins, which is equivalent to the price of 4 swordsmen. That's really expensive. Rudy immediately purchased them and wanted to summon them to see their power. After some thought, he decided to wait, as he was too tired today and not in a hurry. He would check their combat ability tomorrow. The next morning, Rudy went with Soros to the lumberyard. They found a quiet valley nearby and summoned the 2 knights there. The moment the knights appeared, Rudy almost stopped breathing. He was so amazed. The 2 were covered in heavy metal armor, like metal cans wrapping their entire bodies. Most importantly, the armor was engraved with mysterious magic symbols. Clearly, this was magical equipment. Rudy focused his mental energy and sensed that these armors were at least of bronze level. Around the knights, faintly visible, was a small shield spinning around them. But it wasn't a magic shield created by magic power. It was a shield formed from condensed combat energy. Knights in the game come with protective divine shields, Rudy thought. But in reality, it was a shield made from condensed combat energy. What was most shocking was that each knight was riding a tall warhorse. These horses were taller and sturdier than ordinary horses in this world. They were fully armored, even their heads covered with armor, protecting vital areas, and integrated seamlessly with the knights. Rudy also noticed that the armor on the horses was similar to the knights' armor. It wasn't ordinary metal. It was embedded with magic symbols that could channel combat energy, providing protection. These horses are actually level 3 magical beasts. Rudy's mental scan revealed that, after checking their blood and combat energy, he was stunned. The combat energy inside these horses flowed through their veins, exactly matching their owner's attributes. One was a light attribute, and the other a earth attribute. Moreover, the horses could also be enhanced by Rudy's attribute. After enhancement, their internal combat energy and vitality surged to the level of a level 4 magical beast in this world. In other words, they possessed the strength of level 4 magical beasts. Of course, level 4 magical beasts can usually cast innate magic, But these horses, though they are level 3, cannot perform magic. The knight holds a long spear in his right hand and a metal shield shaped like a fan in his left. The shield is carved with mysterious magic symbols and glows faintly with a fighting energy aura, indicating it is also a high-quality magic item. The spear looks simple and plain, but Roddy uses his mental power to scan it and has the knight infuse fighting energy into it. The energy flows smoothly inside, showing it is also a very good magic weapon. However, when Roddy takes a look at it, the system does not show it as a treasure. Clearly, given the system's stingy nature, the equipment given as a gift cannot be of treasure level. It only has good magic conduction, allowing fighting energy to be used effectively. But it may not match the knight's own strength. If they had better magic gear, their combat power would be even higher. Bang! Roddy encourages them to test their attack power. The two knights urge their horses to charge forward. Their spears shake and burst out with groups of spear shadows. Blinding fighting energy flashes shoot out from the spears, transforming into sharp light blades that strike 20 meters ahead, smashing a large, hard stone into dust instantly. This is the real killer move. Roddy feels excited and thrilled. After careful thought, he estimates that a single knight's combat ability is comparable to a bronze-level warrior in this world. If their attributes are boosted with his current power, their attack level could reach that of a silver knight, making them quite strong among silver knights. But they might still be slightly weaker than the silver knights in this world, because those knights practice advanced fighting techniques. The knights' fighting skills are simpler, mainly a set of spear techniques and a fighting energy shield technique. Dominant spear fighting technique. Roddy carefully communicates with the knights through his mind, then silently studies their spear skills. This set has 9 moves. The techniques are not complicated, but very fierce and aggressive. When driven by breathing techniques, fighting energy surges through the spear, transforming into streaks of fighting energy blades that attack fiercely. It is called the dominant spear fighting technique. Roddy has not practiced advanced fighting techniques himself, but he believes the fighting techniques attached to the knights by the system, brought into this world, are not simple. They are probably at least bronze level or higher. He plans to organize and learn them himself. After all, advanced fighting techniques can quickly condense fighting energy, expand bloodlines, and strengthen the body, making them the best help for melee fighters to advance. Divine Shield Fighting Technique. The system-produced Battle Aura Shield is a defensive fighting technique. Roddy prefers it because defense is more important to him. Heroes mainly boost the combat power of their troops. If he is killed first, everything is over. However, Roddy found that he cannot yet practice the Divine Shield fighting technique because his aura is not strong enough. He estimates he needs to reach the bronze level before he can learn this technique and master the Aura Shield. As long as he can develop the Aura Shield and combine it with his magic, protective Divine Shield, he will have double protection, making him safer. Roddy also realized that knights in this world have their own advantages compared to silver-level fighters. In a charge formation, his troops might have the upper hand because they work well together, have strong defenses, and are equipped with powerful spears and protective shields suitable for fierce battles. He carefully studied their breathing techniques. Their breathing method is similar to that of swordsmen, but more advanced. Their breathing is short and intense, allowing them to quickly gather a lot of aura for attack, which is especially good for knights charging into battle. Taking care of a knight is not easy. Their warhorses probably need a lot of high-quality feed. After observing and testing, Roddy discovered that these horses also eat meat, especially enjoying beast meat. He wondered, what kind of warhorses are these? Could they be dragon-blooded horses? He thought about it deeply. After removing their armor, he noticed that on their bodies, especially the back and belly, there were scales instead of fur. They looked similar to the blue-scaled horses of the Marquis family, which made Roddy suspicious. That night, back at the castle, Roddy ordered 2 knights to remove their heavy armor. He also took off the armor on the horses. Since they had been summoned from the system, they were now real people and horses, and it wasn't worth wasting their stamina. Later, Roddy asked Ilya to prepare simple clothes for the knights. Usually, they don't need to ride horses or wear heavy armor. They just follow Soros to chop wood. Roddy resumed his daily woodcutting. The weather grew colder, but he kept working without stopping. Now that he had purchased all his troops, it cost him 7,680 gold coins each week. It seemed he had earned over 100,000 gold coins, but after careful calculation, it was only enough to last a little over 2 months. 2 weeks later, Rhodey noticed that the spear soldiers had made great progress in their physical strength, and the swordsmen had also improved slightly. Because they worked together daily chopping wood, Rhodey quickly sensed their strength had increased. This surprised Rhodey a little. During this time, he also found that the food intake of these spear soldiers and swordsmen had increased. After careful investigation and study, he realized that the boost came from the 4 attack and defense attributes he improved in the library, which enhanced their physical qualities. Since the duel soldiers don't have strong learning abilities, their potential was only maximized as Rhodey increased his own attributes. This forced their physical qualities to improve, helping them better handle the increased power from hero attribute points. This improvement was a passive effect. For example, the spear soldier's physical strength was originally below the level of a beginner-level hero in this world. But after just a week of training, their health and stamina reached that level. The swordsmen improved less because they were already at a high-level profession, and their health increased slowly and less noticeably. The divine archers didn't improve much because Rhodey had been focusing on boosting the spear soldiers' attributes while they worked on chopping wood, and the archers stayed in the castle for defense. To test his theory, Rhodey arranged for the divine archers to follow him while chopping wood for the next 2 weeks. As he expected, with the attribute boosts, their overall qualities improved, and each of them reached the strength of a beginner-level hero. It was clear that as Rhodey increased his attribute points, mainly attack and defense, the basic qualities of these soldiers gradually improved. This was a very good sign and showed the value of hero attributes. "Young master, Merlin G requests to see you," Villia reported after a busy day and dinner, while Rhodey was meditating in his study. "Let him in," Rhodey said after a moment of thought. "Master." Merlin G entered and knelt on the ground. "Get up. From now on, there's no need to kneel when you see me. Have you made progress in your magic training?" Rhodey said casually. "Yes, master. I can now cast the Stonewall spell, and I've also studied the water healing spell model thoroughly. But I still can't inject magic into it to cast the spell," Merlin G said excitedly. "In such a short time, you managed to develop these 2 magic models, which shows you have a natural talent for magic. If you find the right magic model, you should be able to pass the beginner mage certification. As for why you can't perform water healing magic, it might be because your magical affinity doesn't include water element magic," Rhodey said. "Thank you, master." Merlin's eyes immediately turned red. "From now on, don't call me master. After becoming a mage, you're no longer a. I don't want to break the mage guild's rules. You can leave the Valley Fortress and become a free mage. If you don't want to be a free mage, you can call me Lord." Rhodey looked at Merlin. According to the mage guild rules, no noble is allowed to enslave a mage. After Merlin became a mage, he could register with the guild and regain his freedom. Another option is like Filzer, who continues to follow Nando and treats him as his lord, similar to a knight or vassal relationship. "Lord, from now on, I am willing to follow you. Your will is my direction." Merlin knelt on one knee without hesitation. Rhodey felt relieved. In fact, if Merlin had chosen to leave and become a free mage, Rhodey wouldn't mind him becoming a ghost under the griffin beast, because Rhodey knew he couldn't let him go. Merlin knew too many secrets about the Valley Fortress. Fortunately, Merlin did not disappoint Rhodey. "I accept your loyalty, Merlin. From today, you will be my first magic apprentice. Your choice is wise. Following me will take you further," Rhodey said seriously. "So, do you want to become a main combat mage or a support mage?" "Lord, I know I am timid and not good at killing. I can't be a main combat mage. I enjoy studying magic and doing experiments. I want to be a support mage, researching magic equipment, alchemy, and making potions." "Is that okay?" Merlin asked cautiously. After all, main combat mages are respected by everyone. To him, Rhodey probably wanted him to become a main combat mage to help in battles. "As you wish," Rhodey nodded. "Come on, I'll take you to the magic tower." Actually, he was mistaken. Rhodey didn't need a main combat mage because he had soldiers. A support mage would be more valuable. Then, Rhodey took Mellinger to the library on the first floor of the magic tower. All the books from the metal box were now arranged here. This is all the magic books I have collected so far. They include basic knowledge about alchemy and making magic scrolls. You can learn from them. I want you to start with the simplest things, like making contract scrolls and magic lamps. Later, you can try carving magic circles on magic materials and eventually experiment with alchemy and potion making, Rhodey said. Thank you, Lord, Mellinger said happily. I will grant you some access. In the future, you can use the functions of the tower's first floor and open the tower door. Besides you, no one else should enter here. If you perform well and your mental strength improves quickly, I will periodically unlock the attic of the magic tower for you to explore, Rhodey added. Yes, Lord. Mellinger looked at the spiral staircase of the magic tower with anticipation. Blue moon has appeared. That night, a full moon hung high in the sky. But this bright, silver-white moon gradually turned blue, giving off a strange, eerie feeling. Another moon turned even red, as if it was smeared with fresh blood. The first magic energy tide is coming, Rhodey said, looking out the bedroom window. He was surprised by what he saw. This was exactly what the books described about a magic energy tide, one blood moon and one blue moon shining together. It was unexpected how suddenly the tide arrived. At this moment, Rhodey quickly went to the tower's attic. His mental power was linked to the tower, and he could see that the magic energy elements in the sky were pouring down like a flood, waves crashing one after another. Meanwhile, the magic energy in the tower's magic element pool was rapidly gathering. Under his mental scan, its concentration was rising sharply. The magic energy tide lasted for 3 days before slowly fading. The magic elements in the pool swirled like mist, and the entire tower's magic energy concentration was dozens of times higher than outside. This made it much easier for mages to meditate and gather magic, and for melee fighters to recover their fighting spirit. After the arrival of the magic tide, the concentration of magical energy in the world will increase greatly, rising 10 times higher than before the tide arrived, and it will stay high. When the second magic tide comes, the magical energy will rise even further, reaching a new high. To Rhodey, this is like a hole opening in this space, pouring magical energy into it. Each time the magic tide arrives, it tears this hole open a little more. After 3 days, a stronger snowstorm swept across the entire Grang Highlands. The snow lasted for 5 days before gradually stopping. The weather in the Highlands became the coldest in history. It seems as if the world is celebrating the first magic tide in this way. Even with the fierce snow and cold weather these days, Rhodey did not stop chopping wood. He continued to lead his soldiers in logging. As for the mine, because of the cold, the iron ore production decreased a bit, but they did not stop mining. The temperature inside was still bearable. Master, there is a situation. Early that morning, Rhodey was about to lead his soldiers to continue working at the logging site when Simba hurried back from the northeast, reporting through telepathy. Now, Rhodey had handed over command of the Griffin group to Simba, making it the Griffin King. Under Simba's command, the Griffin patrol area expanded by 100 miles. Solos, stop logging today. All soldiers stay inside the castle. Notify Aline to move the slaves from the mine back to the castle for safety, Rhodey quickly ordered after sensing Simba's telepathic message. Then, Rhodey mounted Simba, the Griffin King, who soared into the air and headed southwest. Simba carried Rhodey to a mountain about 30 miles north of Black Rock Town. Rhodey looked around and gasped. This was a mountain pass in the Colin Mountains. The mountains here are not tall or steep. Every year, orcs cross this pass to appear at the border of the Bafi Kingdom. In the past, orc patrols were usually small groups, rarely exceeding 100 people. But this time was different. On the vast snowfield, the orc army was dark and dense, like a surging wave. Roddy used his atmospheric X-ray ability to observe. At the front of the group was a wolfman. These orcs looked somewhat like the wolves he saw in a past life. Wolf heads on human bodies. But in this world, the orcs are taller and stronger, usually about 3 meters tall. Most carry long spears and wear simple leather armor. Maybe it's the first time Roddy has seen orcs, and he feels quite shocked. Beneath these wolfmen ride large wolves that look like giant mounts. These wolves are almost as tall as griffins, with strong bodies and sharp, outward curving fangs. They have thick, fluffy fur, making them look very fierce. Despite their size, These big wolves run very fast on the thick snow. Their soft, large paws are well suited for running on snow plains. At the front of the group are 5,000 white wolf riders. Among them, 1,000 are well equipped, wearing steel chainmail and holding steel spears. Using his atmospheric X-ray ability, Roddy sees that these soldiers are full of energy, moving swiftly. Their overall strength is probably higher than that of black iron-level fighters. In the middle of these soldiers is a wolf wearing a crown-like helmet, likely the wolf leader. He is taller and more imposing. Roddy senses a strong, oppressive energy from him. He suspects this leader is at least a silver-level fighter. Next to the wolf leader is a smaller wolf holding a staff. Roddy thinks he might be a shaman, a powerful magic user. In the library of Creek Lake Fortress, Roddy studied more about orcs. According to the books, orcs may have been created long ago in a wizard's laboratory. Back then, to fight demons and evil spirits from the underground abyss, ancient wizards used bloodline grafting to create orcs. These orcs have the bodies of magical beasts and the affinity for elemental magic, but they also have human intelligence. However, many years later, orcs became the biggest threat to humans. They spread across the continent and were never fully destroyed. Even when driven to the cold northern highlands, they would return after many years, sometimes building powerful kingdoms. Orcs believe they are born to be kings and should rule the entire continent. Humans are only meant to be their slaves, breeding machines for their children. Yes, there is no reproductive barrier between orcs and humans. Orcs especially like human women. It is said that children born from human women are smarter and more talented. Human noble families also like some orc women, such as cute rabbit girl and cat girl types. There are many orcs on the continent, but 3 powerful orc tribes dominate the Garland Highlands: the werewolves, lionmen, and minotaurs. The other orcs are mostly their followers or weaker fighters. Orcs have a much stronger affinity for magical elements than humans. Their connection to elements is simple, which makes them more powerful in battle. They are divided into melee fighters and spellcasters. The spellcasters are called shaman priests. They are rare because orcs' mental strength is not as good as humans, which is their only weakness. But their tough bodies and high magical element affinity give them unmatched combat skills. These skills are not learned after birth, but are part of their bloodline. When they reach a certain level, they awaken these skills and become incredibly strong. Humans often cannot tell if orcs are using combat skills or magic because the line between the two is blurry. Their innate combat skills often have larger attack ranges and stronger elemental attacks like fire and ice. In fact, humans also learn combat skills and breathing techniques from magical beasts. But compared to orcs, humans gain strength through learning, while orcs inherit it through bloodline. In the last Orc War, humans defeated the orcs mainly because of powerful mages and the help of elves and dwarves. Now, the powerful Violet Empire has split into 5 duchies. The elves have retreated to the southern forests and rarely interact with humans. The dwarf kingdom has also fallen apart. Roddy thought about these problems and felt that he was unlucky, as he had not yet established himself. Such fierce orc invasions were coming. At this moment, after the 5,000 elite white wolf cavalry passed by, about 8,000 blue wolf cavalry followed closely behind. These orcs and their riding wolves are generally smaller than the white wolves, but are still very strong and fierce. Behind them are the subordinate race of wolves, the jackalmen. They are slim, about 1.8 meters tall, and look a bit hunched. Most carry bows and arrows and walk at a steady pace. Behind them, over 10,000 goblin-headed people followed closely. They are generally short, mostly around 1.6 meters tall. They have no mounts, but many wolves pull sleds with them. These sleds are quite special, wide and large, likely carrying lots of supplies as they move with the team. Clearly, goblin-headed people are of lower status. They are the supply team for the orcs. Orc tribe. At this moment, Roddy surprisingly found the orc tribe he had previously conquered among the goblin-headed people. Some of the orcs looked familiar to him, which made his heart sink. When the orc army approached Blackrock Town, Roddy quietly returned to the River Valley Fortress. For now, Roddy can only hope the orcs do not discover his castle. Otherwise, it would be a disaster for everyone. He is preparing to run away. Such a powerful orc army, with only 480 soldiers on hand, cannot be defeated even if their numbers increase tenfold. Therefore, Rhodey strictly forbade the fortress from using damp wood to prevent smoke from being seen by orc scouts. Luckily, he had stored plenty of coke, which doesn't produce smoke. Plus, the fortress is hidden under the Column Mountain Range, about 80 miles from Blackrock Town, which is not a common orc route, so it should be hard to find. Little Rhodey, have you made up your mind? Do you want to work with your sister and invest in her shop? Rhodey connected to Linda through a magic communicator. Linda immediately responded enthusiastically with her thoughts. No, I'm giving you a chance to earn credit. See if you can seize it, Rhodey replied. What kind of chance? Linda quickly asked. The army of tens of thousands of orcs has crossed the Column Mountain Range. They might attack the northern province tonight. If you can warn them early, you might do a great deed, and the duchy could reward you with a lot of gold coins, Rhodey explained. Don't joke, little Rhodey. If that were true, would you still have time to chat with your sister here? Linda said skeptically. I'm hiding in the mountains. They haven't found me yet. Believe it or not, that's all I can say. Rhodey finished and immediately turned off the magic communicator. In the end, I am still human. I've done my best, Rhodey thought. Whether he can reduce human casualties or save some lives, he has no control over that. It is expected that, given the laziness of the guards at the narrow pass on the Grand Passage, a single wave of wolf cavalry will completely destroy the pass, even if Luren City tries to resist. After finishing communication with Linda, Rhodey immediately gathered Soros, Bandit, Arian, Ilya, and others in the council hall. At the same time, Rhodey also informed Mellinger to attend the meeting. Large numbers of werewolf troops have been spotted near Blackrock Town. I estimate they will cross into the Grand Passage tonight and attack the northern province. The pass there can't stop them. Their target is probably not us. The northern province isn't prepared, and it might fall. If that happens, we will be isolated here, eventually discovered, so we must prepare to fight. Ilya, Arian, from today on, don't do anything else. Organize all the slaves to help the blacksmiths make as many arrows as possible. Soros, select some suitable swordsmen and have them wear the heavy armor we obtained earlier for training. Also, organize the swordsmen and halberdiers to dig trenches outside the valley fortress. The trenches should be within 100 steps. They can't stop the orc army from approaching, but they can give our archers some time to shoot. Bandit, arrange for the sharpshooters to take turns resting so they stay alert. You are the main force in the upcoming battle. We can only defend the castle. We can't fight directly, Rhodey said. That night, Rhodey rode Simba to secretly scout again. He found that Blackrock Town had become an orc stronghold, with most goblins, gnolls, and 1,000 blue wolf riders staying there. Meanwhile, elite wolf cavalry entered the Grand Passage under cover of night. The orc forces continued to gather near Blackrock Town. Clearly, they were planning a large-scale attack to destroy the Barfi Kingdom. Hopefully, they won't discover my castle, Rhodey thought with relief. Since the elite troops kept advancing into the northern province, he felt relatively safe and had more time to plan. Rhodey returned to the Valley Fortress, sending Simba out again for secret reconnaissance. The other griffins were all pulled back to the Griffin Tower to wait, to avoid being spotted. Rhodey, are you there? Reply, Linda's voice asked through the magic communicator at noon the next day. Rhodey checked his mental energy and responded. Ms. Linda, can you pass my message along? Rhodey asked immediately. I reported to Master Nando. He thinks it's unlikely, but he still informed the Mage Guild. I don't know what happened after that. Please don't lie to me. If you're playing a prank, I won't forgive you, Linda said worriedly. Ms. Linda, considering Master Nando's care for me, I suggest you remind him to prepare the Creek Lake Fortress for evacuation. It's likely that the orcs have already crossed Toulon City and are sweeping through the northern lands. You should hear news by tonight at the latest. Or, you could send scouts to explore. Maybe they will find out quickly, Rhodey said. Is what you said true? We have a natural mage at the secret magic cabin in Creek Lake Fortress. He can observe with eagle eyes. I will inform Lord Nando right away and ask him to send that mage to scout, Linda said. Rhodey, I really made a big contribution this time. The orcs have already broken through Toulon City and are now sweeping through the northern provinces. The front line is less than 200 miles from Creek Lake Fortress. If it weren't for your information, the fortress and the entire duchy would still be unaware. I've done such a great job. Will the duchy reward me with 100,000 gold coins? Rest assured, half of this achievement is yours, Linda excitedly said in the afternoon. Ms. Linda, if you're still at Creek Lake Fortress, you should hurry to Luren City. Surviving is the most important thing, Rhodey said as he quickly withdrew after talking to her, because Simba had warned him. The orcs were coming toward Creek Lake Fortress. From Simba's perspective, it was clear that over 50 ogres led the way, followed by 1,000 dog-headed men, and they were less than 3 kilometers from the valley fortress. Rhodey climbed onto the city wall and used the atmospheric vision magic to carefully observe the ogre army. He was sure that this ogre tribe was the one he had once enslaved. However, the ogre chieftain was no longer there. Whether he was killed or simply didn't come along, Rhodey didn't know. Rhodey guessed that the ogres had informed the dog-headed men that there might be someone hiding nearby. They knew Rhodey planned to set up a camp at the valley fortress, so they sent 1,000 dog-headed men to hunt them down. Soon, the dog-headed men appeared in front of the valley fortress. Although they were not tall, close-up observation showed that each was very muscular, and their combat strength generally exceeded that of beginner-level human warriors. Their weapons were varied and much worse than those of the elite werewolves. Most carried iron cross swords or spears with only an iron tip. They mostly wore animal skins and no iron armor. The dozens of goblin leaders at the back were probably their best fighters. They had strong energy and high-level skills. 3 of them had black iron strength. They wore chainmail and wielded long swords made of refined steel. At this moment, the black iron-level goblin leader called over a goblin, who was small in size. The goblin jumped up and slapped him, which looked quite funny. The leader pointed at the strong walls of the valley fortress and shouted curses. Clearly, the goblin had wrong information. This was no longer a simple camp, but a strong fortress. Attacking it without preparation would be very difficult. The goblin looked confused. He probably didn't expect such a grand fortress to appear so quickly. Finally, the goblin leader waved his hand, deciding to attack. A group of goblins quickly ran into the nearby forest to start chopping wood. Soon, the orcs cut down many trees and placed them over the moat. Previously, Soros had dug 3 deep ditches, 10 meters deep, around the main paths of the fortress. Sharp wooden stakes were buried inside to stop the orcs from approaching the walls. At this time, Rhodey gathered all 129 sharpshooters on the east wall and the tower there. Don't rush. Wait until they reach the last ditch near the fortress before aiming and shooting, Rhodey ordered silently as the goblins swarmed forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows shot out rapidly. The goblins crossing the wooden bridges over the ditch screamed and fell into the trench, their bodies impaled on wooden stakes, looking very tragic. This is a fierce cold weapon battle, Rhodey thought as he listened to the screams and saw the blood and flesh flying everywhere. His eyes looked a little distant, but a warm feeling rose in his heart, as if his blood was boiling. After leaving behind 300 goblin corpses, the goblin leader waved his hand and roared wildly, deciding to retreat. Chase and capture alive. Rhodey immediately ordered Soros. Soros, guarding the gate, led his spear soldiers to open the gate. The spear soldiers quickly placed heavy wooden boards over the ditch, and the ready knights rushed out through the gate. Following behind are 20 heavily armored sword fighters, then ordinary swordsmen and spear soldiers. Rhodey stands on the city wall, quickly casting the protective shield magic. He casts it once on 10 knights and 20 heavily armored sword fighters, costing him 120 magic points. Now, there are 10 knights. They rush across a simple wooden bridge, forming a spearhead charge formation. Stop retreating, kill them. Roar, 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 the goblin leader shouts. The goblins have already moved out of the archer's range. Seeing the castle gate open and the knights and swordsmen chasing out, the black iron-level goblin leader is not afraid but happy. They still have over 700 troops, which is several times more than the enemy. Under the command of their leader, the goblin rushes back quickly. These beasts are quite eager to fight, attacking the 10 knights with their numbers. At this moment, the 10 knights act like a sharp sword stabbing into the goblin ranks. They are unstoppable. Their spears fly everywhere, and their fighting energy spins around. Dead bodies fall on both sides, leaving 2 clear bloodstains on the snow-covered ground. The goblin weapons clash against the knight's armor, but can't break their defenses. The knights' fighting energy flows into their armor, making it shine with a bright glow that protects their entire bodies. With Rhodey casting the protective shield magic, their shields also emit a glowing fighting energy barrier, covering most of their bodies. Plus, they have the Divine Shield combat skill, ready to use at any moment. They are heavily armed, and ordinary weapons can't break their defenses. The 10 knights cut through the goblin ranks quickly, then turned sharply to the left and right, blocking the goblins' retreat. Behind them, 20 heavily armored sword fighters, followed by 32 unarmored swordsmen, and then a formation of 199 spear soldiers close in. In an instant, the heavily armored sword fighters cut down many enemies. Almost immediately, the goblin formation collapses. They have no fighting spirit left and are trembling in fear, trying to escape. Those who surrender, drop your weapons and kneel. No killing, Solo shouts loudly. Goblins and ogres are different. They speak the common language of the continent, so they can understand Solo's words. Charge out, roars the black iron-level goblin leader, commanding the remaining goblins to try to break through the knights' interception line. Roddy rode his warhorse slowly forward. An arrow accurately pierced the neck of the goblin leader, causing him to fall to the ground instantly. Then, a slaughter began. 10 knights blocked the way, while ordinary swordsmen, led by heavily armored swordsmen, attacked from the right rear into the goblin battle formation. Sword flashes shimmered, energy whirled, blood and flesh flew, and screams echoed as they cut down goblins still holding weapons and not kneeling with their heads bowed. Spearmen formed a battle line from the left rear, swinging their long spears to create a whirlwind of metal that stirred up a rain of blood. 2 black iron-level goblins howled and charged at the knights, but they quickly died under the knights' spear techniques. Those trying to break through the knights were pierced by a single shot. Soon, the battle was over. About 100 goblins trembled on the ground, and more than 30 ogres had already fallen. The other ogres had been killed earlier. Finally leveled up again. At this moment, a scene of practicing archery appeared in Roddy's mind. He knew he had gained another level. A dialogue box appeared in front of Roddy. Intermediate leadership skill, intermediate wind magic. He sighed, disappointed that his hoped-for advanced earth magic did not appear. Reluctantly, Roddy chose intermediate wind magic. He then opened his hero panel. Roddy, level 13 knight attack, 12 defense, 5 strength, 6 knowledge, 8 specialty, archery experience, 26,500 magic power, 60/180 skills, basic leadership, advanced archery, basic wisdom, basic attack, intermediate earth magic, advanced intelligence, intermediate wind magic, basic fire magic. It was clear that he had added attribute points to strength, which made him happy. 1 point of strength allows his mental power to extend 20 meters, and his spellcasting range also extends 20 meters. Currently, his base strength is 6 points, which, with the Blessing of Treasures, can reach 8 points. If he uses Black X Staff during adventures, it can reach 9 points, extending his spell range to 180 meters, greatly benefiting combat. Drag the corpses to the valley behind the mountain to feed the griffins, Roddy mentally instructed his troops. During this time, to prevent exposing the griffins, Roddy kept them inside the griffin tower. Their daily food was frozen meat like beef and venison, which had accumulated during the recent beast tide. In fact, griffins prefer fresh blood and meat, but now, for secrecy, they can only eat frozen meat. Roddy knew that revealing the flying troops would be dangerous, as it would make them a prime target for the orcs to eliminate. So, he kept their abilities hidden and minimized their presence. Moreover, the griffins are Roddy's last secret weapon. These powerful mobile units can change the course of a battle if used at the right time. If their capabilities are exposed too early, the element of surprise would be lost. However, these griffins eat a lot, and their frozen meat supplies are running out quickly. Now that there are fresh corpses available, Roddy doesn't mind letting the griffins eat them. They like fresh meat, and since they are orcs, not traditional humans, Roddy can accept this psychologically. He also understands that war is cruel, and the world is harsh. He must accept this reality and show no mercy, compassion, or weakness if he wants to survive in the Granger Highlands. Master, what should we do with these prisoners? Solros asked. Orcs are the most preferred laborers on the continent. We need workers too. First, tie them up and starve them for 3 days. Then imprison them in the valley behind the castle, Rhodey replied. The valley is surrounded by cliffs, making it impossible to climb out. The only exits are near the Griffin Tower and facing the north gate of the castle, guarded by soldiers and griffins. They definitely cannot escape. There are also many caves in the valley for shelter. With their strong orc bodies, as long as they have caves, they won't freeze to death. Winterlock, I have a task for you. Select some orcs and ogres for interrogation to find out why they invaded and their military readiness, Rhodey ordered. Yes, Master, Winterlock nodded. Soon, the battlefield was cleared. The bodies in the trenches were pulled out with hooks and sent to the valley near the Griffin Tower. Arrows were collected one by one. Damaged ones were quickly sent to the blacksmith for repair, while intact ones were cleaned and stored. The Orcish weapons were also moved to the warehouse. Most of these weapons were made of cast iron, with a few steel ones. Their quality was low, so the next step would be to melt and forge them into arrows and tools. I must say, after holding back for several days, the griffin finally ate to his fill. The bodies of the 3 black iron-level goblin heads were all taken by Simba. Then, a fierce snowstorm swept across the land, burying the scattered battlefield in snow, and even the strong smell of blood quickly disappeared. Rhodey stood on the city wall, looking toward Blackrock Town. He knew this was just the beginning. The orc scouts had surely already sent the news back to the main camp. Because Rhodey saw several wolves in the forest. Due to the distance, he couldn't tell their strength, but he was sure they weren't ordinary wolves. This area no longer had normal wolves. They had all been caught by the griffins long ago. Other wolves dared not enter this area, so these must be orc scouts. This brings us to the orcs' second special ability. They can communicate with their bloodline beasts and have a natural bond with them. For example, werewolves are naturally close to wolves and can communicate with them through beast speech, even more effectively than human beast tamers. Strong orcs usually have a companion magical beast. Their fighting energy and attributes are aligned, and their combat power can't be simply added together. Their close bond and shared life-and-death friendship allow them to unleash great strength in critical moments. In fact, magical beasts are much simpler and braver than humans. If you treat them well, they will return the favor. Just like Rhodey's Simba, seemingly proud and greedy, but fearless in battle. The second wave of orc attacks came faster than Rhodey expected. Early the next morning, from the southeast, along the mountain valley, a vast army of orcs poured in. Fortunately, Rhodey's magic had fully recovered overnight. If the orcs knew Rhodey's weaknesses and kept fighting, it would be very hard to win this battle. After all, magic plays a crucial role in turning the tide at critical moments. About 3,000 goblin heads, 3,000 orc archers, and 1,000 blue wolf riders, Rhodey quietly observed. Among the 1,000 blue wolf riders, some were silver-ranked, and there were probably over 30 werewolves above black iron level. Plus, their riding wolves made their combat power formidable. This will be a tough fight, Rhodey thought deeply. Whether they could survive this was very important. Based on the battlefield situation, all the elite werewolves had entered the northern province. They were now likely fighting the 3rd Legion, which would be a fierce battle that decided the fate of the northern province. This group of orcs is likely stationed at Blackrock Town, guarding the Grand Passage and transporting strategic supplies for the frontline troops. They probably only managed to gather this many elite fighters. The orcs slowly approached and stopped 300 meters from the castle. This was a place where skilled archers couldn't shoot accurately. Humans, surrender and open the gates. The great werewolf will spare your lives, said a loud, commanding voice. Then, the orc army parted to create a path. A tall werewolf riding a large blue wolf stepped forward, pointing his sharp steel spear at Rhodey. This werewolf was quite clever, knowing that shouting challenges could boost morale and intimidate enemies. I am the Baron of River Valley Fortress, driven here by the Buffetro family to develop this land. I don't want to fight you, but I will defend myself. If you attack my castle, be prepared for many casualties, Rhodey shouted loudly. In truth, intimidating them didn't work on Rhodey because most of his soldiers were tools. They followed orders and fought without much emotion. However, for Aileen, Ilya, and Winterlock, this was a warning. They felt very scared inside. Kill! The werewolf suddenly ordered loudly. In an instant, bright blue fighting energy burst from his spear, swirling around like a fierce wind, making him look very powerful. The orc's fighting spirit was instantly ignited. 1,000 blue wolf riders did not move. They only urged the goblin and jackal troops to attack. The goblin troops rushed forward in a swarm. Each carried a backpack and charged toward River Valley Fortress, throwing their packs into the trench in front of the walls. At this moment, Rhodey saw clearly that these goblins were filling the trench with stones wrapped in cloth. It had to be said that with so many goblins, they could fill the first trench in one wave. Of course, Rhodey couldn't just watch them succeed. The skilled archers had already aimed and started shooting wildly at the goblins, knocking them down one by one. "Fill it!" The werewolf waved his spear, commanding the goblins to keep moving forward. The fallen goblins were pushed into the trench to fill the gaps, which was quite brutal. "Fire!" At the same time, the jackal troops quickly formed 3 lines under the command of a jackal leader. Each line had 1,000 archers. They alternated firing and reloading arrows, shooting at the enemy in turns. Suddenly, arrows like a heavy rain shot toward the eastern city wall, forcing the skilled archers to lower their heads. In the first wave of volleys, 12 archers and 2 spear soldiers were hit and fell. More than 20 others were lightly injured. Especially targeted were the 6 spear soldiers controlling the crossbow carts. 2 of them were killed. Roddy had only 129 skilled archers, while the enemy had 3,000 goblin archers taking turns shooting. Although their shooting skills were not as good as the skilled archers, their large numbers kept the skilled archers suppressed. At this moment, as the skilled archers were overwhelmed, the goblin heads roared and quickly filled in 3 ditches. They carried a thick log from behind, with a steel head embedded at the front. These goblins, like ants, carried the logs and rushed toward the city gate to smash it. "Master, let me lead the slaves to charge and slow them down," Eileen said anxiously from behind the southern city wall, looking at the battlefield. Clearly, he wanted to sacrifice himself to buy some time for Roddy. "Master, let the knights go out and destroy that log," Soris suggested calmly. 10 knights rushing out might lose half of them outside. "We shouldn't cut off our own hands unless it's absolutely necessary," Roddy said, glancing at the 1,000 wolf riders behind him. Even though the knights had strong defenses, there were only 10 of them. If they got caught in a crowd, they were still flesh and blood. Once their fighting energy was exhausted, they would be easy prey. Moreover, 1,000 blue wolf riders were watching closely, and the silver wolf was capable of breaking through the knights' defenses. If given a chance, he would not hesitate to kill the knights. Looking outside the southern city gate, nearly 3,000 goblin heads crowded in a semicircle, filling the area. Ilya and others looked pale. With the force of the log's impact, it was likely the gate would be broken after about 100 hits. In fact, the system had made the gate from iron and stone, very tall and heavy. It could only be opened with a rolling wheel. Otherwise, even black iron professionals would find it hard to move. Finally, the thick log struck the gate with a loud bang. The heavy gate glowed with a yellowish light, making it look even thicker. Actually, others might not notice these faint glows, but after Rhodey observed them, he used his mind to communicate. Surprisingly, he connected with the castle. At this moment, the castle seemed to come alive. The magic patterns embedded in the underground and the gate lit up, reinforcing the gate. Each impact that triggered the magic patterns used magic energy from the magic tower's energy pool. Beneath the castle, in the foundation 30 meters deep, there were even more mysterious magic patterns. All these patterns were linked together like a large network underground. Magic power flowed from the magic tower's energy pool through this network, strengthening the castle's defenses. If they hadn't forcefully hit the gate, Rhodey might not have discovered the clever design of the castle system. Only when the foundation's magic patterns lit up did he realize this. Then Rhodey remembered that when he first created the castle, it was very grand, like an earthquake had occurred. The ground structure changed, and it was probably at that time that the magic pattern grid was laid in the foundation. These magic patterns are very mysterious. Rhodey thought deeply. Even as the castle's owner, with his current knowledge, he couldn't fully understand their complexity. He also felt a bit worried. Every time they hit the gate, the magic energy in the energy pool was quickly used up. It was clear that if the magic energy ran out, the gate might be destroyed. Rhodey had already learned that the system couldn't create magic energy out of nothing. It followed the world's law of energy consumption. Almost there. At this moment, Rhodey stood on the south gate, a fierce look in his eyes. He then opened his magic book and cast a second-level spell, Firewall. There are 4 second-level spells in his magic book. Besides Firewall, there are Thunderbolt, Eye of Perception, and Sand Trap. He hadn't used Thunderbolt or Eye of Perception yet, only the others. Although he hadn't used these spells in battle, Rhodey had tested them in uninhabited places. They were his foundation for survival, so he knew their power well. Now, the scene was perfect for using the Firewall spell. Suddenly, 20 meters in front of the south gate, flames appeared out of nowhere. These firewalls were 3 meters wide and 10 meters long, burning at nearly 800 degrees Celsius. Rhodey no longer cared about anything else. He directly held the weak magic staff in his hand. This staff could provide a 2 strength boost, raising Rhodey's strength to 10 points. It also increased the casting range to 200 meters and the length of the flame magic wall to 10 meters. That's right. Through repeated experiments, Rhodey found that the length and power of the flame magic wall are closely related. Its width is only 3 meters, and its height is also 3 meters, but the length equals the number of strength points. Now, it is 10 meters long. As for its temperature, Rhodey guessed it depends on his strength and the level of his fire magic skill. At first, he hadn't learned basic fire magic, so the flame magic wall's temperature was only about 200 degrees Celsius. After learning basic fire magic, its temperature increased 3 to 4 times. In a short time, Rhodey cast 20 flame magic walls, almost sealing off the 200-meter space in front of the South City Gate. Currently, each flame magic wall consumes 6 magic points, so casting 20 walls used 120 magic points. In an instant, nearly 3,000 goblin heads let out loud, terrible screams, like hellish suffering. Even though it was snowing heavily and the ground was covered with thick ice and snow, these flame magic walls were unaffected. Flames shot up 3 meters high, emitting intense heat that instantly vaporized the surrounding water vapor. The hot steam dispersed, becoming a deadly sign for the goblins. The flame magic walls burned for 3 minutes. In just 3 minutes, the area in front of the South City Gate was turned into a white, scorched land. The soil even turned glass-like and became extremely hard. Meanwhile, over 2,000 goblin heads vanished into thin air, leaving only piles of ashes and scattered weapons. Even these weapons were slightly deformed from the heat. At this moment, Eileen, Ilya, and Winterlock looked at Rhodey with more awe and fear than excitement. Their eyes showed respect and admiration, and they almost kneeled. This world is a magic world, but they rarely see such powerful magic. In fact, the power of the flame magic wall isn't very great because it can't move or attack. Once cast, it can't move, and it's ineffective for chasing moving targets. However, in this battlefield, it played a very important role. At this moment, the entire battlefield fell silent. The enemies outside were suppressed by the magic, and wave after wave of howling goblin archers forgot to shoot, quickly retreating backward. If it weren't for the Blue Wolf riders watching closely and urging them, they might have turned around and run away. Everyone must not retreat. His magic power is already exhausted. We must kill him today. Anyone who dares to retreat will be executed immediately. Long live the orcs. Long live the wolf tribe. Long live the Wolf King, roared the werewolf holding a spear. Following the roar of the wolfman riding a blue wolf, the hyena men stopped retreating and began to fire again. Seizing the chaos in their ranks, the hidden sharpshooter, who dared not show himself, quickly aimed and retaliated, shooting and killing 32 hyena archers. Level up! At this moment, images of practicing archery flooded into Rhodey's mind, indicating he had gained another level. Intermediate attack magic, advanced earth magic. Suddenly, a dialogue box appeared in front of him. Rhodey was so excited, he almost jumped up. Carefully, he focused his mind on selecting advanced earth magic, worried he might choose the wrong spell. Try it out. Rhodey's face remained calm, but inside he was full of excitement. He quickly opened his magic book and cast the protective shield, earth magic. In an instant, within a 200-meter radius around Rhodey, all his soldiers, including Arian, Ilya, and Winterlock, were protected by the magical shield. Sure enough, This group buff magic affected all his troops within the range. Rhodey was overjoyed and mentally communicated with the sharpshooters, telling them to fight back. Fire fiercely. Keep shooting. Bandit, the leader of the sharpshooters, was the most frustrated. As the commander, he had been suppressed and couldn't lift his head. For the duel soldiers, it didn't matter. They were emotionless and followed orders. But Bandit was different. He had normal feelings and couldn't bear to see his master in trouble. His frustration exploded, and he was the first to jump up and start shooting wildly. Fire! The hyena leader saw the sharpshooters on the wall start to appear and shoot, and he waved his sword excitedly, shouting, "Bang! Bang! Bang!" In an instant, the enemy's arrows hit the sharpshooters, but a series of yellowish round shields appeared instantly, blocking the arrows. With Rhodey learning advanced earth magic, the power of the protective shield increased further, easily blocking the arrows. Level 1 magic shines brightly. Rhodey felt much more at ease. Meanwhile, Rhodey also fired the crossbow, aiming at the commander who was directing the goblin archers and the nearby blue wolf leader within range. An arrow shot out and instantly pierced the goblin commander, who let out a scream and fell to the ground. Boom! Suddenly, an arrow aimed at the blue wolf leader was deflected by a blue energy swirl he conjured, which shattered the arrow. Exactly as I thought, Rhodey stood on the city wall, deep in thought. Silver-ranked fighters are quick to react and have strong energy, so they can't be easily killed by a crossbow attack. At this moment, Rhodey took a quick look at his hero panel and saw a random attribute point added to his defense. Meanwhile, the goblin soldiers fell under the precise shots of the sharpshooter. The sharpshooter looked down from above, almost never missing, shooting one arrow after another. In a short time, 500 goblins were killed. The crossbow's power was even greater. Each shot cut off in 3 goblins, showing its impressive strength. Retreat! Finally, the blue wolf leader roared in anger. The goblin soldiers had lost their fighting spirit. They were guarded by the blue wolf cavalry and dared not retreat. When given the order, they hurriedly withdrew from the sharpshooter's range and hid in the nearby forest. "Human lord, do you dare to fight me one-on-one? If you can defeat me, my wolf army will spare this castle," the blue wolf leader shouted fiercely, clearly unwilling to retreat easily. "Haha, I am just a mage. How can I fight you, a melee fighter one-on-one? Do you dare to challenge me with magic? But I doubt you even know magic. If you want a duel on the battlefield, I can send 10 of my knights. You can send 10 of yours. We fight fairly. If I win, your wolf legion will never step into my river valley fortress again," Rhodey said loudly. "All right, then each side will send 10 knights for a fair fight. If you win, we will cease fighting and never invade your river valley fortress again," the wolf leader said after a moment of thought. "Sir, the bards on the continent often tell stories about wolves. These wolves are very cunning, so don't fall for their tricks," Ilya quickly advised. Clearly, she had heard many stories about wolves from bards since she was young. Their cunning and ferocity had become deeply ingrained in her. "Don't worry," Rhodey waved his hand. Soon, the werewolf sent out 10 wolf cavalrymen. These cavalrymen were well-equipped, wearing solid steel chainmail, and wielding long spears and knight swords also made of fine steel, much stronger than the weapons of the wolfmen. At this moment, the heavy castle gates slowly opened, and 10 knights on war horses stepped out. It must be said that when Rhodey's 10 knights appeared, the blue wolf leader's eyes shrank suddenly. He didn't expect Rhodey's subordinates to have such excellent knights. They were fully armored, like metal cans, and their equipment was much better than the elite wolf cavalry under his command. "Kill!" The 10 wolf cavalrymen roared loudly, urging their riding wolves to charge at the 10 knights. As they entered within 200 meters of Rhodey, Rhodey used his mental power to scan and was stunned. Among these 10 wolf cavalrymen, 3 had reached the level of bronze professionals, and 7 were at the black iron level. The riding wolves of the 3 bronze professionals were all level 4 magical beasts, and the riding wolves of the 7 black iron professionals had also reached level 3 magical beast strength. It must be said that the heavy-armored knights charging forward created a stunning scene, starting slow, then faster, and finally rushing at full speed. During the charge, 3 riding wolves suddenly opened their mouths and spat out 3 wind blades directly at the necks of 3 knights. Their masters also waved their long spears, which shot out dazzling combat energy beams toward the knights. The 7 wolf cavalrymen's riding wolves could not yet release magic, and their masters couldn't unleash penetrating combat energy beams either. They could only attach combat energy to their spears, causing brilliant light to shoot out from the tips, forming 1-meter-long blades with immense power. In the eyes of the wolf leader, Rhodey's 10 knights were only at the bronze level, even slightly weaker. He believed that with 3 level 4 magical beasts helping, a single charge could disrupt the formation of the 10 knights, and then he could turn around and wipe them all out. Seizing the opportunity, the 10 wolf cavalrymen took control of the castle gate, and the wolf cavalry behind followed to rush into the castle. This was his real plan. At this moment, the 10 knights unleashed combat power comparable to silver-level professionals. Each spear shot out a spear glow, and even the wind blades released by the level 4 magical beast struck 3 of the knights. They were instantly blocked by a dull yellow light shield, which then shattered, and a new combat energy shield appeared, completely blocking the wind blades, causing no harm at all. This light shield is exactly what Rhodey just cast. His protective divine shield, magic, still not cooled down, combined with the knight's own shield combat technique. Boom, boom, boom. The cavalry's charge was straightforward. Lances shot out, battle energy spun wildly, and the warhorses and wolves collided directly. At the moment of impact, each warhorse displayed a yellowish protective shield, which was Rhodey's protective divine shield magic. This magic also protected the horses. This small defense gave the heavily armored warhorses an extra layer of protection, causing the wolves to suffer a big loss in the collision. A series of loud, thunder-like sounds rang out. The 10 knights' figures slightly scattered, and deep marks remained on their heavy armor. Meanwhile, the 10 wolf cavalry on the opposite side slowly fell to the ground. Their bodies were pierced by battle energy beams, and in the brief clash, the knights' spinning battle energy also instantly killed their mount wolves. Ugh! The wolf leader's eyes turned bright red instantly. Filled with anger, he let out a furious roar. Charge forward, take control of the city gate, and kill them all. After all, these 10 wolf cavalry were his best troops. Being slaughtered in a single encounter not only ruined his plan, but also made him feel heartbroken. Even in his extreme anger, he did not completely lose his mind. He still followed the plan to seize the city gate. As long as they rushed inside, nearly 1,000 wolf cavalry plus the behind-the-scenes jackal men could slaughter the entire castle. That was his original plan. Nearly 1,000 wolf cavalry had already received subtle signals from the leader. Now they were ready to strike. The wolves leapt up and rushed toward the city gate like a rushing torrent. In just 2 kilometers, they reached the front in an instant. The archers' shots only managed to hit a few. Most missed their vital points. Only the frantic crossbow carts fired 3 bolts, killing 3 high-level wolfmen. Retreat. The 10 knights, following Rhodey's orders, quickly held back 3 black iron-level blue wolves and hurried toward the city gate. Soon, the wolf cavalry was closing in fast, less than 20 meters away from the 10 knights. The gate was about to close. Ilya and the others were trembling with anxiety. At that moment, the leader with the silver-level skills was at the front, quickly approaching the knight. He raised his spear, ready to use fighting energy to attack the last knight from behind. Suddenly, Rhodey cast a slow spell. Now that he had advanced earth magic skills, the slow spell, a first-level magic, could affect multiple enemies at once. Within Rhodey's spell range, all enemies were covered in a yellowish glow. They instantly seemed to sink into mud, and their speed dropped sharply. With their speed cut in half, the leader's fighting technique missed its target, failing to hit the knight. Meanwhile, 10 knights rushed through the city gate, which was soon closed. At this moment, not only the wolf cavalry, but also some of the follow-up jackal men entered the range of the sharpshooters. The sharpshooters began to aim and fire wildly. Since their speed was reduced, they became easy targets. Kill him. Rhodey commanded the crossbow carts to attack the jackal man leader. The 3 crossbow carts roared as they fired arrows at him. The jackal man spread his palms, and fighting energy spun out from his body, forming a blue wind shield around him. The arrows hit the shield and were deflected, having no effect. Silver-level fighters aren't killed by these arrows, Rhodey thought. He then ordered the crossbow carts to attack other jackalmen instead. Immediately, screams rang out as the high-level and mid-level jackalmen were shot down on the spot. Rhodey then cast a spell called the Weakening Magic Ring. A black magic ring spread out instantly, covering the jackalman leader. The leader's body erupted with a blue whirlwind, which blocked most of the magic ring. His blue wind armor only weakened slightly, but did not disappear. Indeed, Rhodey thought, his fighting energy shield was quite resistant to magic. If it hadn't been for a surprise attack that day, the blue-scaled knight's protective fighting energy would have made him harder to kill. At this point, the jackalman leader finally became cautious. The previous magic had caused his vitality to falter, and a strange aura entered his body, weakening his fighting energy by 20%. Meanwhile, behind him, over 100 wolf cavalry had been killed or wounded. He roared, "Retreat," and reluctantly turned his mount around, slowly pulling back. Under the slow-moving magic, the werewolf cavalry lost about 300 soldiers before retreating out of range. Over 300 jackalmen were caught in the spell, nearly 200 were shot dead, and over 100 were so frightened they hid on the ground, covering their bodies to block arrows. "Human Lord, when my Wolf King army returns, we will crush your castle. You will all become food for my mounts," the werewolf leader said, slowly retreating with a group of wounded soldiers, leaving behind a furious roar. Cleaning up the battlefield was not Roddy's concern. Solos directed the spear soldiers and swordsmen. Aline and Ilya commanded the slaves to help, quickly piling the bodies. Some were burned, others left for the griffins to eat, along with all the wolves. All weapons were collected and stored in the warehouse. Arrows were sorted into quivers. Damaged ones were sent immediately to the blacksmith for repair. This battle added over 50,000 arrows to the stockpile, all donated by the jackalmen. However, these arrows were generally not as good as those brought out by the system sharpshooters. Still, their quality was similar to those made by the Valley Fortress blacksmiths, so they were quite decent. The weapons used by the werewolves and goblin-headed people were much worse than those from the system. These weapons were naturally melted down and remade into other tools. Simba chose a werewolf with bronze strength and a black iron-level mount to enjoy a meal. Of course, before eating, the magic core inside the mount was taken out and handed over to Roddy. They captured 120 jackalmen prisoners. Those seriously injured were killed immediately, while the less injured were. Following Roddy's previous orders, they were kept hungry for 3 days and then locked in a cage with goblin-headed people to serve as slaves.